framed art for different 12-inch, all the way up to big ones. And he would stack these things up, and then he would take them down and sell them to these frame shops. And he just had this life, and he was just beaming all the time. And he just told me one day, he just said, Kenny, the sunlight of the Spirit shines in my life every day since I've been doing this work. And I just really wanted what this guy had. And he would bring people in off the streets all the time and let people use his place for showers. And there was always people crashing. This guy was absolutely on fire with this idea of working with others. And he helped hundreds of people. He doesn't live in the Seattle area anymore, but he's moved. And he actually, that little art thing he was working on he kind of parlayed that into a career. And he's, a very successful artist now. And sells his own art, and somebody else is making mats for him now. But, he had that deal, and that deal, that testimony, that presented the most powerful reason for me why I should have faith. And it's really about becoming open-minded in step 2. This idea that I can look at step 2 from this place of knowing that there are these things in my life, like I talked to you about with my parenting and my finances. There's things in my life, years sober, that I am still agnostic about. Agnostic is kind of not knowing. There's times when I don't really know, is God going to really step up to the plate here? If I come out here to New Mexico to do this retreat, is God going to come with me? Kind of stuff. That's agnosticism. Pure and simple. And, the deal, one of the best stories that they talk about in here is this idea of being, that's what limits me from going further. And Jim and I talked this morning about that, that we were talking at breakfast, and Jim was telling me that, he has a life today that he could never have even imagined in his wildest dreams. No matter how much the biggest vision that I could possibly have had, I could never have had the life that I have today. That came to me through open-mindedness and being exposed to a deeper and deeper level of living the spiritual life. And the thing that, one of the examples that I've thought of, and this has just come to me recently as well, is this example of that. I was homeless as a teenager. I was homeless again, off and on a couple times as an adult. And I remembered I had this one friend, and his mom had fixed up this garage. It was like a detached garage, but his mom had fixed up this garage for him, and he kind of hung some blankets up and kind of turned it into a bedroom. And it was a really cool place because there was no parents around. You could do whatever you wanted out there in the garage. And I used to walk by these houses, and I used to look, and I'd think, man, would that be something if those people would let me live in that garage? I'd put some blankets up. I'd hang some posters. Man, I could put some heat out there. It'd be great if those people would let me live in that garage. And the amazing thing about it is I never saw the house. Isn't that something? That just came to me like just a year or two ago. I was thinking about that. I never saw the house. I never imagined in my greatest wishes was that maybe somebody would let me live in their garage. That's where my mindset was. I never saw past that. I never saw maybe someday I'd have a house like this. That maybe God would have a bigger vision for me than that. That I would that it was this limited vision that I have. And we agnostics is so much about that. So much about our limited vision where the spiritual life is concerned. That we are stuck on all kinds of fixed ideas and superstitions. And they use this example where they say that modern men, the men of today, are not any more intelligent than our ancestors. People have ways of looking at these things, and I don't know if I entirely agree with that, but they say, hey, they've looked back, hundreds of years or even thousands of years in some cases, and found that these people had really extremely smart mathematical minds and astronomical minds, and they weren't. But what limited those people from making progress was, and this is out of the big book, this description, Bill says that they're a little bit at odds, but here's a few reasons why we think it's better to believe and not to believe. And they said what really fettered these people was these superstitions that they had. That you can't do this or you can't do that, or this is going to make the gods mad, or that's going to... So they really, even though they had these great and wonderful ideas, they weren't really able to put it into a better spiritual life for themselves, because they were stuck, and it stayed that way for a long time. And there's these ideas that some of the greatest movements in mankind, and this is outside of the spiritual realm, but one of the greatest things was fire. They said that really changed human beings forever. The discovery of fire and the control of fire. That changed things forever. And then one of the big things was the wheel. One of the really huge things was this Industrial Revolution, and that's what Bill was talking about. His generation was right in the middle of that thing, the invention of airplanes. And they use a description here written in 1938, published in 1939, that they use this description of ask any longshoreman on the street. And that just means just ask any regular guy, uneducated person, if you think that they can get to the moon by means of a rocket ship. And of course, they didn't get there for 30 years. I think it was 1968 before they actually got to the moon. This is 30 years before, and they're saying, oh yeah, the longshoreman would say, absolutely we can. Absolutely. And this is in the We Agnostics, is that, Bill uses that description to show that what times were like, this industrial revolution that took place. We're currently in another one. They're saying that this current life that you and I are living now is another one of these huge jumps in mankind that will change the human race forever, and it's called the Internet. And this is this huge tool that we're kind of a part of watching this. Bill's deal was this industrial revolution. And it was typified by this open-mindedness of being able to throw away something old that doesn't work and accepting something new that does. And that's and all these are analogies for the spiritual life, that we want to be able to throw away stuff in the spiritual life that doesn't work for something that does. And if you get stuck on something that becomes dry, or it becomes stagnant, then this very thing that worked so well for you is now the thing that fetters you. And I believe, and maybe someone will look that up in this big book dictionary, but I believe that word fettered that they use in there, it's the ankle bracelets. Like they'll fetter a guy to a wall, with an ankle bracelet, and the other piece is, tagged into a piece of cement. And that's the word they use. We're fettered by superstitions and fixed ideas of all kinds. And sober 17 years, I am fettered by superstitions and fixed ideas. And my current sponsor, he told me to put the big book away for a while. And he said, you got to be able to blow through that spiritually, get to the other side of what the real meanings are in that stuff, and look at this bigger picture. And it's been a really great experience for me to become open-minded. More open-minded in the spiritual life is better. Closed-minded in the spiritual life is fettered. And, there's that idea of who am I to say there is no God? And that bigger picture is who am I to say that, my God is the one and only God, or better than your God? And I love that. It's one of those perfect things about what we have here in AA, is that I can take somebody through the steps, and I do have some deep spiritual convictions and ideas, but I can take people through the steps all the way, and I don't ever share any of that stuff with them. And that's the beautiful thing. That's how I know that I am anonymous in this process, because I will go through and these people will start coming up with this stuff on their own. And it wasn't from me. They just did it through writing inventory, doing the prayer and meditation. They start coming up with these beliefs and ideas. One of the very best analogies they give us in We Agnostics is they give us this analogy of the Wright brothers. And I just love that idea, because the best mathematical minds of the times that these brothers lived at had proved that man could not fly. They'd proven it. They had, big sheets, and here's why, and they could write it all out, and they could say, this can't be done. So the men of science had firm convictions, can't be done. No use even wasting your time. And then the men of religion on the other side had looked at this deal pretty carefully about man flying, and they had decided that God has reserved this right for the birds. Human beings shouldn't be doing this stuff. So they were fettered by their fixed ideas. And the men of science, these brilliant minds were fettered. And they said, hey, look at Professor Langley. His flying machine went to the bottom of the Potomac River, and that guy was brilliant. And if he can't do it, certainly, our science is right. Man can't fly. The math is correct. So you had the men of science that said that they couldn't do it, proven it. You had the men of religion saying you can't do it. The Bible says so. It's a proven deal. Can't fly. But somebody forgot to tell these bicycle mechanics out in Kitty Hawk. Yeah. And it's the same thing. Somebody forgot to tell Kenny that you could have the big house and you don't have to be fettered by this idea of somebody will let you live in his garage. And the same thing with Jim, in my wildest dreams I couldn't imagine. And I absolutely believe that for me today, I'm probably have just barely scratched the surface. I've probably barely scratched the surface of what really, truly is available in the spiritual life. And that's really the gist of this second step, is just be open-minded enough to admit that maybe there is something there. They go in the second step, they take a pretty big leap here in We Agnostics from, I think it's 46. Let me just get a page number here for you. From 47, They bring us to this deal we call the second step question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing? There's that willingness we talked about. To believe that there is a power greater than myself. That's the second step question. We kind of talk to people about this. They give us some of these descriptions. Hey, all you got to do is be willing. That's all they say, is just be willing. They say this is great news for us. And they say before that, they say it's been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. So just that cornerstone of willingness is really all you need here. But then they take us up a few pages more. To page 53. So 6 pages later, they're saying in one hand, they say, yeah, all you need is willingness. And then they bring us up 6 pages later in step 53, and it's something we need to rectify. And they say, when we became alcoholics crushed by a self-imposed crisis we could not postpone or evade, we had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is everything or He is nothing. God either is or He isn't. What was our choice to be? And that's a lot harder terms than, hey, all you got to do is be willing, isn't it? 6 pages later, and it's, I warn people. I tell them, this book will back you into a corner where your spiritual beliefs are concerned. So you have to start asking yourself, what is it that I believe? What is it that I really believe? Because they come up and they say, hey, we're in this self-imposed crisis, which is step 1. That we've finally come to a place where we cannot any longer postpone or evade the question of God is either everything or He's nothing. God either is or He isn't. And I looked at this at one time as only one question. God either is everything or He's nothing. I'd kind of back my sponsees into the God is everything corner. And I've really come to look at this in a different way, because it's not the only choice. There's really 4 choices there. God is everything or God is nothing. And if that doesn't work for you, they say you can go to the God is or God isn't deal too. If the God is everything question is too much for you, you can go this other route and just say that God is. And of course, when we're speaking about God, we're always speaking about your own conception of God. It tells us in here we don't even need to consider another's conception. Don't even need to consider it. And so the God is question is a question that can be answered as we're going through these steps. And it's a question that needs to be answered. God is everything or He's nothing. And you can look at God is everything, and as God is everything that I live and move and have my being in God. That's a common idea, that there is nothing that is not God. And God is everything can mean God is everything to me, because without God I am nothing. I will destroy myself without this power greater than myself. And if any of those ideas are too much, you can just go with just the God is. But any of those answers is enough to really propel you into this idea of making a decision to turn our will and our life over to God. I don't talk about the 12 and 12 a lot when I do these workshops. It'd be kind of a whole another deal to go through the 12 and 12. But I've been attracted to it more and more the longer I'm sober. And one of the things that, Bill was 3.5 years sober when he said this, when he wrote this. And he was 20 years sober when he wrote the 12 and 12. And he had some new experiences. And one of the experiences that he shares with us in step 2 in the 12 and 12, he shares this idea that he said that, and I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, he uses the analogy of the sponsor talking. He says, well, maybe we can imagine the sponsor talking to the sponsee having this conversation. Then there's this little conversation in the 12 and 12. And he says that there was a guy who was the vice president of the American Atheist Association who was one of our members. And it said that, and the bottom line here is what Bill ends up saying is he says this hoop that we have to jump through in step 2, he made the hoop kind of God is everything or God is nothing in the big book. In the 12 and 12, he said, at 20 years sober, he said, this hoop that we have to jump through in step 2 is bigger than we ever imagined. It's bigger than we ever imagined. I just love that idea. It's one of the things that I really loved about that it isn't a small little thing that we need to get through. Once in a while I'll quote scripture or something, not because I'm endorsing any, just because it's part of my experience. And then usually when I do, I'm wrong about it. And then somebody that actually knows what they're talking about will come up to me afterwards and say, well, Kenny, that's not exactly what they were talking about then. And that was one of the misconceptions I had. There was this idea that it was harder for a person to get to heaven than it was to go through the eye of a needle. And that was kind of this old conception. And now Bill's talking about this hoop is bigger than we ever imagined that we can jump through in step 2. The only thing it really requires is willingness. And then, of course, somebody set me straight on that, and they said, well, that's not really what it says. What it says is harder for a rich man to get through an eye of a needle than it is to gain access to heaven. So it's and the idea there is the needle was like in the towns in those days, they would build these gates around these cities, and then they would have a needle. And the needle, once the gate was closed, you'd have to go through the needle at night, and the needle meant you had to leave all your stuff behind. You have to leave your camel and all your crap behind. Well, rich guys didn't want to do that. It's harder for them. And that's the idea in the spiritual life. It's a spiritual axiom that, if I'm going to go through this, I got to leave everything behind. Everything that I think I know about God, these steps, the disease of alcoholism, I have to leave that stuff behind. That's the idea there of that. It really isn't a description of that it's really difficult to get to heaven. It's difficult if I want to try to bring all of my stuff with me. It's going to be a little hard. And that's really what the steps are about. The steps are specifically designed to bring us to a place where we can have the spiritual awakening as a result of this. The steps force us to leave behind our resentments and our fear and to go back into our past and to set all of these things right. So with that, let's turn to, I know we're moving kind of quickly, but I want to do this. Let's turn to how it works to page 60. This is the description of the actor trying to play the director. So they say we got a little belief in God, and let's now look at our life, with this belief that we have in this power greater than ourselves, the actor and the director. And the actor and the director in my life, even 17 years sober, I look at all of these areas where it is the actor playing the director. That deal with my daughter is definitely, an actor who's, I'm here to play a role that God assigns. And the craziest thing about this whole thing, we won't go into all of it, but that they say on top of page 61, everybody, including himself, would be pleased. So that's the insane thing about this, is that I'm not only convinced I know what's best for me, but I'm convinced I know what's best for everybody else. I know what's best for AA. I know what's best for these people at work. I know what's best for everybody in my family. And it just drives people nuts. It just drives people completely bananas that I do this. And of course it says what usually happens, the show doesn't come off very well. And that's usually one of those things, whether you're going through the steps for the first time or you're going through the steps again, that will bring you back into a third step and to start writing inventory again, is the show's not coming off very well. The Kenny show is like, going to close on opening night. I mean, this deal's going to go down in flames. And it's that deal of being convinced that I know what's best for somebody else. That is really behind this. I know what's best for me. I know what's best for everybody else. If everybody will just be quiet and just kind of go along with my plan here, and it says in your life will be wonderful. Everybody's going to be pleased. I become convinced of that. So we come over on page 63, and we'll talk about the third step a little bit. When we come back in, we're going to do a little longer meditation, and we'll do a third step prayer as a group. And we'll, for those of you that want to, and this is only voluntary, and don't feel bad at all. If you don't feel like praying, you don't feel like holding hands. My friend Mike in Seattle has a really great story. He said that he was doing a third step. His first third step was with a group, and they lit a candle and they turned the lights down. They played some soft music, and he's holding hands with everybody, and he's thinking in his mind. He's a new guy thinking. He's thinking, I don't know what I got myself into. So I don't know if we're getting ready to pray or if we're getting ready to have sex here, he says to himself. Because they had all this mood music and everything. So, but but if that, if lighting candles and music and prayer, if you're not comfortable with that, coming back in for the next section, you can stand and watch and do that with your sponsor when the time comes. So we don't want to make this uncomfortable for anybody. That's certainly not what we're trying to do here this weekend. We're going to do this third step then so we can get that behind us and get to talking about steps 4 and 5, the inventory a little bit, and move on to amends. And we're going to spend a good chunk of the time we have here this weekend on 10, 11, and 12. So a few ideas about the third step prayer. Are most people here, if most people have done this third step prayer before? I think so, with this group.
We end our group with it.
And AA group ends with this prayer. Good. So that's great. The idea here is that, and it's an idea that I've really got comfortable with, and I like to clarify to people, like, make a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God. And what does that really mean? It seems like a big task, and it's one of these things that are so perfect about the 12th step, because I had spiritual experiences, or I had spiritual experiences that were valid experiences, but they were these experiences that kind of ended with that. And here in AA, this is where it kind of begins. These experiences ended with turning my life over to God and saying a few prayers, and then I was going to, miraculously everything was going to be fine. And I was in really bad shape at one time. They had this big thing called the Harvest Crusade at Memorial Coliseum, and I went down to the Harvest Crusade, and they had this very famous preacher that was there, and he was from California, and he was doing the whole deal, and the stadium was packed, and somebody told me about it. They were handing out stuff on the streets. They said, yeah, you ought to come. Well, I went in there, and I went up, and I kind of did a third step, and in their fashion, and some people talked to me, and man, I had a valid experience with that. It was really, a really nice deal. But at the end of the night, Memorial Stadium was empty, and I was back doing drugs, within a few hours actually of that experience, and I never followed through or called. They gave me phone numbers, and I'm not saying anything was wrong with that, but in AA we have this deal where we make this decision to turn our will in our lives. It's not the action of that. So what am I really deciding when I do this prayer? The decision is to work steps 4 through 9. That is the action of turning my will and my life over to the care of God. That is my experience. My experience is that when I wrote inventory, and when I admitted all of these defects of characters and these faults and went through that inventory process in 5 and came out of that experience in 6 and 7 and asked God to remove those things and made that 8-step list and went out and repaired the damage done in the past in the 9th step, that I felt this presence of God coming in. And after 5, that's the promise. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs up to this point, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The spiritual experience actually begins after 5. It doesn't begin after 3. 3 is a decision. And I had an experience in sobriety when I told you these guys were kind of scouring the halls, and once in a while I'd break down in tears. That was one of them. I was desperate, and I was asking this guy how to meditate, and I really was just doing everything I could to find an answer. And I thought, well, maybe if I did a 3rd step, and I read the 3rd step out of the 12 and 12, and I kind of did the best 3rd step I could, and Al, the car lot guy, and I sat out there, and we read the 3rd step out of the 12 and 12, and we did a serenity prayer. And I felt really elated. And like a week later, I like broke a bunch of furniture and the deal. And I went to a meeting, and I had lost my key, and I couldn't get in. And it just sent me through the roof, And I just kicked the door and shattered a bunch of stuff, and just went totally nuts. And this was like right after, a few days after I'd had this great 3rd step experience. And I was talking about this, and one of these step guys, brought me to this part of the book and showed me that, where it says, next we launched. And, well, what did you do after you did the 3rd step? And it was one of those things that really hooked me into going down and doing this workshop, that I thought maybe these guys had a little more something to it. And so this 3rd step we'll be doing is just a decision. It's a decision to practice steps 4 through 9 and then to live in this new way of life in 10, 11, and 12. And that's the real decision in 3, I think. I really don't think there's anything more to it than that. I think it really is just kind of this commitment to go forward. And as we do those steps, we are brought into this new way of living. So I think everybody's probably got a little coffee in them this morning and probably would like a break. So it's almost 10 after 10, and I will turn the recorder off. We'll take care of any housekeeping issues, and we'll take a break. So, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're here getting in preparation for our 3rd step. We'll talk for just a couple of minutes first, and then we will circle up. And I'm glad we've got this circle here. A good friend of mine who's a non-alcoholic, but he's an artist, and I've got a couple of his paintings in my house. And he's just a really, he's a really spiritual guy. A guy I really admire. And his mother wrote a book called Ceremonial Circles. And she's passed away now, but she was a very popular author, and her name was Sidonia Cahill, and she wrote a lot of books, but she wrote a whole book about just this, a whole book, a couple hundred pages about people circling up all over the world. This is what spiritual people do, is they form circles and share with each other. So I always prefer this, in a group if we can. Even at my home group, which we have a couple hundred people at my home group, we always try to set up the chairs so that there isn't like, a hierarchy, or it's just, we try to form as big a circle as we can, so it's kind of circles with other circles around them and aisles and stuff. But we try to kind of use that idea that there is a power in forming the circle. So we've done that. We've formed a circle. Somebody joked that it was not the circle of love, but the oval of love. So a couple of things that I'll share a little bit about my, I had a couple of different 3rd step experiences. I had this 3rd step experience, which was very huge, and I had a very great spiritual experience around it, but it never amounted to a solution for alcoholism. It was just kind of this 3rd step experience, and I went after the 3rd step. We read that piece out of the 12 and 12, and I actually was left quite empty afterwards. I had a huge spiritual experience. I just felt like the weight of the world had been lifted off my shoulders. I remember laying on my bed back in my little apartment, and just, I didn't want to fall asleep because I just felt so great after doing that. I really felt like something had happened, and then shortly afterward, I was just as crazy as ever. And somebody between the sessions had asked me, about the difference between a spiritual experience and a spiritual awakening. And I don't think we need to get into too much detail there, but there is a difference between having a spiritual experience and recovery from from alcoholism. You know, they talk in the end of the big book, in the section on the spiritual experience, they talk about this. You know, it was an experience sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism, is what they're talking about when they use those terms in the big book, spiritual experience and spiritual awakening. You know, it says those terms are used many times. What they're really talking about is a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. And so what they mean by that is that, and I said I wasn't going to get into that very much, but a couple things just occurred to me, but what they really mean by that is that what does a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening is really more what we're talking about here. What is a spiritual awakening? What is it? Well, from the outside, it looks like a personality change. That's what it looks like from the outside. And I guarantee you that my personality has changed in every conceivable manner since I got sober. I am just a completely, the person that came into the program doesn't really even exist. And quite truthfully, I have to get quiet today, and I have to get prayerful today to really remember what it was like to be a drunk. That's how far, to really remember that. It takes these weekends, and some time in prayer, because my life is so unlike that. I've had this huge personality change. They say that the essence of that, which means what it feels like on the inside, is this, they say some of our members call it this God consciousness. It's the awareness of the presence of God. That's what a spiritual awakening feels like, is that today I'm aware of the presence of God in my life. Like my friend Jeffrey said, the sunlight of the Spirit shines on my life every day, he said. And man, I really wanted what that guy had. So the first time I really started getting into this book, we did this third step. We were kind of coming up on this third step in my group, in my workshop that I was doing, and a couple things happened. I'll tell you a couple of funny stories here. And there was that guy that was named Patrick. He was one day sober less than I was, and Patrick and I were going to go up the mountain and do this third step. But we'd had some really bizarre experiences with the workshop. Like I said, we were kind of going to the workshop every Tuesday, and then after the workshop, we'd kind of deprogram each other and tell each other, yeah, that guy's a nut, and this guy's, trying to impress the chicks, and these guys, he talks about spirituality, but I seen him with that newcomer, and we just really hammered these guys, but every Tuesday, we were back at the workshop again, with our highlighters and our pens and everything, but Patrick had called me. We were getting up to the third step, and Patrick had called me one night. He was at this boarding house. I was back in that back room at the car lot, and he called me, and he said, Kenny, I don't know what's going on, but he said, I had this spiritual experience of some kind. He said, I was just laying on my bed, and all this wind started coming out of my body, and I just felt like I'd been purged, and I wonder if that has to do with these prayers, that we're doing in the workshop, and this stuff about the third step, and like I said last night, Patrick was right off the skids. This guy was right off the streets, so being one day sober more than him, I had to kind of try to help put this deal into perspective for him. So I told him, I said, well, let's think about this, Patrick. What's going on here? Let's kind of break this thing down a little bit, because I'm thinking in my mind, Patrick's going nuts, and I got to talk him down here. And so I was talking to him a little bit, and this was the night, this was late on a Tuesday night after the workshop, and I said, we finally got done. I said, Patrick, did you drink the coffee at the workshop? And he said, well, yeah, he's had a couple cups of coffee. And I said, well, Patrick, I didn't drink any coffee at the workshop, and I didn't have any such experience. So obviously what we've got here is we've come across a group of people who are forming a cult within Alcoholics Anonymous, and these guys are putting drugs in the coffee to try to, and so, we got to be careful here, because we could, and I was, the crazy thing about it, and this is really where my mindset was, the crazy thing about it was that for one, I didn't totally believe that. I was trying to kind of put this into trying to figure out what happened with Patrick, and he was truly kind of freaking out, and so this idea that maybe somebody had put some drugs in the coffee the deal. And still today in AA, there's those people I told you about that are still very close to me that finished that workshop and are still in my life today. And they still tease me about that. They still will see me and say, "Oh, Kenny, watch out about that coffee." You know, They think it's really a big joke around in my home group about, Kenny, and watch out for the coffee. And because I did, I went back to the workshop and I would tell people, I'd say, and that's the amazing thing about it was actually in my mind there was a part of me that believed that this could be possible. It could be possible that we were involved with some kind of a cult within Alcoholics Anonymous, and that these people were putting drugs in the coffee. And then there was this other deal where they had planned to bring this big guru up from California, and we were all going to do this retreat up in the mountains, and we would all do our third step together like we're getting ready to prepare here. So I was thinking, boy, this is trouble. And these guys are after my earthly possessions, not remembering that I'm, by living by the grace of my sponsor in the back of a car lot, I wasn't exactly a prime target. So, but the thing about that was that I continued to go to that workshop. And I would tell people, I would say, hey, I'd watch out for that coffee there. Patrick here had a hell of an experience on that stuff a couple nights ago. And I'd be careful. But they said they were going to do this deal. We were going to go up in the mountains. We'd do this retreat. They were going to do they're bringing this guy up from California, and he was going to take us all up to the book, up to the third step, and then we'd do a third step prayer together up there. And then the idea was everybody from the workshop would start writing inventory at this retreat. And so Patrick and I, people were offering us rides. I had just got a car, and it was a car that I got from my sponsor. And it was a $100 car, and that was off a car lot. That was out the door, tax and license included, $100. So you can imagine what kind of a car this was. It had completely bald tires, and it had this huge transmission fluid leak, so that if I parked it just wrong, it would, if I parked it on a hill, all the transmission fluid would leak out of this thing. So I had to be real careful how I parked it. And transmission fluid was expensive, so I couldn't, I had to be really try to figure out ways to catch the transmission fluid. And it was really a piece of junk car. So Patrick said, well, my sister, and we weren't about to take a ride with any of these nuts up to because we wanted to be able to get out of there if things kind of took a turn for the worse. And Patrick said, well, I got a car. And Patrick at one time had kind of had this car, and he was this dope fiend that would go into bars, and this was his game. He'd go into bars and he'd let people use his car for doing drugs. But the thing about his car was that it was up on blocks, it didn't run and everything, and he'd say, so he'd bring people out. His car was parked behind this tavern. He'd bring people out there and say, yeah, come on, he'd use my car. People would be like, oh, this car had no tires on it, and he'd sold everything he possibly could off this car. But the car had been rescued, and they'd got some wheels on it, and it had been over at his sister's house. And he said, well, I got a car over at my sister's house, and I think it probably just needs like a starter or something. So we went over, and we sized it up, and the grass had kind of grown up all around this car, and we were thinking, oh, yeah, this is a much better choice than my ride, for sure. So we'll fix this thing up, and we did. We got air in the tires. We got it back and forth and did all this work on it, and we were going to take his ride up the mountain. And it was up over Snoqualmie Pass, which is one of the big passes coming out of Seattle. I don't think it's this elevation, but is it like 6,000 feet or something, 7,000 feet? 3. There you go. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. I asked Niles because he's a skier, and he's skied all over Washington State. So it's about 3,000 feet, but you're coming from sea level, too. That's something to remember, too. You're coming from sea level straight up 3,000 feet, so it's a bit of a climb. Well, his car had this overheating problem. So we would drive a little bit, and we're thinking, hey, we're going up to do this third step. We're going to meet this big guru from California, and we're going to go up and do this deal. We're going to find God, me and you together, dude. And let's go. And we had this back seat that was filled with these big jugs of water so that we could drive a little ways up the Snoqualmie Pass, and we had to pull over and let the car cool down, and we'd have to add water, and then we could drive a little ways. And people from the retreat were headed up, and they would see us, and they would stop. Hey, you guys all right? And we'd say, oh, yeah, no problem. We're fine. Well, geez, what's the deal with all the water in the back seat? Oh, we got a little overheating problem, but we're going to be all right. And we were, trying to just make sure we had our escape plan. And we were going up, and we said, Patrick, let's really try this prayer deal. And I sat with Patrick, and the two of us said a prayer in his car together. God, please help us to get up this mountain. We really need to get up to this third step, and we really, we really want to be done with drinking and using drugs, and do everything you can to help us here. And then we started up, we went a little ways, and then we saw this bus that was broke down on the side of the road, and all the people were out of the bus, and the hood on the bus was up, And on the side of the bus, it said, "The Church of God," on the side of this bus. And I said to Patrick, Patrick, if he's not getting those guys up this mountain, we're in some serious trouble here. That's not... That prayer we said, those guys had a much better chance, I think, than we do. That wasn't just any church there. That is the Church of God. That's the top level as far as I know. So that was really my experience and we got up to this retreat. It was we were crazier than hell. It was a silent retreat for the first day. The first day we did a couple of sessions, and then it was silent until the next morning, and that just, was way over the top for me. And I had way too much on my mind and couldn't talk to anybody. And I just quit smoking a couple days before that. I was like, well, I'm going to do this third step. Yeah, it was really a wild deal. So I came into that third step that way, but I did a third step in a group just like this. And I had a really great experience, and a lot of people that were at that retreat are still my good friends today. And I followed through, wrote the inventory, and of course, I'll share a lot more about, how I got from that insanity to this place where I'm here with you folks in New Mexico this weekend as we go more through the steps. But, I just say that and I tell those stories because, my experience was that I didn't really need to bite this deal off. I was able to, looking back on it now, I really see that I kind of took the second, third step maybe more piecemeal than I would have thought at the time. Of course, at the time I was God is everything and I'm committed and doing my third step, but really there was a lot of reservations. We weren't going to ride with anybody else. We weren't going to take anybody else's car. We were maybe, if it got crazy, we were going to leave, and maybe there's stuff going on. I had a lot of reservations, but also somebody asked me, I read this letter that I wrote, and somebody asked me about the guy that wrote that letter, what's going on with him, and his name is Joe, and I just wanted to report to everybody. I didn't follow through with that, but he has, or not the guy that wrote the letter, but this guy that brought the letter that had the excuse letter that was coming to my house is Joe K, and he's sober over 2 years now, about 2.5 years, and he's working with 3 or 4 guys, and he's sponsoring people, and he's a huge part of our home group, and he's just doing amazing, he's just really doing amazing things. So he did as well, finished his inventory and did his fifth step, and got a lot of freedom. So, and this was coming from a guy, and I'm sure he would be okay with me sharing. This is coming from a guy, and he talks about this in his talks a lot. Now this is coming from a guy. This guy that brought this letter, he was a guy that could not look himself in the mirror. That's part of his story. He could not look in the mirror when he got sober. And he came to my house before he brought this letter. In the first few times we met, he came to my house, and he told me, he said, I hate to tell you this, but you're wasting your time. So, and I told him, well, not actually quite to the contrary, but, you're saving my life here, and I'd really appreciate it if you could keep showing up. So he really believed that. He believed for him there was no hope. And this is a guy that was in and out of the program for 10 or 12 years, in and out and in and out and in and out. Absolutely could not stay sober no matter what. And he'd been through a lot of different sponsors and different groups and different things and tried everything available to him, but never really had been exposed to this really solid step message until then. So with that, we are going to do a meditation here. This meditation will maybe last about 15 minutes, so we'll just get comfortable. We'll use some of that meditation techniques if you need to that we talked about earlier. This will be a led meditation. It'll be a little different than the silent meditation. I think we will go ahead and keep the tape rolling. And I was joking with Dave. I was calling him the taper, and he said, well, it's not really a taper anymore because you don't really make tapes. You make these CDs. So now I'm calling him the burner. So Dave the burner. We hope we've coined a new phrase here in AA. So Dave the burner. We'll keep the burning going during this. It'll be a little led meditation. We'll start with a couple minutes of silence, and I'll just remind people to relax. And And I like to tell people where we're going to go in these meditations. It's helpful. So this meditation is a meditation that I call the quiet place. And really what all it is it's just trying to take us in our mind's eye to a place where we've been felt perfect ease and comfort. It could be a place from our past, our childhood. A woman I know, her quiet place is a couch at an old retreat place where she's been going to these AA retreats for years. And some people don't have a place where they've ever felt like that. So that you can be a place that you imagine, a mountain stream or some, in a kayak out in the water, or some quiet place. And the object of this meditation isn't to be perfect. So if your mind wanders and you hear sounds and stuff, just remind yourself, oh yeah, that's those people outside, and come back to the meditation when you hear my voice. And try to return yourself as much as you can to this idea. And we'll go there. I'll remind you, okay, now we're going to go to the quiet place. And we're going to go to the quiet place. We're going to try to find that in our mind's eye. Just kind of use our mind's eye, our imagination, and try to just go within a little bit. And then we're going to bring into the quiet place this idea of the third step. And they give us that on the bottom of page 62. It says, this is the how and why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. We're going to bring some of those ideas of the third step into the quiet place with us. And so we're going to have this third step idea in the quiet place with us. And then we're going to let this third step idea move from our minds down into our hearts in the quiet place. Then we're going to come out of the quiet place and we're going to come back to the here and now, and we're going to bring this third step idea with us. And then we're going to circle up as a group like we've done now. We'll hold hands, and I'll lead us in the third step prayer. I won't lead us. We're going to recite the third step prayer as a group together. So that will be our plan. If any time during this you get uncomfortable, you want to get up and stretch or walk, just remember this is a practice, and hopefully it's something that everybody can take with them. A lot of people here have these kind of practice, and if you do, you can take this if it's something useful. If you don't, this is a good practice that you can take with you. I do this one-on-one with all the guys that I sponsor when we're getting ready to do a third step. It says we thought well before taking this step is the words after this prayer. And so I always bring people up to this third step. That we took a break here today. I at least bring them up to the third step, and then I'll usually send them home to kind of consider it, and they'll come back the next week, and they know all about that. If you show up, that week, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do some meditation, and we're going to do some quiet time. We're going to go to our quiet place. We're going to do the third step prayer together, and I tell them bring a pen and paper because we're going to start writing inventory as soon as we're done. So with that, we will just get quiet. I'm going to play a little music here, and I'll try to. You may hear me get up in the meditation if that happens. It's just because the music is too loud or too quiet, and I'll adjust the volume here a little bit. But so we'll just start by getting quiet. We'll start by relaxing and just kind of finding our seat, taking some deep breaths in and out, and just relaxing our body and bringing about a calmness of mind. And as we notice, any time during the meditation that our mind is wandering, we don't worry about it. We don't put any energy into it. We just realize that our mind has wandered, and whenever possible, we just return ourselves to the meditation, to this idea that we're going to be going to a quiet place. Just begin to get quiet and just concentrate on our breathing. We get quiet, we just relax and bring our attention to this meditation, to our breathing. You can use a mantra or a focal point to remind us that we're in meditation. all of the thoughts of the pressures and the troubles and the difficulties in our lives we're leaving behind. Or begin to imagine in our mind's eye to envision a place where we've been at perfect peace and ease. A place maybe from the past, or a place from our future, a place where we would maybe like to be. Just a serene and calm surroundings. Going quietly to our quiet place. Any distractions, we just return our thoughts to our quiet place. Let's begin to further and further envision ourselves in that place of serenity, and that place where we have a feeling that life is good. Feel the warmth of the Spirit. We know we're safe and protected. Just in our quiet place, and we just relax and let go of any distractions. And we begin to bring in a few ideas into the quiet place that we can consider here before we do our third step. That in our quiet place we bring in this ideas that hereafter in this drama of life that God will be the director. That we're here to play the role that He assigns. That God is the principal and we are the agents. That we are here to be the agents and act on the principal's behalf in the best interest of the principal. God is the principal and we are the agents. God is the Father and we are the children. We take these simple ideas, bring these ideas into our consciousness and into our quiet place. And just continue to relax and bring ourselves back to the quiet place. And let the music relax us in our quiet place. We just know that we're in the presence of God, that we're safe and protected. We're fully at peace and ease. We consider this third step, this decision we're going to make to turn our will and our lives over to this power greater than ourselves. This decision that we're making to follow through with this process of these 12 steps. Decision to write inventory, to admit our faults. Ask God to remove those things in our lives that we admit are objectionable. To make this list. To go out into the future and repair the damage done in the past to the best of our ability, and to live this new way of life in steps 10, 11, and 12. The action of turning our will and our lives over to the care of God. We bring these ideas into our quiet place with us. We now begin to allow these ideas here in this quiet place to move from our intellect, from our minds, to deep down in our hearts. Allow this decision to become a part of who we are. And any distractions that we have, we just recognize them and return to the quiet place. Allowing these ideas, this third step decision, to move from our minds to deep down in our hearts. We relax and concentrate on our breathing in our quiet place, allowing that to be our focal point. Knowing that life is good. We feel comfortable in this quiet place, knowing that this is a place that we can return to time after time, in times of difficulty or in times when we seek answers and looking for the ability to make decisions. That this quiet place is a place that we can go. That we can return to the quiet place whenever we'd like. And if for now we prepare to bring ourselves back to the here and now, and we bring with us this decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understand God. And we begin to bring ourselves back to the here and now. And we don't leave the quiet place entirely, but we bring the peace and the serenity with us. We bring this decision that we've made in step 3 with us, this decision to make the third step, knowing that we've thought well before taking this step, that we're fully prepared to go forward. We ask for God's care and protection, and for those of you that wish, you can join me in the third step prayer. For those of you that need to, you can put your books in front of you. And we will recite the third step prayer together. God, I offer myself to Thee, to build with me and to do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help. Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life, and do Thy will always. Okay. Whew. Thanks, everybody.
What?
we'll take just a minute just to process what we've done here. But not a lot more than that. Well, the reason is if you look at the next few lines in the book after the third step, they tell us that this experience that we've had here will have little permanent effect unless at once, it's less at once followed by this strenuous effort to face and be rid of those things that blocked us. And the analogy that I love to use is the analogy of, the sunlight of the Spirit. I really love that description because if I have these things in my life that are blocking me from the sunlight of the Spirit, what would happen if those things were removed in my life? That's a powerful idea, isn't it? That if those things that are blocking me from the sunlight of the Spirit are removed, which is the idea of the 12 steps, that's the purpose of what we're doing here, is to remove those things that block us from the sunlight of the Spirit, then I will know the presence of God in my life. And that was an incredibly powerful idea for me. It still is. That there are still things in my life that block and separate me from the presence of God. And if those things are removed, that I will know God at even a deeper level. That I will have, I can again have this experience from where I'm at now that Jim was talking about earlier, that experience of I could never even imagine, that is possible for me now at 17 years sober, just the same as it was then. It's just at a little different level now. This idea of the quiet place, if you found a quiet place, that's really great. I would caution you a little bit. It's one of those things, it's a little personal for me. And it's not just me. I mean, there's spiritual ideas behind this that go back a long ways. But some of these things you kind of want to keep to yourself. And I have shared my quiet place with a few people. I think I've shared it with my wife. I've shared a few people along the way. There's been a few people that were just genuinely interested, and they want to know, and I don't have really mind. But the reason is it's kind of a sacred thing. If you haven't found a quiet place, you can use this meditation. Somebody gave it to me, and now I give it to all of you. It's a way to kind of go into meditation and find a quiet place. And the nicest thing about that is, Don shared his quiet place a lot with us, didn't he? We talked about that a lot in the going through the garden. And I know that when the shit hits the fan, I was looking for another word, but when the shit hits the fan, I know where I'm going. I know where I do go today. When I have things that face me and I need to make a decision in my life, and Tom I says this, and I just love it. Tom says that it's not decision that's difficult; it's indecision. When I'm faced with indecision, I go to my quiet place. That's where I look for the answers to my life's problems now. And so it's a really great tool that we can use in sobriety, this idea of going to our quiet place. If we have time, I'll share another meditation on Sunday morning with everybody that's a similar deal, but takes us even a little further, and I'll share that with you Sunday. So the idea in the fourth step, and I've actually, to tell you the truth, I struggled a little bit with how to prepare for steps 4 and 5 here. And I'm not going to give specific instructions on inventory here. I want you to get your specific instructions on inventory from your sponsors. Because little nuances and things, you can get caught up in the letter of the law here, and it really distracts us from what we want to do as a group for this weekend. And so I'm going to purposefully leave some of the finer definitions on writing inventory. And the reason that's come to me is I think you have a good array of fine sponsorship here in this group that can show you how to write inventory. And the book is very good at showing you how to write inventory as well. So I'll share some of my experience with inventory. We will look at the book a little bit. But the big book really deals with, and they use words like this to bring us to where we're at now. They've used words like next we launched, and I kind of have to figure out, it's like the launch is, and that's the very next word after, there's one paragraph after that. The third step prayer, what we just read, and then it says next we launch. So you got one paragraph, then it says launch. And that paragraph before that, when I think about a launch, I think about the 10, 9, 8. These guys are getting ready to go somewhere. They're not, They don't want to scrub once you get down to the countdown, this is next, we launch. So they're like at that place of, okay, next we launch. We're going somewhere now. We don't wait and try to decipher, well, did I get they said sometimes an effect, a very great one, is felt at once. And we saw that here. I think that several people had a pretty nice experience in that third step, but it's not going to be anything that's a lasting deal. It says unless we launch, we have to follow this with the strenuous effort. So I was told when we did this inventory, they told us to bring a pen and paper, and I actually started writing my first inventory. The first thing they told me was to make this long list of all the people in my life that I had resentments against, anybody with whom I had been angry. Maybe I wasn't angry with them at that moment because I was feeling pretty good, but had I been angry with these people, they should be on the list. And I followed through with that experience, and they asked me to list my fears, and they gave me a format for looking at my fears and why I had them, and for looking at why did self-reliance fail me. And there's some great examples of inventory in the book. There's one here, I will talk about one resentment that's in the book. We're not going to get caught up too much, but on 65, there's a beautiful resentment. I just love it. It's just so juicy. And it's called Mr. Brown. He's using this 3-column format, and there's actually 4 columns to the inventory. They don't show it here because they tell you that, once we get this much done that they tell us that we set that aside completely, what the other person did, and look at our part. And that's why that 4th column isn't shown here, because we've set it aside when we write 4th column. But this is just an example of a great resentment for a drunk. I just love this, that Bill came up with this. I wondered if it wasn't a little bit of personal experience. Mr. Brown. He's mad at Mr. Brown for 3 different reasons in that 2nd column. His attention to my wife. This is a guy that's got his act together and starting to talk to his wife. Not only that, but he says, look at the next one. Told my wife of my mistress. I mean, this is number 1 on the list. This guy's paying attention to his wife, and by the way, he's, I just feel compelled to tell you this. I would never treat you that way, right? I would never treat you this way. And you just seem like such a great woman to me. And your husband is actually with so-and-so at the office. And, I just have to, as a friend, I feel compelled to, tells the wife of the mistress. I would never do that. I can't believe that he's, doesn't see what a beautiful person you are. And told my wife of my mistress, he's paying attention. And then then to top it all off, Brown may get my job at the office. Right? So on top of all this, he's got this whole deal going on. Then he goes to the office and they're saying, hey, did you hear that Brown's up for the big promotion, Right? And he's like, oh, God. And they say in there a few paragraphs before this example, they say that you can imagine the power that this would have in a person's life who's trying to get sober. And we all have a Mr. Brown. We all have a Mr. I had a list of 120 Mr. Browns. And I was angry at everybody and everything. And that's not, I don't know if that's where I'd classify that on the examples. I've had people come to me with lists, short. We're not looking at volume here, but just to get it all down on paper and not to leave anything out. The paragraph before Mr. Brown said, resentment is the number 1 offender. It kills more alcoholics than anything else. And that was news to me, because I kind of thought maybe alcohol killed more alcoholics than anything else. It's a powerful deal. This resentment, and I'm not saying that this was in Bill's life, this resentment in the life of the fictional person that wrote this inventory for the book, will kill you if you're sober and you hang on to something like this. You will not stay sober. That's the experience of legions of alcoholics, they say, that have gone before us. That this is one of those things we make a decision in the third step. This is one of the things we have to face and be rid of, is these resentments in our life. Because when we're shut off from the sunlight of the Spirit, which for most normal people is, they're shut off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Maybe they're not going to have as happy a life as they would if they didn't have that resentment. But for alcoholics, says these things are poison. This stuff, these Mr. Browns, if our only hope is in the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment, they say, is infinitely grave. That this stuff actually has the power to kill. Resentment. And so we've left the booze behind. It wasn't the booze and the drugs that was doing this to me. It was all these other things. We got to get down to causes and effects. The resentments and the fears and the sex conduct in my life are the three big ones that we deal with in early inventory. And it's the ones that they looked at and they said, yeah, these are the big ones. These were guys that were living this way of life for a while before they ever wrote this book. And they had a part of what they did was this admission of character defects, this accountability to others. This was a part of what they did back in the early days of AA. They would circle up in groups like this, and they would just go around and they would just say, well, this is what I have to admit to the group today. It was a way of life for them, and they really saw that out of all that experience, the things that were really killing them were these resentments and the fears in their life and their sexual conduct. And these were the things that they decided to address in the big book. So we kind of have this three-part inventory. This resentment that we write about, where we actually look at where I was to blame. We'll talk about that some more this weekend and here in just a minute, actually. So I wrote all this stuff down. Of course, had a resentment against my mom. It was a really simple one. She ruined my life. So it's very, very simple and to the point. Okay, that's number one. My mom, she ruined my life. And then I could just kind of go on from there. And everybody else was kind of, had, varying degrees of the same kind of a thing. But it was all kind of this thing. And I kind of heard all this stuff about getting outside yourself. And I was writing this fourth column, which is where we put, we set all this stuff aside and say, okay, well, dealing with your mom, where were you to blame? Dealing with this boss, where were you to blame? Well, I did break into their medical chest and steal all their drugs. And maybe I wasn't the best employee at the company. And I got to look at all this stuff. But, somehow when I was really writing that inventory and I got a chance to list all of my fears, and I honestly can say today, I think it would have been easier for me to make a list of the things that I wasn't afraid of. Because I started listing my fears and I thought, well, I'm afraid I'm not going to stay sober. For sure. I was really afraid of that in early sobriety. I thought, maybe this is all just going to be for nothing again. So I'm afraid to stay sober. And then I thought about, I'm afraid to stay sober. I'm afraid I won't stay sober. I'm afraid to stay sober. I had a girlfriend at the time. I'd been hanging out at a kind of a low-bottom AA hall, so I had a girlfriend. So I wrote down, I wrote down that well, I'm afraid she's going to leave me. I'm afraid she's going to leave me. And then the next thing, I was afraid she was going to stay. What does that mean? Responsibilities and I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get a job. I'm afraid about getting a job, that I won't be able to do it, that they'll kind of discover that I'm eventually they'll discover that I'm a failure at life, and I'm afraid to get a job. I'm afraid that I won't be successful, and I'm afraid of success. I was paralyzed by fear, and the book describes this. They say that the fabric of our existence is shot through with it. It's like this evil and corroding thread, and we all know, you pull the thread, and now the shirt's ruined. It's just one thread, but the fabric of our existence is shot through with this deal. This evil and corroding thread. And they say, well, after we write this inventory, and they kind of give us this way, they say, well, maybe there's a better way, this idea of trusting and relying on God. And we look at this place of this God reliance in the fifth step. And we look at our sexual conduct. And I was told there's some questions here by coincidence only, and it really is that way. The sex inventory is on 68 and 69. And they give us a list of questions on 69 in the middle of the page there. We reviewed our conduct over the years past. So I was told I could go back as far as I wanted, and that I could start at the very beginning with the first time I'd ever had sex, or the first relationship I'd ever had, and all the way to the forward. I could start now and go backwards, whatever I wanted, but that they wanted it all. And And I listed that. And in my own experience, was I probably could have listed that on a cocktail napkin. But some people have a longer list. And I've worked with people that, and we'll talk about this a little more in the 10th and 11th step. But as sponsors in AA, this causes people a lot of problems. And it maybe they would have been better to call this a relationship inventory than a sex inventory, because it's really more about relationships than it is the act of sex. Not that we don't have sex problems. It says in here, we all have sex problems, all of us. So I won't ask for a show of hands, but if there was somebody that didn't have sex problems, they would be an anomaly, because the experience of the people that wrote the book. And my experience is that Tony doesn't. Yeah. And they're really dealing with relationships here. And so I wrote all of this stuff out. But as sponsors, which is where this deal's going, we have to get comfortable with talking to people about sex. And it was an uncomfortable topic for me. And I was so glad that there was people that I could turn to about the sex problems in my life in sobriety. And I will also tell you this, that I did actually go see a sex therapist in early sobriety. I sat with a lady for a couple of years because I had my wires crossed. I was all over the board with stuff. And I want to be careful what I say here, but I received some horrible advice on sex in AA as well. So you do have to be a little bit careful of who you're dealing with. But as sponsors, we got to get comfortable with listening to sex inventory, with sharing our own experience with whatever it is that we get comfortable on this topic. And I was asked to go through and list all this stuff out, look at whether it was selfish or not, look at where I was to blame, look at these questions, where had I been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate, who'd been hurt, make a list of all that. And I realized in a lot of these relationships, it wasn't just the woman, or it wasn't just myself, but maybe it was her kids, maybe it was her parents. The list just grew. And I was able to use that information when I got to 9. And I had all this stuff together, and like I said, I was looking at where I was to blame, where was I selfish, where was I dishonest, where was I inconsiderate. I looked at all of those things in the 4th column, like, what was my part in this. But still, I didn't quite get it. I got into step 5, and I was really thinking, these guys in that workshop haven't exactly treated me with a lot of respect. And so I asked the guy that was facilitating that to come hear my 5th step. And when I meant they weren't treating me with respect, there was a lot of times when I knew they were just kind of patronizing me. I'd speak up in the workshop and I'd say, yeah, I got some experience with inventory or something, because I'd written inventory and treatment, 5 years ago. And then they would, well, what was did you stay sober after that? And God, these guys would make me look foolish in front of, my peers in AA. And so finally I just kind of bit my tongue, and I knew better than to open my mouth at the workshop. And then sometimes they would actually patronize me a little bit. They would say, oh, that's good that you have all this experience with inventory, because you can come to the workshop and help to show everybody else how to write inventory when the time comes. And I think, because I knew I didn't know how to write inventory, so I was just kind of riding on this 4-step, and I was literally of the opinion that when Jeffrey comes down to hear my 5th step, and he sees how horrible the people in my life have treated me all my life, he's going to be so sorry for the way that he's treated me. He's going to feel so, he's going to feel so sorry for all of the hard times that I've had to go. He just doesn't understand all the rough times I've been through in my life. And he's going to see, when he comes here's his 5th step, he'll see. And I couldn't have been more wrong. And I'm grateful that I picked a guy in 5 that wasn't afraid to really rub my nose in it a little bit. And he wasn't directly disrespectful, but he just kept saying, well, what was that you said? No, I thought you said you loved your brother. But, those things don't sound like love to me. Are you sure that you sure we're dealing with somebody that you love here? And he kind of, and then I had my mother ruined my life, Jeffrey. She ruined my life, and I don't see where I'm to blame for that, Oh, okay. Well, let's just, was it all horrible? He said. And I had an awakening that day a little bit. was it all horrible? And I thought, well, it wasn't all horrible, Jeffrey, but there was a lot of horrible. Okay, well, let's just get this in perspective because I really want to know what we're dealing with here. You know, this is somebody you say has ruined your life, and I want to just see what's really going on here. So we thought about it, and he said, well, did you have a roof over your head when I was a kid? Yeah, we had a roof over. Well, who took care of that? My mom was a single mom until I was about 8, and my stepdad married my mother, and we lived from then on with my stepdad. How old was your mom when you were pregnant? You know, this intuitive thought that these sponsors have. How old was your mom, by the way? I thought she might, and I knew, my mom was 19 when I was born, and I have a brother that's 18 months older than I am. Yeah, single, in the 60s, with 2 young kids. And this is the person I was pointing the finger at. This person that put a roof over my head. Well, was there food on the table? Well, yeah, there was, but it wasn't always the right kind. I never got the Captain Crunch and the sugared cereals and stuff. We always had this crappy stuff from the food bank or something. But there was always food, and I thought about that. And what was there a Christmas tree at your house at Christmas time? Yeah, we had a Christmas tree. Was there any presents? Yeah. Well, who do you think took care of that kind of stuff? Who was it that was doing those things for you guys? And I really got to look at my mom in a whole. There's an idea that the blinders come off in 5. That you can't continue. If you do a fifth step, you cannot continue to do a fifth step and continue with this tunnel vision. And Jeffrey used to call it the wraparound mirror. He said, you've got this wraparound mirror, and it's time to reach out and shatter that wraparound mirror. And what the wraparound mirror is, means that no matter what direction I look, I can only see how something reflects back on me. I can't ever see how anything affects anybody else except how it affects on me. And it perfectly described this selfishness, self-centered. And I would never have believed that I was a selfish, self-centered person. I just never believed that I was an egotistical person. I really had dove heavy into this victim role. And the more I think about it, my mom was a folk singer. She played guitar, and she would sing at coffee shops in the U District in Seattle, and raise money for us kids. And she had a full-time job on top of that. And we didn't have a TV when I was a kid. And my mom used to play guitar to us, and I got to thinking about up in the presence of great love. That's a very loving thing that she did for us kids. All of those things. And I know that what she wanted in her heart of hearts was to be a great mom. And then I got to look at my side of the deal. At 13 years old, my mom got into Alcoholics Anonymous and recovered. And I never heard her amends, never wanted anything to do with her. I completely took the right for her to be a decent mother away from her. I went months and months and months without talking to her. I would, I told you on Friday night, she would drive all the way to Seattle from Vancouver, Washington, about a 3-hour drive, and go up and down the freeways trying to find me. I was removed from the house about at 13 for my own problems because I was selling drugs in the school, and I was burglarizing homes, and I was doing all these things. And they removed me from the home, and I was a ward of the state. And during that time, there was a time that I was at a place called Nacelle, Washington, which nobody would know here, but it's a little, tiny town way down in the corner of Washington State. Seattle is all the way up as far as you can get in the other corner of the state. And when I was incarcerated there at Nacelle, Saturday and Sunday were the visiting days. And I think back on that now, and I don't ever remember a weekend my mom didn't come visit me. And she drove from Seattle, and that's about a 4 or 5 hour drive. She would drive down there and see me on visiting hours on Saturdays. My mom would always be there. I just knew it. Saturday, yeah, mom's coming. And then the neat thing about that is my mom would spend the night down there so she could come to visiting on Sunday as well. So I was wrong about my mother. And then things just kind of started tumbling from there. I saw how wrong I was about my brother and my sister and my boss. And things kind of started falling apart a little bit, and I was reminded in that fifth step that this isn't therapy that we're doing here, that the idea is that, and these were his words, that your life is broken beyond repair here. We can't fix this. We can't put Humpty Dumpty back together. It's broken beyond repair. This is about getting a new life in Alcoholics Anonymous. We're going to go out and set right these wrongs that you've done in the past. We're going to get this new life in Alcoholics Anonymous. That's what this is about. This is about turning this stuff over to God because we can't do anything about it. This is about asking God to remove these things from your life so that you can live as a free man. And in that respect, I was really able to go into that step 6 and 7, humbly. God, I cannot live another day like this. I didn't want to treat women the way that I did anymore. I didn't want to, harbor those resentments against my family anymore. I didn't want to hold the resentments against the, I had lists of just the stupidest goddamn resentments against these, people at the hall that talked too much, and, this guy, just pitiful stuff, and just dozens of them. I just, I knew that I could not go on living this way for another day, and I just went into 6 and 7 with that attitude that I really didn't want to go another day living my life that way. This girlfriend that I talked about is actually the mother of my daughter, who's 15, that lives with me now, and my wife I've been with for 10 years. We've been married for 8. My daughter lives with us, but she was there. She came back to, and this is the thing about this. I did that fifth step in the back of that car lot. That's where I was when I did that. The other thing about that fifth step was that before I did that fifth step, I was, Jeffrey was one of those kind of no-nonsense sponsors, and he said that, I asked him if he would hear my fifth step, and he said, yeah, I'm a busy guy. I do a lot, and I'd seen it. I'd been to his apartment. I'd seen what this guy was doing with alcoholics, and I'd seen that, what he was. He says, well, here's the deal. And he opened up his little book, and he circled the date on the calendar, and he said, I'm going to be down to the car lot. I'll come on this day. We'll go in the little apartment back there, and we'll do your fifth step. So I'm going to show up on that day, because that's the day that's open on my calendar. And if you're not ready, I won't come back. You'll have to find somebody else. And that night before that fifth step, I wasn't finished with my inventory. And I stayed up all night that night writing that inventory. So this fifth step experience that I described to you was on no sleep, and it was born of desperation. I really thought about, I would go up to the top of the car lot. I could see out, there's this little AM, PM mini mart, a little gas station, and I could see out there, and I knew that for like $6 I could go down there and buy a cheap bottle of wine. And I was thinking, that was an absolute decision on my part. Before 5, I thought, I could go down and get that bottle of wine. I'll drink it real fast, and when Jeffrey shows up, I'll be so stinking drunk, and I'll tell him what I think of him and all his cronies there at the workshop. And it just is a miracle to me that I was spared from some of that kind of stuff. I'd think about that, and I'd go down, and I'd write that inventory for a while. Then I'd come back up, and I'd think, oh, man, I'm going to bag this. I can't finish it. There's no way I can finish by morning. But I did, and my daughter's mother had left, and then she'd come back. I was in the car lot, and I had myself there, and then I'd had my daughter's mother there, and then she got pregnant. And then later on, I started, they told me you got to give it away to keep it. So I went down and found Alan. He was on a park bench in Pioneer Square, and I brought him up to the car lot. And that's when Al said, hey, get out, you and all your, but she'd come back, and she could see that something had changed in me. I mean, she just walked in, and she immediately was like, wow, what happened in your fifth step? And I didn't even know how to put it into words, really. But, for the people that haven't done it or people haven't done it, it's experience not to be missed. And I hope you'll all find somebody like that to read inventory to, somebody that is truly living a spiritual way of life, that is kind and loving enough to show you kindness and love when you need it, and is not afraid to turn the mirror and say, did you see that? Did you see what you're looking at? And ask those kinds of questions. And it's just the type of sponsorship that I come from. I don't come from a type of sponsorship where we just read an inventory to a wall kind of a thing, and then somebody says, well, yeah, I've done all those things too. Not that that's not a valid experience, because I think it is in a lot of cases. It gets by when this other deal's not available. But if you have, like you guys have here, you've got this solid lineage of sponsorship here available to you. Make use of it and get into a fifth step. And we have a guy that's from Chicago that's kind of back a few generations in our sponsorship lineage. And I hate to even use that word because it's really not true for me. My first sponsor was Al. He's the guy that saved my life in the car lot. Then I used a step sponsor, Jeffrey, for a while. His sponsor was a guy that was sponsored by this California guru, but his sponsor's not even in AA anymore. He's off doing the Scientology deal, and he's doing well, but he's not in AA anymore. His the lineage kind of. But there's a guy in Chicago, and he really believes in the multiple fifth step deal. And it comes from and I asked him really about what the history of this multiple fifth step. And it really comes from this psychiatrist that he had studied at one time. And this psychiatrist had this belief that the more that we admit these things, the less power they have over us. And the more that we see that other people have these same troubles. So take your inventory to more than one person. And the book says that. It says we think about the person or persons whom we're going to take this intimate and confidential step with. So you can read to your sponsor, and then you can go to somebody who may be considered a spiritual advisor. Maybe you can go to... currently, I read most of my inventory that I write now. I will read to the people that I have sponsored. I've sponsored for long enough now where I have friends in the program more than me sponsoring them. And this is what the book describes. We'll talk about that more in steps 10, 11, and 12. But the book really describes it. That's what should be available to us, is that we will be shown how to create this fellowship that we crave. It says, if you live in a big city, it says near you, lying helplessly, dying hopelessly, are the future friends of Alcoholics Anonymous, the future members of Alcoholics Anonymous. And then it says something really spectacular. Among them you will make lifelong friends. These people, I might not meet the lifelong friends here at this retreat. They might be lying out there drunk, dying hopelessly. Among them, I'll make lifelong friends. I've got an answer for those people. I can reach my hand out to a still suffering alcoholic, and I've had this experience over and over again where the book really describes it. There's three ways they describe these people that we're going to meet. The first one that they use is the book calls them a prospect. And I've always liked that. Oh yeah, I got a prospect. In the biker culture, if they kind of identify a guy they think might be able to keep his mouth shut and kind of toe the line, they'll say, oh, this guy's a prospect. Yeah, we're prospecting this guy right now. He's not really a member yet. He's not even been asked to join yet, but he's a prospect. And AA uses that word in the big book, this idea of a prospect. That we look around, this guy's... And I've had that experience. I'll see that face of hopelessness, kind of make an approach, talk to a guy a little bit. The next week, oh, yeah, how you doing? Yeah. How's that going with your whatever it was? And talk to him for a little bit. And next thing you know, we're talking about doing step work. Well, yeah, maybe you come over to my house sometime. And, there's a prospect deal going on. And then the next thing they say, they say that it's they say, well, you and your protege. And a protege is a guy that we're taking through the steps, and he wants what we have. And there's nothing wrong with having proteges. I like to consider myself a protege for a number of people that I've met through the years in the program, and I'm quite honored to be considered, that in their lives, that these are people that have agreed to mentor me in the program, that I can call at any time and let them know what I'm doing. And so it says these protege. And a protege is a guy, I'm taking this guy through the steps, or this girl through the steps, and they kind of want what I have. We're going through the steps, and they're the protege. And then they wrap it up and they say that you and your friend. And that's where we should be getting with people that we sponsor. You and your friend will commence a common journey, shoulder to shoulder. That means that we're doing something together. And this is really what I told you. I've got that AA number 3. The picture of the man in the bed is up on the wall in the room where I work with people. And I love that picture because it represents something to me. It represents that you and your friend. That this is the idea that I am going to help somebody else get sober. And then the two of us are kind of equal, and we're going to go out and get AA number 3. So I tell people that now. When people move away, I've had a lot of people that got sober around the Seattle area, and we've got really good sobriety, really good meetings there, really good foundation for working the steps for people. And then they might go to some other part of the country where they don't feel they have that good, and they're like, boy, I don't know what I'm going to do down there. And I tell them, look for AA number 3. You got to get AA number 2 first, but that's not what this is about. Let's get AA number 2 in place. But the idea is let's be looking for AA number 3. That's what that man in the bed picture is about. That picture is a painting of Bill W. and Dr. Bob at the bed of AA number 3, Bill D. Bill Dobson. There we go. You know, these guys at the bed of this guy that was going to become the 3rd guy to get sober in Alcoholics Anonymous. And so these guys were friends, and look what they were able to do. They weren't, and so, you know, I've really come to believe in that I have. So I read a lot of my inventory when I get down and I write inventory. I will read it to my friends in AA as much as I'll read it to my current sponsor. You know, I have a lot of people in my life now that I'm not afraid to, and they know everything about me. There's nothing about me that I hide from them. There's nothing about me that, and I need that. You know, I need that ability to have that group of people in my life that does know everything about me, that I do this, the inventories with and the 10 steps with. And so I think we're getting close. It's 12:45. I think the idea is that we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to come back around 1:30. So before we do that, is there any questions and comments that people have? I do have this microphone here if people want to ask questions or make comments. We've covered an awful lot this morning. We've kind of come from step 2 all the way up through 6 and 7. We come back, we're going to look at steps 8, 9, and get into some really great stuff with 10, 11, and 12 as well. So does anybody have any questions or comments? And I'd be glad to reach back and grab the microphone if there is. So just raise your hand and I'll... Yeah. I think it's... I'm sorry that made so much noise, but I think it's better for the burner back here.
The burner.
If you use that mic.
I'm
Sorry.
Erica. I'm alcoholic.
Hi.
Okay, so the question I have is about writing inventory, and when it's not based on someone is wrong because of, or I'm angry at someone because of, but there's like a dark cranny sort of feeling like something happened at some point. I'm not resentful about it. I'm not angry about it, but I'm pretty sure there's an amends there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
So how to like...
This is like about a particular person?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you put them on an 8-step list and look at what is it that you owe an amends for. And that's a good question. You know, just because we don't have to start with a resentment. I mean, I owe amends to people that I don't have any resentment for. I know that I need to see this person, but I don't necessarily have an amends. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but you talked about that dark feeling like something's wrong, that you need to talk to that person. Is that the... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the question is for myself, for my own amends, and it's also for leading a sponsee through inventory. You know, like they're asking, what do I do with that stuff? And I don't know.
Well, you put it on an 8-step list for certain. I mean, that's what we do with people that we owe amends to. And we'll talk about that more later, but, you know, we get a lot of names off our 4-step inventory, and some of the discussions that we had in 5 help us to, you know, the book actually says we have this list of these people. We made it when we took inventory. But there's a lot of people that are not on, you know, and the book tells us that there may not be a resentment in connection with these people that go on our 8-step list. Yeah? Yeah, please, Tom. We'll just have people step up there. So.
I told Juanita I wouldn't do this. Yeah, did I really? I'll have to make amends to the group again. Tom, an alcoholic. In the spirit of that line in the 8-step, we had our list. We made it when we took inventory. What some of us do is we keep an extra page when we're writing inventory called harms list. And the idea is that I'm stirring this pot as I'm writing inventory, this psychic pot, and a lot of stuff's going to float to the surface. And if a random, you know, person floats to the surface, I don't have sex, conduct, fear, or resentment necessarily, but I go, oh my God, you know, I did this to them. Then I put them on that list as I'm writing inventory, and it kind of takes them out of my So it kind of quiets that stuff so I can go on with my inventory, and then I have that to use when I get to the 8th step. And that's been really helpful for a lot of people, the harms list that you do as you're writing inventory. Oh.
I'm alcoholic. My name's Adam.
Hey, Adam.
And in relation to the sex part of our inventory, you know, I've heard it said that, you know, you list people that you've had sex with, all the way to, you know, everybody that you've ever flirted with, used my, you know, sexual powers, God-given sexual powers in relationship to. And what's your impression of that? It seems like it's one extreme to the other.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked that question. I should have maybe clarified that a little better. I have a microphone, so you can just turn that off until somebody's ready. But the answer to your question is, as sponsors, you know, we have to be aware and careful of this, because there are people that have a very short sexual inventory, and there are people and that where sexual addiction is concerned and that kind of thing. There's people that you know, we've had to and I'm struggling here. I just want to make sure I'm not sharing any, you know, intimate details of anybody's inventory or anything. But there are people, you know, amongst us in Alcoholics Anonymous who have suffered, you know, years of sexual addiction. And I said, you know, like for me, I had to go and do some sexual therapy. And I'm so happy I admit that, because every time I talk about that, people come to me and say, well, what was the deal? And man, I have people come out of the woodwork to talk to me about this kind of stuff. And it was a good thing for me, because I was able to really see that I used sex in that way. I'm not a sex addict, but I sure was a potential sex addict, because I used it as a way to nurture myself. And as a young child, I'd learned how to use sex as a way to nurture myself. It was one of the only ways I knew. You know, I was choking myself and doing drugs and sniffing glue and stuff, but this sex deal was just another way to try to make myself feel good. And when I brought that out into my adult life, it created a huge havoc. And there's people that carry that sexual addiction to the serious extremes, and we will sponsor people like that. And so for some people I've sponsored, I've just had to say, okay, let's just say the prostitutes in San Francisco, and write one piece of inventory on that. And let's say the prostitutes in this area. And I've sponsored people that belong to sexual clubs where they would, you know, join these associations where it was just kind of, you know, where they maybe had hundreds or thousands of sexual partners. And we have to be aware of this when we're sponsoring people. You cannot let the inventory turn into a document that can't ever be finished. You can't ever do that. Somebody remind me, you know, I want to tell a story, but it'll take about 5 minutes. I don't think we have time now, but somebody remind me to tell you about Patrick's inventory. And I share this with his permission. And he and I, you know, he knows that I share this, and he actually thanks me for it. He likes it that I share stories about our early sobriety, because, you know, it's just a genuinely good thing for both of us to remember. So, but he was a guy that wrote, and I'll just tell you this. I won't take 5 minutes to tell the story, but I will just tell you, this is what we got to watch out for. And in sexual inventory, it's the same. Sometimes we need to categorize or try to find ways to get somebody. It's not the last inventory we're going to do. Just get somebody into 5. It does have to be thorough, but you know, to list thousands and thousands and thousands of names. And Patrick actually wrote on around 3,000 resentments. Yeah, 3,000 resentments. And you know, the sad thing about that was I didn't know any better, and he wasn't in touch with anybody. He was living down there. It was mental illness, and he sat down in that apartment and he wrote tablet after tablet after tablet after tablet, and he couldn't stop. And no one was down there to put controls on that. I tell people, if you get to around 100, 120 names, you better call me, and we're going to see if maybe there's some repetition, because instead of writing on politicians, you know, he went all the way back to Eisenhower and went forward, you know, and I mean, that's the truth. That's the truth, you know, pages and pages and pages. He was a Vietnam era guy, and you know, pages and pages and pages on Nixon alone, you know, and so, but he wrote on this, and here's the neat part of this story, why it takes a couple minutes to tell, is that Patrick asked me to hear his inventory, and it was the first guy that I'd ever heard inventory with. This guy comes, and he'd left his window open one night, and he had his inventory, like all these bundles of inventory stacked up, and the rain came, and it rained on his inventory. all these thousands, this life's work. It took him about a year to write this thing, working full-time every day to write this inventory. And the rain came, and he had to spread it all out and dry this whole thing out, try to save it. He was absolutely bananas about this. And he finally got it. But so this guy came here with this inventory. Not only was it this huge inventory, but it was all swelled up and kind of. And I didn't know what to do with it. And so I listened to his inventory for 2 days, and we just made a scratch in it. And I didn't know what to do with it. And so I called Jeffrey and I said, what are we going to do? Patrick's in a bad way here. I told him, well, we don't need to read all of it. Oh yeah, I said, it was like he had a lot of power in that. And and Jeffrey, he was this very intuitive guy, still is, just a really amazing guy. And he said, well, tell Patrick to call me. I'd sat with Patrick for 2 days, and I didn't, we weren't getting anywhere. We were just reading and hadn't even got through the first couple of notebooks. And so I sent him to Jeffrey, and Jeffrey told Patrick, I will sit with you, and we'll meet a couple times a week, and we'll read inventory. And Jeffrey had the understanding to just sit there and listen. And Patrick read and read and read and read week after week after week after week. He came over and read. And finally one day that deal cracked. And Patrick said, I can't do it anymore. I cannot sit here and just read this crap anymore. And thank God for that. That guy was able to emerge from that mental illness, really was what it was. He had just kind of spiraled into this obsessive disorder that caused him to have this need to just read. And he just, and Jeffrey, the two of them tell the story now. And Patrick said, I got to a place where I just couldn't do it anymore. And I just told Jeffrey, I can't read anymore. I can't do it. I cannot do this. And Jeffrey said, you read. You read every word of that. I have sat here and you've wasted my time week after week after week. I've sat here, and now you're going to see how it feels, dude. And he said, you're going to read that inventory. And Jeffrey sat with that guy until he read every piece of that deal. And he emerged from that deal. And I'll just, if I think about it, let's ask the next question, and then I'll read you something a little note I got from Patrick a few years ago.
Nick, alcoholic.
Nick.
This is going back to last night, but
Yeah.
I wanted to ask the question because I didn't understand, but I just remembered it today,
Mhm.
right? Like a few minutes ago. So what did you mean when you said before you sit down with a guy, you become anonymous? I didn't quite understand that.
Oh, what I meant by that is it's the spirit of anonymity, which means that God works through us. It means that this spiritual experience that I've had as a result of the steps was not meant for me. I've really come to believe that I am anonymous in this process I'm doing here. And I hope everybody gets that this isn't about Kenny D coming down from Seattle. There's a bigger picture of what's going on. I don't exactly know what that is, but I can give you the microcosm of it. And the microcosm of it is that my spiritual experience is more important to my daughter than it is to me. I can clearly see that. I'm anonymous in this deal that's happened to me. It's not about me. One of our mentors, was really fond of saying, Kenny, don't put your thumbprint on this deal. It doesn't belong to you. Don't come up with a step guide on how to work the steps and put your name on it. It's okay to give people instructions, but let's not put your name on it. Let's be it's the spirit of anonymity, and that's what I meant. When I'm working with a newcomer, I will say that prayer that I said maybe before I even open this, that God, please be our guide here, guide my thoughts, my actions, and especially our words as we go through this 12-step process, that God is the guide here. I'm just the vehicle. So that's what I meant by that. This is a note I got from Patrick a few years ago. And Patrick's had his struggles, but and he's currently going through some struggles. We could keep him in our prayers. But, this was a guy that came off the skids, this guy with all these resentments that was down there just suffering from mental illness. And this is, every time I look at this, it does the same thing to me. So people don't usually worry. My home group members know this about me. They don't worry about me. They just tell people, he'll recover. He'll be okay here in a second. Just hang on. This is from Illinois State University. And this little note came in the mail a few years ago. It says, "Thanks for everything over the years, Pat W." And it says, "The faculty, staff, and graduating class of Illinois State University announced that Patrick Welsh is a candidate for the degree of Master of Science in Political Science, with a concentration in applied community and economic development at the commitments exercise Saturday, December 15th, 2001 at 9 o'clock. Isn't that amazing? That this would be from that story that I just told you? Yeah. These are these transformations that we have here in AA. You know, you don't want to miss this. That's what they say the bit about the 12-step work. You don't want to miss this. You get to see these people completely transformed. Completely transformed. You know, this guy that got a master's degree in political science from Illinois State University is not the same Patrick that was down in the basement writing that inventory month after month and you know, week after week, month after month. You know, this is a guy who's been reborn here in AA and has got this new life today. And, you know, he's got this applied community and economic development, so he's currently back and forth to Iraq trying to help to kind of put Humpty Dumpty back together again and use some of the stuff that he's been taught for, you know, this redevelopment and stuff is kind of his specialty. And so that's what he's doing now. So with that, unless there's any other questions, I think it is about noon and time to break for lunch. So we will reconvene at 1:30. Is that correct? Does that sound like gives us an hour and a half to eat lunch and kind of get some exercise? And when we come back, we'll talk about kind of how many more sessions we want to do between then and dinner, and then what we want to do after dinner. We'll talk about that a little bit before we start the next section and start the tape roll, and we'll have a little group conscience here. So thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
I think my mic is on, huh? Is that working? Okay, welcome back, everybody. We got the thumbs up from our burner there, so welcome back. We will go ahead and do about just a quick 1 or 2 minute silent meditation to kind of bring the group back together. If people continue to join us through the evening, we will just continue to make the circle larger. So if anybody's outside the circle wants to come in the circle, that's great. And if you're not, if you're more comfortable in the back, that's all right too. But yeah. So okay, so we actually have plenty of empty chairs, so if somebody wants to move in, they can. There's one here, there's a couple here. So we will go ahead and I will ring the meditation chime, and that will remind us that we're coming back into session as a group, and we'll do a minute or two meditation. I'll bring us out of that with a prayer. Heavenly Father, Mother, and Child, Lord of the happy, joyous, and free, we thank you for your presence here with us this weekend, and we'd ask for your continued guidance as we go forward from here in this retreat here at the Glorietta Conference Center. We'd ask that you would be our guide here, that you would guide our thoughts and our actions, and especially our words, that you would fill us with your love and allow that love to overflow to the many people in need, and that will be in our lives. Amen. So we are on the ninth step. I think we'll kind of start making this transition to 8 or 9. Yeah, Tony.
We didn't talk about 6 and 7,
No, we will. Do you want to talk about 6 and 7 for a minute? Yeah. We did. I shared a little bit of my experience in 6 and 7. That if you looked at 6 and 7, and thanks for reminding me. I think maybe we'll cover that just real quickly here. But if you look at 6 and 7 in the big book, it's really a couple of paragraphs, and it's really there's times in the book where they give us the at once and we launched and now there's action and more action, where they really give us these kind of keep moving signals. And 6 and 7 is one of the things where they give us a signal where it's kind of a when ready deal. And 6 and 7 can be like the experience that I described right after that first fifth step, where I was just completely humbled, and I just, God, please, I cannot live another day like this. And 6 and 7, and I've had instructions, and I won't get into too much of that, but I've had instructions further on into my sobriety where people wanted me to sit with some certain ideas and really make certain that I was really ready to let go of this financial issue, or really ready to let God enter into my life in this area, or that I was, some of the kind of the further layers of peeling the onion, if you will, that I've had some of that time where I've really needed to sit in 6 and 7 before it actually came to me, those things. God is going to come in and remove all those things that are blocking me from my usefulness to God and my fellows. And that doesn't mean everything, that I'm quite an imperfect person. And it's some of those, there are some of those attributes and things that some people may see as shortcomings. Maybe those are the very same things that some of the people I sponsor really love about me. Sometimes I don't focus and pay attention, and they'll be talking about something, and then I'll come off the wall with some idea that's totally out of left field, and they'll kind of laugh. Oh, there he goes again. He's off on some tangent or something. So I have these kinds of things, but God is the one that determines that. When I say it's been useful to me myself, as well as other people, if I there was a time in my sobriety where I was dropping the F-bomb right and left in meetings. It was just part of my vernacular, and I would just use it. People would get offended by it and stuff. I was sponsoring people successfully during that time, and when I was first in the program, I was attracted to people that kind of had this rugged edge, and they were real hardcore and stuff. God made those people useful. And God made me useful, and it's just something that kind of just went away without a lot of effort on my part. It just isn't a part of who I am anymore. I just don't use that kind of language. And it wasn't a big effort on my part. I really prayed for that to go away, and I prayed for it, but it just kept coming out. And now in meetings, when I hear people using that kind of stuff, I can just think, well, that person's not talking to me. And it'd be pretty selfish of me to sit around and think that everybody that speaks in the AA meeting should be talking directly to me and saying something that I agree and like. And so I can look around and say, well, that person's probably being useful to somebody else. And maybe some new guy that wouldn't be attracted to me will go up and ask this guy to sponsor him. And, that I think that it's a really nice way to look at 6 and 7 is it's the ability. It's asking for me to put this stuff in God's hands and not my hands. And God will remove this stuff to the degree that He finds that it's blocking me from my usefulness to others. So I don't know if that helps a little bit. It's hard for me to talk a long time on 6 and 7. There is quite a long dissertation on 6 and 7 in the 12 and 12, and it's very beautiful stuff. And I would encourage everybody to read it. Because we do look at like 1-2 paragraphs in the big book on 6 and 7 versus 2 chapters in the 12 and 12, and they there is some expanded ideas that we can get out of this. But that's the core for me. 6 is to be done immediately following 7, and 6 is to be immediately done following 5, and 7 is to be done when we've really looked at 6 and we're completely ready to say, God, I don't know what's going to happen with these character defects, but as far as they're standing in the way of my usefulness to you, I'd ask that you'd remove them. And you say a prayer, and then, once you've said that prayer, then it says that now we need action and more action. So now we're looking at step 8 and 9. They don't give us a lot of time to really reflect, and I kind of like that. It's something that we should do. Some people do that with their sponsors. When I do it with people, I do the 5th step. When I'm done with doing a 5th step, I give those people instructions for the hour after, for going back and looking at all those cornerstones in the books, and going back and doing that review step, that hour of review. And then I ask them on their own to do 6 and 7, and I tell them to call me when they're done. And then we will talk about what that experience was like for them, what kind of things they happen in 6 and 7. And then we immediately start getting them to write their 8-step list. So I did have some other things, and it's not. We are going to talk about steps 8 and 9, but I had I've had some questions and some things that I thought about. I was talking with Karen and Juanita at lunch up here, and Karen said something that made me have a thought, and I talked about one of these guys who has been a mentor to me that was, I heard somebody describe him one time. They introduced him to the podium, and they said, I want to introduce one of AA's great sponsors, and I really believe that guy was that. Sponsored a couple people, I think, here in this room, maybe even, and he's gone now. But one of the other great AA sponsors that a lot of people know is Chuck C. He's another guy that was described in the same way. People really believe him to be one of the really great AA sponsors. He sponsored a lot of people. He traveled all over the country for years and years and years. He's been gone, I think he's been gone maybe my entire sobriety. Is that right? 84. I got sober in 89, so he was definitely gone 5 years before I got sober. But he left behind, a great lineage of people, and people still out there doing great work. And one of the things that he said, and this conversation reminded me about that. They taped one of these retreats that he did, and he used to call it, and I actually don't think he actually ever really liked it. I think I remember reading that about him. He didn't like that people referred to it that way. But they would call it, that he would have church. They would say, oh yeah, Chuck C's coming to town, we're going to have church, which meant that Chuck C would come, and they would get a group of people would always come, and they would just ask him questions and answers. But he did one of these retreats that was taped, and then they turned it into a book called A New Pair of Glasses. They took the recordings and put it in a book form, and it's called A New Pair of Glasses. And if you have never read it, you really owe it to yourself. It was just an amazing retreat, and it kind of came out of a conversation. They said, Chuck, with all the work that you've ever done in AA, what was really kind of the top thing that you really remember, where you really felt like your message was right on? And they said he didn't even pause. He said, well, it was that men's retreat that I did at that location, and they got the tapes and they turned it into a book to kind of get the essence of Chuck C a little bit. But in that New Pair of Glasses, he talks about that he was living in that same house, sitting in that same chair, had to make that same that driving that long commute, driving that same car, been married to that same woman every day. He was doing that, and he just felt like he was in hell. He just felt like he was in hell. Just this monotonous thing that's driving him crazy. And then he had this experience that we've been talking about here, working the steps. And he said after that I was married to that same woman. I was sitting in that same chair in that same house, making that same long commute, 2 hours each way to Los Angeles, working at that same company, and I felt like I was in heaven. And he says, maybe heaven is just a new pair of glasses. And I just always love that deal, that nothing on the outside really needs to change for me to get better. And it was such good news that none of that inventory stuff, all those people and none of that stuff had to change for me to get better. All those other people could stay the same, and all the conditions can stay the same, that it never is the outside stuff. And it drives the people I sponsor nuts, because they'll come to me with this big problem about her, she's really big problem. And I say, well, it's not even remotely possible that this problem has anything to do with her. And it drives them nuts. Whoa, I hate it when you keep saying that, And but it's been my experience. My experience is that it's not even remotely possible that the problem ever exists outside of myself. And it's great news for us here in AA, isn't it? That the terms aren't outside of this spiritual experience. This work that takes place within ourselves. The answer is never any further. They say that like He is closer than hands and feet. It's the answer is just right there. And the other, I had a couple other comments and stuff, and this kind of goes to sponsorship. We will come back to the amends here in a minute, but a couple people have asked me, like, well, what do you do when somebody's doing this? Or somebody asked me, well, how many times do you let somebody not show up before, what's the limit, before you kind of have to cut them off? And I'm always a little uncomfortable with those kind of questions because there is no real answers to a lot of this stuff. And even in the spiritual life, there isn't, it's the hard and fast, not the hard and fast, but just these hard one-line answers, they don't sometimes really fit the bill very well when you're actually doing the work in the spiritual life. And a lot of what we'll talk about the rest of this week, and we'll get to 8 and 9, we'll talk about, the 10th and 11th step is really about inspiration, and it's about intuitive thought. This guy that I was talking about that is one of the A's, great sponsors, not Chuck C, but Don. The thing that I noticed about this guy was he probably is the most intuitive person I ever met. That guy could pick the face of hopelessness out of a huge crowd, and he found me that way. At the World Convention in Seattle, he and I had a chance to talk and kept running into each other. He just was an intuitive guy that would just intuitively know, okay, well, what's going on? And he just had this deal. This work kind of prepares us in that direction, this intuitive thought. So the real hardline answers sometimes don't fit really well. Like when somebody comes to me, and I was really stuck, this, and I'm sure they use this out in New Mexico as well. It's found this out here, but this idea, 90 meetings in 90 days, 90 meetings, 90 days. Well, that's great. If somebody comes to me and they don't have a job, and they're drawing unemployment, they're not even thinking about looking for a job, they just need to kind of get better, I'm going to tell them to go to an AA meeting every day until I tell you to stop. I just want you in meetings every day, all day long, if you can. Just kind of hang out. To go to lots and lots and lots of meetings. And that's the right answer for that guy. But if a woman comes to me, and she's a single woman, or a single guy, with 1 or 2 or 3 kids, do you see what I'm talking about? It's a cruel message. 90 meetings in 90 days. It's got to be, we got to be intuitive. Like, and the big book tells us to find out all you can about the person, because you'll be better able to put yourself in their shoes to see how you would like to be treated if you were in that place. It takes intuitive thought, the inspiration when you're working with these people. So, and I have had that circumstance, the single parent with kids. And what I tell them is well, you come to my house once a week and you bring your kids, and we'll make them dinner. My wife and my daughter will watch your kids while you and I do the work, and I'll work it out with my wife. And I'll tell them, and then you come to the 1 meeting a week at my home group. And at my home group, we have daycare. So when you come to my home group, you bring your kids, and we'll watch your kids for you. And we hire professional daycare people, people that know how to handle kids, and we know the kids are going to be safe. And so you come to the 1 meeting a week. You bring your kids to my house once a week. And the rest of the week, if you can arrange a babysitter or something and get to a couple other meetings, that's great. But let's just do that for now. We'll talk on the phone a few times, and we'll get you started on some step work. That's exactly the opposite message I gave the other guy. But the circumstances were different. And it's the same thing with how many times will I let a guy miss an appointment before I cut him off. Well, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a set. It's not like a 3 strikes you're out rule at my house. Joe came up with an excuse letter, so he's okay. Probably paid Brendan to write. Yeah. And so, we have to be intuitive on this stuff, and there isn't the the right answer. And that goes even a little deeper in the spiritual life. There was a guy one time that I was reading a lot of, and what he used to say is in the spiritual life, the I don't know is a lot of times the right answer. He says when you arrive at the I don't know, a lot of times you're already home, he says. And there's so many things going on in the spiritual world that I don't have answers for. And he said sometimes the I don't know is better than this extreme effort to find the answers that when we do find them, they're only partially satisfying. And I think you all know what I'm talking about. We find these answers sometimes in the spiritual life for why does this happen, or why does that happen, or why is there, why if there's a God does this stuff take place, and all of these kinds of things. Well, sometimes the I don't know is you're already home, because the answers to some of those kind of questions, in my experience, in the end, my own experience is they've only been partially satisfying anyways. So I have a little dog at home. It's a half Chihuahua, half toy rat terrier, little fella. And I look at that dog and I think, well, its capabilities are kind of limited in a lot of respects. So, I mean, that dog, and it's actually, it's my wife's dog. I got to correct that. But she spent so much time with that dog. That dog can do all kinds of tricks. I mean, it's really a tricky little dog. It can do, it does it plays dead. It does the sit down. I mean, it fetches stuff. It does she's got it doing these agility training courses where it does the weaves and the jumps and goes through hoops and stuff, all kinds of things. And, it's a great little dog, but I'm never going to teach that dog to fix my computer. Its capacity to do certain things are limited. And I've kind of got to a thought place where I think it'd be kind of rather arrogant of myself to think that maybe I'm not limited in some fashion myself. That if I could get my mind wrapped around God, I wouldn't really need God, would I? I would kind of be this person that just has all the answers myself. So I just kind of put that out because a lot of questions that people ask, they're really, maybe there's not a really direct answer. It's more about, well, what are you inspired to do? What's your intuition tell you? Those are the kind of directions that I think are more helpful in these situations. Or we could just share our experience that, hey, heading down that road is a big waste of time. I've already done it. Don't worry about it. Let's worry about this other deal instead. So I had a couple of those thoughts on my mind. I just wanted to throw them out there. Steps 8 and 9. The step 8 is to make the list of all of the people that we've harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. I think probably a lot of people from this group, I'm guessing, have kind of learned how to put make their list and then put the names on 3x5 cards. And I really like that method. I really have found that that's very helpful because if I'm having trouble finding somebody, it gives me a place to make all my notes and phone numbers, and it gives me a chance to kind of go have one name in front of me and go over my card. I just write things out on a 3x5 card. It's very simple. And part of my 3x5 cards are pluses and minuses. And when I start, I've got some people that there's absolutely no way I'm willing to go to. And eventually I'll get to a place where I have pluses on all my cards. I'm willing to go to all of those. And a lot of those are kind of getting into the spirit of amends. I get to a place where I do a few amends and I see that there's really nothing to be afraid of here, that I'm actually in a position where I'm being spiritually enlightened through going in this process of making amends. And I'm willing to go. Then I start saying, yeah, I'm definitely willing to do that. And when my cards get to be all pluses, then I can really honestly say I'm in step 9. And the big book tells us that we commence this new way of life talking about 10, 11, and 12 as we clean up the wreckage of the past. So once you're in amends and you really are in this place where you don't have any amends that you're not willing to do, it's the time to start 10, 11, and 12. And I'll share a few amends experiences, and I think it'd be nice that, I'm going to stick to just my own experience in amends. One of the the greatest things for me about amends, and it was more powerful to me than anything the book had to say about amends, is that I heard these amends stories from people in our groups, and there was, these guys that were going up and knocking on the doors of houses they'd burglarize. I just couldn't believe that anybody would do that. And actually, when I was very first sober, and one of the things that really kind of woke me up to the fact that there was a different kind of AA program than the one that I was working, was and I mean that with all sincerity. It is funny now, but I really believed that the AA program I was working was the AA program, which meant, go to lots and lots and lots of meetings and try not to drink no matter what, and kind of share about your day and the problems that you were having in your life, and that was kind of AA, and the work the steps off the wall thing. Well, yeah, I think I've done that, and no, I'll never do that one, and that was I thought that was kind of how AA worked, kind of a one step a year deal or something. Don't get too carried away here, and I was in early sobriety. I was working down at that car lot. Al was giving me the $5 an hour down there. And of course, I didn't want to spend that $5 on myself for food and stuff because, I might need to show off to one of the girls at the club or something, buy them a latte. Oh, let me get that for you or something with my $15 that I had for the day. I was going to be buying try to play the big shot and buy somebody a coffee or something. So instead of buying my cigarettes, I would steal my cigarettes. And I honestly really did. I looked at it back in those days as kind of a matter of intelligence. Like, why pay? These people are really stupid. Why would you pay for something that you can so easily boost at the store? And I thought that about everything. I thought, why would anybody buy a color television set at the store? I just couldn't figure that out because, you could go downtown and get them for like $15. You just tell them what you want, and you come back the next day, and they got your RCA, and $15, $20, and you got a new TV, and that's the way I came into the program, with that kind of a mindset, that I looked down on other people that really that were living a normal way of life, and so I was boosting cigarettes, and this guy named Jimmy Rector, who was part of that first workshop that I talked about, he was coming into the meetings, and he was sponsored by a guy in our area who was a priest that sponsored people, but he was a heavy-duty, big book guy. And Jimmy was sponsored by this priest, and I knew that he had some pretty heavy-duty sponsorship. But Jimmy was coming into the meetings and saying, and this was when you could smoke in AA, and I was smoking away these stolen cigarettes, and Jimmy was coming in and saying, I just made 6 more amends today to stores where I shoplifted from. And God would make me so dang nervous I have to light one, stole a cigarette right off the other one. I'd just be like, holy cow, man. It really freaked me out because here I'm stealing, and this guy's talking about making amends to these stores that he used to shoplift from. And it made me very uncomfortable. I wish he wouldn't. I just kind of was hoping, but it really woke me up too. It really was part of that decision of I am going to go down to that workshop these guys are talking about. I'm going to go down there because it woke me up to the fact that, man, this guy's AA program is way different than the kind of AA program I'm working. This is, and I saw him, like, I could see the lights coming on, and he was one of those guys, and you hear the story around, he was one of those guys that had the experience of drinking at a young age and being just a downright dirty drunk right from the start. He was a young kid, got sober when he was young, and he's still sober today. But he was like, he took a drink, and at 15 he was living in the dumpsters. He was that kind of a guy. Just went quickly as a young person, got into AA, and he needed that full deal. The terms for that guy were the same as they are for me, and he made his amends, and kind of got me going on that deal. Some of those amends stories that we share around the program are so important that we share this stuff with people, and it's one of those encouraging things that kind of took the fear out of the amends a little bit for me, and I have done all those things. I made that amends to my mom for all that crap that I did, and the thing that came to me, and I worked with a sponsor, and I would suggest that anybody that's making amends work with a sponsor so that you don't go make amends to the ex-girlfriend with ulterior motives first. That's not the one that, oh yeah, I think I'll go to her first, but I got a chance to go to my mom and sit and talk with my mom. And, I'd stolen, I'd done all kinds of things, took the money out of her purse, all these kind of things. And my sponsor said, Kenny, she's You can bring that up, but that's not what she's concerned about. You know, you took this right for her to be a mother away, and you need to let her know that, you know, that you want her to be a mother, and you need to let her know. And I did too, and I saw, and we talked about this at lunch a little bit too. You know, my mother carried this huge amount of pain about the kind of mother she'd been, and I saw that get healed during that amends when I told her that, I remember when you used to play guitar to us every night. I told her about, remember the Christmas tree? I remember, and man, she just bawled. You know, she just said, I didn't think you remembered that stuff. I didn't think, you know, I just thought you hated me. I didn't think you remembered any of that stuff. And it was just, you know, one of those intuitive thoughts that my sponsor had. That no, I don't think you want to talk too much about stealing all those tools out of her garage and all that. She knows that you did that. She knows that you took that money out of her purse. You know, she wants to hear that you remember all the good things. That's what's really going to make a difference for her. Tell her that you remember that she was a good mom. You know, that made a huge difference. I got a chance to make amends to my sister. My sister had not known how far downhill I had gone, and I hadn't really lived. You know, this sister was 8 years younger than I was. Is 8 years younger than I am, I should say. 8 years younger than I was. She's 8 years younger than I am, and so I never really lived with her. I mean, I was out of the house, and she, you know, my mom got sober when I was like 13, she was 5, and so she kind of had a much different upbringing. My stepfather was out of the house at this time and gone, so it was just her and my mom, and she had a little different upbringing. But she called me. My mom had moved to Vancouver, Washington. I was still in Seattle. She got accepted to Cornish, which is an art institute in Seattle, and she wanted to come up to go to school at Cornish. And she called me and her older brother that lived in Seattle, and she really didn't know fully what was going on. She knew I partied a lot, but she didn't fully know what was going on in my life. And she asked if she could come up and live with me and go to Cornish. She didn't have enough money to like rent an apartment. And I was on the spot a little bit. Well, yeah, I said, come on up. You know, I'll help you out. And she came up, and the scene was just this horrid scene in my house. And somehow, even sober all that time, I really believed that my sister didn't fully understand what was going on in the house, because I told all my friends, hey, let's kind of keep things on the down low here a little bit. You know, it's okay to drink or smoke a little pot or something, but, you know, hard drug, we'll take that to the back of the house. You know, so... And I thought that was working. Like, she doesn't know what's going on. She's just coming and going to school and stuff, and she doesn't really realize what's going on in the house. But the house completely fell apart. I had a couple roommates, and the house completely fell apart. My sister was forced to move in with this boyfriend that she barely knew, but she had to pack her bags and go somewhere, and she was enrolled in school, and this guy was abusive, and it was just a bad situation. So I was making amends for that. And I was taught in amends that we always, you know, that we say our part, and then a big part of the amends is the listening. That I ask some questions, and I do a lot of listening in amends. And I ask, did I leave anything out? I ask, what is it that I can do? I ask, did I leave anything out? I ask, do you need to tell me how this affected you? And I ask, what is it that I can do to make it right? And then I do those things. And those questions, you know, I ask these people, and I asked my sister, you know, did I leave anything out? And do you need to tell me how this affected you? And she said, well, yeah. She said, do you know during that time that I was so upset emotionally at what was happening to you that I couldn't eat? And she said, do you know that I was in the bathroom throwing up because my guts were just wrenched? And she said, I would go in at night, all night long, I would come into your bedroom and check to see if there was still a pulse, to see if you were still alive. She said, I thought I was going to have to call Mom and tell her that I'd found my brother dead. And I had no idea. You know, I had no idea up to that point that had ever happened. You know, I kind of remembered that I had, you know, that the house thing hadn't worked out very well. I had a lot of amends that were like that. These things, I told you about the Friday night, I told you about falling asleep with cigarettes was kind of a problem that I had. And I made amends to this girl, and I said, you know, is there anything, you know, am I leaving anything out? And she said, well, yeah, you fell asleep with a cigarette and burned my bed up, you know. You owe me a bed. And I still haven't had a chance to buy her a bed, but she knows that I will someday. She actually said, well, that bed didn't belong to me. It belonged to my sister, and I got a hold of her sister and offered to buy her a bed. And she said, well, someday maybe, but you don't owe me anything for now. And so I stand ready if they ever need a bed, either one of them, that I will be willing to buy a bed. made an amends. But that same girl that I made that amends to was one of them, and there's about 5 of them now that are in the program, was one of the people that I made amends to. And when I got to the what is it that I can do to make it right, they said, well, you can tell me what in the hell are you doing that's changed you like this? Because I was a different person. They want to know, how did you stop drinking? How did you stop drinking? What are you doing? And there's like 5 of these people now that are a couple of them members of my home group, people that I went to do amends, people that were drinking and drugging, people that were kind of running partners and stuff. I had a guy that, on my little resentment list, it was Yogi. He left me for dead. Remember I told that story about that guy that would come by? His job was to come by in the mornings to the hotel room and knock on the door and see if I was still alive. He would knock, and then I would come to the door, and he would say, hey, just checking, I'm on my way to work. I just was worried about you. I'm just checking to see if you're doing all right. Oh, yeah, man, I'm cool. Thanks for coming by. And but he and I, we do a lot of damage to people. And he was a good friend for many years, and I actually kind of found the hard drugs, and I kind of like told him, oh, this is, you're not going to believe how cool this is. Come with me, man. I'm going places. Come hang out with me for a while. And he didn't. It destroyed his life. And we were doing some deals up in Seattle, and I got really, really, really sick in this hotel room. And he took the rest of the money that we had left, which wasn't much. We were on our way downhill, and he had a huge habit at this time, and he took the rest of the money, and he split, and he went to California, and I didn't see him for several years. And I had kind of told people, if I ever see that guy, or I'm going to, we're going to, and I made a lot of threats. And this was like a guy who'd been a childhood friend. And when I got sober, I realized, the resentment was that I had, that he'd left me for dead in this hotel room. And the truth was that I had placed him in this position. That was the truth of it. I remembered it clearly, talking him into this whole deal, telling him, come with me, or we're going to make lots of money, this is going to be really cool. And it was just a total disaster. And I put him in that position, and I called and made that amends to that guy. And a couple days later, he called me back, and he said, I'm in real trouble down here. I'm in real trouble, and I need some help. And I was able to get on a plane, take time from work, get on a plane, fly down to Los Angeles on my own. And the great thing about that, and my sponsor helped me with that, he said, you go, well, don't I need to take somebody with me? Or, no, you're safe and protected here, dude. You're all right. You go. And I went, it says that we can go to the most sordid places on earth if we're armed with this armed with the facts about ourselves, we're armed with this mess. We can go to the most sordid places on earth. And this was, I went down to Los Angeles. He was living in this crappy house. He had this girlfriend that was just a raging Al-Anon. And the whole time I'm trying to help this guy, she is literally, he's trying to kick on a couch, and he's shaking, and, got the cold sweats, and his nose is running, and he's just in bad shape. And this girl is actually kicking him, like walking over and just wham, and just saying, I don't know why you're trying to help him. This guy, he's not going to ever amount to anything, and he's just a lousy bum. I don't know why I'm letting him stay here. And it really was this most sordid place on earth. And I put him in touch. I got down there. We did a few things. I got him in touch. We had dinner with Kevin C., whom some of you might know, and Joe, and got him hooked up with some of the meetings down there. And he still wasn't, he was still kind of chipping away when I left. And the whole time I was a little, I'd done some deeds with this guy, and I wasn't really comfortable like telling him, hey, by the way, I found God, and now it's all, I kind of, I just was telling him I found the solution. I wanted other people to kind of, but in the end, just before I flew out of Los Angeles, I told him, I said, here's the real deal, is that, I'm living this spiritual way of life, and I'm praying, and would you mind doing a prayer with me? And he was like, well, I guess it couldn't hurt. And be all right with me. And I had a rental car. I was just dropping him off. And I sat and held his hand, and we did a prayer in the car. And I left, that was my amends. And I left, and I got up to Seattle, and there was a message on my machine, and he said, man, I don't know what happened. But, after that prayer, I just was, I really think I'm done, and I'm going to call those guys. I'm going to do what I can. And you know, I was at the San Diego World Convention with that guy. He's sober about 11, 12 years now. You know, he's still sober today. All that stuff, and that was like out of that was born out of a resentment of a guy who left me for dead. You know, just one of those unforgivable things. You know, just terrible, unforgivable. Yeah.
What happened to Al-Anon?
They are still together, and she is still. I got to think about this. Is being burned onto a CD. So she's not currently attending Al-Anon, and I wish she would. Yeah. She could really benefit from that. And they are still together, and they have a child together, and so, yeah. So, you know, and you know, I mean, I can tell you story after story after story like this of things that had happened. I'll tell you a story about my grandfather, and you know. When I was a young teenager and I was really in trouble, my grandfather kind of picked me up and said, "Hey, listen, come on down here." He was working for a company that owned some ships. "Come on down, we'll put you to work." Well, you know, his kind of idea was, you know, pull you up by your bootstraps, we'll stick you on a boat going up to Alaska, and it'll straighten your ass out. And he was right. It actually worked, actually. You know, I really did. I straightened it out. I kind of became a man a little bit. I learned how to work hard, and even though I was partying like crazy during those years, I actually kind of made something of myself. I actually got a house. That house that my sister came to stay at was a house that I'd gotten from this job, and I actually bought my first brand new car, but I lost all that stuff eventually. And this family was a family business that my grandfather worked for, and he got me that job. And I went to, you know, that family ended up putting me through treatment twice. I ended up stealing from that family. I ended up doing all of those kinds of things that we do. And I really, you know, destroyed this guy's confidence. And he actually told my family that, you know, after we had that Thanksgiving disaster, and he came to visit me. I was in a hospital, and I was trying to detox, and somehow he found out I was there. I called my mom or something, and then he came up to visit me. And he just came in and looked at me, and he just started crying. He said, "Oh my God, I didn't realize that you'd gone down this far." And he left, and he told my family, "We've just got to write him off. There's nothing more that we can do for this guy. We've done too much. You know, don't give him any money." And he just kind of wrote me off, and I'd really destroyed his confidence. And I was really trying my best to make the amends, and I made the amends to my grandmother. She accepted the approach. You know, I made the approach, and I got the appointment set, and I went and I did the amends with my grandmother. My grandfather wouldn't see me. He was in the house, but he actually stayed in a little deal he called the den, you know, where he would go into his den and stay there. And so my sponsor just says, "No, you keep going."
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up, as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer and I'm an alcoholic. Ooh, give me a minute. My sobriety date's January 12th of 1992. I have a sponsor and I actively sponsor women. Should I say my home group? My home group's the Midtown group in Wilmington, North Carolina. I would not be sober today if it weren't for those three things. Had to get a sobriety date first. It's not a requirement for membership, but it does help, right? And my home group is a group of people. A lot of times I hear, at least in the United States, people say things like, "I have the best home group in the whole world." I do not say that. Sometimes I don't even like the people that are in that meeting. But those people saved my life. on a regular basis. And it's because I'm there every week. Day in, day out, they see me. And when I walk into that meeting and my eyes aren't right, they know. And they say, "Are you okay?" That's what I needed in my life. It gives me the opportunity to be of service by being active in a home group. And my sponsor is, she's been with me. We've been together a long time, and I've had a lot of different sponsors as well. And those women give of their time freely to me. I was a train wreck when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous. And they took time out of their lives when they could have been with their children, when they could have been doing other things. They took time to be with me. I have the privilege today of doing that with other women. Because I assure you, when my phone rings and I see it's one of them, I don't always want to answer the phone. I just don't. But the thing is I was taught in Alcoholics Anonymous, that's not an option. We don't screen our phone calls. And I can't tell you how many times women have come to me, some that I don't sponsor, and said, "You know what, I was suicidal and I'm so glad you answered your phone." So when we talk about our common welfare, you know, I was taught in Alcoholics Anonymous by giants. Like, I feel blessed beyond measure. The people who came before me gave me the gifts of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm super emotional tonight, which I'm usually not emotional. I'm not a crier, and I don't get emotional. But I'm in Norway right now. 30 years ago, if you told me I'd be in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous in Norway with a bunch of drunks, I would have told you you were crazy. I feel blessed beyond measure. Like, my cup runneth over on bad days, right? The problems I have today are luxurious problems. I shouldn't be alive, and I shouldn't be here with you people. Alcoholics Anonymous has taught me everything. I know, like, a lot of times when I speak, I got sober really young. I got sober right before my 15th birthday. So my life has been in Alcoholics Anonymous. I can tell you my brain is still alcoholic as ever, right? I'm crazy. But I have a life beyond measure because of the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous. And who came into the rooms in Alcoholics Anonymous on January 12th of 1992 is not the person who stands here today. And the only reason that I'm here and able to be the human being that I'm able to be is because of AA, a God that I do not understand, and people who took a lot of time, right? And so we talk about this concept and idea of our common welfare, and to me it comes down to like what I received when I got here. And what I received when I got here was a message that kept me coming back. I received hope. And without hope, the alcoholic cannot continue to come back. I don't think there's a right or a wrong way to do AA. Everybody does it different, right? Like, some people, they do worksheets. Some people, they're rigid and they're in the book beating people up with it. You know, like, there's just so many ways to do Alcoholics Anonymous. To me, when it comes down to our common welfare, it's how we greet that new person. And since I have been here, I have been greeted with so much love and grace, and I've had so much fun. I want to take my new Norwegian friends home with me. I keep inviting, come to my house. You can stay in my house. So anybody who wants to come to the United States and Wilmington, North Carolina, I have an extra bedroom. Overflow can go to my dear friend Angie that came here with me. You know, and like, I have friends that, she has a daughter. She has a 10-year-old daughter and husband and a big life. And she took time out of her life to come here with me. Who I was when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous is I took this girl to a party, and nobody there liked the girl. And my brother passed around a hat, and people were throwing money in it. And my friend came up to me, who I brought to the party, to ask me a question. And when I turned around, I knocked her out. I hit her so hard that she flew across the room and split open her eye. And that was one of my big amends. I couldn't find that girl once I got sober. And the amends that I made to that girl, it was crazy, because it wasn't about me being able to make the amends. What happened in that conversation is she received freedom. And the freedom was she didn't understand what she did. All those years she was wondering, what did I do? Why was she so upset with me? And it had nothing to do with her, right? And when I made those amends, she just cried and she said, I'm just so glad I didn't do anything. That girl later invited me to her house to meet her daughter. This was like 15, 20 years later. It was very inconvenient for me to stop by her house in Louisiana, going from Texas to North Carolina. But she invited me, and I got to stop and have pie, whatever we did, right? We just hung out, and she told me about her life. I can tell you who and what I am is if you did something like that to me, I'd slice your tires and burn your house down. That's the type of human being I am at my core. And so I'm going to share with you in a general way, and I think it's important that we share in a general way because my experience is not like everybody in this room, right? But for me, when I went to meetings in the beginning, it was so important for me to understand and identify. And there was lots of things I didn't identify with you people when I got here. 99% of it I didn't identify because y'all were sober, I wasn't. Y'all were really old too, and I wasn't. I know everybody's old when you're 14, but so it was really important for me to understand and hear the emotions and to be like, do I belong here or not? And I did, right? I did identify. But I grew up in Texas, right outside of the Dallas area, and I have an older brother, a younger half-sister. I don't talk about her a lot because we just didn't grow up together. My brother and I, we were thick as thieves. He's a year older than me, and I didn't have any friends growing up. I felt very insecure as a kid, and I hated my red hair. I know everybody will be like, oh my God, you have beautiful hair. I believe I have beautiful hair today. I love my hair, and of the things about me, I will always say, God, my hair looks great. I love my hair. I was blessed with great hair. I did not think that when I was 3, 4, 5, 6. I used to wrap my little fingers and rip it out of my head because I hated it. And that was the exterior thing that made me think that that's why I was different. It was about my hair. But the bottom line is, if I had dyed my hair blonde, they had let me do that. They didn't. But had that happened, I still would have had that feeling. And then I would have been really lost. I just thought that was the thing that separated me. So it just felt weird. I had this curly red hair, and I just felt awkward all the time growing up. And so my brother was I was a tomboy. I did everything that he did. Him and his friends would beat me up. I mean, I was just a tomboy, and I ran around with him. My mom was an active alcoholic growing up, so she was never around. She was my idol. Of course she was my idol. She was a bartender at a little Irish pub, and when she would walk in, everybody'd be like, Barb's here, she was the party girl. And my memories as a child with my mom, our good times, is my mom would get drunk, and then we would go to they have these malls, and they have these fountains with water that they're there for display. But what we would do is we would go dance in them because mom's drunk, and we just thought it was so much fun. Mom was so much fun, right? So I loved being with mom, but mom would never show up. Mom would forget that she was supposed to pick us up. Mom wouldn't show up to school. So we were living with my father and stepmother, and my stepmother is certifiable. She has multiple personality disorder. I don't know what her problem is, but she was very abusive and very just insane. It was like living with a crazy person. At one minute everything would be okay, and the next minute we would be getting beatings or whatever would happen. There was just a lot of terrible abuse that happened in that house, and my father was never around because he was drinking and doing his thing. All of these things, man, even in sobriety, I thought they're the root of the problem. What I know today is that all that stuff did was got me primed and ready for my first drink. It has nothing to do with my alcoholism. If I'd grown up in a picture-perfect home, I was still who I was. And whenever alcohol gets into this girl's body, something shifts. And that result would have been the same. And And so when we were 8 years old, my brother and I ran away, and that's how bad it was living in the house. I think about those things now, like I have nephews and I've watched them grow up, and there's a sadness to that, you know, of thinking about what it was like as a kid and seeing these little boys and being like, God, I can't believe that's what I was doing when I was 8. But we run away, and inevitably we end up going to live with my grandparents. But there was a short period of time that I was with my mom, and during that time is when I had my first drink. I was 8 years old. My mom got upset with the guy that she was with. We got in the car, and my job was always to cheer Mom up, and I had these silly things I would do to make her laugh. And she went and she got a six-pack, and she handed me a beer. Now, I was super excited about this because I also, in that early age time period, no matter where I was at, I wanted to be somewhere else. I would see kids on TV getting kidnapped, and I'm like, why doesn't anybody kidnap me, right? Like, it didn't matter where it was. I just wanted my situation to change. And so the place, if you asked me when I was a kid, where do you want to go? It was Bentley's all day long. That was the bar that my mom ran, and it was like dingy, nasty, dark. You'd walk across it and your feet would stick as you'd walk, right? Like gross. Smelled like urine. It was super nasty. I loved that place. And my aspiration was to be a bartender. And so I knew that everybody went there to drink, and everybody seemed so happy. And so when she handed me that beer, I was like, I've arrived. I'm 8 years old. My head barely clears the window in the car, and I'm holding the beer up because I want everybody to see that I have arrived, right? Like, I was so excited about this. Now, I didn't get like totally drunk. I remember we went to Bentley's that night. That's about all I remember. But it was my first drink, and the first time I got drunk was with my brother. He had a friend over. Again, I was super weird and awkward, but I thought his friend was cute. And I don't even know why we were looking for liquor, but we found a bottle of liquor. My grandparents did not drink. The only reason that they had that bottle was in case Grandma got sick, Grandpa would make her a hot toddy. So we got the stool. I remember everything about that night. And that was something that I also loved later when I was drinking, was like, it was the pre-party to the party to the party after, right? Like, it was the adrenaline rush. I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. I liked all of that. If I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing, I was an adrenaline junkie. I loved that stuff, you know. And so I remember getting the stool and climbing up there, grabbing that bottle of whiskey. There was also some orange triple sec. I couldn't eat oranges for years. Even into sobriety, if it was orange flavor, forget it. Orange juice, nothing. So up we went, and I don't know how we knew how to play quarters, but we just inherently knew how to play quarters, and off we went. That first shot of whiskey, when it hit the back of my throat, it was like fire. And I felt that burn all the way down my esophagus, and when it hit the pit of my stomach, everything went warm and cozy, and I felt like I could breathe for the first time in my life. I'm just one of those people. If I like something, give me more. And that night, what ended up happening, they dared me $20. I couldn't finish off the drink, and, you know, I turned it up. And needless to say, I had alcohol poisoning. I was 10, right? I hadn't eaten anything, and I essentially drank close to a fifth of liquor. I became violently ill. I was very, very sick. But the magic happened. I mean, I loved the feeling of that, but what I loved more was I remember laying on the couch and everything was spinning, and it happened so fast. Everything was spinning, and my brother was saying these terrible things to me, and I could hear him in my ears, but I didn't hear him in my heart. That was the power of alcohol for me. It didn't matter what you thought about me. It didn't matter who you were. People that I loved the most could think the worst things about me, and I was perfectly content and okay. That was powerful. And that became my higher power. That became my everything. And it wasn't like this conscious thought, like I've solved the world's problems. But that is 100% how I felt. And so, like, what happened that night, and I talk about this night in description because every drink from that time until the time I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, this was a resemblance. And this is what I call partying, okay? I proceeded to punch the boy that I had a crush on. I left my DNA all over the house. I fell down the stairs myself. I wet my pants. And that was a party, right? Like, the thing is, it didn't matter what kind of consequence or whatever, because what happened is I felt like a human being. I felt like I mattered, and I felt okay in my own skin. I had never felt that way before in my life. And alcohol gave me this ability to just be okay and to feel like a normal person. I had never felt that way. And so, I didn't become a daily drinker at the age of 10. But I will tell you, that night they called 2 places because I had alcohol poisoning. I was vomiting blood. I was very sick. They called 2 places. They called Alcoholics Anonymous, which I always find hysterical. And then they called my uncle, and my uncle was the cool guy that had a Harley Davidson, always had a beer in his hand. They knew he would know what to do with me. Now, I'll go ahead and I'm going to fast forward a little bit so that you understand the impact of that man, because sometimes I forget to tell it. When I got sober, I was about 6 months sober. And what happened for me is when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, I was at 0. I didn't have any pride. I didn't have any self-esteem. Everything was gone. I was at 0. So I started doing these things. Well, what happened for me is that about 90 days in, 60 days, 90 days, my ego returned. And what that looks like for this alcoholic is, you're not that bad. You're not like them. You haven't ever gotten a DUI. What about when you get married? I start all of these reservations start running around in my head. And I didn't really share these openly, some of them I did, like I didn't get a DUI. I did share that because they informed me I didn't have a car or a driver's license, and that was important to get one of those. And but a lot of those, like, what about my wedding, stuff like that, I didn't talk about that stuff. I didn't realize it was a reservation. I didn't really understand any of that. But I was 6 months sober, and I came home, and these reservations had started popping up here and there because life got good quick, right? Remove alcohol from my life and the destruction that I was living in, my life started to get better. But at 6 months sober, I came home, and everybody was at the house, and my aunt and uncle had gotten in a huge fight, and they got in a fight about his drinking. And when she came out of their bedroom, the phone book was opened up to treatment centers. And after about a week, she didn't hear anything, so she sent people looking for him. And they found him behind the house, and he'd shot himself with a shotgun. And everybody was coming over to tell me that he had died. And they were sitting around the table, and they were talking about whether or not he was going to go to heaven or hell because he had committed this mortal sin, which I think is really interesting because my family never went to church. I don't know where they become on that topic. But the clearest thought came to my head. And that thought was, he didn't kill himself. He died of alcoholism. Because what I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that night is when he pulled the trigger, I knew how he felt. Because that's how I felt on January 11th of 1992 when I was completely alone and I couldn't figure out how to kill myself because I wanted to make sure I could never come back again. My alcoholism, no matter what, I may not at 14 have cirrhosis of the liver or have 10 DUIs or have all of these things, but I will always get to a place that it makes sense for me to take my own life, no matter what. That's what alcoholism looks like for this alcoholic. And so, I don't ever want to forget sharing that because it was such a huge part of my first step in Alcoholics Anonymous. Because even though I was coming to these meetings, I was doing the deal, I was doing all this stuff, I was hanging out with you people, to my innermost self, that is when I understood my alcoholism. And so, and the last thing I said to my uncle the last time I saw him was I said, you should come to a meeting with me. He was on his bike and he had a beer in his hand and he was riding off. And so, again, I didn't become an alcoholic at 10, right? But I can tell you I knew the solution to my life. And I am defiant by nature. I've been sober a while. Let me tell you, if you tell me to do something, I'm going to do the exact opposite to let you know that I can do it and do it better that way, right? That's just by nature who I am. And so add to the fact that I have no principles in my life, no nothing, and alcohol is my master. I did whatever I needed to get what I needed to. I never had an issue getting alcohol. Being underage, it just wasn't an issue for me. I lived in a big metropolitan city. We just sit outside the liquor store and give somebody money to go in and buy us liquor. It just wasn't an issue. I like to stock up get half-gallon jugs of vodka, and that's essentially what my life became, is figuring out what party, where we were going to go. And I can tell you that it started out wanting to be social. But the bottom line is, what my drinking looks like is I end up alone. And I drink alone. I drink first thing in the morning till the last time before I close my eyes and I pass out. All day, every day, as often as I can. My first rehab was when I was 13. And I just thought they were being so dramatic, right? Like, I didn't understand why why they wouldn't leave me alone. Because if they understood me, they would just let me be. And what I learned in that rehab is drugs are bad, just say no. Because in my mind, I could understand that, like, drugs are illegal. There was a whole campaign in the United States, just say no, Nancy Reagan, like, it was a big thing. So, like, that made sense to me. I don't know where in my mind that I thought somehow it was legal for a 13-year-old to be drinking their face off every single day, but it was different, right? There's different rules for alcoholics, right? Like, there's always a different exception for myself, and the rules don't apply to me. And so that's what I thought, because I thought that they were crazy. Now, by this time, I'm 13 years old. I have an 18-year-old boyfriend, which, you know, the family was really excited about that, too. But we were in love, right? And we were going to get married, and he was, you know, oh my God, he was a total loser. But, like, at the time, you know, right? Like, I just think this guy's great, and I was obsessed. And I'm hanging out with people who are 10, 15, 20 years older than me. And what progressed into happening prior to me coming to Alcoholics Anonymous is these people, I referred to them as my friends. I now refer to them as pedophiles, because that's what they were, right? Because what my drinking looks like is that I have no moral compass whatsoever. It doesn't matter what kind of upbringing that I had. Not that the first 8 years were great, but my grandparents were some of the most wonderful human beings. Like, they lived by principles that we, like, have to work at every day, right? Like, they just naturally were good human beings. And they taught me to work hard. They taught me all of these things. That stuff, I just thought, why does he ask me how my day is? This is a man that it wasn't his responsibility to care for me. I was so selfish and self-centered that he asked me how my day was, and I would get so mad, and I would storm to the back of the house and slam the door, right? Like, I hated him, and I hated everybody. And what my drinking turned into was just this place that essentially most of my drinking happened alone. I became isolated to an extent that, you know, I took that physically as well. I shaved half my head, combat boots, you know, like black lips, black eyes. I didn't look like this when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous. I was an unlovely creature, as I like to say. But that's just where it took me, right? And I think about those things because I see young girls sometimes come to Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's rare, you know, to see like a 14 or 15-year-old. But when it happens, I look at them and I think, you're a child. But I was living my life like a 30-year-old woman. I was drinking daily. I had bleeding ulcers. I was emaciated because I didn't eat food. I didn't need food. I had vodka, you know. And the stronger the alcohol, the better. Everclear was a big thing in Texas, and so again, it wasn't about the taste. It was about what's going to get me wherever I need to go as fast as I can get there. Because I don't like the way that I feel. And alcohol gave me the ability, and had it continued to work for me, I would not be here. I'd be drinking my face off, you know? I loved that feeling. But the end for me is that alcohol no longer worked. And I felt like I was going to come out of my skin. I felt like a raw nerve every single day of my life. And no matter how much I drank, I couldn't get drunk, and I could not get to that place that I felt okay. I felt angry, irritable, restless, discontent. Like, I just wanted to set everything on fire. And by this time, I'm also a very violent human being. Like, if I was sober, I was violent. If I was drunk, I was going to drink myself so, like, stupid drunk that, like, I wouldn't engage with you. But if I was sober and you hurt my feelings, I'd beat you up. That was just how I responded. And at this time, too, like, my brother, who him and I were, like, thick as thieves, we didn't run around together. He just thought I was, you know, he still looks at me like I'm still that same person. But which is kind of funny, but he also likes to drink a lot. So, you know, I just got to this place of complete isolation. I didn't have friends. I didn't connect with anybody in my family. And that's what the end looked like, was I got to this place of desperation. And I remember sitting in my room that night, and for me, the ultimate desperation is if I'm willing to pray. And that's true today, right? Like, I call my sponsor, and she's like, well, did you pray about it? I'm like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You know, like, can we talk about the 20 other things that we need to do to resolve this problem? I don't like my solution to be prayer. I never have. Even today, I don't like it. I know that it's the truth. I know that my higher power is the thing that connects me and gives me the ability to be who and what I am, but I still don't want it to be my solution. And on January 11th of 1992, when I was sitting there, I was so desperate that I prayed. But my prayer was not for help. I didn't want help. I knew that the world would be better off. And I can tell you that today, based upon the way I lived my life, the things that I did to the human beings in my life, the world would have been better off with how I lived my life for me to be gone. That was the truth. It wasn't like this overindulgent, self-pitying thing. It was the truth. I was a terrible human. Thankfully, I believe my higher power did not want that. Because what happened is at some point in time I passed out because I couldn't figure out. I'd cut my wrist before. I'd taken bottles of pills before. And I think a lot of that was a very dramatic thing that I did too. This was different. And I've never felt to this date in my sobriety the way that I felt that night. But the next morning, apparently, I woke up and I got a phone call from this girl who I'd been in rehab with, and her name was Abby. And Abby was the first girlfriend I'd ever met. Like, we met in rehab, and rehab was super fun. Like, it was just a bunch of derelicts like me, you know, like we just got in trouble or whatever, and we ran around, and I met this girl, and we connected, and it was the first girlfriend I'd ever really had. And so when we got out of rehab, she was trying to do this sober thing, and I was like, you know, not me. And she would carry these little chips around, and I was a nice friend, and what I would do is I would set up shot glasses, and I'd fill them up with water for her, because I was a good friend. I like in Bill's story when he talks about that. And so 3 months prior to me receiving that phone call, she said, I'm not going to continue to watch you kill yourself. And not once did I think to myself, maybe I should not drink. I didn't think I was an alcoholic. On January 12th of 1992, when I walked into that meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, I didn't think that I was an alcoholic. I thought that there was something broken within me and that there was something inherently wrong with me as a human being. Alcohol was not the problem. And I would have defended that till the day that I died, right? Because it was my only solution that I'd ever experienced. But I was like, bye, Abby. I didn't think don't drink or like change some things, control your drinking. Bye. All of y'all who have tried controlling your drinking, I'm sorry. That seems real painful to me, right? It was not my experience. Every time I drank to get drunk. And that is a big reason why I thought I was not an alcoholic. I'm not powerless. I'm meant to get drunk. Like, that was my solution, you know? Every time I meant to get drunk. When I got sick, really pretty with a glass of champagne, you know? And so I do what I'm supposed to, and I pick up the phone and I tell my sponsor, and she said, why do you think what would a glass of champagne do for you? And I was like, nothing. I didn't want a glass of champagne. I wanted to change the way that I felt. And that's not a glass of champagne, because what would have happened, that Vera dress would have been tied around my waist and I would have been hitting on the groom, you know? Because it would have been a bottle of vodka. It wouldn't have been a glass of champagne. But my alcoholism likes to dress it up really pretty. Not ever have I thought a glass of anything sounds good. I want to feel better. And that's just what my alcoholism looks like. And so January 12th, she calls me and she asked me how I'm doing and asked me if I wanted to go to a meeting. No. Right? I did not want to go to a meeting. But something inside me was like, go. I was so miserable. And this is why I believe that pitiful, incomprehensible demoralization, that space that I had to get to, that pain that I had to get to, had to be a place that was so lonely and empty that my ego was gone and my pride was gone. everything was gone. Otherwise, I'm not willing. Because if I don't have if I have a plan, I don't need you. But when I no longer have a plan and my cards are at zero, I have a little bit more willingness. So I went to that meeting and I walked into the Back to Basics group in Arlington, Texas, and it was a bunch of like 900-year-old people, and they had been sober since God, old as dirt, right? Like me, very charming that I was, half my head shaved, combat boots, like I couldn't say a sentence without using the F word at least 4 or 5 times. Now, outside of a meeting, you might find that still to be true, but in a meeting, I can actually go the whole time. But I was an unlovely human being, and I walk into this meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I was not greeted with, I spilt more than you drank and you don't belong here. I wasn't treated like I was a kid. What I was treated with was respect. And I was at a place in my life that I didn't have any for myself, much less think that I deserved it. They didn't tell me, like, the coffee's over there. They got me a cup of coffee and they brought it over to me. What I experienced that night is what I believe our common welfare becomes about, is that newcomer is important. Our first impression on that new alcoholic is so important. I didn't keep coming back because I thought I was an alcoholic and I needed help. I received love and kindness and hope in a moment of kindness from people I'd never met before. And there was something endearing enough about that it kept me coming back. I hadn't gone through the steps. I hadn't identified my alcoholism. I hadn't admitted to my innermost self. I didn't even think I needed to be there. I cried the entire meeting, and at the end, they gave me their phone numbers, and they said, we don't care if it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. If you need help, you call us. I remember thinking, this is so weird. Because there was a price for everything in the world that I was living in. I knew because I'd paid it. And I kept thinking, like, these old men are going to ask for something. They keep telling me they love me, you know. Like, I just knew, like, something was up. Again, my experience is that those old men were nothing but my biggest cheerleaders, respectful, and they took me under their wing. And they showed me Alcoholics Anonymous by the way they lived their lives. I'll forever be grateful. I know some people haven't had that experience, but that's what my experience was. That's the experience that I try to pass on as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous today, is to remember what I say here tonight and my talk. You know, my ego's like, I want to be like great and I want to be funny and all of these things. I had a sponsor that said, you know what, Jennifer, your job is to get up and share your experience, strength, and hope. You're not there to entertain people. We don't entertain in Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, granted, I get there's some people that are super entertaining. Sometimes I can be. My job is to ask my higher power to come into my heart and share whatever message is that needs to be spoken. I don't remember one thing that I heard in my first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. You know what I remember? How they treated me. I was not lovable, and they loved me. They loved me just because I was a broken human. They clapped for me when I got my chip. Only in Alcoholics Anonymous are we like at our worst and we're all like, that's great, right? Like, what is this that we're a part of? But I can tell you that the rest of my sobriety was just like that. I have giants in Alcoholics Anonymous that have built me up year after year after year. And I'm sober a really long time, and I still have giants that are my biggest cheerleaders. I never had a dad that was like the kind of dad that in my mind I envisioned that we're supposed to have. I never had a mom until about, 12 years ago. My mom's 19 years sober. And, or maybe she's 18 years sober. We were talking about this earlier. She's been sober a little bit. But she was sober a while before she learned how to be a mom. 12 years ago, my mom started showing up. But I can tell you, do you know how many men and women have come into this alcoholic's life and changed my life and loved me like I was their own child? God gives me what I need, right? It may not be in the form that I always thought that it was supposed to be in. When I bought my first house, I remember buying my first house, and I just thought, I was so excited. And I wouldn't allow myself to get excited until I had those keys and I was sitting outside that house. I had a migraine the entire week. I wouldn't start packing. My realtor called me and was like, have you started packing? I'm like, nope. Because I can't get excited about something. It might not happen, right? I get the keys and I'm sitting there. No one in my family even really acknowledged that, right? But my AA people, they were sending plants, they bought me a grill, they were like doing all of these things. So my experience is that, you know, the way that I viewed relationships, the way that I saw things was from this selfish, self-centered place. I was so angry for years at my father. When I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, I was 7 years sober, and I was still laying in bed fantasizing. Like, I would get so excited, fantasizing about beating my stepmother with my bare hands. Right? And I would just think, I can't wait till my dad's on his deathbed, because I want him to be alone and feel the loneliness that I felt and the rejection that I felt. To my innermost self, 100%, I felt that way. Who I am today is the only child that talks to my father. I call him on a regular basis. Because what happened through the process of the transition that happened in the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, it happened over the course of, 30 years, right? I was 7 years sober having homicidal thoughts about people still, right? Where there is great pain, my experience is it takes a lot of work. I wrote a lot of inventory over a lot of years to get to a place that I was willing to pray for willingness to have understanding. Because I have plenty of reasons to be justifiably angry about things that happened as a child, right? Justifiable anger does not work for me, though, because I'm the one who's going to die from it. It tells me in my literature, it doesn't say, like, getting in a relationship your first year is going to be the death of you. It doesn't say any of that. What it says is resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. And I was resentful, because resentment is a reoccurring emotion. And when you're laying in bed having homicidal thoughts about somebody, I'm just going to say there's probably a resentment there, right? And so, I had to do a lot of work. I say that to say that it didn't happen overnight for me. And I'm not in a place, things will come up today and I'm like, I thought I worked through that, right? But whether it's I've been dishonest about stupid things lately, what is that about, right? My alcoholism is alive and well. I can't stay sober today on what I did yesterday for my recovery. I realized through the process of my recovery that not only do I need the steps, I need the traditions, and I need the concepts. Our 3 legacies. I can't just do service work. I got super active in service work when I moved to North Carolina, but I was destroying people's lives. I was like a tornado just roaring through. I was also in my early 20s, right? I was doing a lot of things that you guys got to blame on your drinking, but I was sober. My worst inventory was 10 years sober. It wasn't, my first inventory I ever did. I did a lot of things in my recovery, some based upon my age, but some just based upon selfishness and self-centeredness, because that's the root of my problem and the way that I view life. So when I came in and I started working these steps and I started doing this deal, my life started to change. They told me stay out of a relationship your first year. I don't tell the women I sponsor to do that because none of them listen. What I encourage them to do is to get halfway through their 9th step, and once they start repairing the lives that they've torn apart, they can start tearing apart more people's lives, right? At least know what you're doing when you're doing it. And no matter what I've gone through in my recovery, I haven't had to drink over that. And on the 365th day, I met this guy, and I ended up marrying him, and I know it's going to be shocking, but we're not married today. But nonetheless, it's the reason I ended up in North Carolina. So I go through the steps. I'm doing the deal. My old timers are my people, and I meet this guy, and I go through high school. I went through high school, all of that stuff sober, right? I didn't know how to talk to people my own age. I hung out with senior citizens and played Pictionary on Friday nights. That's what my life looked like. I was not a cool kid in high school. I didn't talk to anybody. I went to school to actually go to school, and because I was sober. But my life started to change, and I moved to North Carolina. When I moved there, I thought, oh, my God, these poor people are going to get drunk because they don't know anything about Alcoholics Anonymous, because how we do it in Texas is the right way. And I got to this dark place because I was like, this is terrible. I was judging everybody. And I heard, somebody told me, you need to go hear this speaker tonight. I was like, whatever. So I go and I hear the speaker. And one of my giants, and he recently passed away. He's an amazing human, and he changed my life. He saved my life that day. Because I was like at that place. I was sober a while, but I moved to this place, and I hated everybody. I was 3.5 years sober, and I was no longer like the baby of AA. Nobody knew me or cared who I was, right? I didn't know any of the people when I walked into rooms. And this guy got up and he shared a message that was so powerful. And he talked about, if I'm in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous and I'm not hearing the message that I want to hear, I have a responsibility to the people who shared their message with me to give back what was so freely given to me. And he shared so passionately about Alcoholics Anonymous. And he made me miss my old timers. He made my heart miss Alcoholics Anonymous. He also got sober when he was really young. He was 24 when he got sober. But back then, that was like getting sober when you're 14, right? Like, he was one of the youngest people in our state for a really long time. And his message was just powerful. And I went up and I talked to him afterwards, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go to a conference. And so I found this flyer, and I went to this young people's conference. I'd never been to a young people's conference. I hung out with senior citizens, okay? Like, I loved 80-year-old people. That's who I hung out with. That was my comfort zone. I didn't know how to talk to people my own age. That's why I didn't do anything in high school. Like, I went to school, left, right? Like, I didn't know how to relate to people my own age. And I go to this young people's conference. I'm 18 years old, and I walk into this room of just, how many people here have been to a young people's conference? There's more people over there. So I walk into this conference of this electricity that you just can't even imagine. Total inappropriate things, hooting and hollering and yelling, and just this energy. And I was like, these are my people, right? Like, I remember they did all kinds of stuff that weekend. They got in trouble. I remember delegates down the area would always talk about it and bring it up. And I'm like, oh my God. I know that stuff happens in big people AA too, but whatever. So I go to this conference. I get like totally involved in young people's that night. I'd never met these people. We started a young people's meeting back in Wilmington where I lived, and we started going to conferences every weekend. Literally, I'd be like, if I was at a job and they told me I couldn't go, I'd be like, I need to quit. Like, I lived my life to like be involved in Alcoholics Anonymous. I just found this like love. And I'll tell you that service became such a huge part of my life. And during that time, I went through a divorce, and, and then I was just doing highly inappropriate things for the next, I don't know, probably 3 to 5 years. 4 years. I still did inappropriate things after that, but those 4 years were really condensed, you know. But I also had some of the best time of my life. I met people that are still a huge part of my life. And I got involved in service, and I was just on fire for Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'll tell you, I love AA more today than I ever have. And you may love AA, but you don't love it as much as I do. You can love it equally, but you don't love it more than I do. And the reason why is because through this process of getting involved in service, when we talk about our common welfare and that unity, what that means is that AA is more important than me. Nothing in my life has ever been more important than me. I'm selfish and self-centered. Do you know who I am? Right? But my decisions today and through the last 20 years, if I'm presented with something that's going to affect Alcoholics Anonymous always wins. My great idea gets pushed to the side. And I learned that by being with these crazy, erratic young people and being on these crazy committees and talking about all this crazy stuff. And what that did was prepare me for general service, because this boy that I had a crush on told me I should be a GSR. I didn't get involved in general service because I wanted to be a good, trusted servant. Y'all have me messed up with the wrong person, because who I am is selfish and self-centered. Like, my motives, but that's the beautiful thing about Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't have to have good motives to get the rewards of the grace of higher power in AA following those principles. And so, like, I got super involved. I'm doing all this young people stuff. I'm also, I have a boyfriend in every state in the United States and traveling the world. And I get to this place where I wanted to go to bed and never wake up again. I didn't take a drink. I hadn't planned killing myself yet. And I say all of those things yet. But what my experience is keep coming back, it's going to get better, is not true for me. I can't just show up to meetings. I have this thing called real alcoholism because when I start living basically the opposite of the 9th step promises, I'm in the bedevilments. And when I'm in the bedevilments, they're actually talking about a drunk person. I remember the sponsor reading this stuff, and I realized they're talking about a drunk person, and all of them were check, check, check. What happened was I wasn't actively writing inventory, and I heard this insane woman at a meeting, and she was talking about writing inventory on her dog, and I was like, this chick's crazy, and I asked her to be my sponsor, and it changed my life because that relationship with my father started to shift. That's when I started writing letters to my father on a regular basis. I didn't want to write the letters. I don't ever want to pray either. I don't ever want to do the work, right? I want all the results. I want all the glory, but none of the work I want to do. But I did the work because what I know to be true is that my old timers taught me the greatest lesson when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous. They said, we don't care how you feel, we care what you do. You don't have to feel like being in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous to actually do it. You can feel not being here and actually physically be here. So how I feel is irrelevant to what I do. I wrote the cards. Every month I was consistent. And then I started making phone calls after a year and a half. And during that time, I went through a lot of stuff. I went through a lot of health problems, and I ended up having to have an open heart surgery when I was 26 years old. And I called my father to tell him, and he said, I'll be there. And I remember thinking, he's not going to be here. And he was. And what happened when he came in town and I went to have that surgery, not only did I get to make verbal face-to-face amends, like it tells me, direct amends to my father, but there were amends made by y'all, because what my dad saw was this life. This life he didn't know that I had. And for the first time, I looked my dad in his eyes and I said, I was wrong for the daughter that I was to you, and you deserve a better daughter. And I meant that 100% with every fiber of my being. I would go home and my dad would know that I was there, and I wouldn't even call him. I don't have a kid, but when my dog doesn't greet me the way that I think she should, I get my feelings hurt. I can't imagine what that feels like for a parent to be ignored by your child, regardless of what happened growing up, right? I was a 20-something-year-old adult acting like an 8-year-old child. My old-timers taught me about learning to be a participant in relationships based upon what my God wanted in my life, not based upon this idea, you didn't do me right, so I'm not going to do you right? Like, that's just the course of how I lived my life. I started becoming responsible for my actions and engaging with people based upon what I believe my higher power would want from me. And at the hospital, when I woke up, the nurse was like, who are you? I was like, what do you mean, who am I? I hope you know who I am. You got my chart. But she said, are you like famous? Who are you? And I said, no. She said, people have been calling here from all over the United States to check on me. And she said, there's a lobby of people out there. So what my dad experienced was Alcoholics Anonymous. Y'all helped me make those amends. Because we show up. Even when we don't want people to show up, we show up. I don't care. My friend is hurting. I will be there. And I learned how to do that. Like, people who know me know, like, I show up 100%. Because I have never not been shown up for in Alcoholics Anonymous. In every area of my life, I have been failed. But in here, I have not. But that's a direct result of actions that I also take. That stuff just doesn't happen. So during that time, and I got active in that step work, my life started to change, and I learned how to be the person that my God intended for me to be. I stopped hurting God's kids. I stopped living selfishly and using people to please myself. I learned how to be what God intended me to be. I'm not capable of that, y'all. I don't know if y'all know this, but if you cut me off in traffic, I'm ready to kill you. That's where my head goes. You hurt somebody I love, I want to murder you. That's who and what I am. But I saw these examples in Alcoholics Anonymous. I remember in my first home group, this guy, he always tried to set me up with his son, because his son was 16, I was 15, whatever by that time. And he came home from work one day, and when he opened the door, his wife and his daughter had been murdered. And they had been murdered by his son. I watched this man continue to show up in Alcoholics Anonymous. I watched this man months later say to me, I hired an attorney for my son because I know that's what my wife would have wanted. I assure you that if somebody hurt my family, that's not going to be my natural response. But what I saw was God's grace working in this man's life, because it's not who he was to his core without the help of a higher power. Who I am to my core is I will lie to you, steal from you, help you look for it, and sleep with your husband. That's who and what I am to my core without the grace of God, 12 steps, and Alcoholics Anonymous in my life. When I got here, I was a terrible friend. What happened through the course of today I wake up and I want to please God. That is weird to me. It's just weird. Because it's just not what my brain naturally thinks. What happened through the transformation could not have happened if I didn't show up and do that work, if I didn't have people who pushed me and cheered for me and helped me walk through that. So I feel completely blessed beyond measure that the old-timers that were here before me, what they gave me, what they taught me, and they continued to teach me. I later went on and got super involved in general service. I later became a delegate, and I got to serve at the General Service Conference and be a part of Alcoholics Anonymous history. Now what I'll say about that is when I was 18, 19, going to these assemblies, I'd be like, I'm going to be the youngest delegate from our area. That's what I would say. What happened is when I was elected delegate, the old-timers reminded me of me saying that, and I was so ashamed that I even would utter those words out of my mouth, because I was so humbled by the fact that the fellowship had elected me to do such a thing. I felt so... I physically got sick before I went to my first General Service Conference meeting, because I just felt so humbled by the fact that I got to be amongst our fellowship and participate in a way that most of our members don't ever get to. So what happened is, my ego is this huge, big, beautiful thing. I'm a big deal. And what happens is I then get to this place of complete humility. It's not a natural thing. I never would have thought that I feel compassion and sadness for my father, for the human being that he is. But I do. I don't feel anger towards him. I feel really sad. I feel sad he doesn't have a life like I get to have. I don't know how that happens. It doesn't translate. So if you're new to Alcoholics Anonymous and you think this thing may not work for you, I get it. I didn't think it would work for me either. It doesn't make any sense. Go to meetings, call somebody. How's that going to make my life better? I don't know. It doesn't make sense today when I say it out loud verbally. But I can tell you 100% flawlessly Alcoholics Anonymous works. It works when I do the things that are suggested, in spite of the fact that I don't want to. I just do it and my life changes. I really was going to talk a lot about service tonight, and I was going to talk a lot about my experiences, because in the United States, you don't talk twice in the same weekend. But I like this. I'm going to try to get everybody to do it back home, because I'm like, y'all are going to let me talk for another hour tomorrow. This is great. Because I like talking about me, and on my favorite topic. But But, you know, I felt really emotional. And again, like, that comes from this place of just feeling, like, unworthy and grateful, right? Like, I am overwhelmed. Like, I can't believe this is my life. When I was going to get on the plane to come here, I was tearing up, and I'm like, how is this my life? Because who and what I am should never be here. I shouldn't be living this life. I shouldn't have the freedom in my heart that I have. Because I'm a person who doesn't think I'm worthy. I'm a person who's not enough. I'm a person who, if you really knew who I was, you wouldn't like me. And what's happened is I live this big, beautiful life. And I'm surrounded by people who are like, we know exactly who and what you are, and we love you. Right? Like, I get to surround myself with weirdos just like myself. And I remember thinking when I was early on in recovery, being embarrassed to go to dinner with these people from AA, because it was like the little yellow bus just dropped everybody off, and I was like, oh my God, I hope nobody ever sees me, right? Like, I was totally embarrassed. Those are my people. You guys are my people. Because when I talk about that inability to connect, and that today I'm not like this great human being, God gives me the ability to be like this great human being. I don't give good AA talks. God gives, and so I get to blame the bad ones on him too, because I'm like, well, it was him. I prayed. I did my part. You know, like, I don't get to live this life or do these things without God's grace. And sometimes God's grace is in you people. And hopefully I'll talk a little bit more tomorrow about some of my struggles with this higher power in my life. Because I'll tell you, that's been the greatest struggle of my sobriety. And I've done all kinds of crazy stuff seeking God. But I can tell you that I believe my God believes that I should pray with my feet. And that means that I stay in action. I stay in the steps, and I stay involved in service. So I am humbled and just honored that you guys invited me to be with y'all this weekend. So I look forward to chatting with y'all and being with y'all all weekend. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up, as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Mike Lorenz, good friend of mine, and just a wonderful retreat master. We're so fortunate to have him here from Indiana, Indianapolis.
My name's Mike, and I'm an alcoholic. My dry date is September 7th, 1985. And my home group's the Dignitary Sympathy Group in Indianapolis, Indiana. We meet on Tuesday nights, and be pleased to see any of you coming through town. We used to be, since our inception, for about 18 years, we were a men's group. And through some exploration and group inventory over a period of 4 or 5 years, we're now open to all who suffer from alcoholism. And it's the girls now get to come up in the treehouse and play with the guys. And you know, we found an amazing thing that we didn't dilute the quality of our meeting at all. As a matter of fact, we may have raised it a couple of notches. That was a gift, incidentally, from a friend of mine, and I'm sure yours too, Don. From Aurora, Don said, you know, if you don't have any girls there, what you've got is you've got guys that don't know anything about women teaching other guys about women. And what I thought I would do with your permission here to start is that now that I've introduced myself, we'll have a little few minutes of meditation and then do a prayer, and we'll get started getting to know each other and forming the group here. So if you want to get comfortable and kind of relax into the stillness a little bit, but just find it that for some of the people that haven't had a lot of experience with meditation, that we'll start with a little piece of music here that kind of helps us maybe relax into that stillness. And this piece is a piece called The Prayer of St. Gregory, and that's just kind of a favorite of mine. So with your permission, we'll start. Amen. I'm just kind of the sideshow here this weekend. I'm here so you'll get together, and I suspect, looking at this setting, that you'd be delighted to come here anyway, because it's such a beautiful place. But we're going to hopefully spend a weekend getting to know ourselves and each other better, and by doing that, we'll end up knowing God better. And I think it's a wonderful way for us to spend a weekend. I wrote a little prayer for this weekend, and I'd like to share that with you. Loving Spirit, we ask your blessing for all who have gathered in this sacred place of retreat. Let us be conscious of your presence as we form this group. We ask that you remove our fear, especially of each other, and bring our hearts and minds into unity. Unity with each other, that we may learn to grow in harmony. Unity with you, that we may do your will always. Loving Father, please guide our dialogue with each other, that your will for us may be revealed. Open our minds and hearts, that we can set aside our old ideas. Let us be constantly reminded that you desire our happiness above all things. Amen. In order that I can begin to get to know you better, there are a few old friends here that I'm so delighted to see again, but many of you I haven't met before. So what I'm going to suggest is we'll start around the room, and you can tell us who you are, what you are, maybe your dry date if you like, and if you have any special intention or anything special that you're looking for this weekend. Now you can look around and do a head count here and see if we all take a couple minutes to do that will burn the entire night. I learned long ago that it's absolutely useless for me to try and control a crowd of alcoholics, but I'll make a suggestion that we may want to be somewhat brief about that. So with that in mind, why don't we start over here with Turk? Well, welcome, and I especially could we have a show of hands of the people that are at their very first retreat ever? Look around. Wow. I want to honor and congratulate you. What it was like when I did my first retreat, I was about 6 months sober, and like many of you, it was at the strong suggestion of a sponsor, and I was so afraid of what I imagined that retreat was going to be, because it was in a monastery, and I'd been, avoiding God for a long time. Because I was sure that he was armed and dangerous and looking for me. And they found me at the beginning, and just as that retreat was about ready to begin, I was sure that they were going to confiscate. I was a 3-pack-a-day smoker then, and carried my own thermos of coffee to make sure I had enough. And they found me by the front gate of that retreat, smoking cigarettes 2 at a time, and afraid to go in. And one of the old timers came and took me by the hand and walked me into that place. And that was one of the doors open to that opened to the wonderful life I have today. So I honor people that have the courage to come for the first time, and I want to also honor the people that the old timers that have got here that continue to come back and have the humility to continue to want to grow and learn and expand in their relationship with God and give back to this fellowship. I think one of the saddest things I see from time to time and going around different places is the people that have essentially packed it up and said, well, I've done my share. It's now somebody else's turn. And, those people over time I don't seem to do very well. And it's a very sad thing to see. And it's also a glorious thing to see some of them waking up and come back and bloom again, too, in this fellowship. So glad to see everybody here. I suspect we've got some smokers in here. Am I right? Okay. I'm going to talk for just a little bit longer, and then we'll take a break, and so the smokers don't go crazy, and we can visit the restroom and so forth. What do you like for breaks? 10 minutes, 15 minutes? What's the group conscience on that? 3 years. 3 years? Okay. 10 minutes? Okay. All right. Well, when we take a break, we can make it a 10-minute break. We'll see what it really is. That's when you gather again. That's the real group conscience, But I'll be in the chair 10 minutes after we take that break. I had my first drink when I was 12 years old, and it was magic for me. What happened is described on page 27 of our basic text here. And in that paragraph there, Carl Jung is talking to a guy by the name of Roland Hazard, which I think is just a marvelous name for an alcoholic, But Roland, I was kind of more like a rolling hazard. Roland was a rich alcoholic, the most dangerous kind, and his family was able to send him to Europe to be with the finest psychiatrist available at the time, who's at that time was Carl Jung. He was probably neck and neck with Freud at that point in time, and they spent time together. He spent in 6 months, more or less, living at Carl Jung's compound and letting Carl work on him. And at that end of that time, Roland was sure that his drink problem had been solved. And so he was going to go back to the States. Now, in those days, you didn't take the Concorde or a 747 back to the States. You went to one of the ports and you embarked on a liner and came back. And he was sitting around in Paris waiting to catch his ship when somebody asked him the wrong question. And the wrong question for him was, would you like some wine with your meal, sir? And before he knew what had happened, 6 months of not drinking and 6 months of everything that Carl Jung was able to teach him just went up in smoke. He had a strange mental blank spot. And so he made his way back to Carl, and I don't know if I suspect being an alcoholic, he wanted his money back, but I don't, that part isn't recorded, but he essentially asked Carl, what in the heck happened to me? What in the world? I was sure that, what you taught me and everything else, I was never going to drink again. And Carl essentially says, well, you're doomed. You apparently are a certain type of alcoholic. And no treatment we have, as far as we know, is able to change that. And not liking that diagnosis, like any of us, Roland says, well, isn't there anything that can be done? And he says, well, yes, once in a while, here and there, men have had spiritual awakenings or spiritual experiences, great emotional rearrangements and displacements, and they seem to not drink again. And the way he described a spiritual awakening was, he said, ideas and emotions that were the guiding force in the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side, and a new set of conceptions take hold. Now, that's exactly what happened to the 12-year-old. I was a 12-year-old that needed a drink. And when I took that drink, ideas, emotions, and everything that had governed my life up to that point in time got set off to the side. I was little Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. I was a kid you probably wanted to slap. I worked in the principal's office. I was a little honor student. I was the teacher's pet. I was, a little Boy Scout, all that kind of stuff. And I didn't do those things, by the way, because I was really, truly a good kid. I did those things to get approval, because what I needed was approval. I needed praise, particularly from adults, and approval. And I had that spiritual awakening, and I didn't need any of that crap anymore. I was, within a couple of weeks, all of that stuff was going on. Now, I didn't become a continuous drinker at 12 years old, but what I did is I found something that worked. And it wasn't until much later, when a man was helping me in this program, that he pointed that out to me and showed me what had happened to me. Who I'd always been was somebody who I'd been a child who desperately needed a spiritual awakening, and I didn't know how to have one on my own. And so I stole one out of a bottle. And because it was stolen, I couldn't keep it. It was synthetic. But the rest of my life was a search for that awakening. Now, I had no clue that was, because if you'd asked me when I came around here, I always kind of chuckle when I hear people talking about searching for their spirituality. My understanding is we all have spirituality. Spirituality is like health. You can have good health or bad health, but we all have health. And I'm innately a spiritual being. What I didn't have was I didn't have any consciousness of that. I didn't have an awareness of that was useful to me. And so I lived in a state of fear. And everything I did in my life was, one way or another, taken in that direction to have that awakening. I didn't have any consequences from drinking when I was 12 years old. And I won't take you through a long drunkalogue here. Some of it will probably come up over the weekend as we talk about various things. But to give you a couple snapshots of what life was like, I'm maybe 15 years old, and I grew up in a little town, a college town, maybe a great deal like Eugene here. I was a Big Ten college town in Iowa City, Iowa is where I grew up. In the 50s when I grew up, it was kind of an Ozzie and Harriet kind of place. People left their keys in the car, didn't lock their houses usually. Everybody kind of knew the neighbors. On Friday nights, we had this kind of big loop or block we lived on, and all the fathers had put a bunch of grills together in the center of the backyards there, and we'd have fish fries on the weekends, and every family'd bring something different, and so I was used to pitch-ins at an early age, and so that was the kind of background I had. I need to tell you, by the way, partially as a matter of amends, I come from, I used to say a normal family. I'll tell you it's a functional family. I don't know, I'm not sure what a normal family would be. I'm the oldest of 4 kids. I just buried my mother 2 weeks ago today. And I was so desperate to belong when I got here that I invented an entire dysfunctional family because I thought I needed a dysfunctional family in order to fit in. And by saying that, I'm not dissing anybody who had that experience, because I've got dear friends that had horrific childhoods. But I lied about mine. Now, the family wasn't perfect, but what the family did is when there was a problem, the family faced the problem. And frequently I was the problem. So I'm back to telling the truth about those family members now. But like I said, I'm the oldest. It's maybe a Wednesday night during the school week, and I'm coming in about. If that gives you the picture here, and I'm 15 and I'm drunk, and so my dad would get up, and my dad, even though he was a very big man, was a very gentle man. Would never lay a hand on me, but he would not allow me to abuse my mother. So he'd say, "Son, you're not going to talk to your mother like that." Now, being drunk, I would do the next insane thing. I'd wind up and take a swing at him. Now, thank God, I'm big enough that I can cause him a little trouble, but he'd have mercy on me, and instead of just knocking my head off, he'd restrain me. But I'm a big enough kid that I can cause him a little trouble. So we're wrestling around on the kitchen floor, and I'm maybe trying to slam his head in a cupboard, and now the other 3 younger kids are up, and they're upset and they're crying because they're afraid that their daddy and their big brother are going to hurt each other. That doesn't sound like any description of social drinking that I'm familiar with. See, I got here with the illusion that I'd had a normal drinking life up to a given point, and that somewhere it just went off the rails. When I was, but I get to see what the truth of my experience is. Taking a year or two down the road, I'm 16, 17, and I'm driving now. That's why I put it in that time frame. And we're sitting around the kitchen table, and in the middle of the table is my sister's hope chest, one of these little wooden boxes the gals had in those days. And the reason it's there is she kept her babysitting money in that hope chest, and it's gone. And so we're having a family meeting to figure out what happened to Carol's money. And I did, you're doing it too. They all seem to be looking at me. And I looked him right in the eye and, what in the hell are you looking at me that way for? I don't know what happened to her money. And of course I did. Her big brother took the money that she was saving for a special dress, and I went out and I bought a keg for my friends out at the lake that weekend and had a big party. So I could be the center of attention, the guy that brought the keg. And so here I am, I'm in this illusion that I'm a normal social drinker, but the truth is that almost out of the gate, I'm bringing violence into my home, and I'm stealing to support my habit. This is not the picture of normal drinking that I have. I need to talk a minute about what alcohol did for me. I was a frightened kid, like I said. Now, the way I understand it today is I didn't walk around saying I was frightened. What I walked around is I was a bully. I was a walk around. I was angry. I'd walk around. I'd get in your face, and all that stuff. And I didn't understand that was my way to control my fear, was to push back at the world. And the alcohol did something for me. It opened me up. It loosened me up. It gave me what a scared kid out of a little town in Iowa. I could go off and I could go to the army, go to Vietnam. That always puzzled me, by the way. I ended up the most highly decorated soldier of that period out of my little part of the country there, eastern Iowa, and had my picture in the paper. And the good part of that was that my folks got to see my name in the paper for something other than getting picked up on Saturday night. But I couldn't ever reconcile the fact that I had stuff signed by the Secretary of Defense and the President that said I was gallant in action and all this other stuff, and I couldn't reconcile that with the fear I felt. And so I even felt like a phony there. Part of me needed the recognition, and part of me despised myself for acknowledging it because I knew I was scared to death, and our friend Don helped me walk me into that years ago. He said, I said, Don, how is it that I could be so frightened and I'm doing things like running at machine guns and doing this stuff, and he said, he says, you just did that out of fear. He said, you were more afraid of being a coward than you were the consequences of your behavior. And so I get to see that, again, that I was a guy who needed a drink more than ever. And when I came back from that, because of my experience, that I could get a break. I could walk in, and if I did something, or if I got too drunk, or if I bent a car or something, I could get the local police chief to say, well, I guess if I'd been where you'd been and did what you did, I might need to let off a little steam too. And so I'm out trading on that stuff now and living a dishonest life. Now that also, the alcohol also was fuel that got the little scared kid out of Iowa to go into business and end up in Chicago and New York and Atlanta and some places that I guarantee I would have never had the guts to go if I couldn't have a drink in my hand. If I had a drink in my hand, I could say yes to life. And for a period of time, it didn't seem to go way off the rails. If to the extent that there were bad instances, they were minor. I wasn't paying a price for them. And that slowed down. We've been here a little over an hour. Why don't we take that 10-minute break now and come on back, and we'll keep going here. I don't know I've ever seen a group regather this fast without a cowbell or something going on here. The Spirit must be among us here tonight. Something. Well, I told you a little bit about how my drinking started out. I don't want to. We all know what goes on. Let me tell you about the end of my drinking here, and just kind of cut to the chase. The end of my drinking. I used to say that I was living with a woman. The truth was I was living off a woman. And I'd become what I had not been raised to be. I was using, and I was pretty much unemployable at this time. The career's gone, the houses are gone, the cars are I've got a shelled out 280 Nissan Z that when I used to go to the club, people used to kid me about that I'd apparently taken that car in a daylight raid over Germany because there were great big holes through all the body panels, like I'd been hit by flak. And my days started that I'd get up whenever I could get up, and I'd go out to the kitchen in this apartment, and I'd make a drink, and I'd take the drink into the bathroom, and I'd sit on the edge of the tub and try and get that first drink to stay down, because I wasn't going to be able to do anything until the first drink stayed down. And some days it did, and some days it didn't. And if I was going to write a bad check that day, I filled out as much of it as I could right there at home, because it was humiliating to stand in a store in front of a clerk and have my hands just dance across the check. And I was a functional alcoholic because she had a job, and we were living with the fiction that, one day I was going to be employable again and things were going to change and I was going to be back in the big time. But I knew in my heart that wasn't going to happen. I didn't find out until later that I was on an allowance then. And the way my allowance worked was that when she came home from work, she decided how much money she was going to let me steal from her that night, and that's how much money she'd leave in her purse. And she put the rest of it under the tire cover in the trunk of the car before she came in the apartment. And the only way you can do that is one day at a time. So I knew about one day at a time living before I got here. I can't tell you what happened, but one morning I found myself crawling around the floor of that bathroom, and I decided to try one more time to get sober. Now, I'd been coming to various places, including AA, for the past 6 years, and my best friends and drinking buddies were either the ones that were still alive and had survived the car wrecks and the overdoses and all of that stuff. They'd gotten sober. One of those guys is going to be celebrating 30 years this July 4th. But I'd gone to the same treatment centers and tried to see the same people, and I went there and I was sincere, but it just didn't seem to work for me. I mean, I was the kind of guy that I walked around treatment with a legal pad taking notes. As a matter of fact, that may have been part of the problem there. One of the counselors that had my number grabbed me and he says, Mike, this may come as a shock to you, but you're not a member of the staff. You're not here as a consultant, because I was taking the need to do this, but I could parrot all this stuff, and I thought I'd had the best that recovery had to offer here. But of course I was wrong. And I can't tell you, because I was completely hopeless, because I thought that I'd tried everything and nothing worked, and I don't know why I tried to get sober one more time, but some wind of grace blew through that bathroom, and I told that gal that I needed to try and get sober again. I'm living in Indianapolis, but I'm confused. There's VA centers there, and there's VA centers in Illinois and everything else, but the only VA center I could remember was in the middle of my old home state, Iowa, a place called Knoxville. So I told her I was going to try and get sober again, and she filled up my tank with gas, gave me $20 and a pint of light Bacardi rum, and I set off to find sobriety. And This was a Labor Day weekend, and our Labor Day weekends in the Midwest are sometimes very, very hot. And this was 100 plus the heat index. I don't know what it was, but it was one of the roasting times. And of course I'm a drunk. I'm in bad shape, and the air conditioning doesn't work in that car. But I got in the car. And the rum was a mercy, because she knew I didn't like rum all that much, so I'd probably sip it slow. But I was more dangerous driving completely sober in those days than I was if I had a little something in me. I just made quick moves across 3 and 4 lanes with just a twitch. And I got in that car in that heat, and I went as far as I could go, and as far as I could go, left me about 100 miles short of that treatment facility. Now, the other places I went to, I'd had fine insurance, and I'd had some money to spend and everything else, and I'm out of resources now. I'm down to what the VA will do for me. And I can't make the last 100 miles, and where I pull off Interstate 80 is right near my old hometown in Iowa City. And my dad's dead by this time. But my mother and two of my brothers still live there. But I know today that they would have welcomed me and helped me. But maybe one of the things that broke in me was that I just lost the ability to go hurt them one more time. Because some of The stuff I did that was really harmful wasn't so much the stuff the war stories that I told. What I did is I took the people that loved me the most, and time after time I gave them hope, and then I crushed their hearts. This time my son's getting better. This time our brother's going to make it. Let's all get together and we'll help Mike. We'll support Mike. We'll do whatever we need to for Mike, you know. And I knew bottom for me was knowing that no matter how much I loved you and no matter how much I wanted to not drink, if you're near me and you love me, you're going to get hurt. And so the only thing I can do is stay away from you. So where I ended up was on the front porch of the parents of my best friend and drinking buddy from high school. Jerry had gotten sober and moved away some years ago, but his dad, Buck, and his wife, Nettie, were still living there in the house. And Buck was one of my old drinking buddies. Even though he'd been my friend's dad, Buck was an old paratrooper from World War II. And when I was in the service, toward the end of every month, I'd get a letter from Buck with a $20 bill in it. And Buck would say, you know, the note would go something like this: I know damn well you're broke by now, and you probably need a drink. You know, go have a good time. And a 10-cent can PX beer, you know, I could, with $20, I could get going on that stuff. And Buck and his wife had done a terrible thing. They about 8 years before that, they'd gotten sober. And they and I lost my drinking buddy, and I didn't like it. And they were doing crazy stuff like talking about God and praying and even going to church. And I got to tell you that I didn't accept that gracefully. I badmouthed them to anybody, to their face, and to anybody who'd listen. And I think church puppies was probably the nicest thing I called them along the way. You know, how can an old man, guy from the parachute regiment, turn into a, you know? And here I am knocking on the front door, and I'm dying, and I can't make the last 100 miles. And they came to the door, and they looked at me and then looked at each other, and they just both put their arms around me and just drew me into that living room. And without saying another word, they both had their arms around me. They said a prayer for me to get better. And I stood still for the prayer. And then Buck, being a practical man, gave me a drink and put me to bed. And I got up the next day, and they took me the last 100 miles. And Buck and I had a chance. He left us a couple years ago, but we had a lot of years to talk about what happened there. And we about all we remembered about that trip, that I was sitting in the back seat, and I'd reach up over that seat, and I'd grab Buck by the shoulder, and I'd be crying. I'd say, Buck, please tell me, how do I get this God stuff? How do I get this God stuff? Because it seemed to work for everybody else, and I didn't doubt it. It was such a mystery, but I didn't believe it could happen for me. I knew it was real because I saw it happen to other people. But I didn't believe that I could have a personal relationship with a power greater than myself that was going to do anything. And if Buck answered, I don't remember what it was, and neither could he. And so when I got to that treatment center, a couple of good things happened to me. The first thing was that, God knew, I guess, what I needed. And what I needed right then is they did a medical evaluation, and they said, you're too sick. But, there was nobody to lie to. If you'd put me in, I'm institutionalizing well now. If you put me in a treatment unit right then, I know what to do. I know how to get along. I'm treatment slick. I'm going to be working my will inside that treatment center in a matter of days if I have my deal. But I didn't. I'm in intensive care. There's nobody to lie to, and this orderly and he should have looked like he was carrying a scythe over his shoulder, like death itself comes in, and he just is. I need this form. I need you to sign this form and tell me where you want your belongings sent for the next of kin. You mean you're not going to talk about my treatment program and what? And I woke up a little bit. And once they unhooked me from everything there and got me in a regular, I did a couple things that I'd never done before. I made 2 decisions, I believe, that saved my life. One was that I was going to, even though I didn't know how, I was going to start trying to have this relationship with God. And I began praying. Even though I didn't know much. I mean, I'm starting out from a now I lay me down to sleep place on this. Jesus loves me, all this kind of stuff. And the other thing was that if I get out of here, I'm going to become a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Up until then, I'd been to plenty of meetings, but I was just a guy that was taking up space and keeping the chair warm. I wasn't really a member, an active member of this program. A miracle happened in there, by the way. A lot of them, but found out that they hadn't changed anything in this treatment program from all the other ones I came. The 12 steps were still the same, and the book was still blue, and all that kind of stuff. But I'd gotten changed, and after I'd been there maybe 3 weeks, they had an election for officers in the patients running the treatment center, the treatment unit there, class, and I was nominated to be class president. And they walked out of the room, and they had a vote, and I came back in, and thank God I lost. If I'd won, you probably have a different guy sitting here tonight, because my ego would have reinflated to the standpoint that it could have taken me out of here. But even I couldn't miss the message that I'd just come in second place in the nut house. I told you I got a functional family. My baby brother would ride his motorcycle 100 miles each way to come have lunch with me when he could. That's a functional family. They all loved me and supported me. When I couldn't get back to Indianapolis right away when I got out of that place, and so where I got to go, like all good alcoholics, I got to go back home to Mommy, and here I am in my old bedroom. Well, my youngest brother doesn't have our disease, but he'd already was starting a business that he's still in today as a distributor of fine wines. And so my old bedroom was his first warehouse. So my first night out of treatment, here's my old bed, and surrounded on 3 sides to the ceiling are cases of wine. I share this with all the folks that think you need special conditions. I was surrendered. I was done. It could have been anything in those. There was those boxes didn't have anything that I wanted in them anymore. So anyway, I got back to Indianapolis, and I eventually, and I proceeded on my course to become a junior guru in AA. And I went to 11 meetings a week for several years. I still go to 5 meetings a week. I enjoy meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous. But I'm somebody that will take any solution and turn it into a problem. So I'm... I got active. I started a meeting. I did all kinds of things. Every service gig I could get my hands on. And what I did essentially over my first 4.5 years in Alcoholics Anonymous, call it 5, realized was exactly what I did years before when I'd gone to the University of Iowa. When I went to the University of Iowa, I went over to the field house and I registered for classes, and I went downtown and I went to the student bookstore and I bought all my books. I joined a fraternity, threw the books in the closet, and started partying. And if you ran into me on campus and asked me what I was doing, I said, "Oh, I'm a pre-law student here at the University of Iowa." Well, you know, that was technically true. But the fact was I almost never went to class. And that's when I never missed a meeting, I never missed a dance, I never missed a committee function, but I was almost completely unscarred by the recovery program at Alcoholics Anonymous here. And, you know, meetings do work. If you go to a meeting, you will feel better. But what was happening to me, it's like I'm like a guy with a bad wisdom tooth, and I go into the dentist, and he looks at the tooth, and he says, "Oh, Mike, I think we're going to have to take that tooth out." "Oh, no, don't do it. Give me some Novocaine." And I come back a little later. "Oh, that tooth, my face is all puffed out." "Oh, no, give me some Novocaine." You know, and I will get some relief. I will feel better for time. But all the while, the condition is getting worse. I'm sitting here. I'm finally come to a point as I'm approaching my 5th anniversary in AA. I mean, it's an unimaginable period of sober time for me. I couldn't conceive after what I'd been through that it would be possible for me to stay sober even a year, let alone 5. And here I am. And I was more desperate, and I was more discouraged than I'd ever been in my life, because, you see, I didn't know what was going on, but here I was further from a drink than I ever expected to be, and I'm dying of untreated alcoholism. Right in the middle of 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 meetings a week, I'm dying of alcoholism. How can this be? Well, I haven't experienced the recovery program of Alcoholics Anonymous, is how that could be. And God's got a delicious sense of humor that I got my life saved by the guy I disliked most in Alcoholics Anonymous. The man I disliked most in Alcoholics Anonymous, a couple of guys here know him, is a man by the name of Gary B. Gary's 41 years sober now. The first time I saw Gary, I was a couple months sober, and he was 45 years old and getting a 21-year token. And all the girls in the meeting went, "Oh, God, it's him. Isn't he gorgeous? He's so tall and slender, and oh, he looks so good." Yeah. And even my married girlfriend thought he was cute. And he's... Probably need to cover that now here. One of the things I'd managed to do around here, and because I'm a junior guru, is I managed to convince myself that this married girlfriend was God's will. I'm sponsoring her 16-year-old son, and I play euchre on the weekends with her husband, and he's a gun-toting federal agent. This got me fired by my second sponsor, who may have saved my life by firing me there. He grabbed me in the parking lot of the club one day, and he says, "Mike," he says, "I keep confronting you about your behavior with this gal." And he says, "And every time I do, you explain it to me in such a way I start to think that this is God's will, and I know that's crazy, and so I can't be around you anymore. You're fired." And I'm required to mention that because the fact is that I know now from experience, I didn't know it then, that I'm by far from the only person that has made that kind of mistake around here, and that you don't have to get drunk because you've made that kind of mistake. My experience is I had to change my behavior, but just because I made a serious error in judgment like that, I don't have to get drunk. I don't have to throw it all away. So I saw Gary several times thereafter, and I generally avoided him as much as possible, and I would have avoided him on this occasion. It's not in existence anymore, but we used to have a Sunday morning meeting at one of the hotels. It was kind of on the north side, and it was white tablecloths and fine china and coffee. And if you can believe it, they even charged drunks $1 for a cup of coffee at this things, and had people pouring. And I had my little junior guru at the front of the table at the front of this deal, and I was sitting up there with my people, and I found out too late that Gary was going to be the speaker at this thing. Now, God will work with whatever I give him, and my ego is such that I believe that if I get up and walk out of this meeting, which is what I really wanted to do, that everybody would notice and wonder what was wrong with me. So I sat there, pinned down by my own ego, and I listened to the guy I disliked most in Alcoholics Anonymous, and he lied for well over an hour. I mean, he talked about being 20 years sober and selling his house and cashing in his retirement plan in order to make amends. And I knew that was a lie. And he told other lies too. And he happened to mention where his home group was, and his home group was way the other side of town from where I lived. It was 30 miles each way. And so my mind decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to track this guy down to his home group, get the goods on him, and prove he's a liar and a phony and expose him. So this is my motive, that I'm start driving to his home group. And of course, God's got a sense of humor, and Gary's the first one that greets me at the door. Hi, gosh, been hoping you'd show up down here one of these days. And I thought, well, they've heard about me. Well, I found out they had, but not for the reason I thought. There's the guy that's dating the federal agent's wife. Yeah. And then being a good, experienced member of Alcoholics Anonymous, when that meeting was over, I thought, well, I didn't get I won't come back here again. And I'm walking out the door, and Gary says, hey, I'm supposed to chair next week, but, I have some business going on. I may not be able to be here. Could you fill in for me? Well, now they need me to chair their meeting for them, so I got to come back. And it started that way, so I kept coming back, and eventually I was invited to join a group of men that were going to take the book Alcoholics Anonymous and start at the title page and go through the book and read the black print on the white page and follow the instructions. And a few days before we were supposed to start that, my conscience started bothering me. And at that time, Gary had an office. We were both in an office park, and he was kind of in the building across the lake from me. And so I called Gary up. I said, you don't happen to be able to have lunch, do you? And he said, well, as a matter of fact, I had a cancellation. I can't have lunch. So, okay. I meet him for lunch, and I sit down, and I said, Gary, from everything I've heard you guys talk about, these workshops are extremely intimate settings and intimate experiences, and there's just a tremendous amount of honesty and sharing there. And I said, before I start with this with you, I said, you need to know I don't like you at all. And he laughed, and he said, well, I reckon we can deal with that, cowboy. And he went on to tell me that the guy he did his first fifth step with back in the 60s was a guy named Ernie. And that was the time of love and peace and everything else. And the young people back then, when they were in meetings, would greet each other with a peace symbol across the room. He says the only problem was Ernie was missing one finger when he waved at me. So I went through that, and I further from a drink than I ever expected to be. I finally had the experience, and I was touched through my own experience by the recovery program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the miracle almost happened. See, because I was almost, I wasn't going to drink again, folks. I was looking for a bridge to run into. See, because I was more hopeless at 5 years than I was when I was in that detox center. Because at least when I was in that detox center, I thought maybe Alcoholics Anonymous, maybe somehow it could work for me. But here I was. I hadn't had a drink for 5 years, but I'm going crazy. And apparently I believed it. I loved it. I went to the meeting. It works for you, but somehow it's not touching me. And that's why they say don't leave before your miracle happens. I didn't have an idea. I was under the illusion, since I'd been to all these meetings and done all this stuff, that I was somehow, I'd experienced what Alcoholics Anonymous had to offer. And it wasn't so at all. My life's been wonderful since then. I've had some days I wouldn't like to experience again along the way, but the fact is that I've been given everything I needed to meet those situations. Not long after that first time through the steps, one of the mistakes I made, I was married to a gal I love very much, and she was is a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, sober a year longer than I am, as a matter of fact. And being who I am, after I had that workshop experience, I came home to our house and told her that I was going to conduct step study school in that house for her. Do not try this at home. I started hearing things like, I watch you at meetings, and everything else. Do you suppose our home could be one of the places you'd practice these principles you've learned? Ooh, yeah. I listen to you talking to those guys you sponsor, and you tell them things about yourself that I've never heard you say. Do you suppose, what would it take for me to have a, half hour, 45-minute intimate conversation with you? You've never once told me you're afraid of anything. You've never, I didn't have a clue. And so eventually it turns out that I find out we're going to have a divorce at my house. And here I am now, I'm 6, almost 7 years sober. And I all of a sudden, I've been making money again, by the way, but now my luxury car is gone. My bank account is down to $32, and I'm living in the sleeping bag I've got upstairs there. I'm living in that sleeping bag on the floor of a friend's den. But you know what? I wouldn't want to do that again, but I was free in that sleeping bag. I had a relationship with a power greater than myself. And I didn't like my circumstances one bit, and I didn't like the fact that my marriage was coming to an end, and I didn't seem to be able to do anything about it. But the thought of a drink never occurred. I've got guys today that are sober quite a while that was in 92. There was guys that are sober quite a while that, said, you were sponsoring me then, Mike, and I was sure my sponsor was going to get drunk because he'd lost his stuff and ended up living in a sleeping bag. And just watching, although I wasn't conscious, I sure wasn't doing it for anybody's benefit, but they say, watching you walk through that period of time was really important to me. So we're teachers of a sort, whether we know it or not, at all sorts of times. A couple years ago, late 2002, I got a phone call from a nurse that says, we want to schedule you for a CAT scan. And I said, okay, but why am I going to be having a CAT scan? She says, oh, the doctor hasn't talked to you yet. And so the doctor comes on the line. He says, well, Mike, I'm sorry you found out this way. Anyway, long story short, your biopsy came back and you've got a very high-grade aggressive form of cancer here, and we need to find out how much it may have spread and what any treatment options might be. And I called our friend Don, and I said, Don, they just told me I have cancer. And Don says, well, cowboy, he says, how does it feel to know that the fact you aren't going to live forever isn't just a theory? You've given me, you know, and we had a laugh and we could deal with that. You know, it wasn't based on denial and rosy scenarios. I obviously survived that, but I got a chance to surrender all over again. The cancer I had was prostate cancer, and it had spread outside the prostate, and didn't know that immediately. And so I got a chance to make another surrender because I don't know why they seem to schedule surgery at 5 a.m, but that's maybe because I'm just numb then anyway. So resistance. But I'm laying on this gurney, naked as a jaybird with a sheet over me, and the resident comes around and goes over what they're going to do with this surgery. And okay, he says, it looks like we're probably may have a fair chance of being able to spare your nerves, so you'll be able to continue to function sexually in a normal fashion. Good. And then another doctor came by and he said, well, he says, I'm sure you're aware, due to the progression of this, we're not going to be able to save anything. And I said, wait a minute, send the first guy back. And he says, well, you got to understand that I'm his boss. So I'm laying there with a decision to make, and it wasn't really a decision at all because I'd been with you and been held in the power of God, hands and power of God for a long time, and I could just say, thy will be done. Do what you will. And out of that, see, I get a beautiful experience because although I didn't know it was going to be for a limited time, what I got is I got to essentially my sexual powers were temporarily removed, and I got to find out who I was when I couldn't wave the magic wand. And I don't know about you, but a lot of the guys I talk to, that's a big part of our identity. And who am I without that? And where do I fit into God's plan and scheme of things? Now, as it turned out, what God did for me there, what He's done for me several other times, is I've got a very kind God, and what He does is, because when I'm on the field and busy playing the game, I'm so busy playing the game that I don't see what's going on. So what this loving God does is every now and then He'll take me out of the game and put me in the press box for a while so I can see what's going on. And so what He did around this was He took me out of that game and put me in the press box, and I got to see who I really was. And I got to have that relationship with Him change and deepen. Also got to have a relationship with the woman I love on a different basis. Is she going to stay? Is she going to go? All of this kind of stuff. I got to trust. And she said, when you were laying there in that gurney and you told that doctor, thy will be done, she said, it was one of the most powerful demonstrations of faith that I've ever seen. I wasn't doing it on purpose. It just wouldn't happen. But people watch us. So I've had an amazing life because I stayed here long enough for the second miracle to happen and the miracles thereafter. Why don't we take another 10-minute break here, and we'll come back and we'll do one more session and then wrap it up for tonight. Okay. I got 9 o'clock. We'll try 10 after 9. Figured out you guys put me up here so I'd have my back to the fire, and you just kind of turn the temperature up on me here and kind of roast the truth out of me here. It's a glorious thing to watch this group form up, because I know a lot of you know each other, but this group, this way, will only meet one time. And, everybody's relationship is just a little different and will be different because of what's happened here. And one of the things I observed in watching all of you is there really don't, I'm sure, I hesitate to say this because somebody will just have to prove that I'm wrong. But I haven't seen any lone rangers operating here. Everybody's at least in twos, And the real important thing that happens here is what goes on between you, not necessarily what comes out of my mouth. I'm kind of like the organ grinder's monkey here. I'm just here to get the crowd together. Powerless over alcohol, that my life has become unmanageable. It's important for me to have a current first step. I can't stay sober today. I can't be useful today based on whiskey I drank 20-some years ago. That fades away. That pain goes away. When, the truth is that if I think I'm not powerless today, I'm living in a delusion. And, there's a difference. The delusion is what the untrue thought that comes from the inside. It's me fooling me. The illusion is like the magician where it comes from the outside. It's the magician getting me to look one way while he pulls the rabbit out of the hat over here. And most of the time what I suffer from is delusion. It's self-induced. Lack of ability to see the truth and see the truth of my circumstances. What we really have to offer here, we talk about a program and a course of action and everything else, and those things are all true to some extent. But what we really have here is a way of life. We don't have a qualification course that if you do these things, you'll now, you've satisfied those requirements, I can go live life the way I want to now. That now that I've dealt with the active alcoholism, that I'm not going to find out on a continuous basis that I'm powerless in my life, so unmanageable. So I challenge, it's important as we go along for me to keep an idea of where that I need a current first step. I need to know right here where I am with that as of today. Be that as may, let me step back here and it occurred to me one of the places where I really understood powerlessness was here, and this is just a piece of conduct inventory, and this about my sexual conduct with the love of my life. This is the girl I wanted to marry. This is the girl I wanted to be the mother of my children. This is the girl that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. This is the girl that I gave the ring to. I loved her with all of my heart. Ellen, where was I selfish? I wanted to enjoy sex with her regardless of the consequences. Where was I dishonest? I told her not to worry, that I'd always be there for her, no matter what. I dishonestly refused to consider my ability to keep that promise. Where was I inconsiderate? Well, I gave scant considerations to the consequences of my behavior to her, her family, her faith, her reputation, and her career. I aroused jealousy. I told her that if she didn't have sex with me, that I'd get it elsewhere. That's a charming relationship technique. I paid undue attention to other women in her presence and remarked to her as to how attractive I found them. This is the best I can do in having a relationship. I aroused suspicion. I often spent time alone with other women, and she found me at Holly's apartment. I aroused bitterness. When she became pregnant, I told her that I doubted it was my child. I told her mother that I was too young to get married and didn't want to marry her anyway. When she was in California having our baby, I made drunken calls to harangue and harass her. I abandoned her and our child, and because she was in California and I was back home, I blamed her to all the other people for deserting me. Who did I harm? Well, obviously the baby, Ellen, her family, my family, and our friends. What should I have done instead? Don told me that almost anything else would be a good place to start. Now this is important though, because this is where I find out what I'm really writing here is I'm planting the seed to let God take me to a different place if I'll allow it. God's a gentleman. He won't do it without my permission. I should have treated sex as the sacred gift that it is. I shouldn't have engaged in behavior that I wasn't willing to be responsible for. I should have honestly faced the consequences of my actions. I should have been honest with myself and others. My harms were all rooted in dishonesty, particularly about how afraid I was. Self-reliance will always produce fear and pain. And so now I've got a place where I can go to God and say, I'd like to be a man who could treat sex as a sacred gift in a relationship. I'd like to be a man who can be responsible in this area of his life. I want to honestly face the consequences of my actions. And so forth. That was written long ago, and one of the nice things about that ideal for my future conduct is it gets to change over time as I change. I suggest that it's important for me to have one of those written down at all times so I know who I am and what I'm trying to be. One of the men that helped me told me, Mike, he says, you may make a promise to yourself or a request like that, and he says you may not be able to keep it, but it's for sure if you never make the promise, you won't keep it. If you don't set an ideal for yourself, how in the world is God going to help you live up to it? But this is the reason I mention this now and not in 4-step is this is where I get to understand how really powerless I am. This is the best I can do for the person I love most in the world. This is the absolute top of my game, best I can do. And look what I did. And you know something? I know today I'm not a badass. If I could have done any better, I would have. And that doesn't mean it was okay for me to do that. But what this takes me to, it takes me how much into my powerlessness in that I must absolutely have God's help. Because I can tell you to the tip of my toes, if I could have acted any differently there, I would have. And I believe most of us are that way. All of us that aren't sociopaths or psychopaths. I mean, that behavior is the behavior of a sociopath or a psychopath, somebody who either doesn't care or is indifferent to the wrong they do, or just doesn't care. And the fact is, what kills me is that I do care, and I do it anyway. And if I'm going to live that way, sooner or later, there's going to be a drink behind it. I'm going to need some pills behind it. I'm going to need something. So I need to acknowledge this. All these we'll talk about these in terms of steps 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so forth. But I got to understand here what I have here is an approach to life that is linear. If I have a problem at the office come Monday, there's not going to be any solution to that problem possible until I understand that I'm powerless over whatever's going on here. And I'm willing to acknowledge that what I'm trying to do to change it isn't working. Because until I make that acknowledgement, God can't help me. Why can God? I don't need God's help. I just need these people to act right. I need to just let's say I'm going to explain it to you one more time. You're doing it wrong. And they dig their heels in and resist me more and all that kind of stuff, and it ain't working. So now I'm living in the solution because I can't fix it and I can't change it. Then it's very simple. Am I willing to consider the possibility that I might be able to get spiritual help with this problem? If I say yes, my second step's in place. I'm willing to ask for spiritual help. Third step in place. Am I willing to examine what's really going on here? I pick up the pencil and I start writing. And then I get ready where I get to a point where I'm really, really ready to say to God, if you'd take this mess I've made, I'd let you do it. Now sometimes, I don't need to take weeks or months or write a book in order to do that. I do this hundreds of times a week, and every time I'm smart enough to realize that I've hit a speed bump in life. But it's all the same process. It's not a once a year process. It's not a once a month process or when I'm working with others process. It's a way of life. And so whether I know it or not, I'm constantly and continuously applying these principles in my life. Last new guy I worked with here, one of the things when we do first step, I have a little, in addition to, first of all, the foundation and reading everything in this book, and we can't do that here. I do with him a little first step reflection here. And I'll just share that with you here. The question is, contemplate and reflect upon and write about your relationship with alcohol. For example, when you first been drinking, what was your experience? For example, what was it fun? Did it give you confidence? My answer is it was a miracle drug, and it restored me to sanity. I was insane without alcohol. How did your relationship with alcohol change over time? For example, did it demand more from you than you were getting from it? I craved its effect from the very start. It allowed me to feel what normal should feel like. See, it looked like to a lot of people that I was drinking to party, and sometimes I did, but mostly I was drinking to feel what I thought normal should feel like. I just wanted to feel comfortable, like I fit inside my own skin. And that's why sobriety had been unacceptable to me all those years. I'd get sober and stay sober 30, 60, 90 days, but eventually came the point that I couldn't stand the way I felt in my own skin. And one of the men that opened my eyes, he says, "Well, Mike, don't you understand? Sobriety is the main cause of drinking." And that's exactly, one of those V8 moments here. Yeah. So it allowed me to feel normal should feel like. It allowed me to face life. It was part of the fabric of my life. I celebrated it. I worshipped it. I never even considered doing it without it. What was your relationship with alcohol at the time of your last drink? Was it your friend, your lover, your enemy? It was a disappointingly unfaithful lover. Now even my best moments with me were a mocking reminder of the glorious past. Reflect on your hopelessness and helplessness in relation to alcohol. Life was impossible without it and impossible with it. I'd casually trade away all my dreams and self-respect. And then I got into here's my piece of this. What's today? What's the most troubling circumstance in your life right now? Well, my lack of at this time I had to do some professional education to continue several of my professional licenses. So my lack of consistent product on my progress on my CE studies. Are you willing to go to any length to resolve this? Yes. Where am I being dishonest with others? I won't set aside to get the work and studying done. I claim that I'm too busy. Where am I being dishonest with myself? I pretend I have all the time in the world to get this done, but I do in fact have a deadline to meet. What do powerlessness and unmanageability with respect to this problem really mean to me, and how are they different? I'm powerless to do this my way and on my terms. One more time, I must surrender to the fact that I'm not special and that all of the rules do apply to me. I'm casually feeding a little bit of my peace of mind each day into the beast of procrastination. Powerlessness is the fact of my condition. Unmanageable means that I cannot successfully solve this with my will. So that's one of the reasons. I need to know that powerless and unmanageable did not end on September 7th of 1985. I need to have a current relationship with this stuff. By the way, I like it when these things get a little interactive. So if I say something that you have a question about, or you want to add something to, please feel free to do this. That's one of the reasons I like smaller groups, because we can get more interchange going, because we've got enough people here that we probably need to raise a hand and do this in an orderly fashion, but definitely want to hear from you, and any questions or anything like that you have would be a valuable contribution to what we're doing here. So, it says here, I had to learn that I had to fully concede to my innermost self that I was an alcoholic. Have I done that? This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that I am like other people, or presently maybe, has to be smashed. And that piece set me free. And it set me free because I lived my life as an actor. I got up every day and I decided what role I was going to play that day. And I put on my costume. And was I the businessman today? Was I the boyfriend today? Was I the nice guy today? Was I the jerk today? Whatever. But whatever I was always kind of one step separated from myself. I was playing a role, and I was mostly playing a role in order to fit into what I perceived to be your world. And I wanted to be like other people, and I found out they set me free here that I'm not like other people, and I'm not going to be anytime soon. So I can drop that burden. Now, I still have to live by your rules, go on the green, stop on the red, and all that kind of stuff. But I was able to be free of trying to be like other people, and that was important for me. I'd read this book for a lot of times during the first few years I was sober, but I'd pick up a quote here. If you're a junior guru, you need a snappy quote or so to throw into stuff, but it didn't really attach to me in any kind of personal way. And one of the things that Gary did in that first workshop with me is he taught me to start reading this stuff in the first person so I knew that it applied to me. And he started me looking for the places where the book makes a statement. I need to take that statement and turn it into a question for myself. And so when it talks about blackouts occurring only with alcoholics and never in the normal temperate drinker, I got to ask myself, well, have I ever experienced blackouts? You know, I go through all of this stuff here, and when it talks in those terms, and then the book will make statements about what happened to these people when they followed this course of action that's laid out in here, and that those are promises, and the entire book's just shot through them, starting at the title page with the primary promise. We're more than 100 men and women who've recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. To show other people how we recovered is and one of the things that Bill does here in writing this book is that one of the great places to find a summation, if you will, a Cliff Notes thing, is at the beginning of each chapter. Bill seems to kind of wrap up what's gone on before here. So at the beginning of chapter 4 here, we've covered the doctor's opinion in the first 3 chapters here are essentially talking about our first step here. And so it says here in the beginning of chapter 4, in the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. Well, do I understand what alcoholism is at this point? Do I understand it's not about me being more thirsty than somebody else? Do I understand that alcoholism is what happens to me when I quit drinking? Yeah. That alcoholism doesn't come in bottles, it comes in people. Yeah. And that it's who I am when I'm not drinking, when I'm stone cold sober, that takes me back into the drink. You know, the craziest thing I do is stone cold sober, no matter what my previous experience, no matter that I don't want to hurt this woman, no matter that I promised my employer that I'd never do that again, and he promised me that if I did I would lose my job. No matter what, I'm going to take a drink again, and that I do from a place of being stone cold sober. I mean, they told me I never had to worry about the craving for alcohol again if I never took the first drink. But there's an idiot that lives inside me that's stone cold sober will whisper in my ear and tell me that a drink is a good idea. Now, if you talk to me the way my own mind would talk to me, you know, we'd have trouble. You know, there's one of my old ideas is that these internal voices are somehow more credible than the external voice that I hear. Well, it came from inside, so it must be true. You know, that's where a lot of my looniness, you know. It turns out that, you know, I've got to treat my own mind at times like a wet drunk. You know, we get a wet drunk in our meeting, and you can't shut them up. But you never follow their advice, do you? So, I mean, there's a big piece of my mind that I'm going, well, thank you for sharing that, and move on. So in the preceding chapters, I've hopefully learned something of alcoholism. We hope we made the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic clear. Do I know what the distinction is between an alcoholic and a non-alcoholic? Checklist. And then they lay it out here. If when you honestly want to, you find you can't quit entirely, that's like completely. Or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you're probably alcoholic. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. Do I believe that I'm suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience will conquer? You know, that's because if I don't believe that, I better go back and I better start looking at that first step again. I don't have a first step here. To be doomed to an alcoholic death or to live on a spiritual basis are not always easy alternatives to face. Now, I submit to you that if we go out on the street tomorrow, or maybe Sunday when the people are walking out of church and ask them whether they'd prefer to live life on a spiritual basis or die an alcoholic death, that you wouldn't have a very large percentage opting for alcoholic death. Only an alcoholic is going to think alcoholic, well, that could be an option. Yeah. I was working with one young guy some time ago, and we got to this point, and he says, well, so how bad is an alcoholic death? You know? Yeah. So, lack of power is my dilemma. I had to find a power by which I could live, and obviously it had to be a power greater than myself. And it tells me this is exactly what this book about. Its main object is to enable me to find a power greater than myself, which will solve my problem. Now that's problem, not problems. I thought I had problems. And Don said, you do, but there's one problem that causes all the other problems. And that's me. I came to the spiritual life with a lot of prejudice, and one of the things that we talk about here in this is constantly they're begging me to lay aside my prejudice, not get rid of it, just lay it aside. I can return to my prejudice later if I'm missing it, but it sounds they make me a promise here. We found as soon as we were able to lay aside prejudice and express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commenced to get results, even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend the power which is God. I don't have to have a sophisticated ecclesiastical understanding of spiritual matters. I don't need to be able to tell you about how many angels are dancing on the head of the pin, or when the people left Galilee, or any of that kind of stuff. If I have that information, that's okay. But I don't need to have all of that information or a sophisticated understanding to begin to have this relationship with God. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect contact with Him. And how about another beautiful promise here? We found that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek Him. To us, the realm of the Spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. And then it asks me to look at the prejudice I have against spiritual terms. And it was done with me, and I do it with my guys. I ask them to go through this chapter and find all the spiritual terms and write out for yourself what they mean to you. And the spiritual terms are generally the terms in capital letters in there. And any other spiritual terms. I know, for me, one of the things that just would set me off is anybody that would say the Lord would just send me up. It was like chalk on a blackboard. My mind snapped shut, and I couldn't hear another word that was said there. And so I needed to look at why I had prejudice against that word, so I couldn't even hear it. The minute I heard it, I reacted to it. Because if I don't understand what's going on here, I can't let God change that. I can't give away what I'm not aware of that I've got. I found out that I had God defined in such a way that God either couldn't or wouldn't help me. And it's interesting, here I got the benefit of my functional family. When I was doing some of this work, I went back and I gave my sister a call, and I said, Carol, I said, you remember that crazy Holy Roller outfit that they used to put us on the bus and send us to and everything else? And she said, well, what do you mean? And I gave her some more description. She says, oh, that church. And I said, yeah, you remember that they scared the hell out of us and everything. He told us we were going to burn in hell and all this kind of stuff. And she says, really? She says, I just remember them saying Jesus loved us. See, my old ideas. My sister sat right beside me. I heard I was going to burn in hell, and she heard that Jesus loved her. And there are profound consequences for carrying that old kind of misinformation. I don't know, maybe I was right, maybe she was right, but I tell you what, the world looks a lot better if she's right. I've come to find out being right's highly overrated here. And one of the things, go ahead. Barry.
One of the things when I encountered that when I was new, and I actually ended up changing part of it through steps, and it got I didn't understand because the one that I understood wasn't in God, was already sentenced me to eternal damnation. I had already had my own concepts and such. And so I said, okay, I'm going to make it God as I don't understand. And it worked fine for me. Because what I did see was that there were people in fellowship that they served a day at a time. And they obviously had an answer that I didn't have. And so if I just followed along and tried to
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I find that for me it's more important that I have a conception rather than a concept. When I've got a concept, you can't change it. When I have a conception, I don't hold it lightly, but it can be changed. And I'm involving in what I've had to do over the period of time. And my friend Clint pointed out to me that we were talking about something else, but he said, I was talking about relationship with him, and he says, Mike, he says, you don't have a relationship, you've got an arrangement. And I came to realize that most of what in life I'd been referring to as relationships were arrangements. That an arrangement means if you do this for me, I'll do this for you. It's a contractual thing. A relationship is a sort of covenant. I am materially interested in your well-being, and I'm gonna act that way in support of that. No wonder this stuff didn't work that I was calling relationships, because they were really arrangements. And what I really came to see is that what I'd been trying to do is I was trying to negotiate an arrangement with God, and I called it a relationship. You do this for me, I'll do this for you. God, I'll go do 12-step work if you keep me sober. God, I'll do this if you do that. And that's completely the way my eyes got open to that. He said, well, do you believe in God? Yeah, I believe in God. Do you have a relationship with God? Well, he says, well, belief in God is a good place to start, but it won't get the job done. It's kind of like that cheerleader you were hot for in high school. Just believing in Mary won't get the job. I mean, how satisfying is just believing in Mary? Don't you need a little something else going on with Mary? And that's true. in order to have a real effective relationship here. So belief is the place to start. And when I write inventory today, it keeps coming back to that, because when I write a piece of inventory, resentment, fear, whatever, conduct, I get to look, after I've written that piece of inventory, I get to see, well, if somebody I sponsored brought me this piece of inventory, based on what they written, what would their relationship with God be? What would it look like? You know, well, God's waiting to get me. God doesn't care about my happiness. God just wants me to be good. God doesn't, all this thing. That's based based on the way I wrote about that resentment or that fear. And then I get to ask myself, I get to turn in the next direction, and I say, well, is that what I really believe? Heck no. You know, one of the first times that ever happened for me, I wrote a bunch of inventory on stuff. It doesn't really matter. We'll maybe get to it later on in the fourth step. But in the fourth column in the inventory, under my mistakes, one of the things, there were different stuff in all of them, but one that was in all of them was unable or unwilling to trust God, unwilling or unable to trust God. And I read that inventory to Don, and I'd been doing this for a fair amount of time at this time, and Don picked that out. He says, Mike, you know, with all this stuff, you just keep coming back, this unable and unwilling to trust God. He says, I've known you for a while, and he says, I believe you're a man who would very much like to trust God. He says, now, if you're not trusting God, there must be something that's blocking you. Let's take a look at that. And what I came up with was that my conception of God at that time was centered around God the Father. My father, I idolized him. He was dead at the time, but I mean, I didn't see this as being a problem, because I didn't have any dad stuff going at the time. And then as I thought about it and prayed about it, where I got taken back to was in our kitchen. Not long after I'd come back from Vietnam, I'm sitting at the kitchen table with my dad. And my dad's this big guy sitting there with tears in his eyes and a pile of my bad checks in front of him that he'd gone around that small town and bought back from his fellow businessman friends. And my dad's looking at me, the most powerful guy in my life, and he isn't full of anger. He's got tears, and he says, son, I would do anything in the world to help you, but it seems like every time I try and help you, you keep screwing up. What am I going to do with you? And somehow I translated that, and I heard God saying to me, Mike, look at all I've done for you. I've saved your life in Vietnam. I've given you relationships. I've given you careers. I've given you money. I've given you. I look at all I've given you, and you keep screwing it up. Now, that was perfectly appropriate for my human father to tell me. But as long as I hung on to that little piece of belief, then I placed myself in a place where God couldn't or wouldn't help me. Until I realized that piece of an old idea that didn't seem all that hard for me. God the Father sounded like a pretty good idea for me. And maybe for you. I'm not suggesting anybody else needs to change. But for me, it was now the thing that was keeping me from having the relationship that I needed to have with power greater than myself. And so I got to change my mind. I could keep that old vision if I wanted to, but there was a new vision available to me if I would have it. Well, maybe I don't have it with me. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't have it. came where I have a relationship with God with four basic corners, four pillars, if you will, to it today. And the first pillar is just this. God doesn't think comparatively. God loved me just as much when I was writing a bad check in a liquor store to buy a bottle of booze to go seduce my neighbor's wife as he does when I'm helping a newcomer down at the Salvation Army. Now the consequences for me are different in those two different places. But I can't be God's favorite kid, and I can't be the bad kid in class either. Comparative thought is a human characteristic, not a divine characteristic. So God will love me wildly and completely no matter where I am. And that's the second one. So God doesn't think comparatively. God loves me wildly and completely. And then one of the things that really had a profound effect on my life was that some years ago, a man suggested to me, he said, Mike, I'd like you to consider what your life would be like if you took the position and lived life on the basis that God wants your happiness more than you do yourself. What does that thing? See, I assumed that God wanted me to be good, God wanted me to be useful, God wanted me. But what would my life? I always was kind of trying to figure out how to negotiate the best deal with God, how I could give Him the least and get the most. I'm trying to horse trade here. I'm afraid I'm going to overpay God here. And what's my life like? How does that relationship change if I'm all of a sudden look at life from, instead of God just wanting me to be good, God really wants me to be happy. That's the number one thing. And the man said, happened to be a priest that belongs to my home group. And Father Larry said, most of the people from this parish, and I'm talking about non-alcoholics here, but that come in to see me, when I ask them what they want for their children, they don't tell me they want them to be doctors or lawyers or anything else. They tell me, Father, we just want our kids to be happy. He says, if that's what human beings do you want for their kids, can't you imagine that God would want that for you? And so it revolutionized. All of a sudden now, instead of God somebody that I'm trying to keep at arm's length and deal with, I'm treating God like the IRS. I got to deal with Him, but I don't want to have any more contact than is absolutely necessary. And now, I can hang out with God. Now it's not torture to meditate. I can start, I can start to realize what it says in our book. It talks about God, and the image we get is God is our newfound friend. A newfound friend. Wow, what a beautiful thing here. I've got a newfound friend. And the benefits that it's like working for a company in the world that's got the world's best benefit package. If I work for that, there's nobody that's got a benefit package like the God of my understanding. I get all of my needs taken care of, and quite a few of my wants. And then the fourth thing, it was said is, Mike, would you consider that God might know what would make you happy even more than you do yourself? And yeah, because here I'm sitting here with a handful of inventory, and basically it had stuff in it, but what the inventory really represented was a lifetime of me trying to make me happy. That's what the bottom line about this was. This inventory that I'm sitting here, this thing that had put a chill on my heart, was what it looked like, me doing the very best I could at that point for 40 some years to make me happy. How good a job have I done? Would I hire a guy like me as a subcontractor? I wouldn't do it. So yeah. And the other thing he pointed out to me, he says, by the way, Mike, you need to understand that there's a difference between happiness and pleasure. And you confuse them all the time. Happiness is real. Happiness is like good, healthy, nourishing food. It builds you up. It never tears you down. The pleasure, it's like junk food. You can get on a sugar buzz, and I can speed eat a pint of Haagen-Dazs, but a little later I'm going to feel like hell as a result of that. It's got a blowback from it, and happiness doesn't have that. So I got the four little pieces here, and because there are a lot of people that are way more spiritually sophisticated, but I need some simple anchor points as a starting point to start developing that relationship with God. Those little anchor points that when I'm scared to death and I'm afraid, because I got the call from the doctor, or my mom just died, and or whatever has happened, that I can go back to wait a minute. I'm scared to death here, but I'm not seeing the whole picture. There's some pieces of this that I'm not seeing yet. Because God's like the Calvary, just waiting over the hill to come swoop in and help me. I don't see the whole picture here. And so if I'll just turn back here, instead of, Don used to say, when in trouble, when in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout. If I won't do that, if I'm willing to start relaxing into my relationship with Him, then there's a chance for His power to help me. It's when I'm all tensed up like this, I can't be helped. I can't be helped physically, and when I'm like this spiritually, I need to just start breathing and relaxing. And now, okay, my mind can slow down. I can start getting off the squirrel cage and getting to a place where that relationship with God, while it always exists for Him, where I become conscious of it again. I got a friend that tells a story I love, and Pete says, okay, Mike, he says, do you know the difference between having a belief and having faith? I said, well, I think I do, Pete, but tell me what your definition is. He says, if we stretched a rope across the Grand Canyon, do you believe that God could walk across that rope? Well, I said, of course He could. He says, well, do you believe that God could walk across that rope and push a wheelbarrow? Well, yeah. He says, get in the wheelbarrow. Getting in the wheelbarrow is having the faith, where I'm now willing to get in the wheelbarrow and let God be the center and the solution in my life. Frank's got some dessert waiting for us. So I know better than to get in between alcoholics and ice cream. It's one of the most dangerous places in the world to be. But between the ice cream and one thing and another, in tomorrow morning, I'd ask you to perhaps consider what your life would look like if you took the position that God wants your happiness more than anything else in the world. That's the number one thing that He's going to get up tomorrow with, and saying, I want these folks to be the happiest folks in the world. And nothing would please me more than to see them happy. It would make my heart dance and sing. So, good night. We'll see you in the morning. Yeah. Well, did everybody have a good night's sleep? I'll tell you what. I am really impressed with those showers. That is something else. I mean, as impressive as that river is, that shower is something else. I've never had as much shower as I wanted, Now I've had that obsession satisfied. That's quite a deal here. Well, I'd like to get started this morning with a little bit of a guided meditation. So if you want to get comfortable, we'll let everybody get settled here. We discovered some years ago in my home group that we just all act better, it seems, when we meditate for a couple minutes before we start our meeting. It's amazing how that changes the quality of things for us. Let's start the way we start life, with a deep breath in. As we breathe, let's imagine. Imagine that you are not your personality. Your compassion for others, let it go. Your judgment of others, let it go. Your ability to make others laugh, let it go. Your ability to make others cry, release it and let it go. Everything that makes up your personality, with each breath in and each breath out, let it go. You're not your personality. Imagine that you are not your mind that decides what is right and what is wrong. Let it go. Your mind that makes decisions about what to do and what not to do. Let it go. Your mind that believes it knows what is good and what is bad. Let it go. Every thought, idea, and opinion, let them go. You are not your mind. Imagine that you're not your body. You're not your feet. Let them go. You're not your hands. Let them go. With each breath in and each breath out, let them go. Breathe. Imagine that you are not your disease. It is in you, but it is not you. Let it go. Breathe. You are not your personality. You are not your mind. You are not your body. Do you understand what you are? You are God's creation. You are eternal. Breathe. Amen. I mentioned my family last night, and I brought this this picture of my second birthday party here along, and I thought I'd let you pass this around so you could see up close and personal the people that ruined my life and caused all this trouble for me. I'll do anything for sympathy. You can tell right away they're evil. So we were in second step, and one of the important things about this that was pointed out to me is the title of our chapter about the second step, chapter 4, is not we atheists, it's we agnostics. Atheists at least have the courage of their conviction. They're certain, by God, God doesn't exist. There is no such thing. Now, agnostics, we're a more limp-wristed bunch. Well, maybe he is, maybe he isn't, could be, maybe not, maybe for you, not for me, whatever. Agnostics are doubters. And it's important for me to be aware for so long, I assumed that the second step was something that I checked off my list a long time ago. I believe in God, and I'm over and done with the second step. And what I find out is all the problems I'm encountering, all have a common component to them. That my agnosticism has reemerged. I've got to look at my current agnosticism. Where right now today, March 4th, 2006, do I doubt the power of God? I can tell you a good indication that I'm doubting the power of God is that I'm lying. If I'm lying, I'm doubting that God will take care of me if I tell the truth. If I'm in anger, if I'm busy being dishonest, all those things are indications of my current agnosticism, and it's important for me to understand that I have to have a relationship with this step in the here and now, not just in the past when I first approached this. So I'll suggest that to you now. In the second step, it boils down to one question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe, that there's a power greater than myself? Yes or no? If I can answer yes, then I've met the requirements for this step. Now they go on and they tell me quite a few things after this, and one of them are we get to this place here where they talk about the bedevilments on page 52. And I was under the impression, I read this the first time, it's for you with books, it's about in the middle of the page, and it says here, we are having trouble with personal relationships. We couldn't control our emotional natures. We were a prey to misery and depression. We couldn't make a living. We had a feeling of uselessness. We were full of fear. We were unhappy. And we couldn't seem to be a real help to other people. Now, that sounded to me like a drinking alcoholic. And they said, no. What that is that's a description of a sober alcoholic without a spiritual experience. That untreated piece of me is one of the reasons why I will take a drink again, absent a spiritual awakening or a spiritual experience. Yeah. And it changed it when I got the pronouns personal here. I was having trouble with personal relationships. You doggone right I was. I can't control my emotional nature. I'm a prey to misery and depression. I can't make. I'm making a living, but not the one I think I need. I'm unhappy, and I don't seem to be a real help with it. I'm not effective at the business of life. And every time we sit down in workshop together, find guys we're sitting around a long time sober, that we can all identify with pieces of that. Somehow some of that has crept back into our lives, and we're not living as effectively as others. We're kind of like a boat that sat in the harbor and picked up some barnacles, and so we don't move quite as smoothly through the water as we used to here. So this is where we are. Interestingly enough, those bedevilments, when we get there, match up almost exactly with the promises in the 9th step. We find here we had everything that I just read you, and by the time we get to the 9th step, we look at the bookends here. Okay. I'm going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. I was unhappy before. I will not regress the past nor wish to shut the door on it. I will comprehend the word serenity and I'll know peace. Now, no matter how far down the scale I've gone, I'll see that my experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. I will lose interest in selfish things and I'll gain interest in my fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. My whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will have left me. I will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle me. I will suddenly have realized that God is doing for me what I could not have ever done for myself. And the fact was, life baffled me. I was smart about some things, but I could never seem to put the whole deal together and get it on the road and get it to stay there for any period of time. So, where are we here? Are we willing to say that we believe, or are we willing to believe that there's a power greater than ourselves? Okay. Now, we can move on. Yeah. Sanity? Well, the definition of insanity that I was given was lack of proportion to the ability to think straight. So I react out of proportion to life, and my thinking is skewed. And so for me, sanity would be the ability to do some straight thinking and react in proportion to life. You look at somebody out here's got a little indigestion from breakfast, but I'm sure because the expression on their face that they're upset with me for some reason. That's me reacting out of proportion. Love of my life says, "Good morning, honey," and I said, "Well, what do you mean by that?" What do you want? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, I've got that. Well, this will bring us along to chapter 5 here, and I'm somebody who's not only been afflicted with alcoholic thinking, but I've been afflicted with alcoholic listening too. And so I was, one of that first part of chapter 5 is such a beautiful deal, but I think we kind of almost do it a disservice. We read it so much that it just becomes like part of the wallpaper and kind of the background noise, and so it gets read in meetings, and so often, at least I'm guilty of sitting there making my shopping list, trying to figure out what I'm going to do first thing tomorrow or yet this evening before I go to bed. And I come back into consciousness about the time we're through with that. And So one night I'm sitting in my home group and I actually listen to how it works. And I thought to myself, my ideas were so bent for a lot of time, even after I got here, like I was talking about last night. I said, what did I think they were reading when I heard that read? So I went home and got on the computer and I wrote how I thought it worked here. And I'll share that with you here. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has completed their aftercare. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not learn our numerous slogans and go to 90 meetings in 90 days. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of forming meaningful relationships in treatment facilities. There are such unfortunates. They're not at fault. Their therapist told them so. They're naturally incapable of grasping and developing a relationship with the vulnerable newcomer. Their chances are less than average. There are those who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to form meaningful relationships. Our stories disclose in a general way how we were harmed, what happened to those who harmed us, and how we got even in the end. If you've decided you want what we have, you obviously haven't been paying attention to our stories. If you're still determined to get what we have and willing to exert minimal effort to get it, then you're ready for a temporary sponsor. At the first suggestion we balked. We were sure that our sponsors didn't understand. We were determined to find a sponsor who would see things our way, but we could not. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to take it easy on these old fools. Some of us have tried to re-educate our sponsors, and the result was nil until we let go of them absolutely. Remember that we are dealing with our ego, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without constant praise and reassurance, it's too much for us. But there is one, or possibly more, who has all power. That one is our significant other. May we find them now. Half measures availed us nothing. It was time to move in together. Having abandoned common sense completely, we asked his or her protection and care with great expectations. Here are the steps we took, which, interpreted properly, offer a spiritual path to staying sober and having your own way in a meaningful relationship. 1, don't drink or get loaded. Try to ignore the fact that you've never actually been able to do this. 2, came to believe that the right relationship could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of our significant other, assuming they had what we needed. 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of our significant other. 5, complained to God, ourselves, and our temporary sponsors about the exact nature of their wrongs. 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove these defective characters. 7, humbly demanded that he find us the right significant other. 8, made a list of everyone we found attractive and became willing to have significant relationships with them all. 9, made direct amends to people who we believe might still be willing to help us restore our net worth, except when we found their significant other attractive. 10, continued to find fault with others, and when they were wrong, promptly pointed it out. 11, sought through prayer and manipulation to improve the behavior of our significant other, praying for all the knowledge of all of their hot buttons and the power to push them at just the right time. And 12, having gotten our own way as the result of these steps, we tried to convince our significant other that this was really for their own good and that their future happiness lay in doing our will. Many of us exclaimed, "What an order! They won't go through with it." Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to do this with just one partner. Fortunately, the treatment centers, meetings, and social activities are full of prospects who are not saints. The point is that we are willing to keep replacing partners until we find one or more who will do it our way. The principles we have laid down have proved themselves in coffee shops, clubhouses, and meetings across the land. We claim personal development rather than personal perfection. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter of the wives, and our personal difficulties before and after make clear three pertinent ideas. A, that we were alcoholic and it wasn't our fault. B, that our current therapist and significant other could not relieve our alcoholism. And C, that the right partner could and would if they were sought. And that's... if you looked at the way I behaved for 5 years around here, if you watched me walk around, somebody just watched me walk around AA and wrote down based on my actions what I must be thinking, that unfortunately came pretty close to it. And that's one of the reasons why writing things down, not just in that vein, but other veins, I get to see the thinking that's hidden from myself when I'm just letting it process through my mind. When I actually can see in black and white in my own handwriting what in the world is going on between my ears, that's when I start getting the touch. Man, that's crazy. How would I ever think that, based on my behavior, that any of this was going to work? But it seemed logical at the time. I was a big fan pre-step work of the third step. And I was a big fan for the reason, a very alcoholic reason, is that I seemed to get a lot of bang for my buck without doing very much. I could say a prayer and offload all my problems to God. What I was, in essence, was a spiritual litter bug. I'm like a guy that's riding down the highway of life, flipping hamburger wrappers out the window, and here's my problem, take it. Here's this problem, take it. Here's this problem, take it. It's yours, God. And I'm just going on. Well, the joke was on me because all that trash I kept throwing out just kept blowing back into the back seat, and I eventually ended up with my back seat full of crap, and I can't handle it anymore. It's a $2 bill, Jim. They took me to right after How It Works here. And they had me approach this, again, in a first-person perspective. And the light started to come on of why my life wasn't working. It says here, being convinced that I'm at step 3, which means I'm convinced that I'm alcoholic and can't manage my life, that no human power is going to relieve my alcoholism, and that God can and will if I seek Him. Just what do we mean by this, and just what do I do? It says the first requirement, which is a lot like must, by the way. The first requirement is that I be convinced that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Do I believe that I can do it my way and somehow have it work out? If I believe that, I can just stop right here and go do it my way and have it work out. So I need to pause and ask myself that question. On that basis, I'm almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though my motives are good. One of my number one old ideas that still comes up and causes me problems is that I know that you've got some rules and the way things are supposed to be done, but if I've got good intentions, I don't have to play by the rules. You know, I understand. Don't you understand? I've got a good reason for cutting in line here. Don't you know? I've got a good reason for driving 80 miles an hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. I've got a good reason for doing all these things. And what's that do? That puts me in collision with something or somebody, even though my motives are good. Put me in collision with my business partner. I went and brought in a bunch of really high-class vendors and added them to our business. But I didn't talk to him about it. I just assumed he'd be delighted. And he pointed out to me that his name was ahead of mine on the letterhead and on the door. You know? But I didn't do this. I had good motives. I wanted us to make more money and be more successful and serve our clients better. But I broke the rules. You know, that anything that's going to affect our business, I need to run by him, and we need to agree on it. And then I get injured. Well, how just ungrateful SOB. How could he be so ungrateful that I did this for us? You know? Yeah. Like most people, I'm trying to live by self-propulsion, self-will. I'm like an actor who wants to run the whole show. I'm forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, my business partner, the scenery, my girlfriend, in my own way. If only my arrangements would stay put. If only she would do it my way, as I wished. The show would be great. The relationship would be great. The marriage would be great. The business partnership would be great. Just be reasonable. Do it my way. Yeah. Life would be wonderful. Now, when I tried to make these arrangements, I can sometimes be quite virtuous. I can be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest and self-sacrificing. On the other hand, if I was having a bad day, I can be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest. You know, but like most people, I'm usually some mixture of those things. Well, what usually happens? The show, the business deal, or the relationship or marriage isn't going my way. It doesn't seem to be coming off very well. And I begin to think that life, my partner, or she aren't treating me right. Now, my answer to this is to go get a bigger hammer, you know. My answer to this is to puff myself up twice normal size, get red in the face, and explain it to you one more time. I will talk very slowly so you can understand here. I know you're not too bright, so I will explain it to you very carefully. You know? I become, on the next occasion, still more demanding or gracious as the case may be. Well, I can tell you I'm a chicken, so if I think I've got more power than you, I'm more demanding. And if I think you've got more power than I am, I'm more gracious. Now, still, this deal isn't suiting me. This play isn't suiting me. Now, you can get me to admit I might be somewhat at fault. I'm talking to myself. Well, yeah, I guess I could have been more diplomatic. You know, I could have been more diplomatic. But I'm really sure that other people are more to blame. You know, oh yeah, I could have been more diplomatic, but he's just completely unreasonable about this. He just said no without even discussing it with me. Imagine that. I become angry, indignant, and self-pitying. You know, what's my basic problem? Am I not really a self-seeker even when I'm trying to be kind? There's my inventory. Am I not a victim of the delusion from the inside out? I'm fooling myself. A victim of the delusion that I can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if only I manage well. You know, I think I can run my life and have it work out. If I believe that, I am delusional. And it isn't evident to my business partner, my wife, my girlfriend, any of these people, that these are the things that what I really want, and don't my actions make each of them wish to retaliate, snatching all they can get out of the show. and here we go, folks, am I not, even in my best, sober, junior guru moments, a producer of confusion rather than harmony? That's the best I can expect, sober, doing it my way. You know. And I got quite a relationship with this material because I got one of these in my desk drawer, and I frequently, when I'm jammed up during the day, I got to pull this out and go through it. And every time it's magic. I say, oh, no wonder this isn't working. I can't get to the end of this without understanding why it isn't working. I start out, my vision is completely blocked out by all my good intentions. All I can see is that I just want everybody to be happy. I just want everybody to be successful. And I cannot understand why these people are trying to frustrate me, you know. They must be jealous of my genius or something like, you know. Why am I tormented by these little people, you know? And I get to, you know, before I get through this little piece, I've got the answer to that and why it's not working here. You know, I used to make such a big deal out of the third step, and it's a big deal, but it isn't. The image that I came up with that works for me, and I tend to relate to these things in terms of images, is in Indianapolis, Roger Penske's the big Chevy dealer there. And when I'm home Monday, if I run up to Roger's dealership and I go in the showroom and I'll have a salesman start tagging me there, and I walk over and I I point to that red Corvette and I say, I want that red Corvette. I've made an important decision and I've made an expensive decision, but I'm not driving a red Corvette. Before I get the keys to that car, I'm going to get to go in the back room with the finance manager and do a financial fourth and fifth step, right? And assuming that goes well, they give me the keys to the car. But guess what? If I don't make the payments, they come take it back. If I don't do steps 6, 7, 8, and 9, all of that good feeling that I got from doing this third step and turning my will and my life over to the care of God, it just gets repoed. It goes away.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up, as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Today it's my pleasure to introduce our main speaker, who hails from the Empire State of New York, John R.
I'm John. I'm an alcoholic. I'm an only child alcoholic. I don't want to say that I have a dual problem, but after hearing Edna the other day, I think you will, well, you can be the judge as we go along. I don't know whether I'm caught short or disappointed or sort of overjoyed that Maurice put me on so suddenly because, well, sometimes introductions can be misleading. I happen to be employed by AT&T, and a few weeks ago I attended a seminar, and a gentleman named Bob was introduced as a man who had just closed $1 million oil deal in California. And after the thunderous applause, Bob stood up and said that it was not in California, it was in Pennsylvania. It was in coal, not in oil. They had lost $100,000 and not made it. It was his brother and not himself who was involved. For anyone who is or considers himself or herself not quite an alcoholic or is a little bit nervous about being here or who might want to be referred to as a potential alcoholic, let me give the anonymity tradition this way. I won't tell anybody I saw you here if you don't tell anybody you saw me here. It's a Sunday morning, and I don't think anything can be more spiritual than the pearly gates and St. Peter. But in order to get there have to be events. So if I may take you back to an apartment complex in Long Island a few weeks ago, a gentleman thought that his wife might be dilly-dallying. And what he did, he came home a little early one afternoon, and she was quite disheveled. He quickly raced through the apartment, found no one. But being clever, raced to the window and saw a man going down the fire escape. In a complete rage, he went to the kitchen, wrestled a refrigerator over to the window, and as the gentleman stepped off the fire escape, he let him have it. Scene changes. A few moments later, the pearly gates, and St. Peter is interviewing the applicants. And the first gentleman arrives and he said, "You have lived a good life, my son. What is your last memory?" He said, "I really don't know, St. Peter, how I arrived here." He said, "I locked myself out of my apartment." He said, "Quite normally, I went up the fire escape. I tried the window, it was locked, I came down, that's all I remember." He said, "My son, you have led a good life, you may pass." The second man came up and he was still rather florid and red in the face. And he said, "St. Peter, I've led a good life, but I was guilty of anger." He said, "Possibly I made a mistake," he said, "but in my rage, in wrestling with this refrigerator, this icebox," he said, Peter said, "You took a coronary, my son, but in spite of your rage and your finish, you've lived a good life. You may pass." The last man came up with a very puzzled look, and St. Peter said, "My son, how did you arrive?" He said, "St. Peter, I have no idea." He said, "Well, what's the last thing you remember?" He said, "I was sitting in this icebox." It doesn't matter how we got here or how they got there. We're here this morning, and it is one beautiful sight from up here. Most of the time, I'm nervous going on something like this, but this morning I just feel terribly, terribly emotional. I was told by all who had been here that I would enjoy a, quote, loving and an experience that I would not forget. And if I were in the intelligence agencies, I would have to say it's going to take me 3 or 4 days of just laying on a beach on Long Island to try to let come out of me what I've experienced this weekend. And while I love you all, I just have to thank mandatory Elsie Fay and the committee And I don't usually mention names, but this weekend has been different for this drunk. And so to Mark and Dodie, who are my host, or as my wife would say, he needs a keeper, I am certainly glad they gave him some. To Willard, who brought me back to my early meetings. When he spoke yesterday, you speak of deja vu, except for that soft southeastern drawl. I was back where I came from. His lovely wife, Sue, gave me a tremendous boost coming up here this morning. A gentleman who may have changed my life when I heard one of his very, very early tapes. It was said that it was recorded by Thomas A. Edison himself. But in that tape, Chuck made a statement about chapter 5 and the steps, and pretty much he said that it didn't say we read them. It didn't say we intellectualized them. It didn't say that we talked about them. It said we took them, and so you better took them. And this changed me. Meeting Chuck, I'm an incurable romantic. You see, and this was like a kid with an ice cream cone talking to a man like this. To the lovely Eve, who I haven't been lucky enough to see in quite a few 24 hours. To another good friend, Cecil C. from Canada, who changed my life by telling me you're doing your reading, John. To two people who have become extremely close to me, my closest friends, I'd say, in the program. That'd be Dave and Grace from Texas. From new friends, the Boozer, Alabama, and Shirley, who shared with me here. And to a couple of people who you'll know who took me back to my early misled youth out of the big band era, Jim and Chuck and their lovely ladies. To a guy who gave me a tremendous boost last weekend, he's sitting out there, Jerry D. And I love you all. And I just can't say enough about what you've done for me. St. Peter, signpost, and how we got here. It tells me that I shouldn't make excuses. And this is not to be construed as an excuse. But as I said, I was an only child. Now, I may not look it, but I was very delicate. All right, there we go. And my mother took very, very good care of me. In fact, until the time that I was 18 years of age, whenever we sat down to eat, she cut all of my meat. You're jealous. You're jealous. All right. Now, I was an only child, and I ran into this shanty Irish bounty hunter from the other side of the tracks, who was the oldest of 8. We married, or she picked me off, and she would not cut my meat. Now, anyone who's of the medical profession, I will go into my background later, knows that this caused instant trauma, shock. I said I came out of the big band era, and for anyone who can remember, I can remember the remotes from out here from Balboa and from the Palladium, Palomar Beach. Back east, it was Frank Daly's Meadowbrook and Glen Island Casino, the Rustic Cabin. And on many, many weekends like this on a night, I could be coming back in, hearing the band I had just seen on the radio, with the roof of a convertible down, with a beautiful gal alongside of me, and the glittering lights of the Big Apple out in front. And it was beautiful, and it was fine, and the world was mine. Of course, on some of those nights, strange things happened. I was looking for I was a bit confused. That's a good way of putting it. And I was looking, Manhattan is an island, and they have various bridges and tunnels connecting it with the outlying areas. I was looking for the Queens Midtown Tunnel, and in the shape that I was in, it amounted to a big hole in the ground, is what I was after. Basically, what I did was make a U-turn in heavy traffic in the middle of 42nd Street. It was not the tunnel, it was Grand Central Station loading platform. It's a no-no. You know, even then, I guess I was fairly glib, had a good line, because there was an Irish cop. And I don't know whether we did Mother McCree, Danny Boy, or Irish Soldier Boy, but he escorted me back up, wished me bon voyage, and said, you know, drink no more, my son, this evening. Now, if there is such a thing as a healthy attitude towards alcohol, I had it. You see, because I could call you up the next morning, and I could simply say, where did you hear the stupid thing I did last night? I must have changed from bourbon to scotch or got on the martinis too heavily because this happened. I could tell you that in this shape I also got home and awoke with a call of nature, and I was lost. I saw a window here, and I knew if the window was here, the door was behind me. And I walked into a wall. But I thought, I was one of those clever alcoholics you hear about. And what I did, I figured it was a reflection in the mirror, so I turned around and walked into another wall, followed by another wall. And I knew I was in the bathroom. What I had done was to step into a sunken bathtub. But again, I could call. There was no hiding it. If you drank the way my crowd did, occasionally funny things like this would happen. To move this right along, there was an early marriage to the bounty hunter. It was a love marriage. We were a couple of crazy kids. I was just about of age, and she was just under. We were in love, and my drinking was heavy. I was a daily heavy hitter for 18 years, without counting any kid stuff. And you see, coming from an Irish background, we sort of had a split family. It was known as like the we and the them. The we's drank at sundown, the thems drank at sunup. The family wanted me to be one of the we's, and so basically I was allowed to sample anything that came in to the house at any time. So I knew about alcohol. I also, unfortunately, in growing up, saw 3 friends killed after I left automobiles. And we wouldn't say they were drunk. They had a few, but not drunk as I would say drunk. But I should have known that there could be an effect. I had an uncle who went from a brilliant executive, took a terrible setback in his personal life with a child that was born dead. And I saw a man drink himself to death in 1 year. So I had the experience of others going for me. My background came out of engineering, and yet, strangely enough, I wound up in industrial relations. And I came up fairly fast. I came through a New York local to their executive board. I was transferred to the international, to the head of an education department, and I wound up as the personal advisor to the president of the International Union. I had it. And if you didn't think I had it, I would tell you I had it. The arrogance was there. The signpost, quite possibly you can see, not a guy who drank with the lampshade on the head, not a guy who, for a mind-changing drug. There was pressure, and I thrived in it. Big Mouth had a saying that when it got too tough for anybody else, it was just right for me. I loved it. I drank when I damn pleased. If I had alcohol on my breath 8 o'clock in the morning and you did not like it, you could get yourself someone else. I was top dog, and I would make my own rules. Self-will run rampant? Something like that out of one of those books. But you see, what will happen, pressures begin building, and now the immaculate dress was beginning to get a little wrinkled. The beard showed through a little bit. The assignments got bungled. The reports were late. Now, whether or not anyone out there is alcoholic, if these things are beginning to happen, and you have the reputation of being a heavy hitter, they're going to point to you and say, he drinks. Not like he drinks. He drinks. And so for a guy who drank for the lights and the music and the beauty and the taste and the bouquet, I began hiding for the first time. Not only how much I drank, but when I drank it. Now, who was I kidding? Signpost was there. And things continued to go wrong. Now, if one thing made me successful, it was objectivity. So for want of a better word, let's say one night coming into an assignment, I took what would amount to be a fourth step. And I've got to tell you before we go into this that I knew about Alcoholics Anonymous. I was given an assignment to find out what to do with you, them, the drunks. See, because going back over 20 years ago, it was costing over $20,000 to arbitrate discharges for lost causes. And it wasn't a case of, they never used that word drunk. It was too hard to prove. They would simply say, failure to live up to the terms and conditions of employment. Very impressive. That is, coming in stoned at noon, coming in stoned 8 o'clock in the morning, not coming in on Mondays, little things like that. But that dirty word drunk was never used. It was a lost cause. I went to my own doctor. I went to the Yale and Cornell and Rutgers reports, and what did it tell me? It told me that you had the best track record in the world. Not only did these poor people stop getting soused, which would clear my problem, they seem to be, what do the psychiatrists say? They seem to adjust. Goody. You know. So I went to a few church basements, and, it was nice. Good. It was nice. Nothing wrong with it. It was a wonderful thing, if I didn't exactly think you were all swingers, but, it was good. It was good. Okay. I sat on that train, and I said, buddy, your drinking habits have changed. Your pattern is all different. You're drinking to blot out responsibility. And you're passing up meals. You're using the booze for a quick hitter. Quick hitter. Pass up the meal, take a fast shot, get some calories, and keep going. A little bell went off, and it said, pal, sick. Sick. You're going to wind up with the goody-goodies in the church basement. You don't watch it. We don't want that. I mean, really, I had nothing against you. You just weren't my type of people. That's simple. Things continued to go wrong. The bride was beginning to get upset. Little things upset her, little things. We were expecting our second child. And being not quite a union member, but a union official, and she did not wish to fly in God's face, so we did not get pink or blue hobby horses. We got pink and blue hobby horses. And the wall that we were going to use them on was really terrible. Anyone in the construction trades, this was a horror. And what I did, I began patching and wallpapering early on a Sunday morning. And I used to improve my breakfast. I improved everything that I drank. I improved my orange juice with gin. I improved my coffee with rye. And as I improved, things began to happen. Now, some of you I've spoken to, and I've mentioned that the Westbury Long Island group is a humble group, and I have what is known as I'm humble. It's sort of militant humility at times, or aggressive humility. And what the bride said, she said, in all honesty, you could take that first panel that he pasted up of the rocking horses, and you could have taken it down and put it into the Louvre. It was magnificent. The orange juice progressed. The coffee progressed. I deteriorated. And her snotty comment at the end was that the nose of one rocking horse was running up the anal canal of the one in front. Hostility. Hostility. I refer to her as my first wife. She is my only wife, but this, if she were here or if it goes back, it sort of keeps her on her feet a little bit. For anyone, this is a sharing program, who is living with a retired... She joined a group that I shall refer to as, quote, the normal neurotics. She went down there to find out how to sober Golden Boy up. I think that they made her a member of the hostility committee. I have heard reports. They told her, you don't want anything to happen to him, do you? She said, you bet your life I don't. I'm going to get him myself. She had many talents at this time. She could start a fight in an empty room. You know, you've heard that bigamy is having one wife too many. Believe me, at this time, in this case, monogamy was having one wife too many. I never knew what happened to me. I wound up a pitiful drunk. I just completely deteriorated. And I had reached the point I would go to bed and just lay there and pass out. And I would wind up black and blue and battered, and I couldn't figure what happened. I felt I fell out of... Aha, yes. Yes, you sadist. I saw it. Then I heard her speak at an Al-Anon meeting, and I knew what happened. Saved my life? You better believe it. What she did, she bought a little doggy. Nice little doggy. Doberman Pinscher. She began beating him with my socks. She was going to introduce us when he became full grown. She had a backup plan. She's a brilliant woman. If this did not work, she was going to use bouillon in my starch and my collars. She was religious. She was deeply religious. New Year's, the feast of the circumcision. Wait. It's a holy day. She celebrated as follows. I was wearing jockey shorts. She pushed me through a double plate glass end table. Was deeply disappointed. Nothing happened. Seriously, I kid. I joke about Al-Anon. But you see, it did save my life. It did save my marriage. And later in my story, you'll see it saved her sanity. I can recall reading many years ago when Bill was asked why there was an Al-Anon. He replied as follows, in his usual way of telling a little story. He told the story of a family that had become hopelessly lost in the woods. And the head of the family found their way back to civilization and safety and left the rest of the family in the woods to shift for themselves. And thus we have an Al-Anon. And thus we have a guy standing here who came in through the back door. Now, I was not too pleased with her destroying my anonymity this way. This weekend brought back memories. Sleeping on the grass was nice. I used to practice that. I'd woke up many Sunday mornings on the grass. And yet I was annoyed that she was destroying my good name by going out with this bunch of neurotics. What she did, they told her to go to open AA meetings and find out what was wrong with me. She joined an organization. Do you Al-Anons, have you ever heard of a club called the Red Ring Club? Anybody hear of the Red Ring Club? Oh, all right. Here's how you work this. Newcomers. You go to an AA meeting. If the spouse is hostile towards AA, you do want to read the literature. So you take it into the bathroom, and if you do not put the seat down and you read extensively, you join the Red Ring Club. I was progressing very, very rapidly in my deterioration. A few years ago, Rutgers came out with the D's, and it was something like delusion, disillusion, disappointment, desperation, and despair. I went through them awful fast because the fun and games from the time I went to a personal doctor and said, quote, "Do you think I'm alcoholic?" And he said, "No, but you drink too much," until the time I came in through these doors was 18 months. Now, we hear about alcoholism and a progression coming down like a leaf. Down, up, but the direction down. I went straight off a cliff. In 18 months, Golden Boy here, in those days we did not have the lovely rest homes. We had something called Ward O. It was a locked psycho ward. We had other locked psycho wards. Not only did I make the wards, I made straitjackets on 6 occasions. My whole life came down around my ears. Didn't come down, as I say, like the house of cards, dominoes. It came down like an arch when you pull the keystone. And I said I had become arrogant. You see, I had become my own higher power. I could do anything, and the record backed me up. But now I was hopeless and helpless. The bride was seeing a lawyer. Where could I go? There was a big black pit, a Stygian darkness, and I was falling down it and didn't know what to do, and there was terror. Terror. The guy who never lost suddenly found out he was ill-equipped to face life. And there was no place to go, and there was nothing to grab. And the horror continued. Mental, physical, and spiritual. Mentally, the state of New York and the lock wards can attest to my state. Spiritual, I never had the audacity to deny a higher power or a God, but I had long since stopped paying any worship. When I reached the top, I would render unto God what God needed. You see, and since I hadn't gone to God when I was sailing along in the clouds, by the insane code I live by, I couldn't go to God when I was laying flat on my back, hopeless and helpless and dying. And it wasn't like that great American dream of the movie where the cowboy walks into the sunset with the troubles of the world on his shoulders and grimly carries on. The hard guy became an object of pity. He became poor devil, sitting at the end of a bar trying to hold body and soul together with a drink, falling apart and shaking. Lost, confused, pitiful. The end of the world, not with a bang, but with a whimper. One other problem. I had reached a point in the International Union where I could not be fired. I knew where literally too many bodies were buried. Yes, so I was untouchable, right? I found out slightly after I came in that they were beginning to take the chance and fire me. But they were going to do it a little bit differently. They were going to do it ready, aim, fire. I came in, and I made one last shot. I prided myself. I've heard this disease called insidious, cunning and baffling. And for me, it was insidious because it completely destroyed the objectivity. I no longer could see or would see what was happening to me. There was nothing left but me and that drink. One last shot. The finish of my service career was in experimental submarines. There was extensive psychological and psychiatric tests taken. I knew my, quote, profile. I went back in for a week of intensive care. I released the service records. I got out some medical books. I wanted to help him. I have a very close friend in New York, and I'm going to have to use his expression. He does it much better than me. I was looking for a big hyphenated word that would explain what was happening to me. Something very, very impressive. The reports came down that all of my neurosis were running wild. I was unadjusted, but if I would stop drinking, I'd be okay. I told them they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I went back to that book, Abnormal Psychology, and as my friend puts it, and I can identify with him, I could identify with every hyphenated disease in that book but two. I was not an alcoholic, and I was not a lesbian. I came in through those doors. Everything else was gone. And I came in for one reason. I had one thing going for me. I didn't come in here to identify. I came in because I was a dying drunk and I was looking to live. Survival, no other reason. Survival. And I was charming. I felt that most of the arrogance had been knocked out of me because Bill tells us that the only way for an alcoholic to get humility is repeated and repeated humiliation. And I had suffered that. And standing in the doorway, I'll respect the anonymity, I won't use his name, was a person who greeted me like this. You don't look too good. He says, you know what's wrong with you? I just looked. I wouldn't talk. This was what was wrong with people like you. We had people like him in doorways. His next remark ended it all. He said, you got a threefold disease. I said, I beg your pardon. He said, threefold. I don't want to be vulgar. I said, what the hell is a threefold disease? He says, threefold. Mental, physical, spiritual. Threefold. I gave this, said, it's come to this. It really has come to this. Then I got the bad shock. Another guy walked up and says, that's one of our winners. I didn't want to see the losers, believe me. No way, that was good enough for John. I sat out there, and I became obsessed with one idea. I had lost many, many battles in my life, never lost a whole war. But this one was final, absolute, and complete. I had lost it, and I didn't like it. But watch the pronoun here. I read all of your literature. I read the big book. I read AA Comes of Age. Notice that big pronoun, I. I went to 90 meetings in 90 days. You asked me what was going on. It's swell, great, swinging, beautiful. They all said what a great pigeon this kid is. And I schemed. I did do one thing. I felt that most of you were hopelessly illiterate in the use of the English language. And so I went to the dictionary and I looked up the words obsession and compulsion so that they would not be used interchangeably and we could have intelligent closed meetings. I think this is the only thing that beat me in my aim of being voted AA Rookie of the Year. This upset some people. One night I heard a gentleman who was speaking up here, and he was sharing about 25 years of 24 hours. And I said very, very smartly, I know more about this stupid thing that almost killed us than he does. Because I know a hell of a lot about alcoholism. What I knew about the program remains to be seen. Still no way out. Whether I read it in those Yale and Cornell and Rutgers reports or you told me in here basically my sentence, and I regarded it as such, was that I was addicted to a mind-changing substance. Well, I might get some smarts back. Well, I might get a little love back. Never again physically would I pick up a drink safely. And that was the sentence. But I heard another gifted individual, same background, industrial relations, engineering, self-starting type of guy, dynamic. And what he did, now listen carefully, he used science. See, right away the doubters, keep an open mind, please, until you hear this. What Ed did was to follow instructions and change where he drank, how he drank, and when he drank, which is way of life. He changed his entire pattern of drinking. He changed his hours of drinking. He kept copious notes. He went so far as to begin a bar graph with this, pardon that word. And at the end of 9 months, for you doubting Thomases, Edward had proven successfully he was no longer alcoholic. Now, how does that grab you, huh? Huh? See? He came to this conclusion in a straitjacket in Knickerbocker Hospital. So much for science. No way out. Enter the next phase, spirituality. What I did, I let go and let God. I had exactly 90 days and was to make my first talk. And what I did was to pray to God to restore my former drinking powers. All right, now you smile. But if anyone has a better way of beating what's got me up here this morning than this, please see me after the meeting. Now notice, I didn't say, please God, let me have a drink. No, nothing like that. I basically said, please God, let me drink the way I always drank, like a pig. Because, you know, the idea of having one, and counting them, hey, come on, forget it. I had enough brains to know I was much better off without that. And you see, I went to a lot of meetings. If anything went wrong, I could go back to Westbury that night, and I could say, all right, I took the noble chemical experiment, and it didn't work, and I'm sorry, and so what? I had to take one last shot. Insanity? Sure. You see, because I refer to myself as a retarded alcoholic. I stopped smoking 10 years ago and caught pneumonia. I had delayed blackouts. I came in here and was dry 10 days and took an alcoholic convulsion that left me out for 70 minutes. And in reading about that in those books, it told me I was prone. And if I drank again and I withdrew again, there was a pretty good chance I was going to die, or I was going to have more brain damage than I am exhibiting here this morning talking to you. Okay, little advice for anyone who wants to try it. After 90 days of clean living, do not make the first one 10 ounces of Smirnoff 100 on the rocks. It started down, and I had an idea, maybe I should try to put the toothpaste back into the tube. It was about as good an idea as a parachute that opens on the second bounce. Didn't work, and I know it. But now you see the horror starts. Because the one thing I hadn't heard in those 90 days was that the drunk who takes the drink is not the drunk who made the plans. And so the horror started. I couldn't get off the drunk. I couldn't get off the drunk. And this time it was horror because Smarty, who looked up obsession and compulsion, was now living them. And the drink became nothing but something to hold body and soul together. And terror was now added to the rest. Because, you see, the convulsion was waiting at the end. And I had to stop, and I was afraid to stop. Again, the big I. the I. Terror. Sheer terror. Despair? It was there. When I came in, I said I refrained from suicide because I was afraid of hurting myself. I don't think that's true. I honestly believe that a higher power, as I understand him, chose not to give me enough to spare. Because unfortunately, in sharing with you, I've seen that any alcoholic who is given too much to spare will end it. And so I thank my God for this. I got back into Westbury. Nothing else but the grace of God. A 13-day drunk. And standing in the doorway was not lovely Treefold. Because I don't think I could have taken him telling me, "I'm sin no more. In 6 months you'll be walking in the green, green grass and singing." I couldn't have taken that. Standing in the doorway was an ogre. Ogre is the only word for it. Everyone else, when I was saying how beautiful and what a wonderful pigeon I was, they were saying he's a phony. He's mouthing it. He's got nothing inside. And that was waiting in the doorway. The conversation went as follows. "You look bad." "I feel bad, Ed. I feel very bad. I'm sick. I'm very sick." He said, "Do you feel guilt?" I said, "I feel terrible guilt, Ed." He said, "You think you left everybody down?" I said, "I left everybody." He said, "You let your wife down?" I said, "I let my wife down." He said, "Do you feel like a dirty bum?" I said, "Yes, Ed, I do." He said, "Do you know why?" I said, "Why, Ed?" He said, "Because you are a dirty bum." Where was the love? Oh, yeah. Half dead, poor person suffering. Anyone who needs a sponsor, follow the next conversation. He said, "I am your sponsor." I said, "What makes you think you can be my sponsor?" He says, 3 inches and 40 pounds. So I came in. I didn't damn the people. I didn't damn your program. I simply felt I was a loser. Because, you see, I had done everything. And as insane as that attempt was, it was the most honest I could be at that time. And this was strike two. I not only was a drunk, I was an unsuccessful drunk. And I sat out there and I felt that I would sit on my hands and play out the cards, because it was hopeless. But you see, at this point, something happens. Bill refers to it as nonverbal communication. And I watched people who spoke off these lecterns like a hawk. And most of them were living the life that they were talking. Couldn't deny it. I saw pussycats who became tigerish, and tigers who became a little pussycatty. You see, and that's why Willard brought me back yesterday. Because I approached one, and I said, "How do I get what you have?" We all know what happened. He said, "Chapter 5, my son." And I said, "Stop that. That's rubbish." He said, "You got a better way?" He said, "Doing things your way not only has made you an unsuccessful drunk, it's almost ruined your life. Your way. Your way." I met a friend who used to write for the films. And he tells the story many years ago of, for those of you who remember the older movies, Edna May Oliver, a very, very aristocratic gal about 6 foot tall. And she was working a scene with what he referred to as a young male ingenue. The scene was blown 4 times. Finally, the young male ingenue turned to the grand dame and said, "This time, we'll do this my way." And she looked down that aristocratic nose and said, "Your way? You don't have a way." You know, I had just gotten to the point where these steps made a little sense to me when I took my header. So I wanted to jump right back in. And they said, no, wait. Knew anything about him? I said, I read the book. They said, well, look, understand one thing. They're the means to an end, not an end in themselves. They're a journey and not a destination. Very impressive. They told me that Bill referred to them as the building blocks of sobriety. They said that he broke them from 6 steps into 12 because he was afraid with those blocks that the drunks might fall between the cracks. I was very impressed. I felt very much like the little boy who was in school, and the teacher said, my idea at this point, I took this about as seriously, even in the shape I was in. For any who were of my generation, my mother used to warn me, quote, if you wear your rubbers in the movies, you will go blind. And that is just about the way I took these steps. 1, 2, and 3, I got into them, it was sort of like rote. I said, I did 1. They said, no, you didn't do 1. I said, look, no, now listen, please. 1, you're the sum total of your entire life. And no matter what mountains you have climbed, what success you've had, it's not exactly a swinging success coming through those doors. Didn't like to hear it, but, didn't argue. They said, you were resigned to being an alcoholic. You didn't accept it. I didn't see much difference. I was an alcoholic. They said, you're powerless over alcohol, whether it's in you or not in you. And I'm Irish, and I got to share this. They tell a story about the Irishman who caught the little leprechaun, asked for the pot of gold. And he said, I'm not a pot of gold leprechaun, I'm a 3-wish leprechaun. He said, but one catch. Whatever I give to you, I will double for your worst enemy, Sweeney. He said, very well. He said, give me a 10-room house. He had it, Sweeney had a 20, and he mumbled. He said, your next wish? He said, 10 beautiful dancing girls. Sweeney had 20. He said, thank you, Sean, you're not bad. The little leprechaun said, what is your final wish? And looking over at Sweeney and his 20 beautiful maidens, he said, you'll double anything? He said, double anything. He said, reduce my sexual drive by 50%. On into the next step, 2. To charge of the Light Brigade. People say they had trouble with 2. You see, for me, it was a cop-out. My life had become a horror and a sewer. And so when I could go to a group such as you, and you could tell me I was off the norm when this took place, I could buy it. I could buy it very, very, very easily. What you did for me, as Willard said yesterday, bad sick, good well. You told me that I wasn't a bad guy trying to get good, that I was a sick person trying to be well. And right there you took that hair shirt off me. Sure, responsible I am, but I was sick. You handed it to me, and it was beautiful. And what it was for me, it was a lifeline back to society. You spliced it for me. And that splice, thank God, is still there today. But there's only one thing about that splice back into life. It's soluble. It will dissolve in alcohol. 3 was a horror. I had fallen away from everything. I wanted nothing to do with God. Nothing to do with a higher power. And they said, hold up. Don't confuse yourself. Don't define anything. 3 was handed to me very, very simply. It told me what I did not have to do. I didn't have to define a God. I just had to admit that there was something in this world greater than myself, that I could no longer govern my own life. I said, thoughts and will, what are you talking about? Some crazy... He said, look, make it practical. Make it thoughts and actions to a spiritual code. Can you do that? I said, I can. They said, and believe and go on. Looking back, what the hell did I do? 1, 2, 3. Physical, mental, and spiritual. I couldn't sober up. 2, God could sober me up. 3, I let him. It's really that easy. 4, I had fun with. Went back to that big ogre and said, I did it mentally. Did it up here. Did the whole inventory. He said, how long did it take? About 20 minutes. A few things wrong. Nothing major. Now, we talk about charlatans and con men in here. Wait till you hear this next one. Everyone waited for the crushing blow to fall, but he didn't. He said, John, "Do you wish to help the suffering alcoholic?" I said, "Of course." He said, "Look at it this way. Go and write down a little bit, and maybe you could find one serious fault. That way, when you 12-step someone, they'll have something to identify with." Oh, the con was beautiful. Fell for it, right into it. I was guided. On every one of these steps, I read that book, and I went around and I asked you, how did you do it? Because I wanted the key for me. And if your answer was that you received joy and a great release, I did exactly what you did. I put my feet where you would put yours before me. I didn't experiment. And so I found a person that said, "John, the fourth step is not how many times you slept around or how much money you have stolen. It is basically what drives you. What makes John go? Love, hate, avarice." And so I began writing down motive. And it got painful, and I just let it lay. And I don't know if it took 18 days or 18 months, but at the end of it, I met myself. I knew me. And strangely enough, I'm supposed to get my release on 3, but I got my release on 4, because I knew John for better or for worse. I knew what I was. I knew what made me tick. And I promptly sat there. Enter back into this a beautiful young girl, my wife's baby sister. Carried her on my neck when we were going together. And here she was at the age of 19 with a busted marriage and hooked on drugs. The baby of 8 tore her father's heart out. And I was sober a little over a year, and we took her in. And lo and behold, Peggy was clean when she came to us. You know what Peggy found? The socially acceptable drug. Alcohol. She could get a release, and it was socially acceptable. It was beautiful. It was also instant alcoholic. And if I went down fast off a cliff, Peggy went down faster. There was no addiction time. She was shot from the first drink. It became so bad that the great guard here one night came home and knew I was going to have to commit her. I didn't want to put the horror back on her father. And after all, you'll have to understand, this kid was a hopeless alcoholic. Hopeless. And I had been hidden in my horror of alcoholism. Not many had seen the senior paragon brother-in-law go down into the gutter. And as I walked into Peggy's room to tell her we're going to put her in the happy house, a little voice said, "Hey, buddy, who in the hell are you to tell anyone that they're hopeless? Who in the hell are you to use that word with your record? And no matter what it costs you, you're going to go in there and you're going to tell that kid what AA is all about." And so I went in. And if there's such a thing as the beginning of spirituality for me, it was telling her a story that no other human being has heard since or again. I wanted to show her that she wasn't bad, that I could top her in spades. I didn't preach, I didn't proselytize. I talked as one poor devil in torment to another. And it's happy. Peg comes into AA. She goes to meetings, she meets people, and it's wonderful. One thing, she saw the revolving door. She was a kid, people went in, people came out. Why not? She go back out, another chance, got a little older, right? Not right. Peg got one shot, went out, 6 days later she was dead. Dead. My wife's beautiful baby kid sister. One shot. One. Hate? My wife hated me. She hated every drunk who came through that door, and she really hated those who came through that door more than once. Absolute hatred. And there was not a damn thing I could do about it. Pray. And I said, Al-Anon, saved. my life in the beginning. And thank God it saved my wife's sanity. Because without those women to huddle around and hold her hand, I just don't know what would have happened. I am deeply, deeply in love with every Al-Anon out there. 6, talked about something, shortcomings, character defects. I found a few. You see, but it was all. It said all. That damn absolute. I hate it. Absolute. 6, all. All of them. They told me I couldn't pick and choose. They told me I had to change or I would drink again. We'll hear the next one. Alcohol comes in people, not in bottles. I think that was threefold again. Alcohol comes in people, not in bottles. The wisdom of the ages off this shit. I fought back. I said very, very smartly, look, about this change. God made me this way. Maybe we better not tamper. I was told very, very bluntly that to hold on to any of these defects, believing that they could cause me to drink again, was quite possibly a cause of the loony bin, the insanity. Maybe I better go back, do not pass go back to step 2 and start over. So I did exactly what you suggested. I didn't learn a damn thing. When I came back in here and they told me that quite possibly I had missed the entire spiritual message of this program with the I, that it was a we program. We, the love of one drunk for another. Nowhere in the steps did the I appear. Here I did it again. Myself, try it. And so you see, what I did on 6 was after complete and absolute frustration. Not even my sponsor. Treefold comes up. Curse of my life. And he says, all else fails, follow instructions. I said, what are the instructions? He said, ask God. I said, get away from me. Get away from me. In comes the ogre. He said, look, John, be sensible. If you believe that something outside of yourself lifted that obsession, what else can this do if you'll only ask? He said, you know the spiritual index? I said, in the front of the book. Index is in the front of the big book. I read it 3 times. He said, no, it's in the back. I said, the front, the back. We fought. He said, go home and find it. And it's way, way in the back. Little paragraph. Sneaky. Spiritual index. And it simply says that there's one blockage to all growth and one rule which will stop all learning. And that is simply ridicule without investigation. Close-mindedness. And so I simply got on my knees and said, God, please help me. Not for today, but for 24 seconds. Or 1 second. Or for now. Just for now. Please, God, help me for now. And I said I was retarded, and it shows up here again. You see, I was living a 24-hour program for drinking, but a 24-hour program for living. Took me 7 steps to get there. Retarded, most certainly. 8, had it all going for me. Couldn't miss. See, 8 says something about, writing, making list. And I got introduced to that word, resentment. They said, do you have any resentments? I said, no, not a one. See, right away, cynics, don't listen, not a one. I was an advanced case. What was bothering me was absolute hatred. There were still people maybe going to shoot. They said, read it. You're illiterate. So you got to do anything. Make a list. And ask yourself, all you got to do is not be a judge, not be a juror, not be a prosecutor. You simply got to be a scribe. You got to ask the question, have you ever heard anybody in your entire life, do you want to do anything about it? That's all it says. And then we come to the big one, 9. It says, put your money where your mouth is. Actually, and going back to those old timers again, Forgetting all of the kid stuff, what had I done on 9? I had completely wrecked the family unit. Tore it to pieces. So you see, while I had a relationship with my wife and a relationship with each of my kids, we didn't have a family unit. So I went to a guy and I said, how do I put this back together again, expecting some more wisdom of the ages? The answer came as follows. The family that eats together stays together. I thought this must be Trefoil's brother. There's such a thing as fourfold. Here was another one. He said, what I'm telling you, kid, he said, is just sit down at a meal and try not to give anybody the potatoes on the head who displease you. And you know what? It worked. The individual relationships started getting back to being a family. And so there we are, we're at 9, and the way those ogres gave it to me, you know, they're all written in retrospect there. You know, look back and cry, that's it, here you are. At least 10, 11, and 12 for today. Now on 10 I got to be very, very careful. I used to say, you housewives will understand this, and did I get jumped? They call me sexist, chauvinist. That was the nicest things they called me when I said that one night. So please, any feminist out there, take notes. You house people will understand this. If I don't put the garbage out on a daily basis, it's going to begin to smell. And if it begins to stay there long enough, it's going to start to rot. And so you see, I've got to take that inventory, continue to take it daily. Get rid of the garbage. That's all it's telling me. Get rid of it, kid. It'll kill you. Little ones will pile up. Am I square with the house people? 11 I thought was beautiful. I said I'm employed by AT&T, and my field is communications. Some fool told me that learning to communicate was learning how to listen. That shows how little he knew. But I read the 11th step as follows, quote, thought through prayer and meditation to make God aware of my will. Beautiful. Just beautiful. There it was. Hand it to me. Make God aware of my will. Broke my heart again. Seriously, all I can say is that with the daily reprieve, at first I learned to pray for myself. And then once in a while I could pray for somebody else. And there has been some growth, because now just once in a while, when everything else has failed again, I can pray for God's will. There has been a little bit of growth on 11 for me. 12, the icing on the cake. To me, it had to be in 3 pieces. It said, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, what this gave me was a self that I could live with. We try to carry the message to the suffering alcoholic, a cause that I could live for, and try to practice these principles in all of my affairs, a code that I could live by. When I came in, there was an old saying that said, man takes drink, drink takes drink, and drink takes man. And this drunk has come to believe that man takes steps, steps take steps, and steps take man. In speaking to the committee before the talk began, they said the format is for you to talk a little, and they're going to listen a little, and for God's sake, try to finish before they do. Got to show off this classic lit background. Mark Twain put it another way. He said that a preacher came in and preached for the missions. And he was at the services, and he was so impressed with this man's preaching, he was going home, take out a mortgage on his house, and give it to the missions. Well, he said, this preacher went on for 5 hours. He said, at the end of that time, I took $1 out of the collection basket. The hopeless one came in with the simple faith of a child, and I believed. And I found my tooth fairy, and I found Peter Pan, and I found Tinkerbell in here. I was blessed. I want to phrase this properly. My children allowed me to play with them. There's an AA baby. And they say out of the mouth of children, you can hear wisdom. A few years ago, I was taking them to a cultural event called Mickey Mouse on Parade. We have since graduated to Bugs Bunny Meets the Superheroes. But the two older kids, who are approximately 5 years older than the baby, thanked me, said, thanks, Dad, for taking us to see this. And this little 6-year-old kid said, he didn't take us, he brought us with him. There was a gentleman who devoted his life to Alcoholics Anonymous, Bob H., who was retired as the general manager of the General Service Office. And Hitch was reminiscing one night, and he said, quote, at an opening conference dinner at one time, Bill asked a rhetorical question. Could we, he wondered, survive in a hopeless and perilous world should such a world someday confront us? Could we, for example, survive in a dictatorship? And Bob ended as follows. I think we need have no fear. Let the cold winds blow if they must and the night darken. You and I know a land where the light is bright and there's a stillness of the spirit. A land we can live in for as long as we wish, for it exists really only in our hearts. It's a magical land called Alcoholics Anonymous. The good Lord, I believe, created AA for us. May it be His will for us to keep it safe. God bless you. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
My name's Noel. No. I'm an alcoholic. And kind of sad when you're the guy speaker and you got to pull the microphone down. It's kind of... I wasn't being chivalrous when I asked her if she wanted to go first. I had to pee. And then I got back and I started drinking the water, and now I got to pee again. So what do we got, a half an hour? Yeah. All right, so that'll be good because that'll be about my limit. It's kind of neat. There's a lot of people here in Maine. I got sober in Maine. And a lot of times when is there anybody here that's like only been sober for like a month or something like that? Anybody in the room? I mean, I figured probably most of these people. Yeah? Good. Congratulations, man. I just like to know, like, basically where people are at, because when I get sober, I come into meetings and people would start talking about, friggin' divorce and crisis and all kinds of, I'm like, well, how do I not drink? That's what I wanted to know. So usually when I go to like rehabs and stuff like that, I usually ask people, is there anybody here who doesn't know how to drink? I mean, because truthfully, I know how to drink. I'm pretty good at it. I could outdrink guys who are like 3 times my size. I mean, when I was 16 years old, I was playing anchorman with a bunch of guys from a wrestling team, and I was the anchorman, and they quit. And so like I don't have any problem with drinking. The problem that I realize is not drinking, and I imagine that there's people in the room that have a little bit of problem with that too. When I get to AA, I didn't, and I still don't know. I don't have any idea on my own. I have absolutely no idea how to not drink. When I was 12 years old, I picked up alcohol, and I didn't put it down until I was 24. And I lived that entire period of my life pretty much drunk. Gradually, the number of days in between how long I went got fewer and fewer and fewer, and by the time I was ready to stop. You put those two reasons together, and you've got a perfectly sound argument as to why you are not alcoholic. And so I was in graduate school, and they were paying for me to go to school, and I was a teaching assistant, and I used to go study economics during the day. And about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd go out and I'd look into the teaching assistant's room, and all the kids would turn around and look at me, and they were thinking these things about me. And they all thought that I was an idiot and I was a freak and I didn't belong there. And half of them thought I was gay. And then the girls didn't really like me, but they should. And they all think they're smarter than me. So I couldn't stand what they were thinking, so I'd go home. And on my way home, I'd stop off in the Rite Aid. The Rite Aid. I loved Maine because I grew up in Massachusetts where you can't do anything. And in Maine, they sell beer at gas stations and at Rite Aids, which I didn't know what Rite Aid was until I moved to Maine either. But they sell beer at Rite Aid, and you walk into the Rite Aid, and I'm thinking I got to eat dinner. I haven't eaten anything all day long, and I walk through the aisle and I go over to the beer aisle and I pick up a 12-pack, and that's dinner. And then I bring it home and I put it down on the counter and I start making broccoli. And I'm going to have broccoli and beer. And you've got hops, barley, broccoli. I mean, it's like a full diet. And I threw a couple carbs in there, like some pasta. And I was good to go. And then I'd start studying economics. And I'm really friggin' good at economics. I don't understand why. It's just this weird thing that God gave me this gift. I'm really good at it. And so I'm studying economics, and I'm not an alcoholic because I can do statistics and I can do economics and drink a 12-pack of beer. And I can call my friends up and tutor them on the phone and tell them about how smart I am. And then I get off the phone and think that they all hate me and think I'm too stupid to. And it was insane. And what was going on was this kid lived upstairs from me. He was 18 years old, and I had gone to Maine because I got into 4 other colleges for graduate school, but I was dating Beth, and Beth was going to be my wife, and she was going to have kids, and she was going to become a veterinarian, and I was going to be a school professor, and I was going to write books, and I could drink and stay home with the kids and write books. And she would be a veterinarian and really take care of me, and I'd go on sabbaticals, and I could go sleep with my graduate students, and all these things were going to happen. And it was just going to be fantastic. And so I'm in graduate school, and all the kids at school, they think those things about me, so that I can't talk to them, and I don't have any friends there. And Beth starting to really not understand me anymore. And so I'm hanging out with the 18-year-old kid up above me, and I'm buying him beer at night. And then I come home from school at 3 o'clock because what everyone's thinking, and I got to drink my beer and do my economics, and somebody stole my friggin' cigarettes. And I'm like, what happened to my cigarettes? Where'd they go? I locked the door before I left, and the cigarettes are gone, and then shit's getting moved all around my apartment. Someone's breaking into my friggin' house at night. And so then I'm going into this panic, and everything's going crazy in my head, and it's and they're trying to trick me into flunking me out of school, and things are going nuts. So then the cops start coming over to my house, but I can't tell the cops that it's the kid upstairs because I'm buying the kid booze. And I'm 21 years old, and I get a DUI, and if I get another arrest, then I have to go to jail, and da-da-da-da-da-da. So this craziness is going on, so I'm trying to talk to my girlfriend about it on the phone, and she's in school, so she doesn't have time to hear this. And it's going absolutely insane. You know, I come home, things are missing, stuff's going crazy. Everyone out at school's out to get me, and they're breaking into my house. They're stealing my cigarettes. They're moving shit around. Finally, somebody steals my grandfather's watch, and this is the one thing I actually cared about. It was a gold watch. It was the only thing I had that was my grandfather's, and so the cops were coming, and I said, you know, that's it, and I filled them in on what was going on. I was going to take my big chance that they don't tell the cops that I was buying for them, and so I had to move, and craziness just kept going. What happened was I went home that Christmas, and Beth just didn't understand how much trouble I was having. And I went over to her house to try to convince her to come and live with me over Christmas break. And I had to move into a new apartment. And Beth's mother didn't insure her on her car. She didn't have car insurance. So she couldn't drive my car because she didn't have insurance. And if she got in an accident, I couldn't afford to deal with it because I had a DUI. And doesn't this woman understand? She has to insure her daughter on her car so that she can come live with me because she's going to be a veterinarian and I'm going to write books and sleep with graduate students and teach classes. And she's ruining my friggin' life. And so I started screaming at this woman in the middle of her living room, her own house, screaming at her that she's ruining my life. None of these people get it. They're all screwing everything up, and Beth just looks at me and said, I can't deal with you anymore. You're out of your friggin' mind. You know, you're just out of your mind. See, I used to go over to Beth's house because it was normal. It was like normal land. They watched fucking Disney movies. Sorry, I swore. I promised myself I wouldn't swear. Now I'm swearing. But I'd go over and we'd watch like Dumbo or something like that. And then I'd go out like the other 6 nights out of the week and I'd get cocked and I'd hang out at bars and I'd flirt with chicks. I couldn't cheat on my girlfriend because only losers cheat on their girlfriends. But I'd just like flirt with. One time a girl walked all the way around the bar, came over, stood right next to me and stuck her tongue down my throat. I told my friend Pat, I'm like, watch, see that girl? I'm going to pick her up. Because he didn't believe me that it was easy to pick girls up at the bar, you know. And so she comes walking all the way around the bar, sticks her tongue down my throat. I pushed her away. I said, I was just trying to prove a point. I have a girlfriend. You know, I had absolutely no sense. And then she smacked me, and I didn't get it. Like, why are you smacking me, you know? I'm trying to tell you, I'm a nice guy. I don't cheat on my girlfriend. So, you know, I never really did anything unfaithful, but I used to go and I'd live at bars, and then one night a week I'd have to go over to Beth's house to go watch Dumbo and feel normal. And the whole time I'd be like, I hate it here. And I couldn't wait to get out of there. And finally, she freed me. You know, you're done. I mean, this is the girl that 3.5 years earlier, I met her at my house. I was living on a farm in Sunderland, Massachusetts. I was going to UMass. We used to have raging parties with like 200 people. They get off the bus. They called it the farmhouse. It was my house. And they get off which I loved. I mean, I loved it that my house had like a nickname. And it meant I was important, you know. And they'd get off the bus and they'd come to the farmhouse and they'd get drunk and you know, kids would play friggin' sitars out by the fire and like all kinds of weird shit go on. And I moved there with Allison because I was in love with Allison, and she was going to realize she was in love with me. Only she was dating my roommate from my previous house, Jeff, who owed me money, who didn't pay his bills. And she started dating Jeff right after we signed a lease together. Well, what was supposed to happen was Allison was supposed to realize that Jeff was a real jerk. When we moved in together, she was going to fall in love with me, start sleeping with me, and dump Jeff. Well, it didn't happen. And so I had to go find somebody different. So I'm at a party at my house, and this girl shows up, and I don't even like her. But I got to pick somebody up. You know, and now it's 3.5 years later, and I'm going to kill myself over this girl that I never liked. I never liked her the day I picked her up. She was a really nice girl. I took her hostage for 3.5 years so I could make Allison jealous, who I don't even talk to anymore. I don't even know her anymore, you know. And yet, here it is 3.5 years later, and I'm living in Maine, and Beth can't deal with me anymore, so she breaks up with me, and I don't know what to do. So I drink. I keep drinking. And what happened was I spent the next 4 days drunk, which really wasn't any different than the previous 4 days. But I spent the next 4 days drunk and went to New Year's Eve night. I went out to Mom McKinn's in Boston, and I remember it was midnight, and I looked up. My friend Pat was making out with a chick, and I thought, how dare you? I just broke up with my girlfriend. You're not supposed to be with anybody tonight because you're my buddy, and I'm sensitive. And so you're not supposed to, I'm the only one allowed to score tonight if anything happens. And I was afraid to talk to anybody. So, so I walked out of Mama Kin's. It was 20 below zero. I was wearing a flannel shirt. And the next thing I knew, I was on the tee. I don't know how I got to the tee. I don't know where I was on the tee. All I knew was that there were 4 kids. They were of a different ethnic origin, and they were kicking at me, kind of trying to wake me up a little bit. And I remember looking up and just being like, "Oh, where am I?" And they stood me up and they were laughing at me, and they were kind of, "Dude, you gotta get together." And so they said, I tried to figure out where I was. I had no idea where I was. They put me back on the train going the other way. They told me where to get off. I called Beth's mother, and Beth's mother was going to fix it. She was going to drive me back to Beth's house, and we were going to make it all different, and everything was going to... Well, Beth's mother was from Al-Anon. So she drove me to Worcester, and we had to go home, and I had to go to my mother's house. And I was humiliated, so I drove back up to Maine, and I spent the next 4 days drunk in Maine. And the last night I drank, I woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning that day, and went down to the Irving station, got my 12-pack, came back, and I started making tapes. I'm going to make tapes. I'm going to start showing chicks in Bangor how cool of a music select. I'm going to make a Miles Davis tape. I'm going to make a tape that has all kinds of bluegrass music on it. And then we're going to have this raging party. No, I don't know anybody. And we're going to make this raging party, and I'm going to play tapes all day long, and everybody's going to see. And I'm making these tapes, and then my time comes, and I go down to the bar. I've been scoping out Fitz Willie's or something like that, and I go down there. I've never been in it, and I go down there, and I stand at the bar all night long drinking gin and tonic, smoking butts with my new best friend, this kid that I met, and he gave me his lighter. And we were smoking butts and talking and staring at these 2 girls dancing together all night long, and I'm thinking, I'm going to pick them up. And then I'm thinking, they don't like me. They think I'm gay. Everyone here hates me. And I smoked butts until it was about 1:15, and I realized the Irving station is going to close soon, so I left there. I walked up the street, and I remember standing in front of the refrigerator door at the Irving station, and I said, I don't have any friggin' 12-packs. I've been drinking since 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm mad because they don't have any 12-packs. So I grab a 6-pack of Pounders, and I go walk back to my house, and I drank that, and I put my head down, and I said, God, what the is wrong with me? And I picked my head up, and I looked at the beer in my hand, and I just thought, I can't drink anymore. And I don't know... today... I know where the thought came from. God put that thought in my head. Because I had never, ever in my life, ever wanted to not drink again. Ever. When I was 12 years old, I started drinking, and it took away how I felt. And while it stopped working, it was the only thing I ever knew that took that away. And I never wanted to not drink. So when the thought occurred to me to not drink again, it floored me. I can't drink anymore. So I finished the beer. And but I called Beth on the phone at 2:30 in the morning to inform her of my big awakening. And she didn't disagree. And she also wanted to know why the hell I was calling her at 2:30 in the morning. But I said, what should I do? And I had been to AA when I got my DUI, and her whole family was in AA, and they, so I knew about it. So you should probably call him in the morning. And I did. I called the next morning, and this guy, John, answers the phone. See, the previous 12 years are kind of the same. I could tell you all about them. They're like the same story. It just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier until it gets to that day. And then, it's just nuts. And it started off, it was a lot of fun. But it just wasn't fun anymore. I mean, it was a mess. It was absolute insanity. And I didn't know that. Everything I know about what happened, I know now in hindsight. I know as of after writing about it and reading it to my sponsor and then going out and making amends about all this stuff. That's how I understand things to be the way they are today. I mean, what happened was I called AA, and this guy John, like that. He's an ass, and I liked people that are like that. So I went out at exactly 9 o'clock. Boom, the guy was there. I went over to his house all day long and talked to him about football. I knew nothing about football. He knew nothing about football, but I didn't know that. He just had the football game on, so I assumed I must impress this man with my knowledge of football. So I started telling him everything I know about football. And about, I don't know, probably like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he says, Tom's coming over. Okay, so Tom comes over. Tom is from Worcester. Now, I'm living in Bangor, Maine. It's 300 miles from Worcester. Tom used to drink at the bar that I used to stand outside of when I was 14 years old and say, dude, you want to buy me some beer? And we weren't like even close to normal kids either, too, because the guy go like, oh, okay, what do you want, a 6-pack? I'd hand him a friggin' stack of ones like this. I need 8 cases. And the guy's like, what? And we'd be running across Lincoln Street like this with 8 cases of beer, There's like 5 kids would come out of the corners, and it was insane. We were nuts, And that was 14, 15 years old. And so anyways, Tom knew, I probably bought dope off of him. He knew the same people I knew. He hung out with it was just like, maybe God put him there, maybe not, I don't know. But it was weird. So that kind of hooked me for the time being, 10 minutes. And then we went to a meeting. And I remember this about the meeting. There was a guy with white hair sitting at the back, and I didn't like him because he was obviously in charge. And he asked if anybody wanted to make a commitment to sobriety. And I said, so 24-hour commitment. I remember standing up to pick up my white chip. I think I had been like informed about the white chip on my way there or something. So I stood up and I started bawling. And I didn't know why I was crying. And that was over 8 years ago. And I didn't know why I was crying. My whole life changed right then. I had no idea what was going to happen to me over the next 8 years, From the time I was 12 until I was 24 years old, I never didn't drink. I didn't know how to not drink. That day, that minute, I didn't know how to not drink. I still don't know how to not drink. What I learned how to do over the next 8 years is I learned how to do what I'm told. And that's what I do. I do what I'm told. But I didn't do it right away. What I did was I was just going to these meetings. And within like a couple of weeks, I'm looking around the room at these friggin' meetings. And, everybody in the room hates me. And nobody here knows what I know. And I don't really belong here. I haven't done cocaine. I'm in graduate school. I have 80% of my teeth. There's a whole string of really important reasons why I've never prostituted myself, which is important to me. So therefore, I can't possibly belong here. I don't live under a bridge. I didn't drink out of a paper bag. all of the real important reasons for not being an alcoholic were floating around my head all the time. And I remember being at this meeting at Husson College and staring at the back of Katie's head. And Katie, if you ever hear this tape, I'm sorry, but this is what I was thinking about. I was thinking about having sex with Katie. That's it. And like most people who have no sobriety and are sitting around in meetings and haven't done anything to get better, I'm suffering from untreated alcoholism. Park Chopra book. And this guy, Eric, comes over to me after the meeting and he says, you can do something about the way you feel if you want. And I can help you. And, F you prick, comes to mind like that. Who do you think you are? But at the same time, what was going on was I was going to these meetings for a month, and I go home, and everybody's saying, "Oh, it gets better. Just keep coming." Da 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 da. And and they're all very nice, and they're trying to help me. And I go home, and I'd stare at the beam in my kitchen and think about hanging myself every night. And I was wondering when it was going to get better. I kept coming, and when's it going to stop? And what was happening was the craziness was just going non-stop in my brain. All the stuff that I just told you about, that was all still going on in my head, only I didn't have the only thing that ever took it away. It wasn't there anymore. It was gone. So it was just going 9,000 miles an hour inside my head, and it wouldn't stop. And I just wanted it to stop. That's all I ever wanted. I wanted that when I was 12. I wanted to understand why the kids acted like they did when I was a kid. I wanted to understand why I had problems. I wanted to understand all these things. I wanted it to go away. I thought understanding it was going to make it go away. And so I went to these meetings, and I kept coming, and I met this guy, Eric, and he offers to help me, and I didn't know what else to do. So that second when I thought I need to not drink anymore, for some strange reason I thought I need to let this kid help me. I didn't know what to do. I was 19 years old, I was going to college, and I couldn't read, and I didn't tell anybody. I never let anybody help me with anything. Letting people help me does not come to me. I don't let that happen. But I didn't know what else to do. I was really tired of thinking about killing myself. And so I did, and we got together, and we started going over. What do we got? A couple minutes?
Yeah, a couple minutes.
All right. So we started getting together, and we started going over the big book. And he said, you need to understand whether or not you're an alcoholic, because this whole recovery deal is about a relationship with God. And you can't base a relationship with God on a lie. And, this guy never bullshitted me, ever. He just told me straight, boom, this is the way it is. And I liked that. And what happened was we got together and we started reading through the description of the alcoholic. We read it all the time in meetings and how it works. I didn't know what the hell it was. The description of the alcoholic is from the doctor's opinion up to page 43 in the big book. That is the description of the alcoholic. At the time when they wrote it, it was the only description of an alcoholic. No one had ever written one before. No one knew what the hell an alcoholic was. I didn't know what an alcoholic was. I was sitting around AA meetings, and he'd come to me and said, I'm an alcoholic because he said it and he's going to say it. But I didn't know what it was. And so we went over it. It's very, 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 very clear. He made it very clear to me. He says, there's two things you need to be concerned with. When you start drinking, can you control the amount of alcohol you drink? I said, no, can't do it. I have countless examples of, I start out drinking and I fall out of trees. I end up on 290 hitchhiking home, And he looked at me, he said, good, don't ever drink again. Which is something that's almost kind of taboo to say in AA. But the reality is that's the truth. And he could tell me the truth because he had a solution. See, for somebody to just tell me that would be mean. That's like taunting a guy with no legs saying, come here, you know. But it's not, you know. But he actually had an answer. You could tell a guy with no legs, come here, if you gave him like a wheelchair or a pair of crutches or something. But, you know, he had an answer. He said, you're going to die drunk. Because the reality is I don't know how to not drink. I can't not drink. There's this other part of alcoholism that I think we don't really like to talk about very much, which is that I have a mental obsession. And the mental obsession occurs when I have no alcohol in my body. It could occur today. It could happen. Just, boom, get this screwed up thought that tells me to go drink. They call it relapse. They have a whole chapter about relapse. It's called More About Alcoholism. Yet we talk about relapse as though it's something that happens other than alcoholism. But relapse is alcoholism. It means that I will drink again. It's like the guarantee. My mind is going to tell me to drink again unless something seriously changes inside of me. And he helped me to understand that. And he says, you know, so what needs to change? He says, well, you need to come to believe that a power greater than yourself restores your sanity. Oh, well, I don't believe that. He says, and then I was terrified. I thought, you know, there's one more thing I can't friggin' do, you know, and he says, well, you're not expected to believe that at this point. You know, 3 weeks ago you were throwing up blood and crap in your pants in Chinese restaurants. No, we don't expect you to come to AA and all of a sudden believe in God. You know, that's not reality. I know some people talk about it as though it's reality, but it's not reality. What's expected is that you've had enough and you're willing to try something different. And that's what step 2 was to me, was I was willing to try something different. I was willing to do what I was told. And so we got on our knees in his living room and held hands and said the 3rd step prayer. And the whole time I'm worried about whether or not the guy is going to rape me. And I'm thinking about that thing I did when I was a little kid. And, you know, oh my God, am I going to have to tell him that? And, you know, and that's it. That's all I'm thinking about. And he's having this peaceful experience. And we go home. After we got done, he told me to buy a notebook and a pen before I got there. And we get up from saying the prayer, and he says, now I want you to go home and start writing a list of names of people that piss you off. And I went home and I whipped furniture around the house. I picked the chair up over my head and I threw that across the room, and I punched the wall about 15 times, and I bawled my eyes out because this guy told me to go do something. You know, I just want to go to meetings, you know. But I didn't just want to go to meetings. But I just wanted to go to meetings. But, you know, and it was just... And he said, go home and write a list of names of people that you hate. And I had bought a shirt 2 years earlier that said, every day of my life I'm forced to add another name to the list of people who pissed me off. And I didn't know I'd be actually writing that list out. You know, and there were lots of names. I had somewhere around X names. And it took me somewhere around Y months to write them all down, and they fit in Z notebooks. And that's as specific as I need to get about it. We wrote down all of the people. I wrote down all of the things that I hated about them. There were many. I remember extremely... See, that's one of the things I didn't understand, is I'm not stupid. God gave me this unbelievable mind, and I remember everything. It's awful. I got a guy who's about to start his 5th step. This guy remembers more than I do, and I'm terrified. I'm like, oh, my God. You know, I love the people that don't remember. It's like, good, you're lucky, man. I mean, I remember what friggin' Danny, who's actually in the program now, threw my teeny-meeny miny-mo's at the school steps at Thorndike Road School when we were 4 years old at the Memorial Day celebration with my brother and his sister. They were in school singing around the flagpole. We were playing with my brand new friggin' teeny-meeny miny-mo's, and Danny whipped him at the friggin' school steps. And he didn't care. Both of us are in AA now. So, you know, I mean, all the way from that to My dad wanted to play with somebody else's kids and left me at home when I had just had brain surgery 3 months earlier so he could go play baseball with somebody else's kids who were better than me. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. It sucks. But he didn't know how to be any other way. And so we look at all these things, we look at what they affect in our lives, and we look at our part. You know, we look at what we wanted out of things, and we turn things around and we look at them from a different perspective so we can have forgiveness for people. Because if we don't have forgiveness for people, we don't have any business asking people for forgiveness. And that's what I come to understand. You know, and I spent some time reading that to my sponsor. This guy, Brian, Eric had moved, and Brian picked up Brian as my sponsor, and I'd moved to Massachusetts now, and Brian lived in Camden, Maine. I lived in Worcester now, or Millbury, Mass, and I didn't trust anybody else in the world. You know, I was a couple years sober at this point, and Brian was the person I trusted, period. That was it. And that's okay. And I tell that to the guys so many times people, like, what I realized through my writing was that there were so many people that I made myself vulnerable to that I had no business ever trusting. You know, and I lied to myself about what I trusted people with. You know, girlfriends, kids I did drugs with, kids I drank with. You know, and then I wonder why they did things like pick up my girlfriend and start having sex with them, or like, you know, all kinds of things that happened, and I wondered why they happened, but like I put myself in the position to get hurt. You know, I just wanted people to like me. I wanted everyone to like me. Everyone, the whole world, everybody in the planet is supposed to like me. And so I do things because of that fear. So anyways, this guy Brian's the first guy in the world I've ever trusted. So I'm damn right I'm going to friggin' read my inventory to him. So I drove 3.5 hours up to Camden, Maine to read my inventory to him. And I did that a couple of times. And he called me up one day and he drove 3.5 hours down to Massachusetts to listen to me read inventory. I sat on my couch for 7 hours and just listened. And then he took me out to dinner and bought me a big steak. And he drove back up to Maine because he had a prison commitment. This is a bank felon. This is a guy who robbed banks, who's a crack addict and a drunk. Well, why would he do that? You know? And I learned something about what it means to sponsor people by my fifth step, you know? Brian understood that if I didn't do this, I was going to hang myself from the beam in the kitchen. You know, if something didn't fundamentally change inside of me, I was not going to be alive much longer. And so we did it, you know. And I went out and I started making amends. I made amends, and those were a blessing. Next weekend, I get to put in a hardwood floor with my father, you know, the guy who wanted nothing to do with me. The guy who actually just didn't know how to want something to, you know, he didn't know how to do something with me is really all it was. And, you know, it's just a miracle. Last night I didn't stay because my wife was at home. And she's my wife. I didn't understand that. Beth was going to have my kids and work and take care of my stuff while I drank, you know. Last year, my wife got sick, and I was working 2 jobs to make sure that things got done. And then my brother-in-law got cancer, and I didn't know what to do, so I have a 10th step that I write out every morning. And, I mean, you want to feel powerless. You have a hurt today. I don't have the craziness, the chaos running around in my head. What the hell do I need to do? You know, blah, 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 blah. Just constant madness in my mind, you know. And so I drove up and I painted their house while I was working, and, you know, he died. I didn't drink. A year ago yesterday, I got out of the hospital. I had brain surgery. It was a year from hell. I have hydrocephalus. I have a shunt in my brain. It had found its way. It goes down into my gut. It's a plastic tube, and it stuck me in the liver, and it was sticking me in the liver for about 6 months. And I couldn't find a doctor that understood what the hell was wrong with me. They wouldn't even look. And I was doing my 10th step one night, and I wrote it out. Why don't I go to another doctor? You know, I was on this insurance plan that I thought I was stuck in New Hampshire, and I was afraid. That's what it came down to. I was afraid to go to another doctor. I was afraid. And so I went to a meeting down in Boston, and a friend of mine, I was reading the inventory to him, and I happened to know that he was a neuropsychologist because a year earlier I was reading my inventory to him, and he started telling me about what it's like to have hydrocephalus. And I'm like, what the hell? How do you know this? And he's a neuropsychologist. It's like what he does for a living. And he got me all this help to get so that I had all my medical records and all this other shit. So anyways, I ended up having brain surgery a year ago yesterday because all of this stuff happened from my 10th step that allowed me to have the information I needed to go and give the information down to the doctor down in Boston. If I didn't do a 10th step, if I didn't write things out and deal with it, I would have never known any of that. I wouldn't have known it. I would have just hated the doctor in New Hampshire. And I wouldn't have another solution. He's a prick. And I'm dead, you know. And so what I have instead is I have this process that allows me to get down to the truth, so that I actually know what to pray about. You know, I used to pray for, you know, God bless this asshole and that jerk and da-da-da-da-da-da-da, you know. That's nice and it's a good start, but, you know, it's a lot more effective to be able to say, God help me because I'm afraid of failing tomorrow at work when I have to give a presentation. That's really what I'm afraid of. I have to give a presentation. I know that I have to do it tomorrow. I mean, this is the truth. This is what's going on tomorrow. I wrote it out in my notebook today. I'm afraid. I've never failed at anything in my life. And yet I'm afraid that I'm going to fail. God's not going to let me fail. You know, it won't happen. So, you know, these are the things that happen. And because of that, I get to carry this message to other people, you know. And it's really remarkable to be able to watch other people go through what I was taught how to do. And that's really the whole gift of Alcoholics Anonymous, you know. I came here and it was all about me. And today, it ain't all about me, you know. And hopefully I've been able to say something to somebody that, you know, meant something. And if not, just ignore everything I said because it might kill you. It might have been my opinion. My opinions aren't very good. So I really am honored to be here, and thanks a lot for asking me to speak. And thanks for getting up on Sunday morning when you were probably up till Sunday morning. So take it easy.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Thank you. My name is Kelvin Daniels. I'm an alcoholic. Sober today to the grace of God and Alcoholics Anonymous. Fantastic sponsorship. I've been sober since October 10th, 1996, and for that I'm truly grateful. And I want to say, first off, I really want to thank the committee for having me come here tonight. It's an honor and a privilege whenever I'm asked to do anything in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I've been getting teased for about 3 weeks because back in Fargo we call Oregon, And I get a text message. I'm on the way here, and it's one of my buddies, Chad, and he says, make sure you say Oregon correctly so they don't laugh at you. And so I'm sitting in the car going, Oregon, 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 Oregon. And just making sure that I got that right because I don't want to sound like I'm not from here. I want to be accepted and loved everywhere I go. And I really want to thank Richard and the committee. It's been wonderful. And my host, Mike, is amazing. I mean, I get a chance to go and talk in AA and be of service, and I love that. And Mike should teach like a hosting clinic. I mean, if you ever want to do a little side work, man, I mean, you can just go around and be like, this is how you treat people, because it's been warm and friendly and full of love, and I'm just really excited to be here. And yes, this is a heat wave. We had a cold snap go through. It's been about 20 below in Fargo for about the last 2 weeks. And it was 7 above when I drove to the airport this morning. And I get off the plane, and this is like Bermuda. I mean, it's like I haven't had a coat on, and some of the guys that drove up from Fargo, they're wearing shorts, and it's really nice. And I got to tell you this story about that real quick. We're at our my home group's on Tuesday night, and at the meeting, after the meeting, we go to coffee, and we're sitting there at coffee. Take a message. I'll get that later. I'm at coffee, and one of the guys, I won't say who he is, but he just read the traditions, just lost his job, and one of the other guys is brand new, just moved into town, and he goes, why don't we just drive to Oregon? And I'm like, okay, and so people say, it's so wonderful that they came here to hear you talk. And I'm like, they can hear me talk anytime. They came to go to the ocean, and because it's like 60 here, that's why they're here. That's the reason why they're here. Book tells me I'm supposed to share in a general way what I was like, what happened, and what I'm like today. And it's kind of a funny thing for me, because as I think about how I got to Alcoholics Anonymous and about alcoholism as a disease that it is, I'm a kid that's been irritable, restless, and discontent my whole life. I didn't have those words to describe the feelings that I had growing up, but I had those feelings. I'm the type of kid that no matter what happens, it's not good enough for me. I'm the guy that raises the bar to the point where you cannot perform at the level that I need you to. And so you got to go. I'm that guy. I'm born and raised that way. I had symptoms of alcoholism well before I ever took a drink. And I had an identity crisis growing up, and it was kind of a funny deal. You may not have noticed this, but I'm a little darker skinned than the rest of the crowd, except for Mike. Hey, how you doing? It was a funny thing for me growing up, because I didn't know what I was, because my mom is white and my dad's black. And so I'm sitting there checking other on these little tests in school, because I didn't know what the hell I was. And I'm having this problem. And people say, well, what are you? People ask me if I'm Samoan, and I think that's because I'm fat, and it makes me mad when they say that. So, no, I'm not Samoan. That's the first thing. But if you can kind of just get a mental picture, if you get the true context of what I am, it's a Viking ship with 20s on it and fried chicken. I mean, that kind of a deal. My name would be like Tyrone Oley. I mean, that's kind of who I am, and I grew up having this feeling of indifference, and I'm the guy that's had a hole in his gut his whole life. The kind of hole that when you look at me, you don't look at a guy like me, you look through me. And the kind of hole that when the wind blows, it feels like it comes out of my back. And I know that there's a piece of me missing somehow, somewhere. I just can't put my finger on what the heck it is. So I go through life feeling disconnected from. And I remember feeling that way from the entire time I was growing up. And I have this feeling that comes over me, and I love the way Clancy said it, that I'm a feeler. I seem to feel things more intensely than other people. And when that happened, and I've got to share this story. Valentine's Day was just earlier this week, and AA is a healing program. And when I was in 6th grade, my teacher said, nobody has to give a Valentine to anybody that doesn't want to. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about it, and I don't know about you, but I had resentments in 6th grade. I'm a good alcoholic, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm not giving one to Jenny, and I'm not giving one to Steve, and not giving one to the teacher because I hate Mr. Nelson, and my mom looks at me and she says, but Kelvin, how would you feel if nobody gave you a Valentine? Let me tell you how that feels. We had a big deal where we had to decorate all of our Valentine's boxes, and it was a big deal, and during that time, G.I. Joes were real big when I was a kid, so I had like G.I. Joe's in my Valentine's box. I love you, Valentine, like shooting people and stabbing and stuff like that, and that was my Valentine's box, and the teacher goes, all right, go, so I'm going around and I'm putting these Valentines in, and so these people know how lucky they really are. I made one for everyone, and I get back to my box and I pick it up, and it's a little light. Tear the top off, I didn't get one. Not even from the teacher. And amazing, And I'm the guy that feels that stuff. Because what my real deal is my big secret is I'm really not enough. My big secret is that I don't know how to come out and play. And I got a chance to come out and play when I was about 12 or 13 years old because I got a chance to drink for the first time. And I shouldn't say for the first time, but for the first time to get the true effect. The effect that happens within me when I get the right amount of juice on board. And at that point in time, I knew how to connect. I knew how to come out and play. I knew how to look you in the eye and not be afraid anymore because, damn it, I'm here now because I got it on. It's go. It's go time. The theme music comes in slowly in the background. And then all of a sudden you hear, it's time to go. And then boom, I arrive. And I love the way Bill Wilson said it. I arrived. And I just get this feeling that I talk about booze like that and I kind of get jittery. I'm like, ooh, that was fun, Because at the beginning it was for me. In the beginning when I got the chance to drink, it was the thing that in my case probably prevented a teenage suicide. Because I am a feeler by my nature. And when you're irritable and restless and discontent like that and you get a chance to have some type of solution that comes into you, it is the thing that you want to do forever and ever and ever. So I went through and started to drink. And I'm a guy who fell in love with drinking. I really consider drinking to be my first spiritual experience. And I don't say that in jest, I mean that, because for me, drinking was the thing that brings the light on. And what I found out after coming to Alcoholics Anonymous was that I really have two pieces that are wrong with me. I have the phenomenon of craving that develops when I take a drink. When I take a drink of alcohol, the magic happens, the switch flicks on, and I know that I need to get more, but I don't know if I'm going to have one more or if I'm going to have 100 more. For a guy like me, one is too many and 1,000 is not enough. So if that's my only problem, drinking, then I would be one of those people that were just a heavy drinker. Once you clean up my act, I would be fine. Once you remove me and I get out of detox or jail or some lockdown facility, I would be okay. Because for a guy like me, I started suffering consequences very early for my drinking. I'm the type of person that my mom looked at me and said, well, I'll get to that in a second. I'm the kind of person that has wonderful intentions. If you judged me on my intentions, I could be the Pope. I'm not even Catholic. I would be Kelvin the First, I would be like Kelvin Paul or something. By my intentions, I am just wonderful. But it's my actions that come in and screw everything up. And it's that thing, because I never once woke up in the morning, never one time that I wake up in the morning and said, tonight I want my mom to look at me and say she's ashamed she ever gave birth to me. I wasn't a guy who ever said that. I never once woke up in the morning and said, tonight when I wake up, I want to be in jail because I'm really sick of food and good food in my own clothes. I never said that. I never once woke up in the morning and said, tomorrow when I wake up, I want to be covered in blood that's not mine and not remember where I've been. I never once said any of those things. Those are all things that happen to me, though, because I don't go out with the intention for anything like that to happen. I don't go with the intention to have any of the malady that happens within me when I start to drink, start to create and roll and just start picking up speed. That is not my intention when I pick up a drink. My intention is to have a little fun. My intention is to make this hole that's in my gut close up for a little bit so I can look you in the eye and not have to be afraid. Now, I'm one of those guys that's a very fearful person. And because I'm a fearful person, I figure there's only a couple things to do when you're afraid like me. You can either hide in a hole or beat people up. And hiding in a hole seemed kind of boring, so I tried the second one. And as a result of that, I'm a guy that's been in over 250 street fights. I did that. I've seen things done to God's kids and done things to God's kids nobody's ever supposed to see or do. But I never had that intention. I never meant to do that. I never meant to hurt people. But that's who and what I become when I start to drink. So I go through school, and I'm a guy who did really well in sports, and I had scholarship offers all across the United States, not in Oregon, or maybe I'd ended up here, but I had scholarship offers all across the United States, and I got this opportunity to go to the Air Force Academy. And I get flown out by the government, and I visit this campus in Colorado Springs. This place is gorgeous, and they say all you got to do is get 2 points higher in your math section. You're in, you're in. And I'm like, wow, all right, I'm going to go do this. I don't know what you start to click through in your mind, but that's a lot of pressure. I don't know how you handle pressure, but me, I have a couple drinks because I need to study, right? So I'm going to have a couple drinks, and everything's going to be okay for a little bit. And when I have a couple of drinks, that turns into 5:30 in the morning for me. My test was at 7:30. I failed. I didn't get in. So I stay and I play at a local school, and I lose my scholarships, and I get thrown out, and they say, you're not going to come and attend State University anywhere in North Dakota again. You're gone. And I can't believe these things are happening because, see, I'm not that way. I just want to be loved. And as an alcoholic, I'm alcoholics are the only people that I know that want to completely detach from people but be hugged while we do it. It's like, get away from me. And no, just stop. And I just want that. But big tough guys don't say that. Big tough guys say, get away from me. And then later on when they're alone is when they put their head down in their hands. And I lived that way, and it was embarrassing for me because I always thought I had control. I always thought I had control. And people would come up to me and they'd say, the problem is you need to go back to church. That's going to save you. That's your problem. You see, if you had God, then you wouldn't do the things you do, and you wouldn't drink like that. And that's kind of a funny thing because for me, my dad is Southern Baptist. So the holy book is in the house, the sword of God, it's in there. He would bring Jehovah's Witnesses in, and then he would battle them, and they'd leave there wondering why they're Jehovah's Witnesses. It was like crazy around my house. And it was crazy. And I was the president of the National Lutheran Youth Fellowship League for the state of North Dakota. Can you believe that? I had God. I was the number one graduation student from my confirmation class. I got to give a 10-minute sermon the next Sunday, and everybody came up and told me, you should really think about joining the faith and carrying God's message. And they're doing that. They're saying all this stuff to me. So I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, if I've got God, and I'm still doing this stuff. So apparently, you're all wrong. Ha-ha! And, I get this thing in my head that says that you're wrong. Because if he was so great, I wouldn't be where I am. So I came to AA with that on my shoulder. I came to AA with this idea of God. And I hated Alcoholics Anonymous. I got here, I came to my first meeting on a Thursday, and I hadn't showered since Sunday, and I was a construction worker at the time. There was no cologne covering up the funk coming off of me. I was dirty, and I stunk, And I had hair back then, and it was kind of this weird afro thing, and I had concrete chunks, and I had these patches of hair coming off of my face, and this nasty goatee. I kind of looked like a chia pet on crack, is what I looked like, I had all this stuff sticking out all over the place, and I walk into my first meeting like that, and I sit down, and as I'm walking in the door, of course, I'm a tough guy, so I show up at 7:59 and 58 seconds for the 8 o'clock meeting, and this guy walking in, he's the last smoker, okay, let's go, and he's in the door, and he says, welcome to me. And now, at this point in time in my life, hearing welcome is a crazy thing. Because nobody says welcome to me anymore. Nobody does. And I can't figure out by this time in my life why I continue to drink. Because I already said that if you wake up out of jail, or if you wake up by the things that I've been told, if my only problem was a phenomenon of craving, then I wouldn't need to be here. But I have this second thing that's wrong with me. I've got the obsession of the mind. I've got the thing that tells me it's going to be okay to take the next drink. Yeah, man, that was because you were drinking whiskey. Everybody gets crazy when they drink whiskey, You need to try tequila. Try a little Mexican flavor, Do that. Try that stuff. No. The last time you did that, you peed on somebody. That's a bad thing, You go over here. You need to stick to just pure malt liquor. Yeah, that's what it is. Let's get down to the brewed nature of things, And no, that's not going to work. Kharkov vodka, $9.98 a 175. I'm convinced that a potato's never been near Kharkov. That stuff's made of paint thinner and strained through underwear that's been worn for 3 days. That stuff's terrible. I mean, that Kharkov. Ugh. I still get that little gaggy thing in the back of my mouth when I say Kharkov. It's like Kharkov, No, Kharkov. I still get in trouble with Kharkov. So apparently there's something in my head that is not right. In the doctor's opinion, it tells me that physically I'm different, mentally I'm different. Physically I'm different because of the phenomenon of craving. Mentally I'm different because of the obsession of the mind. And I'm also the guy that looks at that part of the book and where it says the sense of ease and comfort that comes about once by taking a few drinks. Drinks I see other people take with impunity. If I don't get that sense of ease and comfort, I am irritable, restless, and discontent. It precedes it by saying that. Well, I don't know about you, but being sober today and working in a field where I get to do a little marketing once in a while, if I ever left AA and started an alcohol company, I would call it Ease and Comfort, because that just sounds so nice, Ease and comfort. And when I think about that, I got ease and comfort instantly. And the other people, they seem to drink without any consequence at all. They drink, they don't go to jail. I'm allergic to alcohol. When I drink, I break out in handcuffs. It's a terrible, terrible thing. When I drink, I have these crazy problems, and my friends, they go to work the next day. I wake up at 3 and go, crap, where am I going to work? Because they've already told me I'm going to be gone. I don't understand what that happens. I have all these things that keep coming up and get piled on top of me. I've got all these felony charges. I've got all this crap on me, and they keep telling me don't drink. And I say, okay, I'm not going to drink. And then this little thing goes, but Kelvin, those little Mickey wide mouths, they're small, like a kid could hold them. They're only like 10 ounces. They're not even a full beer. They're just tiny, and they're green, and the bottle's nice. Just one of those, you can have just one of those. You'd be fine. But unfortunately, he comes with 5 of his friends. And I don't want him to be lonely. I'm not the guy who breaks up families. So I go in there, and I'm not drinking. I'm not going to drink. So I go, well, if I just get 6 of them, then I can have one maybe next week because I'm not drinking, and maybe 2 because Super Bowl's coming up, I mean, that makes sense, right? But then, see, I've got this problem because I'm cheap, and I go, well, damn, why would I buy 6 when for $7 more? I can bring the whole family. Everybody's coming over, So I buy the case. Let me tell you what one little Mickey's wide mouth gets you. One little Mickey's wide mouth gets you insulation of a riot on your record. That's what it does for me. I don't know about you, but I had one, and I end up at a rave, and pretty soon I'm saying, let's burn this thing down. Nobody ever listens to me. What the hell are they doing listening, So everybody starts tearing everything up, and when the cops come, they all do this, And I'm like, what? It was a Mickey, That's all I'm thinking. No, that happens to me. That happens to me. Because I'm not picky. My idea of a fine wine is Mad Dog 2020, I mean, my idea of a fine wine is Thunderbird, okay? I mean, I just wish I was older so I could have drank Ripple. Because I hear people talk about that. That stuff sounds awesome, So I've got this picture in my mind of these things, And they don't seem to add up. 2 and 2 is making 6 all day long. I don't understand why I can't just have 1 or 2. So when I come to Alcoholics Anonymous and they explain to me that I have this obsession of the mind that tells me that turning back to the drink is an okay thing to do and it makes sense for me to do, I now understand, oh, that's why I do that. That little monkey that sits on my shoulder and tells me go ahead, that's just part of my disease. That I'm not really crazy like the psychologist is trying to tell me. That they're trying to tell me you're borderline schizophrenic, that they want to put me on Haldol for an antipsychotic because I told them I heard voices. It's noisy in my head, damn it. Of course I heard voices, I mean, they're telling me things. They're saying, well, you got to go do this and you got to go do that. And of course, that girl, she won't really leave you if you drink tonight. You're the best thing that's ever happened to her, And that's the things that go through my head. That's what happens to me. And I return back to the drink, and I return back to the insanity, and the book tells me to drink is to die. And I started killing myself slowly and more slowly and more slowly. And for a guy like me, I don't get lucky. I don't get to be one of the people that dies. I'm somebody that if I went back to the drink, I would get to live a long time in a lot of pain. I'm convinced of that. So I end up at this AA meeting that night, and they get up there at this podium, and this guy starts talking. And he's telling his story, this guy Kenny that's in my home group to this day. I love Kenny. And he starts talking about how he feels in his gut. And I get scared, and I do what any newcomer would do. I run the heck out of that meeting before it's even over, and I go over to my buddy's house, and I grab a beer, and I throw the first one back, and I grab the second one. I don't even think I finished it. Because the only thing running through my mind is, you are a loser. You've been thrown out of college. You've got all these felonies hanging over your head. What the heck is wrong with you? Somebody said welcome to you tonight. Nobody says welcome to you anymore. You're such a loser. And my family was leaving for the weekend, and I'm a grown man, and I'm still living, and I moved back in with my parents. Okay, I mean it's a bad deal. And for anybody out there who's living with your parents, I'm not saying that you're bad or anything like that, because I said that at a conference one time, and this guy comes up to me. He's like 33, and he goes, "I still live with my mom." And I'm like, okay. I'm like, sorry, man, didn't mean to say anything. But my parents leave, and I'm not a guy who got here through treatment. I'm not a guy who got here through being able to go somewhere and dry out. I dried out that weekend. And I went into the DTs, and I threw up blood, and I couldn't keep anything down for 3 days. Because, see, by this time, I'm drinking to the point where I'm starting to pass out, and if you have to be able to earn a living, you need a little something else to keep you going throughout the day. So I'm pumping all kinds of stuff into my system. I am a human vacuum of self-gratification is what I really am, Because if I think it's going to make me feel good, I go, and I just suck it right up, My favorite drink is free. My favorite drug is what do you got, I mean, if you tell me aspirin's going to get me off, I'm taking out stock in Bear, okay? I'm like all over the place. If I think a woman's going to make me feel better, boom, I'm on that deal. If I think a new car is going to make me feel better, boom, I'm on that deal. A job, anything, something's going to make me feel better than the way I'm feeling right now. I'm going to grab it and I'm going to take it in. That's what I do. I'm a vacuum of that stuff. I take it and I use it, and it's a bad deal. And my sponsor, I love the way he described it. Here's the problem with a guy like me doing drugs. I do drugs like an alcoholic, okay? A drug addict, they do their drugs and they do their little addicty drug ways, and they're pretty cool with it, But an alcoholic starts doing drugs. Have you ever seen the movie The Matrix? And Morpheus reaches across and he goes, "You want the red pill or the blue pill?" I don't know what goes through your head, but in my head, I'm like, can I get 3 of those red pills? What happens if I take them both at the same time? What's going to go on? I mean, that's what I start thinking. That's what happens in my head. I don't understand it, And I don't think there's a chemist out there that can find better combinations than we come up with. Okay, I'm going to drink this 5th of tequila, and I'm going to start getting a little sleepy, so I better take a handful of these, and then I'm going to get too wired, so I better smoke some of this, and then I'm going to get nauseous, so I better drink some more of this, because I'm really going to be thirsty, and I just run these scenarios through my head, and I'm like, yeah, and then I'll be happy, I don't know anybody that has to concentrate that damn hard to be happy besides me, I'm the guy that looks for it. I will try whatever I can to twist it all together. And I end up going and getting this feeling as I'm sitting in my house and I don't know what I'm going to do. Because I know that if I go to work, that there's beer in the shop and I'm going to drink. So my parents would pick their grown son up from work. Or I would stay in the job site and let them leave, and they would come pick me up there because I knew if I went to the shop, I'd drink. And I waited till that next Thursday. Now, never mind, I could have went to 100 other meetings during the week, but I'm waiting till that next Thursday because somebody there said, welcome to me. And I walked into that meeting that Thursday, and I had actually shaved some of the stuff off on the sides, and I'd put a baseball cap on, and I came into that meeting broken, bruised, torn, and psychotic. The type of psychotic where you can't sleep because you're coming down off of everything and you've watched every infomercial on the planet where you can start reciting 800 numbers to people for Bowflex, Soloflex, that Magic Bullet and all that other stuff that they have on there late at night. When you watch that stuff, that's me. I'm nuts by the time I come in there. And I come walking up that sidewalk to that meeting and there's a group of them. And for anybody who knows who them are, then you know who they are. The people that are happy. The AA people, the ones that say those things to you that make you want to tear their throat out, like, keep coming back, it works. Let go and let God. You better pray let go of your throat before you die, I mean, I hated AA, and I hated the people in AA. They sucked because they were happy, and they smile at you, and they shake your hand, and they'd say, keep coming back. Some guy said, think to me, and I swear there should have been a homicide that day. Because he's looking at me, and they're saying these cutesy AA crap, And they started winking at each other after they said, do you have a sponsor? I'm like, no. He doesn't have a sponsor. And I'm like, oh no, I ain't rolling like that, I mean, we are not doing this deal, I'm going to leave, And this guy comes up to me and he shakes my hand and he says, welcome to the meeting. You were here last week, right? Now, if he would have taken a shot at me or if he would have said, oh, it looks like you had Happy Feet last week, I'd have swung as hard as I could. He'd have been spitting chiclets and you'd have somebody else standing here tonight, The guy saved my life because he showed me kindness when I walked in the door. And he said, would you read How It Works for us this evening? And I'm sitting there going, what? What in the hell are you talking about, And they're like, well, you read this for us. And I don't know about you, but I'm all about attention. So I said, okay, yes, I'll do that. And that guy ended up being my first sponsor. And after the meeting, he comes up to me. And he says, when you read How It Works tonight, a light came on for me. And I really understood step 8. And I kind of puffed my shoulders up. I was like, I'll read every week if y'all want me to, man. I'm all about saving people. I'm like all excited. And he's like, no, other newcomers need a chance. And he's trying to usher me away from other people because he knew he had a live one, And there's sponsor. And I'm like, finally, sponsor. Race cars. Hey, I'm broke. This guy's wearing a tie. He gave me a business card that said Kraft on it. This guy's got to have. I'm way behind on credit cards, man. You want to be my? So I've got it in my mind. Somebody helps you out with your bills. They float you on a little bit, get you sober, give you some financial planning, buy you some things, put you in a nice suit like they're wearing, take you down to the tailor shop. You get a car on a finance plan. I mean, I had the whole thing all down, And all I really learned is that they yell at you and tell you to do things you don't want to do, make you go places that you don't want to be. We're going to go to the hospital tonight. Great. Thanks a lot. I'm going to go kill myself in the corner. And then after that, they say, hey, we're going to do these steps. And I'm like, man, I am not walking anywhere, okay? I want nothing to do with that crap. I want nothing to do with it. You guys are too happy. And so then I came up with a philosophy in AA. They're really smoking dope. They gotta be. Because there is no way in hell you can be happy and sober and doing that stuff. You can't marry those two up. So I'm starting to hang around the guys that look like they'd be the dealers in the group, So I'm like, hey, how you doing? So what are you guys doing tonight? Fellowship, great, I'll be over there. How much do I need? I don't know what they're doing. And they're going to coffee you know? I hated coffee, you know? And here's why I hated coffee. Because I drink it by the gallon, and I try to sleep at night, and I work construction. I have to be up at 5 in the morning. So I'm sitting there till 4, just shaking, you know, smoking cigarettes. And I get an hour of sleep, wake up, hit the damn alarm, and I get out the road, and I can't go. My sponsor told me I'd have to call him if I was going to call in sick to work. I'm like, I'm not calling that guy this morning. Screw him. I'm going to work. And I go to work, and then he said, I want you to start making your bed. I'm like, I am a grown man. I am not making my bed. And he said, why? And I said, because you guys have me out drinking coffee every damn night, and I can't sleep, and I get into the bed, and I finally pass out, and I get up in the morning, and I'm almost late for work, and everything else, and I'm not making my bed. So I started making my bed, and because he told me to. At my home group, we were ties on our speaker meeting night, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier today. Oh, by the way, Judy, thanks for the gum. I don't know. You're Judy? Thank you for the gum. Appreciate it. I know that's completely random, but that's how I am. It's noisy. But, so I'm doing these things that these guys tell me to do. And people say, well, why do you guys wear ties to your meeting? And I said, well, it's because the meeting's open every week, and people's families come in, and my sponsor looked at me one time, and he said, because I was mad, because I'm a construction worker, you know, and it's 90 degrees, and I'm shoveling concrete all day, and then they say, put your tie on and come to the meeting, you know, and I'm hot and sweaty, and I'm like, why do I have to wear a tie? And he said, well, you may be, and I pray to God this never happens, but you may be the only example of somebody gets to see someday. You may be the only example of a big book they ever get to see. So if you're ever behind the podium, I want you in a tie. And at the night of your home group, I want you in a tie. And I'm like, damn it. You know, I can't disagree with that. I might be that guy someday. And it scares me, but it might be true. I mean, it might happen. I might be the only example of a big book somebody gets to see. So I always have to be watching. And, so now when people say, why do you wear a tie to your home group? I just say, because my sponsor told me to, and so should you. And then I'm done. I get tired of explaining things to people. Other things to do. And I got to say something real quick. When I said I drank too much tequila and like peed in the corner, you can always tell who the Al-Anons are in the room when I say that. And you can tell the drunks are too, because when I say, and I got drunk and I peed in the corner, drunks, they're laughing. They're like, ah! And the Al-Anons, you see this look come over them? And they go, damn it, I had to clean that up. And so I can always tell who they are in the room. It's real easy for me to just go, hey, how you doing? You know? So I had to say that. And I got going in Alcoholics Anonymous. I got going with this sponsor, and I got going and going to these roundups. I'm from North Dakota. Brothers don't do roundups, okay? We don't go rope calves and all that other stuff. I mean, we just don't do it, okay? And I am not going to go do this roundup thing. Well, they say, well, roundups where we go listen to AA speakers. And I'm like, great. How about after that we just taking turns bashing each other's toes with a ball-peen hammer? Sounds like a lot of fun, you know? I didn't want to go listen to AA speakers because I had to listen to my sponsor all the dang time. And he'd rope some other poor little sucker in and get him over there, and he'd be like, and why do we have a sponsor? And I'd recite it, because we need an unemotional point of view in our lives and a guide through the steps and blah, 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 blah. And he'd be brainwashing him. I'd be watching him do it. And I'd watch that poor guy, and I'm like, run while you can. They're going to make you do things. So I got tired of AA speakers right away, and I was out doing Alcoholics Anonymous, and I say this, and some people just go, oh, and then you get old timers fall over and have heart attacks. It's a terrible deal. But here it is. At my home group, there was a thing that was said at that time where I first sobered up, and it said, anybody willing to be a sponsor, raise your hand. I am exactly 12 days sober. And I'm sitting next to my sponsor at the meeting, and he elbows me, and my arm goes up in the air. It's a reaction. And this kid comes up to me with his pants down to here. Every other word is mother something. And he's just wild, and he's in the boys' ranch, and he goes, I was wondering if you'd sponsor me. And I'm like, are you going to coffee? I was already becoming them, you know? And I was like, and he was like, yeah. And I said, I'll talk to you there. And I go up to my sponsor, and I'm like, I got to do this thing. This guy asked me to sponsor, blah, blah, blah. He goes, say yes. And what he did is he sponsored that guy through me. And he got me immediately working with another alcoholic. Immediately doing that. And that guy, I was attached to that guy. And I was, everywhere I went, he went. If we were going to a meeting, I was dragging him. I figured if I'm going to be tortured, so is he, you know. And we're going, and we're going, and we're going, and we're going, and we're going. And I go out, and they wouldn't let you be alone with the Boys Ranch kids, so that you had to, like, there'd be a staff member, like, way off in the corner somewhere behind a cloak, you know, peering out, making sure you weren't telling them not to run or something. And I was good. My sponsor would look at me and he'd say, all right, we're going to go through the stuff in the book. And we'd go through the book, and I'd highlight and I'd get everything down. And as soon as I was done with that, I'd run over and I'd grab this guy and I'd start going through the book with him immediately because it was fresh, you know. And one day this lady comes up to me and she goes, she said, you really seem to have a very good understanding of the program and of the big book. She goes, how long have you been sober? And I went, about 9 weeks. And her jaw hit the floor. I go, hey, lady, some of us just catch on to this thing a little faster than others. And and I'm doing AA. And I'm going all over the place. But the problem is I've got this little thing that crept up within me. It's a nasty word, judgment. I don't know if anybody knows about that. But it's starting to eat on me a little bit. And I'm doing the steps, and I did my 4-step, and I did my 5th step. And I'm not saying that way was wrong, but at the end of my 5th step, we burned my 4th step, which was really interesting when I got to the 8th step when it says, referring back to our list, I'm like, oh, hell, I got to think of that stuff again? You know? So we burned my 4th step, and I'm out there, and I'm doing all this stuff in AA. And I'm starting to get some success in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I am just getting so dang wonderful that I'm getting ready to float right out of Alcoholics Anonymous by the time I'm about 8 years sober. I'm just insane in the middle of AA. On the outside, I look like the poster child of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I was sponsoring 10 guys, and I'm speaking at this conference, and I'm the co-chairman of the state roundup, I'm the past chairman of the intergroup, and I'm doing all this stuff, and I've got my AA resume anytime you want to hear it. Bam, 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 bam. You know, I got it on, it's on repeat. I'm ready to rattle it off for you, because if somebody says anything to me, I say, you can't say anything like that to me. Last time I kept score, you don't sponsor enough people to say that to me, so you're off the list. You know, next time I checked, you only went to 2 meetings a week. You can't say anything to me. And what I'm doing is I'm slowly cutting myself off and slowly walking out of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I don't even see it happening. And I am completely disconnecting myself from other people because of this stupid 3-letter word you keep talking about called God. I hate the word God. Because I've got this Old Testament idea. My dad's a Southern Baptist, remember? I'm the confirmation kid, remember? And I get this idea of God, the Old Testament idea of God. Hell, fire, and brimstone, you know. You sin? Ha-ha! Drowned, you know. That's how I see God. You get too powerful, He sends a woman in to destroy you and cut off all of your hair. That's God. God is evil because He allows bad things to happen. Earthquakes? God's everything. Guess what? You just killed 5,000 people. Congratulations, God. I hope you like it. That's what I came into AA with, and that's what I kept in AA for almost 8 years. But I'm the guy in the meetings. I'm the guy in the meetings that when you come into the meeting, I'm talking about this spiritual program of action that reconnects you with the power. That we're disconnected from the power, as it tells me in We Agnostics. Because, see, God blessed me with a high IQ. So I can remember a lot of things. I read it, I remember it, I can see it. I can see the words. So I'm rattling it off. Because I don't want to be known as a guy who's not spiritual in AA. See, you can't not believe in God and stay here, so I'm pretending. I'm pretending to believe in something I don't believe in. I'm pretending, as I sit in meetings, to have a connection and talking about my connection when I'm about as connected as the moon is to us right now. I feel that far away from it. And I'm sitting there, and I'm on my knees in the morning, and I'm still praying to the ceiling. And I'm on my knees in the morning because my sponsor told me I had to be. And I'm on my knees at night because he told me I had to be. And I'd say that third step prayer. Thanks. I'm going to go kill myself. I'm suicidal and I'm 8 years sober. And I'm turning into an animal in Alcoholics Anonymous, but not in meetings because you see me at meetings. So instead, by the time I get sober and I meet this girl, and I love my wife, and we have a little girl, we have a daughter. My daughter's unbelievable because she looks like her mom and not me. And I'm the kind of guy that comes home and they're paying for me not having a relationship with God. They're paying for it. They're walking on eggshells. And a pipe got broke or something, and my basement floods out. And I'm 8 years sober. I got my AA resume right here. It's right here. The scoreboard is right here. And I can't put my finger on what the problem is. Because I do it all. I'm on the hotline list. I take the calls at 2 in the morning. I do all the stuff, and then I get to be mad at God. And I'm like, God, what is your deal? Why am I like this? Sober. Because I don't have anything to blame it on. And my pipe breaks in my basement, and then the toilet plugs upstairs. And my wife, she bought those damn designer plungers, the ones that are pretty and match the bathroom, but they don't plunge for crap, It's like if you ever she threw away my big, nasty, black, with the cup thing on the bottom that you could suck a golf ball through a garden hose with, that plunger. She throws that away, and she gets the designer one because it matches the wallpaper trim, okay? And the toilet plugs. And I'm sitting there in this bathroom, and I'm plunging with this plunger. And I'm plunging. And she goes, why don't you let me try? I have pretty good luck with it. And I'm like, okay, fine. Whatever you do, don't flush the toilet. She plunges like 4.5 times and flushes the toilet. And I turn, 8 years sober, active member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I grab my wife and I throw her across the bathroom into the door right in front of my daughter. And my wife is a strong woman, and she looks at me and she takes my daughter and she goes in the other room. I'm sober in AA. And I throw my wife across the bathroom. And this is the guy that I grew up in a household, there was a lot of that stuff. And one day my parents are literally in a fist fight, and I throw my mom, I'm big by now, and I throw my mom to one side, I throw my dad to the other, and I look at him, I said, you're terrible parents, and I'll never be anything like you. And I'm sitting there at that moment just like them. And I'm destroyed. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. 2 days later, or a day later, I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm just shattered. I'm sitting on the couch. My little girl, who I love, jumps on my lap, and her knee hits me on the thigh. And she just comes running. She goes, Daddy, and jumps on my lap. And I grab her by the shoulders, and I scream in her face, and I shake her. And I end up in my den that night, rolling over the revolver on my .357, loaded, wondering if I should kill myself or not. That's what I get with no God. That's what I get pretending to have God. That's what I get in the middle of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm in the middle of Alcoholics Anonymous in the program. And I think there's a big difference between being in the program and being in the fellowship. And I was at a conference, and I love the way Sandy said it. He said, I've never watched anybody leave the program of AA, but I've watched a lot of people walk out of the fellowship. And see, I had a program, so no matter what, if you have a program, you can fall down and you can scrape yourself up, and there's a program there to catch you, to fall back on and get to the point where my sponsor calls a second surrender in Alcoholics Anonymous. You can get there if you have a program. If all you have is a fellowship, if that's all you have and you don't have a program to lie back on, you could end up being one of those people that just get to disappear and walk right out of it. Because the fellowship has people and the program has God. And people are fallible and He is not. So I had something there, and I had a connection that I didn't realize that I had, not because of me, but in spite of me. There was something taking care of me. And what I learned is, and we agnostic, it says deep down in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. It says deep down. So it's in there, it's sitting in my gut. It's there. And that hole is there. But the thing is that's a God-shaped hole. It's a God-shaped hole I have in my gut, but God, He doesn't fit there. See? Because this money will fit in there and that'll fill it up. It's nice and big and lots of it fills that hole in good, and as soon as I bend over it falls out. It's not a God-shaped, it's a car-shaped hole. A new car will fill the hole. It's a woman-shaped hole. It's a job-shaped hole. It's a gambling-shaped hole. It's a shaped hole that only God fills. And I'm sitting there trying to fill it. But deep down inside of me, the answer was there. So I have to dig. And archaeologists, they're amazing. They dig down, and they dig, and they dig, and they dig, and they get down to the treasure. And then they brush it off, and they clean it up, and they bring it up. And the world gets to enjoy it. And so when I got to dig down and grab that thing, and I got that thing that's God, and I got to put it in that hole, it filled it up. And the world gets to enjoy it. Which means that my wife doesn't have to walk on eggshells. It means my little girl doesn't get screamed at in her face. It means that those things that I was and those things that I was doing don't get to happen when there's a God in that hole. And it was kind of a funny thing because I still had this hang-up. I got this hang-up about this God thing. And my hang-up is, my big problem is, the big situation is that He's sitting there, and I know that He's still attached to all those bad things. He's attached to the earthquakes and the rapists and the molesters and everything else, because God is everything. He's not attached to any of those things. See, in my mind, I get to choose my own conception of God. The book tells me no matter how limited it is. Well, I don't think mine's really limited because I have an ego and I think mine's best and better than everybody else's. But I'm just kidding. I really don't think that. So I think that anything that's good is God. Anything that's not good is because there's selfish people like me out there that won't do His will and they choose to take those bad actions. I believe a little bit in karma. I do. Because I was flying out to go to another conference, and I was out there, and there was a old couple, and they were trying to put their baggage up in their carry-on up, and there was no space. So I took my carry-ons out and put them under my legs for 3.5 hours, And I'm sitting there, and it was real. I felt really spiritual for about 45 minutes, and after that, I got resentful. And they were thanking me, and they were like, "Oh, thank you so much." And I'm like, "Hey, no problem. Don't worry about it." Other people around me are like, "Wow, that was really nice of you." And see, the difference is that when I used to hear stuff like that, and when I'm not connected and I hear stuff like that, and I go, "Well, When I'm connected and I hear stuff like that, I close my eyes real briefly for a second and I say, "Look what your hand has done." Because anything that's good that comes from me is not of me, it is of God. Anything that's good that comes from me. Me, I'm the guy that's irritable, restless, and discontent. Me, I'm the guy that stomps on people's faces until they need corrective surgery. Me, I'm the guy that kicks people's front doors in. Me, that's me. Those things were not God. Those things were me, not doing His will. And I got a chance to slowly start to pull out of the judgment. I got a chance to slowly start dismantling the judgment machine, as my sponsor calls it. And I'll tell you, some interesting things happened. My AA scoreboard went away. And that's really an interesting thing, because the problem with my AA scoreboard is that you can't see it. But I know it, and it's clicking off right up here. It's just rolling over. It keeps, and you are always at 0, and I'm clicking, and I'm going, well, no, see, you don't, no, blah, 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 and I got it, and it's running. It's like a slot machine that hit megabucks, you know. That thing's rolling off. And I got it up here. I know the score. And I know the score, and I know the score, and I know the score. And when the scoreboard gets to go away is when I'm doing somebody else's will besides my own. And that doesn't mean that I do it all the time. You know, I struggle in Alcoholics Anonymous sometime to be connected sometimes. There's days that I'm so connected that, I mean, I've got God's ray beam shooting out of my butt. You know, I'm just floating through the day, you know. Newcomer, you've got God. You know, I mean, I'm doing all that stuff. I look like like one of those evangelists, you know, coming through. Sometimes those days are dangerous for me, you know, because I forget, doesn't everybody have him like you? You know, no. Those are the days that I have to really be careful. Those are the days. So I have to find a balance. I have to find a balance of being humble enough to accept the will of something other than myself. And, you know, I've had a lot of bad stuff happen to me in AA. Just a ton of it. My daughter almost died at birth, you know. And my wife ends up having a heart problem. We go on, she gets a little procedure done, and it goes wrong, and she has to get a pacemaker. And then my father-in-law just recently, just in the last year and a half, got pancreas cancer, and they had to live in my house, and I live in a twin home. Like him and my mother-in-law, North Dakota's rural, and Fargo has the best doctors in the state, so they're staying with me. It's a twin home, 3 bedrooms. It is not built for 5 people. So I got to live complete love and tolerance while that was going on. And I'm getting snitty because I can't watch the TV program I'm going through. He's going through chemo, you know? And I'm sitting there going, damn it, I want to watch Grey's Anatomy, you know? And he's watching old war movies, and I can't stand them. They're in black and white. And if I see One River over Iwo Jima one more time, I swear to God I'm killing somebody, you know? And I'm sitting there in that house, and and I call my sponsor, and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, I'm sorry, Kelvin, are you going through chemo? And I go, oh, damn. Okay, gotcha. And I'm sitting through another one of those frickin' war movies, just smiling, you know? I don't like John Wayne in those war movies either. I had like a resentment. I had to do like some work on it, you know? I'm like, he is not a good actor at all. Not even close. And his action scenes are like, you know? I mean, it's terrible. Why would you watch that crap? You know? And he's sitting there smiling, and I'm like, oh. It's like pulling teeth. Just shove bamboo slits under my nails, please, you know? So I'm learning. I'm growing, and I'm doing the deal. And I'll tell you, AA shows up for me. My leg got hurt about 5 years ago in AA, and I blew an Achilles. It was misdiagnosed. Long story short, I had 7 surgeries in 5 months and almost lost my leg from the knee down. And people in AA came to my house and scrubbed the floors in my house, because that's what I do at home. My wife does a lot of things, and I have some certain things. I iron clothes, and I scrub the floors, and I do some things like that. That's part of what I do. And the Al-Anons bow to you. Thank you very much. Oh, you're not Al-Anons? Okay, then you're really sick. But that's the things I do. And members of AA showed up at my house and scrubbed the floors at my house. My driveway didn't have a flake of snow on it the whole winter. My lawn has never looked better. I haven't been able to get my lawn looking as good as they did, you know, during that time. And it was a bad deal. And AA showed up, and I was in the hospital for long periods, and they'd show up and they'd have meetings with me in the hospital, and it was amazing. It was amazing how AA shows up. It's amazing how it shows up. And this is a place that I didn't want to be. It's a place when the people came up and smiled at me that I hated. It's a place today that I get to live in a grace that is not of me. It's a place I get to live today when I wake up in the morning and I read 86, 87, and 88. And it's funny, one of the things that's funny about the steps, not until step 10 does it tell me that I get my will back. It says, you do these things because it's the proper use of the will. I'm like, oh, so I get my will back in step 10. The first place it tells me I get my own thinking back is step 11. It says, if you do things like this, then your thoughts will be out throughout the day can be this. And it tells me that I get to get my thinking back in step 11. And the thing that's also funny is the shortest paragraph in the book is on page 88, and it says, it works, it really does. And I'm a guy who didn't think anything would ever work for me. But it tells me it works, it really does. So today I'm not a construction worker anymore. I have a job that is, I wake up most mornings and I wonder how the heck I'm doing it. I sell copiers and I manage an office for the state of North Dakota, and I manage the state of North Dakota, and I do that, and it's just crazy. I mean, I have people that work for me, and it's like I'm building people and teaching them how to sell and doing all this stuff, and it's unbelievable. And I'm not the guy, and I'm the guy that can't wake up in the morning to go into work. Okay? That's me. And today I'm doing something completely different. Today, mine and my wife's marriage has never been better, you know. And we just had Valentine's Day, and I came in from the meeting on Tuesday night after the Yahoo 3 posse over here decided they were going to drive to Oregon, and I come walking in and I look over at the table. And I see the stuff on the table, but I'm going to pretend I don't see it in the morning, because when my little girl wakes up, she runs out there and she grabs my hand and she pulls me over the table. And her and my wife had made brownies. Like I need more brownies. But they had made brownies and cut little hearts with cookie cutters out of these brownies. Can't believe that, you know. And at home, when I get on my knees to pray, my little girl gets on her knees next to me, and I bought her a little book for Christmas. Not an AA book, thank God, please, no AA book. But I got her this little kid's Bible, you know, and she reads her little book right next to me in the morning, and on the weekends when I wake up, sometimes I like to sleep to about 8:30 if I can, and she'll crawl into bed next to me, and I wake up, open up, and I look at her, and she gets close to me. She goes, "Daddy," and I go, "What?" She goes, "Your breath stinks." So I know I got to go brush my teeth, and during the week I have guys that I sponsor that call me in the morning right as I'm getting ready for work. They call me between 6:45 and 7:15 in the morning, so I get to awaken into consciousness in service of someone else. If you're in here tonight and you don't have a sponsor, for God's sakes, please get one. Please get one. Look for one of them. One of those people that are coming up and shaking your hand, somebody that's holding one of these, preferably, one of these big books. If you're new and you don't know what this is, it's a big book. And the program is in there. The fellowship is out here, but the program's in here. And if you're going to have a chance to stay in here, it's funny, and I'm not a guy who likes to read stuff out of the book from the podium, but I don't like to mess this up. It says, if we fail to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work, he would surely drink again, and if he drank, he would surely die. Then faith would be dead indeed. With us, it is just like that. And I love the simplicity of that, because it tells me that I need to be in here doing work in here, working with other alcoholics in here. Otherwise, when the stuff happens, I'm not going to be able to stay. And I love in the book when it says, on the occasions that it says that faith without works is dead. See, I think, and this is my experience, one of the worst things that was said to me was, pray about it. You know, that was everybody's answer that seemed to be around me. They would say, oh, just pray about it. Just pray about it. If I'm just praying about it, if I'm just praying about not gambling, because I'm a guy who can't gamble, if I'm just praying about not gambling, and I'm still walking over to the dang blackjack table, It's not going to work. I have to have the works. The faith part of it is the prayer. If I keep taking the action, it's the works part of it that I have to do too. If I say, God, I want to get up for work in the morning, and then I'm hitting the snooze 7 times, I'm not doing the works. So you can pray all you want, but if you're not doing the works, that's not going to matter because the prayer will not connect with it, and then the combination of the two will not create recovery. The faith and the works creates the recovery. And that was one of the things that I never thought was going to be possible for me, is that I was going to be able to have recovery here. I didn't think I was ever going to have the ability to be able to live here and look people in the eye and not have to be afraid. I didn't know that when I came to AA, when they told me to go shake newcomers' hands, and I didn't want to do it, and he said, go shake people's hands. I don't want to shake their hands. I don't know them, and that guy smells. He said, you smelled when you got here, go shake his hand. And I go shake that guy's hand. My entire existence and the way I earn money today is walking into random people's offices that I don't know, that may smell, and shake their hands. I didn't know what I was getting taught to do was to be able to be a salesman. Ha! You know, for any newcomers out there, there's perks. No. So I got a chance to learn, and I get a chance to live, and I get a chance to love here. You know, the book tells me that the love and tolerance of others is our code, and I used to say that was good because that allowed me to be able to tolerate you. And I think that the opposite of that is true. That's in the book so that people can love and tolerate me. It means that no matter how judgmental, no matter how self-righteous, no matter how smugly superior I've been to other people throughout my existence in Alcoholics Anonymous, that I have a program that can reconnect me with them and that can reconnect me with God. And I'm going to close up here, and I just really want to thank the committee for giving me the honor and the privilege of being able to come here. You have a beautiful state. You have beautiful people here. I want to thank Alcoholics Anonymous for a life that is beyond anything that I could have ever asked for or imagined. And I want to thank a God that I did not understand, that I did not know, for when I'm doing His will, for existing within me. Because the book tells me that I'll be taken care of if I do His work well. And if you do His work well, it works. It really does. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up, as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
In this segment of the afternoon, our speaker will share his experience, strength, and hope, after which time we'll have a short break and return with the second segment at about 3:30, where Peter will talk more about steps 10, 11, and 12. So to share his experience, strength, and hope with us, I'd like to ask you to please welcome our special guest from Florida, Peter M.
My name is Peter. I'm a recovered alcoholic. Grateful to be alive and sober. Thank the folks for having me up here. Mark, who's floating around somewhere. Got to see Mark's website, an interesting picture of Mark, and I said, I'm going to get involved with this guy and get up to Toronto. May not be a good idea. But can you hear me okay back there? No? I'll try to talk louder. I have no voice. I apologize. But it's good to be here, and excited about what we're going to be talking about in the second half of this, which is 10, 11, and 12. And whenever I get to talk, it usually reflects around 10 and 11 and 12 and where I am currently and what I'm doing currently. And the question I always like to ask folks is when I get to sponsor them is, where are you currently in the work? What's that look like? How far into amends have you gotten? What sort of work did you do with your sponsor before coming to me? And very often it's not completing amends. There is no 11-step work or very little of it. They're not sponsoring anyone and don't have a sponsor. And they're pretty much going by don't drink and go to meetings even though their ego tells them they're in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And they're wondering why they're not getting well and why the further we get away from step one, have we moved further away from step one, or has it driven us back into the need for power? So I'm very grateful to share with you and report back to you what God is currently doing for me and what the experience has looked like since I got here. God separated me on June 23rd, 1988 from alcohol, and I say for the last time because it is for the last time. And I'm an alcoholic in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I feel grateful to be here to share in your fellowship. But the school of thought that I was brought up in is we're looking for permanent sobriety. And even though our condition is 24 hours a day, that's how God put us here. It's not about keeping sober a day at a time. It's about experiencing permanent sobriety. And the only way we can really get there is by experiencing the sunlight of the Spirit or having a current experience with God. God could and would if He was sought. And what are we doing to seek this power called God? Am I using old experiences to keep me current? Am I giving lip service to this power called God? Or do I come from a spiritual place? Interpret or judge, I just am. It's okay, God, let's go. When I get to do these things, folks ask me, what are you going to talk about? Are you nervous? I have no clue what I'm going to talk about. That's why I'm not nervous. Because the old adage is in AA there's 3 talks. There's the one you do on the way to the meeting when you're getting dressed and you knock them dead, right? And then there's a talk you do on the way home. I should have said this and I should have said that. And then there's the talk you do, which you're never happy with anyway. So the only thing I do is work with prayer, meditation. I go into the bunker. I work with the fasting for about 4 hours before I do these and be an open vessel, and God will take me where He wants to take me. So June 23rd, 1988, God separates me from alcohol, and I had no clue what this journey was going to look like. And 24 years later, I still don't, and I don't want to get involved with having my hands on a spiritual journey. You can't start a spiritual process with the answer. So I let go of all of that. And I can't volunteer where God's going to take me anyway, because I don't know what that's going to look like, because I don't know what the unknown's going to look like, but I walk. And I go with God's hand, and He's taken me many places I never thought I would wind up doing, or saying things I never thought I'd wind up saying, but in the realm of God's Spirit, it's always perfect. It completely contradicts the way I used to live before I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, which was all about me. I was living all over page 62. I was completely consumed with me. I mean, I make an effort to make it I was interested in you, and it looked like this. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. What do you think of me? I mean, that's how I operated, right? Yeah. But on my separation from alcohol in June of 1988, I was not thinking about getting into my 7th and last treatment center. I wasn't thinking about going to a 12-step fellowship. I wasn't thinking about getting a sponsor and doing the 12 steps. And the only contact I had really with God from a very pure place was on June 23rd, 1988. Prior to that, it was God, give me what I want, and it didn't work out. There is no God. I lived as an agnostic. I would never say atheist because I wasn't, but an agnostic. But something changed in June of 1988 where this God who I had been cursing and damning to hell for all of my trouble, that same higher power I reached out to. And in June of 1988, I begged for help. And the interesting thing happens to us when we're in that place where we're completely level and there are no reservations, a lurking notion, there's nothing left. It's completely empty. We're completely empty. That doesn't feel good. It actually feels like we're about to die. And we are. We're experiencing the death of self before the physical death. And that doesn't feel good. One of my teachers would always tell me, if it feels good, it doesn't mean it's good. If it feels bad, it doesn't mean it's bad. June 23rd, 1980 was the worst I felt ever. It all came tumbling down. But it wasn't the physical stuff that was killing me. It was the emotional bottom that I finally hit was completely level that day. And I didn't know my spirit was screaming to get with other people and have conversations about how to get well. Prior to that, I never had a conversation about how do I get well, so how could I find those people? If God threw 100 of them in front of me, I'd go around them. In June of 88, I was looking for people to have a dialogue with me about how to get well, and that meant God. That's why I love my fellowship, the fellowship I belong to, because I'm with folks, as one gentleman said, who are journeymen in this thing. They're not just kind of gate crashing, seeing what's going on and out. We're in it. We're in the trenches. And our life revolves around this power called God. It isn't a bridge back to life. That means I use my fellowship and get out there and I forget about it. Everything comes from God. It is my life. And I'm able to do life because of my fellowship, because of my God, because of the 12 steps. I'm a better mate. I'm a better brother. I'm a better son. I'm an upstanding member of my fellowship. I'm a great worker. I'm a good sponsor. Everything that contradicted my way into Alcoholics Anonymous. And because this is my life, because God is my life, and I come from that God place, and I chop wood and carry water every day, I'm able to go out there and do as God would see fit, and I make mistakes. I make amends quickly. Not when it's convenient for me, but when it's right for you. It all allows me, all this work, all the stuff that I get to do, has brought me to one place, and that's stillness or silence. Rather than listening to the noise in the head like most of us do, we operate out of noise. We operate out of fear. We live along the lines of human consciousness where everything we hear, see, and speak is from the mind. And the mind is fear-based and insecure. So when you're talking to me, I may talk to you about God, but I'm not coming from God. I'm hearing with the mind. When I'm listening to you, I may talk about God, but I'm listening with the mind. And my actions reflect that. All of it, all my actions come out of what my mind is telling me. All fear, all agnostic, all insecure, all egotistical. Big Book says God doesn't make too hard terms, so I don't live life on life's terms. I fail miserably. I need a drink to live life on life's terms. That's why I drink, in order just to fit in. Living life on God's terms, we're coming from a place of God conscious. It's a raised level of awareness. Coming from deep down within, a place called stillness, which is the only place we can ever experience this power called God. That's one of the reasons, many reasons, why we meditate. To experience that. And if we can walk into our homes, occupations, affairs, coming with that God place, we will quickly see how that's contagious. And how we affect people in a positive way rather than infecting people the way we used to. Big Book says we can't transmit something we haven't got. We will what we do, and that's untreated alcoholism. You see the sponsor who's untreated, you'll see his little stable of prospects who are unstable, who are untreated, who are restless, ill, and discontented. When you see the awakened guru in your fellowship who has people like that they're sponsoring, you'll see how that'll trickle down. So living in all three sides of the triangle, going through the steps over and over again, working with a life of prayer and meditation, living in all three sides of the triangle allows me to be whole and complete, which brings me back to silence, which is our natural state of beingness when you think about it. We invent noise, we create noise, we get attached to noise, we get attracted to noise, we're operating out of noise all the time. And somehow in Alcoholics Anonymous we go through the steps and they have this thing called meditation and prayer, which allows me and requires me to get completely still. Right? My first drink came when I was 14 years old. I grew up in New York, Brooklyn, New York. And prior to my first drink, I was like most of us, restless, irritable, and discontented, driven by 100 forms of fear. I had voices talking to me. I didn't even know who they were, but they were always talking to me. And none of it was ever good. The voices would always tell me about how I was less than. how I can't fit in. I don't have a shot at living life successfully. I would hear people talking about doing great things or plans and designs for their life, and I said, wow, how are they so fortunate? How do they believe in that stuff? How are they going to pull that off? Because I'm Peter Marinelli, it's never going to happen. You know, I got good intentions, but it's never going to happen. I'm not that smart. I'm not that ambitious. I would hear teenagers talk about getting driver's license and dating and going off to college, and it just seems so appealing, dating, a car, going off to college, having a career. I can't do that. I'm Peter Marinelli. There's no way I can pull this off. I'm me. When God finds out me, I'm not going to be able to do this. And as I got old, I would hear adults talking about adult things, and I'm now entering into this adult, and they were talking about having careers already. I'm just about tying my shoelaces. They're graduating college and getting the second car. I'm still on public transportation. I mean, just to hold down a job was a big deal. Marriage, children, oh my God, I cannot do life. I can't do this. And during my drinking days, twice I tried to check out of life. And God had other plans, interrupted my death. But the spring, summer, I was 14 years old, and about 6 months prior, January 23rd of 1973, my mom, who's was alcoholic, and addicted to Valium back in the day, couldn't get sober. We didn't even identify her as an alcoholic because women aren't alcoholics in my family, let alone addicted to pills. And no woman who was married to my dad was ever going to be tagged as an alcoholic. It just wasn't going to happen, so we kept the pink elephant in the living room. And we would go to psychiatrist, to sanitarium, to psychiatrist, to sanitarium, to hypnotist, all kinds of stuff to keep away from the drink. And they prescribed Valium not to drink, so you know what we do both. And what my mom experienced is what all of us experience. Incomprehensible demoralization. I didn't realize her turmoil that she had to go through until I became an adult. When I realized I couldn't even be a brother to my younger brothers and a son to my dad, I could only fathom, only imagine how a woman must have felt not being able to be a mother to her 3 sons or a wife to her husband, because Jack Daniels was her God. Valium was her God. And so she tried several times to take her life. In the morning of January 23rd, 1973, she finally did it. And I remember waking up that morning to sheer terror. I mean, I was literally frozen in bed, laying in my lower bunk, and my brother was up above me, my youngest brother's on the other side of the room, and the 3 of us didn't know what to do, and I was frozen with fear. And what really scared me, my dad is a real tough guy, street guy. Never saw him cry, never saw him become afraid of anything. And when he was on the 911 call to the police, hearing this man wailing over the phone, screaming, my wife is dead, send an ambulance. That just struck me frozen. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My life changed forever after that day. My design for living, if you will, was my mom. I mean, she would take me to the Little League and take me to music practice and take me around. And I would talk about the birds and the bees with my mom because I wasn't going to talk to my dad about it. And then suddenly she's gone and I was completely empty. What do I do? Where do I go from here? I got a guy at home, cunning, baffling, and powerful. He's Dad. My uncles followed in his kind of way of operating. There was I was into music and art and creative things, and my dad was a street guy. What do I do? My dad never picked up a baseball glove. I'm sure he picked up a few baseball bats, but that's a whole other thing, right? Never picked up a glove or anything, and so it was a little different, you know. I showed up to the corner one Saturday night. My friends were drinking beer, and they were drinking Colt 45 beer, and my dad had warned me many, many times not to drink with the bums on the corner. He didn't want me hanging around those guys, being seen with those guys. And he didn't want me hanging around the girls who were drinking with the guys on the corner. I happen to find those women very attractive to me, right? This one Saturday night, the court went around. I put my hand in and I took a few pops off the court, and it went down and nothing happened. I remember thinking, I just know the cops are going to turn the corner. I'm going to get arrested. If they don't turn in the corner, I know my dad's definitely going to catch me drinking on the corner. I'm going to get a beating. But I took a few pops off the court. No one showed up. Nothing happened to me either, so I drank a little bit more. And you know what happens? I start to get nice. Everything gets nice. I got nice. She got nicer, right? growing up in Brooklyn, my hero that summer went from like Mickey Mantle to like Al Pacino by the end of the night, and I had arrived, as Bill Wilson says. I love the effect produced by alcohol. I love the effect produced by alcohol. That's why I returned to it. That's why we drink. I like the effect produced by what I'm putting in my body, so I can just pack into the stream with you, so I can just take a shower. I need to be a little bit jacked up in order just to do that. Just to operate, to get up and go to work, I need something. I can't face the world empty. I cannot do it. That's why I don't get so many of our members in our respective fellowships just put the plug in a jug or don't use and go to meetings. You're still doing life without a substance and no God. How do you pull that off? Perhaps that's why you're driven by 100 forms of fear and we look like drunks without a drink in us. We're still manipulating, lying, cheating, stealing, but we didn't use and we're winners. No, we're not. Perhaps more dangerous to others when we're not using. We were predictable when we were using. We used just to fit in. And that's how it was for me. I drank. I loved the effect produced by alcohol, so I returned to it, not knowing where it was going to take me to the gates of hell. I didn't know I stepped onto a road paved to hell with something called phenomenon called craving, mental obsession, and spiritual malady. Never heard of these words before. But I love the effect produced by alcohol. My friends called it a night, that summer night. I remember going into like this anxiety thing. We're going to end this. This is getting nice. I like this. Don't end it. And I remember it was a long walk home, but the next morning was a Sunday morning, and I went into this park to play basketball, and I remember how I felt walking into that park. It was unlike any other morning I ever experienced. I found a panacea for my ill Saturday night. I knew I can do the rest of the week, because the following Saturday I was going to go back to my Colt 45 beer, capture that elusive feeling. I'm going to be okay. Even for a few hours, I can be okay for a few hours. And I obsessed on the following Saturday the rest of the week. I remember thinking, going through school, like, I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care how much you push me around. I know come Saturday I'm going to escape it all. I'm going to get to that place out there. That's how I was able to do life. And I drank on Saturday again, and I drank on Saturday again, and then started drinking on Friday, and then Thursday, and then Wednesday. And suddenly I was drinking a lot. And I went from Colt 45 beer to wine, and then I found vodka, and I went through the whole thing, Swiss up and all this other nasty stuff. And then one day, a bunch of years later, I landed with my greatest lover ever before I got sober, and that was something called Jack Daniels, which took me to a place indescribably wonderful. Right? I remember the following Saturday rolled around, and I drank. And the following Saturday rolled around and I drank, and as I said, it progressed into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, but I couldn't get there anymore. I mean, I was getting drunk. I was getting blind drunk, and I was starting to get in trouble, but I couldn't capture that first innocent drunk. It was gone forever. I didn't know it back then. There were some consequences because of my drinking as well. As I said earlier, I have two younger brothers. They idolized me growing up. They listened to the music I did. They followed me around. They played stickball with me. They did all the things that you would do growing up in Brooklyn. And I protected them. And my dad pretty much had not too many worries about me. But as alcoholism does what alcoholism does, and we become more and more selfish and self-centered and self-seeking, there are consequences because of my behavior. And my younger brothers started to become afraid of me. Then they became embarrassed by how I was behaving when I was drunk. At the get-go, I was a nasty drunk. At the end, you wouldn't even know I was in the room. I'd just go down and just leave me there. But at the beginning, I was full of anger, a lot of venom at this guy called God for Mom leaving, about my plight in life. I was really, really restless and discontented, and everyone got it. My brothers became afraid of me. They would tell my dad. My dad would corner me the next day and read me the riot act about what's going on with you. What are you doing with your life? And like a good alkie, I would wait for him to get done. When he was done, I'd go back out, and that would give me more reason to drink. This thing called life is not for me. I need to get out. One morning I woke up and I needed some money like usual, and I started stealing from my family, and I stole one of my dad's checks out of his checkbook, and I got away with it. I would go down to the local store, I'd forge his name, they all knew my dad, so they'd give me the money. I said, okay, I pulled this off once, I could do this again. I start stealing checks from my dad's checkbook, and I go to the local delicatessen, local store, they'd cash it, and I'd get some beer or whatever I needed to get. And I did this for a little bit of time, thinking like those checks just went into the universe and no one ever saw them again. Right? But they were checking statements, and all that stuff came back to my dad, and then he found all these. They used to send the check back with the big rubber stamp on the back, and they got all these forged checks. And my dad came looking for me. Now, this is not the type of guy you want looking for you. Tony Soprano looks like Tinkerbell next to my dad. Right? And I remember I was sitting in a car one day next to this young lady and thinking I was a big shot until my dad drove up and he got out of the car. And it's kind of like Robert De Niro showing up, and got a Goodfellas, and a cigarette went down. This is the only guy who goes to a fight with a pinky ring, sunglasses, and gold jewelry. I mean, this is how he shows up for a fight. And when his eyebrow goes up and he looks at you, just run. Right? His eyebrow went up, the cigarette went down, and I was in serious trouble. And he did this, screamed my name, and I says, "Honey, that's my dad. You talk to him. I'm running away." And off I went, and I got about 20 feet. My dad screamed my name loud enough for me to freeze, and I went to my first treatment center. That's how I went to treatment. I went to treatment not because I conceded to my innermost self I'm an alcoholic and I need to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience so I can speak from a podium someday in Toronto, Canada. How cool is this? Right? I went to my first few treatment centers because my dad was after me. The wrong people on the street were looking for me. Or I just had enough, but I didn't want to quit. Conceding to our innermost self is not enough. Having a powerful desire to stop is not enough. It'll bring me to the doorway. It'll make me ring your doorbell. It'll make me come to you in a meeting and say, "Can you help me?" But still not enough. There's a difference between God's grace and being spiritually fit. One we get because we're one of His children. We inherit God, if you will. We get the DNA of God. But then there's some work to be done. In Vision for You, it talks about patience, willingness, and labor. Labor, last I checked, is putting my hands on the wheel and driving, doing some work, chopping wood and carrying water, and plowed a field. And getting it fertile. It won't happen through osmosis. So even with the powerful desire to stop, wasn't enough. Conceding wasn't enough. But back then, my first few treatment centers, I was nowhere near conceding or having a powerful desire. I just wanted to get out of there for a little while, which is what I did. Now, back in the States, back in the day, the insurance companies would give you the 28-day rehab deal. Where they got this from, I don't know, but it doesn't work. But they said 28 days, Pete Marinelli, off you go. 27, you can stay to 28, we won't kick you out. And 29 is way too long. So 28, good to go. Now, I don't think I have a problem. They give me all these charts and graphs about how my body and my brain metabolize alcohol. They gave me all these charts and graphs, and I said, "That's good. Thanks for the information. After watching that, I really need a double," right? So 28 days later, I get out and I had that girl meet me at the door. And it was, "Honey, I'm coming home," like I did a bit in a prison somewhere, right? I was in some fancy treatment center in Long Island, New York. They had a big gymnasium. They had a little fitness center. They served us our meals. We had our own little bed. It was, everyone walked around proper. There were big guys with white jackets on. You don't want to get them angry. But it was this nice little place, maybe 100 acres of property. And you'd go for little walks. And so I treated it like I went to jail. And 28 days later, I got out, and she brought a jug. I cracked the seal, inquired about AA, and drank, and the phenomenon called craving was right back on me, as if I kept drinking for 28 days. Yeah. Being separated from alcohol has little to do with becoming a recovered alcoholic. Well, being a recovered alcoholic just means I'm separated from the substance. I sat in plenty of jail cells. Upon my release, you weren't looking for me to sponsor you. I sat in the Tombs in New York for about 3 days waiting to see the judge. I hadn't used anything, sick as can be. On my release, I didn't use 3 days. You don't want me to sponsor you. The consequences started to get worse and worse and worse. It wasn't my dad looking for me, but now I have one treatment center. My dad would send out search parties now. My brothers were hip to what I was doing. My aunts and uncles were hip to what I was doing. Even my grandparents who were from Europe and spoke a little English knew there was something wrong with their grandson. So I had to hide my using now. And the interesting thing is, some of the contemporary belief systems are, don't drink or don't use and go to a meeting. Well, that does nothing to remedy the hurt and pain we've caused other people. It's narrow-minded and selfish, because even after my first treatment center, I was infecting and affecting my entire family. Everything shifted. The balance of the family completely shifted. It was upside down as it was after burying Mom, but now I complete the job. My family was completely upside down. How in God's name could I get this message, come into a sacred fellowship and say, I didn't use, I put the plug in a jug, and I'm good? My amends to you is I'm not using. That might not pay the bill in a lot of places. And here's the thing. If we're truly on a spiritual path, and we're truly claiming we have God in our life, and we're truly living, coming from a God place, there is no way that I can just put the plug in a jug, go to a meeting and not make an attempt to repair the damage I've done. This is why I like having dialogue and conversations with people who are God-like, who walk with God, because they're always talking about a life of service, which is where my God has brought me to. And if we think about it as messengers of God, it's no longer about being here to be served, but it's about serving. Serving in all we do, my home's occupations and affairs. You've been kind enough to invite me here and give me some pretty good digs where I'm staying. And Mark's been wonderful since I got here. But I'm here for service. I'm not here for applause. I'm not here for pats on the back. It's nice to get that. But this is part of my life of service. And there's plenty of times I get on a plane and it's 90 degrees in South Florida. I'm headed to the snowstorm in Nebraska. It's a little tough to put my first foot on that plane. But I have a life of service and my spirit moves me there, demands I do that. I don't get how many of us just show up at a meeting and say, I'm good, going home. And haven't taken the kids to a ball game or taken the wife for a romantic dinner in years. Or just stood home and watched TV with the family and pack into the stream. I love some of our AAs who are fortunate enough to have children and spouses, and they have date night, they have family night, and they just hang around. But they're packing into their nest again, where we were absentee for years. Ain't that great? And it's about giving back. It's about giving back. It's about giving back. That's what this life is really all about when we're on this path. I sounded just like that little kid when I first got in here, by the way. No drink. What do you... I got into my second treatment center, and I got into my third treatment center, and got into a fourth treatment center, and got into a fifth treatment center. And along that way, I got a job as my dad was a longshoreman. My whole family were dock workers. Rough crowd. You balk to get things done. It was a rough environment. A lot of uneducated men down there who were interested in one thing, money. It wasn't about having a talk with Joe the employee because he's not performing. You didn't perform, you got fired or beat up. I mean, this is a type of environment. So I wasn't going to find any kind of spiritual enlightenment in this position. And I went to work for my dad, and in a short time, my dad started to experience shame, embarrassment, remorse, guilt. Because he was watching me disintegrate in front of him. Now I'm working with my dad. His office was about 100 yards, maybe less from where I had my job. And he would see me every single day. He would see me come in from the night before with my head on sideways or in the same clothes and wondering really what's going on now. I would borrow money from people associated with that environment who I really have no business being in their company. And I would name drop and they would give me some money, but they used to look for me every week to give them a little bit back till you paid off the whole loan. And if you didn't have that money, you got beat up. And my dad would get me out of these scrapes. In the environment I worked, there were a lot of loose goods. So you would take stuff that didn't belong to you. And the alcoholic mind would say, well, there's plenty. They won't miss one or two. The same thing when I would rip off my family. Well, my dad has plenty of money. My brothers have some money. What's a little bit of this or a little bit of that? Why would alcoholism, why would my addictive mind allow me for a moment to have some compassion for how I'm hurting you? It doesn't exist in the same room. It can't. And the ego needs to breathe. And the alcoholic and addicted mind needs to do what it has to do. And it has no room for compassion and understanding. Or we'll get like that little thread that says that it shouldn't do this, but it's overwhelmed by, we'll fix it later. Right now, I gotta do what I gotta do. Or many times, no compassion, not even a seed it shows up. This is how I operated. And I wasn't the worst of the worst out there. There were people who were criminals who were out there. But enough damage to hurt people. I had a job as a dock worker impossible to get fired from, and I got fired twice. And my dad fired me twice. And the second time was, I can't have you around here anymore. I got thrown out of my house, and I was basically left to fend for myself on the streets. And this is where the bottoms raise. And my dad came to the rescue, though, and got me this little studio apartment in Brooklyn. And this is during my 5th stay in a treatment center. And he got this little studio and furnished it for me and got me clothes and all the things you would need to kind of get going. And as soon as my dad drove away, I sold the color television, and I sold the clock radio, and I sold the shoes in boxes, and I sold the clothes in garment bags. I tried to carry out the refrigerator one day. And I was renting out this apartment, and I never paid rent, almost burned the place down, and I had all walks of life showing up at all hours. You know, screaming my name, whether I owe them money or they had some stuff for me or they just needed a place to crash. And my landlord was a young fella who was married, had a little daughter with his wife, and his wife was expecting, and I rent from them. And they couldn't get rid of me. And then one day they just threw me out. I spent 9 weeks in this 5th treatment center, and I always like to talk about this a little bit. 9 weeks I was in a treatment center, and I didn't need a drink. My body did not need alcohol. My body did not need any other substance. And because this is CA, I will tell you that I went through about 3 treatment centers of detoxing off of heroin and cocaine and pills. Valium was the thing of the day. I don't even know what they're using out there now, but I shot heroin and cocaine for too long. And the detoxes were I was notorious for the worst detoxer on the planet. And after my 5th treatment center, I said no more. But I could not get away from alcohol. I would curse it, swear off, throw the bottles against the wall and say no more, and I would run back, and I was drinking Mr. Boston Blackberry Brandy at the end. But my 5th treatment center, I was up there for 9 weeks. I would have given you a clean UA and a passive breathalyzer in 5 minutes. I even put on weight. I started to actually look healthy. I was able to hold down some food, and I would go to the group and talk about my dysfunctional family, my inner child, my issues and my triggers, and all this nice stuff that we do in treatment. I'm in the business, I know. Right? And they would take me to art therapy, and they would give me dance therapy. This is not a good idea when you have crackheads and junkies and alkies detoxing, and we're going to dance today. Not a good idea. My favorite story is they took us to the gymnasium, and it was about this size, and there were baskets on each end with a basketball, and the ball rolled from one end of the gym to the other, and therapy sounded like this: I'm not getting it, you get it. And we went out and smoked a cigarette, and that was pretty much physical therapy. But they try to do all these things to kind of get us motivated and try right thinking and understand why. Do you understand, Peter, why you drink so much? Yes, give me a double. It didn't work. I was lacking the spiritual transformation, and that's only going to begin when I bottom out. When self-reliance is completely removed, that there's nothing in my mind that says perhaps one day I can maybe control and enjoy it. Maybe if I just regulate, maybe if I just mix it with other stuff, maybe if I just go on marijuana maintenance, just something. I just need something. I just won't go to those extremes. That needs to be removed. It's a complete breakdown of the inner self, where there's nothing. And at that point, we start to build. Because the only place we can reach out to is this power called God, whatever our conception is, no matter how limited it is. And it could be GOD, group of drunks for good early direction, but it's something other than me that I'm reaching to. Something other than my thinking mind that I'm reaching out for help for. Right? It's the mustard seed of willingness that we can move a mountain. When I come to you and say, please help me, or I show up at an AA meeting or an NA meeting or CA meeting and say, listen, I can't do this, I'm done, please help me. And I start to take direction from my elders. Even when I disagree with the direction, I'm quiet and follow. I chop wood and carry water. It's when we start having skepticism and doubt and reservations on the information or direction you're giving me, I have a first step problem again. And I see this so often in AA. And when I give talks in CA, when people come up to you, they're sober double digits, they're sober 3-4 years, and they can't get past themselves. And then they unload on you for 10 or 15 minutes. They give you an entire fifth step. And you say, why don't you try doing this? And then their head tilts and they don't want to do it. So you just took up 10 minutes of my life to unload. I'm giving you a way out and you still don't want to do it. Constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. They're waiting for the silver bullet, the magic bullet, for someone to say, I would do the same thing you're doing. I'll go with you. It's not going to happen unless that person is sick or sicker than you. Rubber hits the road when we get into the steps. I think the 12 and 12 says something like when we're 6 and 7. It happens way before that. For some of us, it happens just walking through the door to a group of strangers. What do I do? And then we find out how much in common we have. This is the only place, whether it's CA, NA, or AA, where I tell you the worst things I've done in my life, and you say, here's my number, give me a call. When Mark picked us up, there was Mark, Marion, and myself, and we were sharing little escapades that we did, kind of laughing about it. Got picked up to come to the hotel with the gentleman who opened up. I don't know where he went. We were talking about how much we would drink. Mary and I went to a restaurant, and they're pushing wine. And I said, as long as you got a lawyer to go along with the bottle of wine. And we were laughing about how much we drink. Now, if you were out there at a dinner party, say, oh my God, you have a drinking problem. We know we have a drinking problem. It doesn't come as a shock to anyone. We come into Alcoholics Anonymous, CA or NA, and we expect, we're always told, don't leave till the miracle happens. You're sitting in a meeting of a 12-step fellowship, the miracle's happened. Because by everything based on your past, you're not supposed to be sitting with a bunch of other recovering or recovered folks. We're supposed to be using based on everything we've done up until that moment. But here I am sitting in an AA or an NA or a C, whatever A it is, there. Even if we're drunk, even if we're high, we're sitting in a meeting talking about God and recovery. The miracles happen. Now what? Here's where the weight falls on the elder statesman. What are we going to do about him or her? Give them a quarter, tell us to call us when they want to use. They're not going to do that. Say, here's my phone number. Call me when you feel like using. If you're like me, I'm not calling Ernie when I want to use. I'll call him to bail me out of jail when I'm done. With me? So when they come in here, I need to recognize there's a newbie, maybe first time in here. What am I going to do about it? Leave it to the rest of the folks? No, I go over and meet them. And I'll spend some time with them. Maybe it's their first meeting ever and they're scared to death. I know I was. I'd bail. And I would go to AA meetings drunk a few times back in Brooklyn. No one ever said, oh my God, you're drunk, get out. They just keep coming. They took me to the diner drunk. I knew I was drunk. They knew I was drunk, but they just sat with me. Because they saw themselves in me. It just wasn't my time. Until June of 1988. Five treatment centers, 9 weeks away. In this treatment center, and I still can't get sober. In fact, in 6 treatment centers, I managed a total of 2 days of continuous sobriety. After treatment center number 5, I was discharged on a Saturday. I got till Monday and picked up a drink, Mr. Boston Blackberry Brandy. I beeline to the liquor store. I couldn't take it anymore. You know that feeling where you got a couple of days and then you just bust out. I can't do this. I'm crawling out of my skin. Now, after 9 weeks of being in treatment, I was not experiencing any kind of post-acute withdrawal syndrome. There was nothing. I looked fit as a fiddle. I was in good shape. 9 weeks, put on weight, had some complexion. My eyes were clear. My body did not need alcohol, but the mind was so powerful, the obsession was still going. My body felt like it needed alcohol. The mind will convince me my body is sick when it isn't. And yet we rely upon the mind in our sacred fellowships over and over and over again. When we tell a newcomer, bring the body and the mind will follow. The last thing we need showing up anywhere is your mind. That I'll drink to. Bring the body and the mind will follow are the main problem centers. Powerful instrument. Convince me my body is sick and I need to get straight. Need a drink, whatever it is. Convince me of a lot of things, fear-based and insecure. The same mind that'll take me back to that which is killing me over and over and over again. I tell a newcomer, rely upon that same guy to outthink a drink. Play the tape to the end. Remember where you come from. Keep it green. Oh, my all-time favorite, filled with self-centeredness and self-seeking, is take a hospital or detox commitment so you can remember where you come from. Really. So I'm using the horrors that they're experiencing for my selfish and self-centered reason. I look at you and say, I'm grateful I'm going home. We missed something on that one. I'm going there to help you, serve you, not so I can keep it green. In fact, I don't need to keep it green. I don't need to remember where I come from. I don't need to play the tape through. I don't want to, first because my mind's the one who's doing it, but God has set me free of that. Step 10 promise. We've recovered in a position of neutrality, safe and protected, having even sworn the stuff off. The problem has been removed. A lot of us walk around, I was one of them for years, afraid of using again. Well, of course we're afraid of drinking and all that comes with it. But when we sit down and get really quiet, why are we afraid of picking up when God has the problem removed? It's not a problem anymore. We're not powerless anymore. We have tremendous amount of power. That'll ruffle feathers at a lot of our middle of the road meetings tough. We're here to speak truth. And as long as I'm spiritually fit and living and growing and understanding and effectiveness, living in the sunlight of the Spirit, God's got that. God took the loaded gun away from me. I have to walk around hoping, is it going to go off? Is it not going to go off? Problem's been removed. My job is to get spiritual wings, go back into the stream, home occupations and affairs, and go pass this message on and shout from the rooftops about God and not apologize for God, whether it's in AA, NA, wherever I am. We should be walking examples of this power called God and nothing less than that great fact. We don't need to apologize for our past behavior, not when we're living and immersed with God. It was a long road to get there. It meant the destruction of self. And the ego gets grinded into dust. Self must die. The mind must shut down. It peaks up once in a while. It speaks up once in a while. No longer attached to it. Living present with bread, chop wood, carry water. What do I do next? What do I do next? Okay, God, let's go. Where are we going next? It allows me to not have a leap of faith in life. You ever hear this one? It's a leap of faith. Where in the big book does it say leap of faith? If it does, please show me. What leap of faith? Is it not God who's telling me, take the leap? Ernie, take the leap. God's speaking. Ernie, take the leap, right? So God inspires me to do it. Who's on the other side of the leap? God. In God's world, there's no gravity. Who's holding me up? God. Who's on the other side? God. Who's at the beginning? The whole thing's a God movement. I'm just stepping into an unknown. And there's greater pain in not changing than the change itself. So I take a look back at my alcoholic mind and how it operates. I won't change. I'll stay where I am. Pain, humiliation, degradation. And then God says, go. And we kind of put our foot in the water with our eyes closed, say, not too bad. Put another foot. Next thing you know, we're on the other side. No leap of faith. The neat thing about living this way, maybe next door, happened to me in Maryland. They said, we're going to bring you to a finer hotel. It was a crack hotel. Right? 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm switching hotels. But sometimes you land in places and you go, maybe I did too much. Then you get still. Usually call a sponsor after prayer. Who sent you the invitation? Why are you there? Then go do God's work. And we'll go in protected and come out protected. And perhaps wake up somebody along the way. Off I go. Off I go. For fun and for free. Okay? I was living on the streets for a while. One night in the street is too long for anyone. It was a nightmare. Living on the streets, panhandling. And I don't say that for prideful reason. It's just where my story was. And lost contact with my family. The day my dad told me, don't come back, I remember I was sitting in his car and I said, Dad, can you loan me 20 loan? I had the audacity to say loan. I wasn't getting it back, but you kind of pepper it with loan. And I says, Dad, can you loan me $20? And he looked at me, I never forget, he looked at me, eyeball to eyeball, and he says, no. And I got to take care of my brothers. You can't come home anymore. I'm homeless as it is. And I got out of his car because I would not argue with him. It's okay. And I slammed the door and I walked away. And I remember thinking the most awful things, how I'm going to get back at this guy. I am going to make him pay for this. I'm going to make my brothers pay for it. I'm going to make everyone pay for it, because that's all I can think of was hate. It wasn't until I got sober and cleared up a little bit that I realized the broken heart that a father would have to tell his firstborn, don't come home anymore, you're not welcome like that. And how my brothers and I, who are so close today, how it broke their heart to say, don't come home anymore, you're an embarrassment. How my youngest brother's a true story. I called my house on a blind drunk in Staten Island, New York. I was on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I meant to call someone else to borrow money. And somehow I rang, and my brother picked up the phone. And my youngest brothers took right after my dad. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? And I was calling from a public phone, and I says, this is where I am. Can you bring me some money? He says, yeah, I'll be right down. I'll bring you money. He came with 2 Cadillacs, 2 guys driving 2 big Cadillacs. Give you an idea of the type of crowd that was coming to look for me. This is my baby brother. He gets out of the car. It's a true story. He had a pistol in his pants. And he says, where are you buying this stuff from? He said, I'm going to go up there and kill him first. I'm going to come down. I'm going to kill you before they kill you. And he had foam in his mouth. He was in a rage. And I don't know if he's capable of really doing that, but that's where it brought him, that he had a gun on him. He was going to kill his drug dealer, and he was going to kill me. This is what we do to people who love us. This is where we bring them to, into our sewer. Whether it's Park Avenue or a park bench. This kid and I are like this today. We're close as ever. And one of his friends interceded and kind of got him back to reality for a moment. And my brother put me in a car and took me home. And the language he used towards his older brother for about an hour drive was disgusting. And I deserved it all. And then I had to face the music with my other brother and my dad. And they had nothing but venom for me, but can you blame them? This is what we do. How could I come to a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous or CA and say, I didn't drink today, I'm aware? Because they're stuck with the mess. We go off to our glorious fellowships, our sacred fellowship, we get this message, we pack into the stream of life, we look good, we sound good, we find romance even, we do lots of things, and they're stuck with, what about us? How do we process this? How do we put this stuff back together? We're stuck with a war zone. Can you come in and help us rebuild at least? When we're in a silent of spirit, we're the one with a pick and chisel saying, I got it. You sit back, I will fix this. That's living along the lines of God consciousness. So I was homeless for a while, and I wound up outside the Port Authority in Midtown Manhattan. I had a moment of clarity, blind drunk. I have a moment of clarity, and God strikes us sober. It's the flimsy reed. I didn't know it was the loving and powerful hand of God. It was this flimsy reed. And then this flimsy reed was delivered with a moment of clarity, a moment of sanity. And I realized the condition I was in. And I hadn't spoken to my family for a while. I was homeless. I was a bum. I tried twice to take my life in hotel rooms. I can't die right. I can't get sober. And now I can't even get drunk. I'm drinking just to exist. I was really at the bitter end. And in this moment of clarity, I remember thinking of my dad and my brothers and my family. And it was as if, the life passed before your eyes kind of deal. I don't know what happened to me afterwards. I remember cursing God. And a couple of weeks later, I would say, I'm not sure, I was in the back of another hallway. This is how I was living, the back of hallways. I was too afraid to walk in the streets and to do things. I'd get a jug, hallway, get a jug, hallway, get a jug, hallway. And I was at the back of this disgusting, filthy hallway in Lower Manhattan, and I was done. That was June 23rd, 1988. And the same God I had cursed or entirely ignored was the same God. If you're out there, please take me from this. And the words, I never forget what I offered was, I don't want to die. Wasn't thinking about any of this. I just don't want to die. And I welcome the idea of dying for years. I don't want to die. Today, I don't want to die. I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know what I have to do not to die, but I don't want to die. And then God had the journey. See, the journey's laid out for us. The path is already out. We just have to be awake enough to say, there it is. Or awake enough and willing enough to say, okay, Ernie, you know the path. I don't know. Can you just point me in the right direction? God has the journey. Talking to someone earlier about having a purpose in life. When we see the journey and we're clear, we have a life of purpose. And when we have a life of purpose, we wear the world like a loose garment. Everything makes sense. Things shift. We're internal shift in consciousness where we're saying, okay, this is my path. I'm clear on my purpose for a long time now. With all the challenges, life being problematic, I'm clear on my purpose. All said and done, this is what I do. This is where God sends me, to go feed His children. And every time I feed one of God's children, I go away with a full belly. And the world feels right. It feels right. It doesn't appear right. It feels right. It's right. Living with purity, honesty, unselfishness, and love. It's right. For the first time, I'm going to be 53 next week. Somebody's, how's it feel? As you want to know the truth, we can kid around about the age and all that stuff. My life feels right. And there's tons of challenges. My life feels right because of God. It's right. Everything I do, my relationship, it's right. It took all this time to say, I'm not a mistake. It's right. Yeah? In this moment, I realized in the back of a hallway, I got to call my dad. The only guy on the entire planet who's going to come look for me in this condition would be my dad. So I tried to make a couple of collect calls. Weeping, hang up the phone. Weeping, hang up the phone. My dad was about, 3-4 hours from where I was in a place called Atlantic City, New Jersey. He was spending a weekend there with his wife. And while he was gambling, he tells me he had this, what he called a feeling in his gut. That's how he described it. And he told his wife, my son Peter's in trouble. I got to go find him. I don't know what it is. I just have to go find him. God connects dots. Huh? Always connecting dots for us. When we don't know how to or have the power to do it. Because the path has to be walked. And so he dropped her off. He came looking for him and he found me because God connected the dots. And I was running through the streets desperate. If I live to be 100, I'll never be as old as the day I walked into AA. I hadn't bathed, I hadn't eaten. I looked like someone who was suffering from untreated alcoholism. About 130 pounds, 140 pounds, about 40 pounds, maybe more than I weigh now. Less than I weigh now. And my dad got out of the car, and this time he just walked across the street and called me like anyone who couldn't find their son. I just walked across the street. I remember saying, Dad, I'm okay. And then I collapsed. I remember collapsing in his arms. I remember very mindful my dad was holding me up. Our roots grasp new soil, and sometimes the worst moments of our life, what appears to be the worst moments of our life, when the hand is reached out and we finally grab on, we don't care where we're going, when the intent is pure. It's not tainted with any ego. It's not tainted with when I do this is going to happen. When we grab on and hold on, and I held on to my dad that night, the roots were grasping new soil not only for me but for him. Because his life was changed forever, for the better, because of my fellowship, because of the awakened spirit that God was going to allow me to experience him. It didn't feel that way. But the moment was a father reaching out to his son. There were no threats, there was no anger. I have a son who's dying. The same way my Heavenly Father sees us dying. His sons and daughters says, hold on. And you can challenge me on this. I don't believe that you have to knock all the time for God to come in. My God's from New York. He will kick a door open. Right? And I always think if one of our brothers or sisters or our children, God forbid, were in the next room killing themselves, would we wait for an invitation? At that moment, the invitation's been set up. Go help. Kick a door open. We'll clean up the mess later. We'll clean up your anger with me later. We'll clean up that I broke a boundary and invaded your private, I don't care. Right now I'm pulling you off the ledge. That's what God did for me on June 23rd, 1980. And the messenger was my dad, who's not a God guy, who's not a recovering guy, just a guy, a tough guy. Our roots grass new saw, and off I went to treatment number 7. It was the last one. And after 10 days of being there, my mind was not done. I wanted to drink, just one more drink, one more little Mr. Boston, one more Jack Daniels, and I can go to group. And God removed me from there and put me in Minnesota. I went to more treatment, all told almost 11 months, and I came home to Brooklyn, New York. I found my first teacher. And as soon as I asked him to sponsor me, thinking it'd be, sure, let's get going, we'll go to a dining. He gave me a couple of, I call them Tonyisms, very earthy language. He says, before I sponsor you, you need to go home read the preface to page 164, and you'll see how they talk about that and working with others. And when you're done, you call me. In there, I don't know the day, the time, the moment, but somewhere in there, life took on new meaning. And I realized I haven't thought about a drink in a really long time or any other kind of substance. I was eating and bathing regularly. And I went back to work. I was living on my brother's couch. My brother moved from that apartment to a little studio. And I had a little thing on. I would sleep on the floor. When he'd go away for the weekend, he says, take my bed. My brother was kind enough to say, I'll sleep on the floor. You take my bed. And I was living with my kid brother. He was paying the rent till I kind of got some money. And I had a little spot with my books. And I saved up some money. And my first night in my own apartment was a studio apartment. There were no shades on the wall, on the windows. There was it was nothing. It was just a bare apartment like when you first move in. Someone in AA gave me a sleeping bag. And there was a little 12-step bookstore in my town, and I got a bunch of AA bumper stickers, and I just had them, and I put them on the door, and I had something that represents my higher power up on a door. I got into the sleeping bag with a big book and scripture. I put my head back. I was in paradise. I was in paradise. I didn't have a phone. There was nothing. Even a coffee. There was nothing. First night. It was one of the best nights I've ever had in my entire life because I was part of my fellowship. I was sober. I was not thinking about drinking. I had a great sponsor, and I was part of this. And I had great hope for the next day that I was going to repeat good stuff again. This was great. Going from sleeping behind a garbage pail in a filthy hallway, hiding so no one bothers me, to sleeping in a place that I just bought and it's clean. I took a shower. I ate. How great is that? That's what my God did for me. That's all I got. Peace.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoyed today's speaker.
And now I would like to introduce our main speaker, Bob L. from Glendale.
Hi, my name is Bob Lemke. I'm an alcoholic. I'm glad to be here. It's always a pleasure for me to participate in the meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a little more meaningful, I think, when there's some new people here. And thank God there's some new people here tonight. And I'm sure none of you people who are new or comparatively new will believe this, because I didn't believe it. Most of the people I know in Alcoholics Anonymous never believed it. But you, collectively or individually, are the most important people in this room tonight. Without you, Alcoholics Anonymous, as I understand it, would end up with all us old-timers sitting around here telling these same old stories. We'd all get drunk. But since I've come here, I've come to find out a lot of things, facts of life, because everything I knew before I came here, I learned sitting on a bar stool. I come to find out that really isn't true. I don't know about you, but I'm a real bar drinker. I loved everything about those places. I loved the smell. I loved the stools. I loved that big mirror behind the bar where you could transform right before your eyes. I even liked the men's can, you know? It reminds me of my friend Norm Alpy. Alpy, when I came here, Alpy used to be one of them big circuit speakers, and I really identify with that guy because he said in those men's cans where they had paid toilets, he used to slide under the door just to avoid it. But that, I thought, well, that makes sense to me, but he used to slide out too. You know, once you're in, you can walk out. And that's my kind of guy. And people like that really made sense to me, you know, when they said those kind of things from places like this, you know. And so I love newcomers. Like I said, I believe you're the most important people in this room tonight. Because when I came here, I had a concept about life. I don't know about you, but I had a concept of life. Life to me was a one-way street. You know, you're born up here and you go down there and you die, and that's the way it is, Charlie. And since I've been here, I've come to find out some real facts of life. That life, everything about life is a two-way street. Everything about it. You get out of it just what you put in it. It's two-way. And everything about life has got two sides to it. And if newcomers, in my opinion, are the lifeblood of Alcoholics Anonymous, and if newcomers are the lifeblood of Alcoholics Anonymous, and everything about life has two sides to it, the flip side of newcomers has to be old-timers. If newcomers are the lifeblood, then old-timers are the heart of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I don't know about any of you, but if my being here tonight would have been predicated on me and a couple more sickies like me, you can bet your sweet Bippy I wouldn't be here. But it was the old-timers that were here that saved my can. They told, or it was bigger than, depending upon who I'm talking to. And thank God for them old-timers, because every time I opened up my mouth, they said, "You're lying again." And I thought, how the hell do they know that? I come to find out it takes one to know one. It takes one to know one. And I was a pathological liar. And I believe most of the people, by the time we get to Alcoholics Anonymous, are pathological liars. And the best way to know, I've come to find out, the best indication I know when a newcomer is lying, if his lips are moving, he's lying. And that isn't to put newcomers down, that's a fact of life. And thank God, you know, for these old-timers, because they recognized me for what I was. Because the day I walked in here, they have this thing. Anybody that's been around this outfit any length of time, and you get this old-timer status. I think it starts around 20th year and it goes on. But they developed this thing, and it's called X-ray vision. And they can see right through all that phony baloney crap. And they recognized me exactly what I was the day I walked in here, because of X-ray vision. They recognized me exactly what I was. I was a phony, a cheat, a liar, and a con. And if you don't know what a con is, you're looking at one. I mean, I got really good at it. I could con you out of your socks and you wouldn't even know it. And I think I could do it again with a couple weeks' practice. But these old-timers recognized me for exactly what I was. And they took me aside, and they did not have to do that. It doesn't say anything about that in this book. But they took me aside out of the goodness of their heart, I believe. I thought they were just mean, nasty guys. And they laid some real truth on me, being a con artist. And they explained this fact of life, another fact of life to me that has kept me in good stead ever since. They explained this thing, that before I can con you, I got to con me, and me is the problem. Yeah. Before I can con you, I got to con me, and me is the problem. And if there's any other cons out there, remember it. Remember it. And thank God they did that, or I'd still be out there conning, cheating, and beating people. And so I'm just eternally grateful just to be alive today. Because I did everything humanly possible to die from chronic alcoholism. I'm what this book says is a real alcoholic. I'm what the book says is a real alcoholic. And I came that close to dying from chronic alcoholism. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I continue to come here. I understand there's a few things we've got to get straightened out before we get any further in here. Because every time I walk in one of these halls, any place in this country or any other country, there are these guys, and I saw a lot of them here tonight, I'll tell you. Every time I walk in the hall, they start poking each other in the ribs like that, you know. They start whispering in each other's ears. And I've been in this outfit a long time, and I know what they're talking about. It's got something to do with this haircut. Now I know who you are, too. And I want you to rest assured I did not get to Alcoholics Anonymous with a haircut like this. I mean, the day I walked into this outfit, I had one of them short, flat, butch haircuts you get in the service. And I used to pride myself in how even and how flat we could keep it. A big deal, you know. And I think I was sober 7 or 8 years, and my kids called me in the family room one morning. And they said, "Dad, we want to talk to you." And I thought, my God, what do they want now? I mean, isn't it enough a guy's sober? And they said, "You've been sober a long time now. We think you ought to clean up your act." And I said, "Yeah, just what are you talking about?" They said, "Well, we think you ought to start doing the things that modern people do." Once in a while, I wish I could now. I'm glad some of you understand that. And I said again, "What are you talking about?" And they said, "Well, we think you ought to start doing the things that modern people do, like letting their hair grow." And I believed them. And I don't know about any of you guys, but if you ever had a butch haircut and you let it grow out, it started to look like hell. And mine grew out high and low. And just about the time I was sticking out like a wild man, I got a call to go and speak at the AA convention in Arizona. Now, I don't know how many of you have been asked to be the main speaker in the AA convention out of state. But for those of you who have, you'll understand this. And for those of you who haven't, and you'd like to do that, just stick around. Because those of us who do this on a regular basis never plan to do it neither. If you're so inclined, I believe there's one prime requisite you have to do a little talking in Alcoholics Anonymous. And so newcomers, or people comparatively new, don't sweat it. Because whether you believe it, you will find this out, that everybody sitting here tonight has that ingredient. Everybody who has ever sat here has it. Everyone who is ever going to sit here has it. You have to be an egomaniac with an inferiority complex. Everybody I've ever met in this outfit qualifies. And the way it usually happens is that somebody heard about you, they tell somebody else, and then all of a sudden from halfway across the country, somebody calls you. And they ask you this big question. They say, "Would you like to be the speaker at the AA convention?" And if you're one of those egomaniacs with an inferiority complex, this is what happens. You say, "Would I like to be the speaker at the convention?" And then they tell you they're going to send you a free airplane ticket, and they're going to pick you up at the airport and put you in a hotel and feed you and all that crap. And you start doing another trip up here. And that's where everybody who's ever gotten that first call, don't ask me, ask anybody you know who does this on a regular basis. If they're honest, they'll tell you. The first time they got the call, this thing happens. While you're on the phone. It starts down at the toes, and it kind of goes through your whole body. And all of a sudden, you come to this conclusion deep down in your innermost being that you're absolutely certain that you're the new Messiah in Alcoholics Anonymous. By God, I was no different. By God, it happened. And as soon as that thought went running through there, another thought came running back this way. And the thought was, guys like Chamberlain can step aside now. Clancy can go back to the nut house in Texas. Thought I got in there. And then I said I would do it, and I hung up the phone. And you'd think that that would be the end of the conversation. Not if you're alcoholic, like I'm alcoholic. Because if you're alcoholic, like I'm alcoholic, man, we got a lot of things in common. One of which, and probably the most important of which, is that you and I collectively, we do not think like those people out there tonight. And incidentally, that's why we're here tonight and we're not out there. We do not think like those people out there. We're the kind of people, left to our kind of thinking, can screw up a 2-car funeral. We're screw-ups. We're the kind of people, left to our kind of thinking, can take a year's supply of any commodity and use it up in 2 weeks. And if that makes sense to you, you're in the right place. And then if you're alcoholic, like I'm alcoholic, we have this other thing. We all, each and every one of us, in varying degrees, we all want to walk into a room full of people like this. And instantly I want everybody to like us. And if everybody does except one, you zero in on that sucker. And my great intellect and better judgment took over again. I believe that's what got me here. I don't know about you. My great intellect and better judgment got me here. And my great intellect and better judgment took over again. And I said to myself, self, you better do something about that damn hair. Because you know how I think? After I got the invitation to go and talk at that convention, I say, you know, I want to make a good impression, you know, and maybe, if I do a good job at that convention, maybe on some Sunday night they'll ask me to Old Town in San Diego someday. You know how I think? And so I thought I better do something about the damn hair. And I went down to Hollywood, to one of those places. Not what you're thinking, honey. And this gal started working on my hair and convinced me this is how I should wear my hair. I don't know about your hair, but she convinced me this is how I should wear mine, and I believed her. Then I got on the plane, got down to Phoenix, walked into this auditorium about 5 times this size. And before I left, the members of my home group told me, remember, Bob, there are no big deals in Alcoholics Anonymous. Right? Wrong. I walked in that hall that night, and it was the most number of alcoholics I'd ever seen in one place at one time in my entire life. And all of a sudden up here it was a big deal, or I was a big deal. And there was this gal, and he had me sitting up here on the stage, and a gal like her was leading the meeting. And going on and on about all kinds of announcements and birthdays and bingos and dances and using up all my valuable time. And I got a resentment. And then this other little miracle happened. that happens to all of us garden variety drunks. Whether you believe it or not, most of us garden variety drunks could survive in a room about the size of this corner here with a rhinoceros. I mean, we'd make it. But the damn ants get us every time. You know what I mean by the ants? The little nitpicking crap that just drives you crazy. Little bitty things that just gnaw at you, just send you up a tree. And I'm sitting waiting for her to get done with all them damn announcements, and the ants took over. And I started worrying about the little things, like if the shoes shined enough, and if the pants matched the coat, and if the tie was all right. And, I mean, it was the first time out with that hairdo, you know, and you know how we are about those things, you know. She finally introduced me, and I'm the kind of drunk I got to say something cute about it. I knew in my life just to take the heat off, right? And I said, anybody walking around with a haircut like this, got to be something wrong with them. And everybody kind of snickered, except some gal. She's sitting on the aisle about 3 rows back, like the gal with the denim top on there. And she damn near rolled off the chair laughing. And she must have been a hairdresser or something. And I told her, listen, honey, don't laugh. It just cost me $8.50. And she leaned over to the gal sitting next to her. And just when it was quiet in the auditorium, the whole place heard it. She said, he got screwed. But I didn't come here to talk about hairdos, you know. I came here to talk about alcoholism, what it did to you and what it did to me. And since it's my turn tonight, I guess we'll talk about what it did to me. And when it's your turn, we'll listen to what you've got to say about this deal. And thank God that's how Alcoholics Anonymous works. We'd probably all be listening to Clancy every night. Ted just told me or reminded me, you know, there's this story I love to tell, and I haven't told it in a long time. It has to do with the attitude about people in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's about a guy who had an obsession. And you and I who are alcoholic are obsessive type people, you know. With us it's either hamburger or steak, never pork chops, you know. We don't believe in mediocre ground and nothing. With us it's all or nothing. And this guy had an obsession. And I understand all there is to know about obsessions. I'm an obsessive type person, and so are you if you're alcoholic. And he had this obsession about having a suntan. And he thought that if he had the finest suntan in the world, it would be kind of a macho thing, you know? And he lived in a beach community like this, you know, and normsies. Do you know what normsies do about suntans? They go down on the beach for the weekend and lay in the sun and go home. Not people like you and I. We quit our jobs and go every day. And that's what this guy did. I mean, he ended up with the most beautiful suntan in the world, and you'd think he'd quit. But most alcoholics have a little thing back here when we have achieved this pinnacle of success, whatever it is, even if it's a suntan. A little word keeps flashing in your head like this. It says, more. And so he went to the beach one more time to get a little more, to improve on perfection. And he got down to the beach this morning, and there wasn't a soul on the beach. And he was the only one there. And he got to thinking. And that's where I'm certain he's alcoholic. Because when you and I get to thinking, we're in deep trouble. And he got to thinking like this, that if only that part where his suit is, if that would have been as brown as the rest of his bod, then it would be perfect. And that's what we strive for, is perfection. You know, we demand perfection in everything. Our wives, our kids, our lovers, everybody suit off. And then he realized his dilemma, that the sun wasn't going to even it all out. but with that teen alcoholic mind. He figured it out. If he laid down on the sand and took sand and covered up everything that was already brown, you get the picture? And it was a nice, warm, sunshiny day, and you start to doze off, you know. And these two little old grandmas come along the beach. And you know how they are, holding on to each other and helping each other through the sand. And all of a sudden they came across it. And they both spotted it at the same time. And they stopped dead in their tracks. And the first one said, "Oh, Martha, it's terrible." And Martha gave it a quick shot like that, you know, and she looked at her friend, she says, "You know, there's just no justice left in the world anymore." And her friend looked at her in utter bewilderment and says, "What do you mean by that?" She says, "Well, I'll tell you. When I was 16, I didn't know what it was. When I was 25, I tried it. When I was 45, I couldn't get enough of it. When I was 60, I had to buy it." And she says, "Now I'm 82 and it's growing wild." And we didn't come here to talk about that. But I dearly love to tell it, because whether you believe it or not, there's some good that comes out of that. It brings out the one ingredient that's the miracle here. Newcomers, you won't believe it. The miracle here, and it's in this book, it says this ability to laugh at this seemingly hopeless state of mind and body in which you and I arrived at the doors of Alcoholics Anonymous is one of the miracles here. This ability to laugh at this seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And I'll tell you right now, if the laughter ever leaves this outfit, I'm gone. If the laughter ever leaves here, I'm gone. Because I'll tell you, the day I walked into Alcoholics Anonymous, there were no funnies going on at our house. This woman sitting here in the front row, I mean, she wasn't sitting around here telling funny little stories and crap like that, you know. I mean, there was a lot of bad crap going on there. I mean, the dog wouldn't even bark, for God's sake. And there was a lot of crying and all that kind of crap going on there. And I went to one of these meetings, and some idiot, it was a participation meeting, you know, and some idiot got up here and started talking about going down the road and hitting 3 parked cars and 2 squad cars and a couple trees. And every one of you started snickering. I thought, what the hell's so funny about that? I mean, it just happened to me, by God, and when it just happened to you, it is not funny. It's tragedy time again. Because we're the kind of people that don't have driver's license and insurance and all that crap. We've got to go and see the man, and how are you going to pay for all this crap? And enough to drive you nuts. And if you're in that situation right now, I don't believe there's any magic word we can tell you. Just hang in there, baby. Just hang in there. And so I'm just eternally grateful for the people that were here that told me things like that, or I would not be here. I believe I'm here as an example, good or bad, that Alcoholics Anonymous works. Bottom line, I'm here as an example, good or bad, that Alcoholics Anonymous works, because, man, I'll tell you right now, if this thing did not work, I would not be here. I would not be here. I mean, there's a lot of places a drunk like me could be on a Sunday night, I'll tell you. And if one of them isn't sitting in smoke-filled rooms and drinking rot-gut coffee. But this is life here. This is life and death if you're alcoholic. Like I'm alcoholic. This is life and death. And I'm eternally grateful just to be alive today. So I guess it's important that I share a couple things with you, because I hear people all over this country and they seem to forget what this is all about. Newcomers, it is not the purpose of an AA meeting. Get this. It is not the purpose of an AA meeting for me or anybody like me to get up here and spread my dirty linen over this gathering here tonight. Because whether you believe it or not, there are people sitting here tonight who would be totally insulted by my dirty linen and probably your dirty linen. The book says, and that's the only authority we have here, the book says that you and I who are alcoholic have to take that nitty-gritty crap, those deep, dark secrets of my innermost being and your innermost being. The book says that I'm supposed to commit that to writing. My handwriting, your handwriting. And then and only then it says, are we supposed to share that with another human being, singular. Singular. And it is not the purpose of an AA meeting for people to get up here and spread all that dirty crap all over and telling the world. It says, to another human being, singular. And tonight in this world there is one other human being who knows every rotten thing I've ever done, every rotten thing I've ever thought of doing, every rotten thing I've ever planned on doing. And he's my sponsor. And if you don't got one, get one. If you don't got one, get one. Because if you're alcoholic like I am alcoholic, it might mean your life. It might mean your life. And I don't know what you do to save your life, but I've done some god-awful things when I thought my life was in jeopardy. And so I guess it's important for identification purposes only that I share a couple things with you and then we'll get out of here. I believe it's important that I share my last drunk with you. Because I'm certain today, and I say this with authority, that if you can't remember your last drunk, you probably haven't had it yet. And man, I don't know about you, but I never want to forget where I come from. Never do I want to forget what was going on in my life the day before I walked in here. Because like I said in the beginning, I came that close to dying from chronic alcoholism. And I never want to forget that. Because I'm certain if I ever forget where I come from, I'll be exactly what it says in the book. The book says that you and I must change or we will revert from whence we came. And I don't know about any of you, but I don't want no more of whence I came. And my last drunk was no big deal, you know. I mean, it was no Hollywood production. It was just a plain, simple little thing. I didn't plan it for 3 weeks or anything. It was a Friday night. And I just finished putting in 40. And it was about 7 in the evening. I finished eating dinner and I made the big announcement to that woman and those kids. And I told them I'm going out and have a couple beers with the guys and I'll be back in 2 hours. Ever hear that before? And she started to badmouth me again about my drinking. And I just about had it, all I could take of that. I said, listen, woman, I want to tell you something. I just put in 40 for a bunch of ingrates around here. And I'm going out there and commiserate with my friends, and I'll be back in 2 hours, and I'll knock it off. And that was about 7:15 in the evening of the 27th of December, 1963. And I got back on the 13th of January, 1964. Can't tell you to this day where I was, because I'm a blacked out drinker. I know on the 27th of December, 1963, at about 7:30 in the evening, I went to a place, my favorite watering hole, a place called the Prelude on Lancashire Boulevard in North Hollywood, which really ain't a hell of a lot to shoot for. It was one of those padded sewers that I had started to frequent out of economic reasons, I used to tell people. And that's just smart talk, too. That's just because the fact of the matter was the booze was a little bit cheaper there, and so were a lot of other things in that dump. And we aren't going to get into that. But I really went there to meet these lifelong drinking buddies of mine who I just met 2 weeks ago. You understand that? And sure enough, they were there. And we started doing the things that real alcoholics do in bars. Talking in millions and spending in dimes. Trying to impress people we don't know with money we don't have. Trying to put the make on some dolly down there and impress the hell out of her, you know. And you know, in this group of 6 guys, there was not one common laborer in the entire bunch. We were all brain surgeons and jet pilots and practicing attorneys and devout liars. But in this group of 6 guys was a new guy, and his name was Pete. If you had medical problems, he had the answers. If you had engineering problems, he had the answers. He was the greatest thing since sliced bread, you know? I thought, how can one guy know so much about so many things? And he continued that drunk with us, and thank God he did. Because as it turned out, Pete was really quite a guy. He was the one guy in the group who it seemed was always well enough to make the run for the rest of us who were too sick to make the run. I mean, Pete could find a jug on election day in a dry state. You know, one of them great guys. And besides that, he had A negative blood. And I stuck pretty close to him. And if you don't understand that, I'll explain that after the meeting. And then I can't tell you the series of events that took place, because I told you I'm a blackout drinker. I was in and out a lot. But on one of those mornings, we all came to, and Pete didn't. And he had swallowed his tongue that night in a convulsion. And he was deader than a doornail. And I got fighting mad at everything and everybody. And God, if there is a God, because by now I'm almost certain there ain't no God. And this is just proof in the pudding. Because my great intellect and better judgment took over again. I said to myself, Sal, if there's a God, why would he let a good guy like Pete go, who knows everything there is to know about everything, and let me stay? Because I don't know about any of you, but I'm sure there's people in this room tonight who have harbored the same kind of feelings and emotions I had at that time. And about that time in my life, I'd have just as soon checked out. Yeah, I'd have just as soon checked out and let Pete stay. Because I didn't have too much going for me anymore. And then I can't tell you the series of events that took place after that, because I was in and out again. But I never want to forget the next thing that I recall as long as I live. It was early morning on the 13th of January, 1964. We were living in these abandoned cars, one of which was mine. If you're thinking of going out, I'll tell you how your car gets to be in an abandoned car. It's quite simple. The tires are flat, the battery's dead, it's out of gas, and it's 6 months behind in payments. Then it becomes an abandoned car. It also got to be our living room, our kitchen, our bedroom, and our bathroom. Got a little salty in there. But about 3 in the morning on the 13th of January, 1964, this phenomena took place. I know today it was hallucinations, but it's as real as I can recall anything in my life. 3 in the morning, the most beautiful music I have ever heard in my life came out of that radio. It was like the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra was in that car with us, and it was playing this beautiful music. And this thought came to my mind. It says, this is how it must be when you die. I mean, they play this beautiful music, and then you're off to Never Never Land. And so I was full of fear. The same fear that you and I have, every one of us, every human being has, on that moment before we check out. Before we check out. It's the fear of dying. It's born in every human being. And just before you go, you get full of fear. And so I don't know how that fear of dying lasted. Maybe it was seconds, maybe it was minutes. I don't know. But all of a sudden that was gone. And then all of a sudden, I don't know how long it was before the next thing happened that I never want to feel as long as I live. All of a sudden, I'm engulfed in a fear greater than the fear of dying. I can't explain it. If you had it, you understand it. Greater than the fear of dying. It encompassed my very soul. I'm an ex-cop. I fear nothing. Fear no human thing until that moment. And then all of a sudden I'm engulfed in a fear I can't even explain. And I think the fear was that I was going to live. And I was going to have to crawl out of that damn car and start that rat race all over again. And I knew at that moment I couldn't make it. I knew at that moment I could not live like that one more day. And for the first time in my adult life, I got down on my knees in that sewer and cried out to a God I was absolutely certain did not exist. And if he did exist, he didn't want anything to do with a drunk like me. But in utter desperation, I said the only prayer I knew. I said, God, if there be a God, the only prayer I know is help me. And through a series of unexplained happenings, I got to my first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous that night on the 13th of January, 1964. And it hasn't been necessary since to go out there and be a phony, a cheat, a liar, and a common drunk. And if I get nothing else out of this deal, that ought to last me a lifetime. Yeah. If I get nothing else out of this deal, that ought to last me a lifetime. And if I check out tonight on the way home, I'm still ahead. I'm still ahead. Because you see, I should have checked out 25 years ago. I should have checked out 25 years ago. And I've had 25 years on the sunny side of the street. 25 years on the sunny side of the street. Like my friend Norm always said, on the sunny side of the street. Because you and I come from the other side of the street. That street of broken dreams and broken promises and all that stuff. And it's been a hell of a trip, I'll tell you. And I kind of envy you new people of what you're going to learn about yourself and life itself. I wouldn't want to go through it again. Don't get me wrong. But it's an incredible journey. It's an incredible journey. I believe there's one other thing we got to talk about, and then we'll get out of here. Because when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, we used to talk about it. We used to talk about it around long tables like that, in discussion groups and book study groups. And once in a while at that time, we used to hear speakers talk about it. We don't hear anybody talk about it anymore, and I don't know why not. It's still in the book. It's about alcoholism, the family disease. And every alcoholic I know has a family. Every alcoholic I know affected that family. And man, we got to talk about that or we'll all get drunk at it. And if you don't believe that alcoholism is a family disease, do me a favor. Next week, whenever, go visit your neighborhood junior high school at high noon. Go in the lunchroom and stand back against the wall and watch the effects of alcoholism right before your eyes. Because you know what's going on there? Those kids are all sitting down at tables just like that. And they're all having a bowl of soup and a sandwich and a cup of milk, and they're all doing the same thing. Yeah, they're doing it in San Diego and they're doing it in New York City. The exact same thing. They're all talking. And you know what they're talking about? They're all talking about the same thing the world over. Yeah, they're all talking about the same thing. It's incredible. They're all talking about the things that happened at their house last night. The girls are talking about the things they did with their mother last night. The boys are talking about the things they did with their father last night. They're all talking about the programs they watched on TV last night as a family, and what they're going to do this weekend as a family, or what they're going to do this summer as a family, or what they did this Christmas as a family. But I don't care what junior high school you decide to go to. There will always be a kid sitting over there, one down there. And they got their head down in their soup, and they ain't saying nothing to nobody. Because you know what happened at their house last night? Like happened at my house and your house. If you're alcoholic, about 3 in the morning, their drunken mother or their drunken father got them all out of a sound sleep. And the screaming and the hollering and all the profanity that goes on in alcoholic houses started all over again, calling their mother a damn whore and all that crap. And you want to know something? You don't take kids out of sound sleeps and subject them to the kind of things that go on in alcoholic houses and expect them to ever forget that. I'll tell you something. They never forget that. They might forgive you someday, but they never forget that. And just so you know, I didn't get here by mistake. One of those times out of hundreds, I came home again at 3 in the morning, got them all out of a sound sleep, and the screaming and the hollering and all the profanity started all over again. And I had that woman there in the kitchen, and I'm shoving her around again. And the youngest was a boy, 13 at the time. And he reached in the kitchen drawer and pulled out a butcher knife and looked me right in the eye and said, "You lay one more hand on my mother and I'll run this through you." And for the first time in my adult life, I backed away from a punk-nosed 13-year-old kid. Not because he had a butcher knife, but because I could see the hate in his eyes. Yeah, the hate that I had put there and booze had put there. He was not born with it. And today that same kid is 39. And he calls me from Key West, Florida, every once in a while just to say, "Hi, Dad, how you doing?" And that they love me. And the oldest is a girl. And by the grace of God and Alcoholics Anonymous and you people, last September 8th, she was sober 4 years in Alcoholics Anonymous. And 4.5 years ago, she damn near died of an overdose of Percodan, doctor prescribed, and wine. He was giving her $150 a week and sleeping with her. And he damn near killed her. And if there hadn't been a helicopter there that night to take her off that mountain, she wouldn't be sitting in meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous with her old man on Wednesday nights and just a whole new kid. A whole new kid. I never believed in my entire life that a father could get to hate his kids. But I got to hate that kid when she was using and abusing. I used to say to that woman, "Here comes that damn kid again." And today her and I have a father relationship you can't beat, second to none. But 25 years ago, about 25 and a half years ago, those two kids called me in the living room one morning to tell me again that when they went to bed that night and said their prayers, they asked God that I would never come back into their life again, and that they hated my guts. And that, my friends, is what happens in alcoholic houses if you want to start to get honest. Because we take the people we love the most, and we get them to hate us for one reason and one reason only, the same the world over. It's in your house, and your house, and your house if you're alcoholic and you want to get honest. Because we take the people we love the most and we get them to hate us for one reason. The same reason in your house and your house and mine. It isn't based on what we tell them or how much we love them or what we do for them. It's all based on one thing. The same thing the world over. It's all based on what they see. And what they see in an alcoholic house is the same the world over. They see alcoholic behavior. And that's what they have to base their opinion of you and I on. It's the broken promises and the dreams and all the lies and all the crap. And pretty soon they get sick of it, and they get sick and tired of seeing you. And that's what we have to face here. That's what we have to talk about here. If you want to get honest, we got to talk about all that crap. Because that's what this is all about. That's what this whole thing is all about. We have to change here. The book says that you and I have to change, or we will revert from whence we came. And if you're sitting here tonight and you've made up your mind conclusively you aren't about to change anything in your life, I believe you're wasting your time, our time, and messing up some good drinking time, so get the hell out of here. And that's what this whole thing is all about. Change. You and I got to change. We got to stop that dirty, filthy talk in Alcoholics Anonymous. And we got to stop that barroom talk. And we got to stop poking fun at Al-Anon. That's what this is all about. This is a family disease. Thank God they told me that, or I wouldn't be here. Or that woman and those kids wouldn't be here. And so I'm just eternally grateful just to be alive. And they told it to me in that voice, too. They didn't let me chippy around with this thing, because this is life and death. If you don't think so, go back out there and watch them die. Watch them die. They're dying every night out there on them streets of broken promises and broken dreams. And that's what this is all about. And I got to the place I believe God in His infinite wisdom created for a drunk like me. Because you see, at that time in the state of California, there was not one hospital in this entire state that would admit anybody for chronic alcoholism. Not one. And I got out of that, crawled out of that sewer, and through a series of unexplained happenings, I got steered to one of those AA clubhouses. And I'm not here to promote AA clubhouses, because a lot of them are dens of iniquity. If you don't believe that, hang around one for about 6 months. But the one I went to was not. And there's a lot of them that are not. Thank God for that. And the one I went to was not. And I walked in that clubhouse that day, and there wasn't a lot of meetings like we have today. And I walked in that clubhouse that morning, and there was 2 old-timers sitting over in the corner there playing cribbage. And I walked in the door, and they stopped playing cribbage that fast. And one of them poked the other one and pointed at me and said to the other one, "We better do something with that one, or he's going to start jackknifing around the room here, you know." I mean, I wasn't nervous, just quick, you know. And he applied the only therapy they knew at that time. They gave me a bucket of paint and a paintbrush, figuring that I could paint faster than anybody else in the place. And I painted that damn clubhouse, and I can't tell you to this day how long I painted. I don't know. I don't know if I painted 5 days, 50 days. Don't know. And I don't think it's very important. But the fact is, that morning I put away the buckets and the brushes, and I cleaned everything up just perfect, because we're perfectionists, you know. And then I found out the truth, that one of them old-timers had been a painter all his life. And that old thinking came back that fast. Why me, God? Why wasn't he up there painting? And I'll fix their clocks. I'll get drunk at every damn one of these phonies. And I had a ear, and he says, "Hi!" And I said, "Shove it!" He says, "Why do you say that to me? I don't even know you." I said, "Shove it anyhow." He said, "Come here, I want to talk to you." And he brought me back in the meeting hall and set me down in them cold chairs. And I told him about them gray-haired goats, and they made me paint that club. And I'm going to get drunk at every damn one of them. And today he's my sponsor. So be damn careful what you pray for, you're liable to get it. He said, "If I'm going to be your sponsor, 3 things are going to happen to you, man. 1, you're going to go to meetings. 2, you're going to study this book. And 3, for the first time in your adult life, you're going to follow instructions." I thought, how the hell does he know that? And they say at that time, there were 700 meetings a week in the greater Los Angeles area, and today there's 2,300. And we made them all. I mean, it was meetings every night. And newcomers, it's going to happen to you, because it's happened to every one of us, so don't feel bad about it. You're going to say to your wife, your husband, your buddy, your girlfriend, meetings every night. Tonight I'm not going. And that night he came by early. Put me in the car and started down the freeway. I says, "Where are we going tonight?" He said, "We're going to the hole in the ground." And I thought, "Oh, Christ, now they're going to bury me." For those of you who don't know where the hole in the ground is, it's underneath the E-Bell Club in Huntington Park, California. It was started by a guy by the name of Tex Adams, who'd been sober since Lincoln had the measles. And thank God for people like Tex, who started places like that for drunks like me. And he told me that I had to study this book. I mean, he was adamant about it. He said between page 1 and 164 of this book is how drunks like him and millions of others before him had found a way of not to die from chronic alcoholism. And then he laid the ringer on me, looked me right in the eye, and he said, "And if you don't want to do it, then get the hell away from me." I thought, how can he talk to a sick alcoholic like that? I mean, don't he understand we're sent? And he literally is alive. He motivated to do the one thing I would not have on my own volition. I cracked the book because my great intellect and better judgment took over again. And I said to myself, self, how can a bunch of words in a book keep a smart drunk like you sober anyhow? So I cracked the cover of the book to prove that he was wrong. And then I'd have a hammer over his head that could say to him, see, it might be all right for simple jerks like you, but it just don't work for intellect. And this great surge of honesty started running through my veins. I mean, I never had a feeling like that before in my life. I'm a phony, a cheat, a liar. I tell the truth about nothing. And I can't explain why all of a sudden I got a gut feeling like I got to tell this sucker about how I felt about this outfit. And I tapped him on his shoulder and I said, Joe, I got to ask you something. And he turned around real gruff and he says, yeah, what do you want now? I mean, he'd had me up to here and I knew it. He was sick and tired of my BS. Bottom line, he was sick and tired of my BS. And I knew it. And I just knew that moment I had to tell him how I really felt. And I asked him that world-famous question that all newcomers out of necessity will eventually ask their sponsor. How long do I have to go to these damn meetings? And this wise old man with the X-ray vision got instantly mad that fast. And with his index finger, took his index finger and shoved me into the corner outside the meeting hall so they wouldn't hear it inside. When he got me in the corner where I couldn't get away, he started to get violent. Yeah. He started to hit me in the chest like this. And he started to scream. And he said the most profound thing he's ever said to me in over 25 years. He said, you idiot. I didn't like that. He says, you have to go to meetings until you want to go to meetings. Then you don't have to go to meetings anymore. Didn't make much sense then, but it sure does now. But that night, because he hit me in the chest and screamed at me, I'll fix his clock. I might have to be in a meeting, but I'm not going to listen. Sounds familiar, huh? Couple in here tonight doing that. And I don't know what you do when you're sitting in a meeting not wanting to be in a meeting, but I'll tell you what I'm like. I'm uptight like a spring. I'm saying to myself, this jerk, night after night, hauling me to these damn meetings, I'm going crazy. And when you're in that frame of mind, you aren't about to hear anything. But they're smart, them old-timers, to set you in the front row, And I had to do something to look good, and at least show a little appreciation for hauling me all the way to the hole in the ground. But I didn't want anything they had, and I wasn't going to any lengths to get it. But I had to do something to pass the time, right? So I started staring around the room counting light bulbs. And then I run out of light bulbs. Then I started winking at girls. And then I run out of girls. Then I realized there's 5 minutes left to meeting. Jesus, I gotta do something. And he had a bulletin board right near the door, and I kind of slid over there. And he had these flyers, that we have in AA about roundups and bingos and dances and San Diego conventions and roundups and all that crap. I started reading all that crap. None of that made any sense. I'm going to flip out. And then God, as I understand, God had to perform another miracle, and he always has and he always will. There was a guy standing in the back of the room that night, drunker than a skunk. And before the meeting started, he split. But before he split, he took a little piece of paper about this big, and with a pencil, scribbled a little something about drunks on a piece of paper and stuck it up on that bulletin board. And I'm going through there just crazier than a hoot owl. And I spot that little piece of paper. I thought, what the hell's that? It was a little poem about drunks. And would you believe, I read it, and it made sense. And when nobody was looking, I stole it. Put it in my pocket, took it along home. And on the days when I was absolutely certain that I just can't make this thing, it might be all right for you, but I just can't make it. And yet I didn't want to go back out there in them damn cold cars and start drinking rot-gut wine again and die like my buddy Pete. So I get it out of my billfold and read it and save my can 1,000,000 times, and it's time to go. And you've been a fantastic audience tonight. Just fantastic. And I want to thank Bob over there for asking me to be here. And I forgot to say hi to my friend Ski. Him and I are in the class of 64, and it was a great year. It's a little poem entitled Which Place. I dreamed one night I passed away and left this world behind. Started down that lonesome trail, some of my friends to find. Came to a signboard on the trail, directions it did tell, keep right to go to heaven, turn left to go to hell. I hadn't been too good on earth, just a hopeless, boozing wreck, and knew there at the crossroads the path I'd have to take. So I started on the rocky path that leads to Satan's place, and shook within not knowing just what I'd have to face. Old Satan met me at the gate. What's your name, my friend? I said, I'm just old sober Sam that's come to a sad end. He glanced through some files. You made a mistake, I fear. You're listed as an alcoholic. We don't want you here. I said, I'm looking for my friends. And a smile stole over his face. If your friends are alcoholic, they're in the other place. So I went back the other way till the crossroads I did see and turned right to heaven, as happy as could be. St. Peter smiled and said, come in. For you I have a birth. You're an alcoholic. You've been through hell on earth. I saw old Dub and and old Pete too. Bill C. and a friend called Bell. And brother, I was tickled because I thought they'd gone to hell. So brothers, all take warning. Learn something from my trip. You've got a place in heaven if you try hard not to slip. If someone tempts you with a drink when you're not feeling well, just tell him you're going to heaven and he can go to hell. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
My name is Peter Gilbert. I'm an alcoholic. Hi, Peter. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I'd like to thank the committee and Rob for asking me to speak, and Eli for the watch, and Adam for the water, and Lee for helping me put this flower on. It's been a long time since I went to a prom and I was drunk. I used to drink a lot, and just waiting for God to catch up with me here. I called my sponsor this afternoon a little while ago, and I told him, I said, Jimmy, they asked me to speak at this convention, and he's a good sponsor for me. He's been let me tell you, my sobriety date is July 23rd, 1998. I have a home group. It's the Big Book Group in Raleigh, North Carolina. We will be celebrating our 40th anniversary this Sunday, and we're going to have a fantastic speaker, one of the guys who helped start the group. And we get together on Tuesday nights. We got a beginners meeting at 7. At 8 o'clock, we study the Big Book, and a speaker meeting on Thursdays at 8. And Greg P. just came down and spoke for us. It was fantastic. So if you're ever down that way, come find us. It's another pocket of enthusiasm. And it's good to be here tonight. So I called Jimmy, and I said, Jimmy, I got to speak at this conference, and I'm a little nervous, and I don't know what I'm going to say. And he's a good sponsor because he's straight to the point with me. He said, do you have diarrhea? And I said, no, Jimmy, I don't have diarrhea. He said, well, you're not too nervous. You'll be fine. That's the only advice he gave me. So I had to go to the book, and it says here on page 29, and there's a solution. It says, each individual in the personal stories describes in his own language and from his own point of view the way he established his relationship with God. We hope no one will consider these self-revealing accounts in bad taste. Our hope is that, and the holidays and the birthdays, and there was drinking, and, my folks that had a drink, they'd get home from work, and they'd drink, and they'd have beer or wine with dinner. And so I'm sure that at some point in there I had tried alcohol. But it, as JP says, I'm gonna stop giving credit, because pretty much everything I'm going to say tonight has been stolen from somebody. A lot of them are sitting in this room. I got to hear Jack Mack speak earlier this afternoon, and this guy Patrick and Greg, and then we heard Pat Quinn, and the whole thing has been, it's been fantastic. It's been phenomenal. So, anything I say, actually, if it doesn't sound familiar, if anything I say sounds real original, and you've been here longer than 2 weeks, ignore it, because it's probably bad advice. But I learned by repetition. Just like when I was drinking, I told some of these lies and some of these stories. I told them so many times that I started to believe in myself, and some of them even made it into my inventory. And it wasn't until I'd been sober a while and some people corrected me that I realized that never really happened, or it happened to a friend of mine. And AA works the same way for me. It's all repetition. I read this book, and don't let it fool you. I'll tell you where some of the other wear came from. It's not just from me reading it. But I come here and I hear the same stories and the same message over and over again. And I get to go to fantastic groups and I hear the same basic message over and over again. And the more I read this book and the more I hear your stories, the more I start to identify with them. And the more I read this book and the more I hear your stories, the more I start to look at my life from the perspective of Alcoholics Anonymous and from the perspective of this book. And I got a disease of perception, and so, it helps get my mind right. And who cares if that's the truth or not, because it works, and that's what I like about this program. It's pragmatic. Where was I? I'm gonna jump around a little bit. I hope you can follow me. So I had alcohol prior to this point, but it didn't do anything for me. And my family was a drinking family, but they're not alcoholics. My sister, she drank a lot, and but not a lot like us, but she did some things she didn't like because she was drunk, so she stopped drinking. Simple. My father didn't drink a lot, but he drank every day with dinner or whatever when he got home from work, and he had a stroke a few years ago, and the doctor said you shouldn't drink anymore, so he said okay. Hadn't had a drink. It's been like 10 years. And a little while after that, I got sober, and my mom said, well, if they're not drinking, I guess I won't drink either. It was that simple. It was that easy for her to walk away from. So I don't come from a family of alcoholics. But that night, when I was hanging out with these guys, and I was nervous and I was awkward, just a little bit like I am now, and I didn't know these guys real well, but we had 5 cases of Milwaukee's Best. I've always been a high-class drunk. You've now seen my suit. When my sponsor says suit up and show up, he means wear a suit, but you've now seen it, so I can... Thanks, Steve. So I didn't know these guys, but somewhere about the 6th or the 7th beer, it happened. All of that, and the same stuff people talk about, but it didn't make me an alcoholic, but it did make me uncomfortable. And maybe everybody's uncomfortable at 14. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot of normies real well. Maybe everybody is kind of insecure and awkward and lonely and uncomfortable at 14, but I definitely was. And but what is not true for everybody is that Milwaukee's Best solves all of their problems. And that was true for me. Because somewhere about that 6th or 7th beer, I felt like I thought you all felt all the time. I had that perfect sense of ease and comfort. I could talk to these guys. Man, I felt like I'd known them my whole life. And that girl that I had a crush on since about the 3rd grade, I could talk to her and there was no problem. And it was awesome for about half an hour. And somehow I did what drunks do on a Tuesday night. I threw up and I blacked out and I wrapped myself up in toilet paper and got caught on fire. And and I got hosed down in the front yard and all that stuff. But I woke up the next morning or afternoon and I wasn't worried about any of that stuff. All I was thinking about was that little period between like beer 6 and 9 that I felt like I'd never felt. And I needed that feeling. And if alcohol still did for me today and did for me tonight what it did for me that night, I would still be drinking it. I never would have found what I've found in this program. I never would have made the friends that I've got in this room. I never would have wanted you or needed you because I had a solution that worked, man. However briefly, it worked. And right from there, my life started to change. I wasn't consciously thinking that I'm going to go out and get a job so I can get money to drink. Well, maybe I was. So I went out and I got a job so I could get money to drink. And I'd been a pretty good student. Life, a lot of things have kind of come easily to me, it looks like, from the outside. I went through school and I made pretty good grades and I got along with people pretty well, and I had a house and a family and they looked after me. But it certainly didn't feel easy on the inside. Life was always kind of awkward and painful and anxious and uncomfortable but when I get together with these guys or by myself, I started drinking by myself. I'd go to these parties, and the next morning when I'd wake up, if there was anything left over, I'd take it with me. And so I'm 15 years old. I'm in high school, and I got bottles of warm bottles of beer and rum and whatever else hidden up on the closet shelf behind the baseball cards because it was just easier to study that way, and I didn't have to worry about talking to anybody. And so I drank through high school. It worked. It was great. Had a great, it was what it was. The booze worked. I had some consequences, but they weren't, earth-shattering. I'd disappear for a few days, and the folks would call the highway patrol, and, you can drink without a car. We know that. The highway patrol would come and find the car that I'd left parked somewhere, and they'd take it, and that was okay, And I ended up going up to school up here in Connecticut. I got into a real fine school. I got into Yale, and mistakes happen, or God can do amazing things, or I don't know what happened. But I ended up here, and I didn't want to come because after high school I got this great job roofing down at the beach, and you laugh. You haven't heard about it yet. I didn't know how to roof. I'm down there. I'm passed out. I get woken up. Somebody was hammering on the roof. I go out and yell at him, and he offers me a job. Because a hurricane had come through, and there was a lot of money to be made putting shingles on houses. And he said, can you roof? I said, no. He said, I can teach you in 20 minutes, and I was a roofer. I wasn't a good roofer, but I could hammer a hammer and put some shingles up. And I was doing that, and I was working 10 hours a day, and I'd get off work, and I'd go to this tavern. Best name for a tavern I've ever heard was the Someplace Else Tavern. In Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. That's the whole point, right? I can't deal with right here, right now. I want to be someplace else, And I'd go down to the Someplace Else Tavern, and they'd serve me because I had cash in my pocket. And man, I didn't want to come up here and go to school, but I was real glad I did, real quick, because I found out the liquor stores up here are not run by the government, and they are in North Carolina, and some of them didn't care too much that the name on the credit card didn't match the name on the ID, and neither one looked like me. Wasn't a problem. And especially Broadway Liquor on Dixwell Avenue. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that particular New Haven establishment, but they were good to me. Well, they gave me what I wanted. And it doesn't take long to talk about my college career. I was here for 3 semesters. I was hospitalized. Well, before college started, we went on this camping trip. It was like a freshman orientation thing, and you go out in the woods for 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 days. I don't remember. And what I do remember, it was more than 3 days, because on day 3, they went to go hang the food up in the tree so the bears didn't get it, and they came back, and I'm lying on the ground shaking. And they said, "What's going on?" And I said, "I don't know." You know? And it went away. And they got me back to New Haven, and I got some booze in me, and I didn't think about it much. And a week later, I went to the one of the big parties. It was the night of 10,000 Jello shots. And, you know, I got enough in me to, you know, I was passed out in my own puke in the backyard of this house somewhere, and the cops were on the way, so they said they better get me out of there. And the second they woke me up, now I don't remember thinking anything. All I remember is the second they woke me up, I was headed back to that table. They had this big table with these little Dixie cups full of Jello shots, and the second I was conscious, man, I had 3 frat brothers on one arm and a couple on the other arm, and I had this field jacket, this old Army field jacket, and I'm just stuffing these things into my pockets fast as I can. And when I woke up in the hospital covered in, you know, vodka Jello of all different colors, I didn't worry about it. 3 semesters, 4 trips to the hospital later, a couple of arrests. You know, and when you're young and in trouble like that, or at least for me, you got a lot of helpers. As I heard a speaker, I don't remember what speaker said that, but it stuck. So I had a lot of helpers. I had deans and people in the hospital and judges and lawyers and police officers and EMTs and teachers and parents and friends, and everybody's trying to tell me that I got a problem with alcohol, that I drink too much. Obviously, they didn't know me. Never occurred to me that I might have a problem with alcohol. Now, I'm somebody's paying a lot of money for me to try to get a degree in physics from Yale University. My days didn't look a whole lot like you'd think. I'd wake up whenever my drinking buddy, she'd come and she'd start yelling up the window, you know, to somebody to let her in, and somebody'd let her in, and we'd do whatever was in her little bag, and 2 boxes of cigarettes. And somewhere in here, this is what's important, is somewhere, I don't know when, because I was a blackout drinker, somewhere in that 3 semesters, something happened that was real significant, and it wasn't any of the arrests or the overdoses or the alcohol poisoning or the anything like that. But somewhere in there, the alcohol stopped working for me, and I mean, I still got sick, and I still threw up, and I still did tragic and bizarre things, but they were becoming mean things and all that. But it didn't take away the insecurity like it used to. And it didn't take away the fear like it used to. And it didn't take the anger away. Definitely didn't take the anger away. And I'm doing things, I mean, I had to, you know, I'm breaking stuff now. And I'm breaking stuff, and I'm breaking me, and I drink, and instead of bringing it closer to people and feeling like they were my best friends in the world, I didn't go out of my room because I was terrified of who I'd become and what I was and the things that I did to you when I was out and I was drunk. And I started drinking in New York the weekend before Halloween, and woke up sometime a couple days before Christmas in Yale New Haven Hospital again. And, you know, I'd missed my exams and my flight home, all that stuff. I wasn't worried about it. And they let me out, and I went home. I was in my mama's house, had a drinking buddy, drove up from North Carolina, picked me up, turned around, and drove back. And I was in my mama's house for about 20 minutes. You know, I'm 3 days late for Christmas. I'm all bloody. I weighed 45 pounds less than I do right now. And I was pretty. And I was in my mama's house for about 20 minutes, and she's standing at the top of the stairs. And I said, "Mama, I got to go. I got to meet my friends down at the Jackpot." Another great name for a bar. And she said, "No, you're not going." And without a thought, I just pushed her down the stairs, went right out of that house, and went to the bar. Not a thought in my head. I love my mother. There wasn't a thought in my head. Somewhere that spring, and I'm a little foggy on the details, 3 things happened. I got my first DWI. I went to the county-run outpatient treatment center, and I went to my first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I think I went to my first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous before the other 2 things happened, but I can't swear to it. Because I went to that meeting drunk. Well, I went to that meeting drunk by their standards. I was not anywhere close to drunk by my standards or your standards. And I used to think it was some kind of magic, some kind of mystery of Alcoholics Anonymous, some kind of magical thing that happened that when I went to that meeting, a little tipsy, I felt comfortable. Well, a little more comfortable than I usually felt. And I felt kind of okay, and I was able to hold a cup of coffee and drink it. I mean, I spilled a little on the jeans, but nobody noticed because they were pretty dirty. And I used to think that was some kind of magical thing about AA, and there's no magic to it. There's no magic in this program. You do A and B and you get C. That's what I've been taught. And it wasn't magical. I saw the woman. I hadn't seen her in a long time. This scary looking, man, she worked at UPS in between going to the gym, and she looked like Chaz and had a crew cut, and as a friend of mine said, looked like she got her face caught in a tackle box, And Kelly came up to me, and she gave me this book. And she gave me this book, and she gave me a meeting schedule, and she said, "You're going to go to these 7 meetings, or I'm going to come find you." Kelly got sober in Baltimore, I think, in a men's recovery house in Baltimore, and she's still sober. I heard her speak. She spoke for me about a month ago down at my home group. See, it wasn't any magic. It wasn't any mystery. People in the non-smoking group in Raleigh, North Carolina came up to me and they gave me a book. Nobody had given me anything. I'd had to take it for a long time. And they were smiling and they were shaking my hand and they were saying, "Welcome, we're glad you're here." And I don't know where you drank, but there weren't a whole lot of people at someplace else or Jackpot or anywhere else coming up to me and smiling and shaking my hand and saying, "We're glad you're here." Oh. So that's important. I remember Ed. When I ended up getting sober out in New Haven, Ed was the first guy in Alcoholics Anonymous who remembered my name. Ed may not remember me for nothing, but I will not forget Kelly and Ed for as long as I live. So if you're a greeter, thank you. Most important job in Alcoholics Anonymous. So I came to AA, and real quickly I found out I wasn't an alcoholic. I knew that already, but I because I was 19 years old. Obviously, I was not an alcoholic, and I don't know. I didn't want to be, but I kept coming back. It said keep coming back, and they'd every time I'd come back, they used to at that group. You come up to the front, and they give you a little white poker chip, and everybody claps for you and comes up to you afterwards and says congratulations and welcome. And man, I love that. So I kept coming back. I still have a ton of white chips. I lose a lot of stuff, but I had so many of these that I just can't lose them all. I had pockets full of them. I went to one meeting, and this old guy in the front row, he didn't clap for me. I picked up a white chip, and he said, "What are you trying to do, kid? Get sober or tile a bathroom?" Man, I hated him. He was not nice to me. But I remember what he said to me. Longest I made it sober in Alcoholics Anonymous was 27 days. And I know when it started because I wrote it in this book that my sobriety date was going to be March 7th of 1998. And I wrote it down because I knew that I was going to stay sober because I came in and I got a sponsor and I was going to meetings every day. Day 27, I went and picked up a 30-day chip. Because by 27 days without a drink and without a God, I knew I wasn't going to make it till day 30. And I wanted one of them pretty little silver chips because I was tired of these white chips. Sure enough, I went and got drunk after that meeting. And I didn't come in here to waste your time. And I didn't come in here for the coffee. And I didn't come in here for the donuts. I came in here because something had gotten through in those 27 days of a very patient sponsor sitting down and reading the doctor's opinion over and over and over and over with me till something sunk through my thick skull. And I remember being in a meeting and they're reading the 12 and 12, and it's got this line in there about how the third step is not something mysterious like relativity or a proposition in nuclear physics. And man, I understood relativity pretty good, and I had taken some classes in nuclear physics, and what a God had to do with not drinking was beyond me. Didn't make any sense. I thought I had a problem with the second step. I couldn't see what this was all about. I came here and you're talking about God and being a nicer person and character defects, and I couldn't see what this had to do with staying sober Friday night. Thought I had a problem with the second step and the third step and God and everything else. Turns out what I really had a problem, it did two things for me. It kept me out of the DTs. Whew. And that's worth it enough. And it let me not remember. Because not being conscious, being in a blackout or passed out somewhere was better than being conscious. Because I hated myself so much. And I had so much guilt and shame and all that stuff. And I was so terrified of the world that being anywhere but sober and looking at who I was better than where I was. And I was a blackout drinker. I was lucky. So what happened? So I gave up on AA. It didn't work. You know, up until that point, I had done everything that you all told me to do that I thought would help me. You know? You told me to get a sponsor I could see. We're talking to somebody who might help me. You told me to read this book. I didn't know what was in it. I started reading it. Then it became a coaster. You told me to go to meetings. Well, you know, group therapy, sure, maybe that'll help. That's what I thought it was. I'd come and I'd whine to you. And some guy, my sponsor, told me to get on my knees and say, thanks for keeping me sober at night, and in the morning get on my knees and say, please help me to stay sober today. And that wasn't going to help me because there wasn't a God, and that was simple, so I didn't do it. You know, I didn't know there was another way to live. I didn't know there was any. I thought, how else do you make decisions except you do what you think is the best thing for you to do? Right? Everybody lives that way, right? You make a decision based off what you think is the best thing to do. How else are you going to make decisions? Never occurred to me that I could make decisions based off what Jimmy tells me to do or make decisions based off what I think God wants me to do. Never occurred to me. I made decisions based off what I thought was best for me. Selfish and self-centered. Gave up on AA, went back to drinking. My days at this point, I had a mattress that was a futon that the girl I met in detox had given me because it had been on her back porch and all the neighborhood cats had been pissing on it for years. I had a piece of stone sitting on two rusty paint cans that was my table. And I had garbage bags and garbage bags and garbage bags full of empty Milwaukee's Best and PBR cans. That's what I had. Had a job, sort of. I mean, I worked at this pizza place. The girl I met in detox got me that job. And I remember the boss coming up to me saying, I don't mind you coming to work drunk, just don't come to work too drunk to work. Perfect job for me. Couldn't even take that suggestion. My last drunk, I went out drinking. I got robbed at gunpoint, and I got caught in bed with a married woman, and I lost where I was living, and it's what we do on a Tuesday, and I showed up at work the next day. I was only half an hour late, which was early for me. And I walked in, I clocked in, I put my apron on, I heard something outside, I walked outside to smoke a cigarette, and I passed out in the street. And, the employee assistance program at that particular pizza shop consisted of the owner picking me up out of the gutter and carrying me to the hospital. They signed the commitment papers on my mother's birthday. My first higher power was the state of North Carolina. It did for me what I could not do for myself. Separated me physically from alcohol. And they held me there in the hospital, and then they moved me into the... I had a .47 blood alcohol when they brought me into the hospital. And state of North Carolina separated me from alcohol. And I came to on July 23rd, 1998, and I went to the AA meeting in the cafeteria of the psych ward. And... I knew that I would drink again. I knew it as sure as I've ever known anything in my life. Because that's what happened. That's what happens to a guy like me. I drink. After a while, maybe it's a day, a week, an hour, a month, a year, you capture me. I'm captured. Somebody separates me from alcohol. They hold me for a little while. They let me out. I drink again. Simple. Not because I wanted to drink or needed to drink. I didn't have a choice. I was going to drink. I knew that. It explained to me real simple. For an alcoholic like me, to stay sober, it's like holding your breath. If I really want to hold my breath, I can do it for a while. You know, some people longer than others. But eventually something in the back of my mind takes over and I breathe. Not because I want to or I make a decision to or anything like that. I just breathe. That's the way drinking is for me. If I really want to, I can stay sober for a while. 27 days apparently is my record. And then I drink, want to or not. So they locked me up. I knew they might hold me for a little bit longer than before, but they were going to let me out. And they held me in institutions of various kinds, the treatment center, the psych ward, the halfway house, the sober house, the this, until I was a year sober. And I cannot tell you why I did what I did. Certainly not drunk, but either in my year sober either, first year sober either, or even now, really. You know, I can tell you what I did. That's my experience. I got on my knees and I said those words. And I didn't feel any different, and I got back up and, didn't think about it too much. And that night I got on my knees and I said those words. And I don't know if there's anything magical about getting on your knees or saying those words, but what it was for me, conscious or not, was I was doing something just because I was told to and because I didn't know what else to do. Because I didn't have anywhere else to go. You know? I had two alternatives, the book tells me. I could go on blotting out the intolerable situation as best I could, or I could accept the simple kit of spiritual tools that was laid at my feet. I don't know if you've tried that, blotting out the consciousness of your intolerable situation, but that's tough work. You know? Like I said, a month and a half was my best record at that, you know? Blacked out a month and a half, that was my best record. Let me talk a little bit about AA. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I kept sort of going to meetings mindlessly. Ed got hold of me, and he taught me how to stay sober on Saturdays. You come over to the AA club, and you tear up the old carpet, and you tear up the old tiles, and you put down carpet, and, you know, he kept me busy on the weekends. During the week, I got a stupid job, went to that, went to meetings at night, didn't drink, had a couple of different sponsors. One guy told me, don't drink and sleep in the nude. That was his wisdom. I have heard it said in AA that if you want to stop drinking bad enough, a monkey can get you sober. And I disagree with that statement. Because I wanted to stay sober. You know? Might not have thought I could, but I wanted to. 6 months sober, I was in more pain than I ever remember being in drinking. 6 months sober, the girl that I was madly in love with, so I thought, called me up and said, it doesn't seem like you're going to come back to drinking, so I'm going to leave you for the booze. At least she was honest. She was upfront about it. The only other person I've ever met who would drink the 200 proof ethanol that I stole from the labs. So we were a perfect match. And man, I was destroyed. She was my higher power. In fact, the guys in my sober house weren't even subtle. When she called, they'd write on the whiteboard, Pete, your higher power called. I didn't get it. I was crushed. I'm standing outside of some bar next to the AA club after the AA meet, and I'm standing in 6 feet of snow because it's January in St. Paul, Minnesota. And the snow might have been my higher power that night. And somehow I didn't drink. Made it back to the sober house. Oh, man, I wanted to drink. And the next night I was in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. I got to make a correction. The group in New Haven is called the New Haven Pacific Group. There is a group called the Pacific Group. That's in Los Angeles. We're sort of connected. Some guys from that group started one in Minnesota where I got sober, and then we started the one in New Haven, and so there's some connection. But one in New Haven is the New Haven Pacific Group. But anyway, I was at a meeting of the Central Pacific Group in Minneapolis, and I'd never been to before, and a guy comes up to me and he says, my name's Jimmy, and do you have a sponsor? And I said, well, I had this guy, but I think he moved. I don't know. And I had this other guy, and I hadn't called him in a couple of months, and he said, I'll be your sponsor. Didn't ask me what I thought about it. In fact, in the last 7 years, he's never asked me what I thought about anything. Smart guy. And he gave me this solution. I already had the book. I hadn't read much of it. But he sat down with me, and we worked the 12 steps as outlined in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm not going to take up the whole evening telling you every little action that I've taken. By the way, the reason the big book is so beat up is not because I've read it so much, but there's a line in there that says, lend him your copy of this book. That's one of the hardest directions I ever had to take, because I'm personally attached to this book, but I took it. And so this book has been through more detoxes and jails and everything else than anybody else I know. So, and one guy had it for 1.5 years. You know, the police were after him. He ran down to Florida. You know, I figured I'd lost the book. 1.5 years goes by. I get a call out of the blue from this guy. He's like, I got your book. There are too many coincidences in this program for me to believe in coincidence anymore. I mean, I was up, I had the privilege, I was in New York a couple of summers ago, and I went to this group, and this guy Steve was speaking, blew the top of my head off. It was fantastic. A week later, I'm in Boston going to a meeting with Jack Mack, and they introduced me to some guy named Johnny. Turns out, Johnny, we get this whole connection. Now we got guys coming down from Boston to New Haven, and New Haven to Boston, and all over, and it's incredible. You know? God's way of staying anonymous, I guess. What's it like today? I couldn't ask for a better deal. I don't even know. Looking out at a room full of dead people, because I know some of your stories, and a lot of them are a lot worse than mine. And the pain and the loneliness and the despair and the bewilderment and the terror. I mean, I see these guys coming in, and I see them walking in the door for the first time, and I know that they are as scared and angry and alone as I know that I was when I was first carried into these rooms. And then, you know, hardly any time later, some guy with that glow gets a hold of them with one of these books. And hardly any time later, a couple of months maybe, you know, a few months later, different people. Just different people. Just, I mean, and to get to watch that over and over and over again is the most amazing thing that I could have ever possibly asked for. I mean, I get to see Todd sitting here tonight. If you had seen Todd the first day I met Todd, my life today, I have the privilege of sponsoring guys. I have the privilege of, you know, I went back to school. I finished school. I'm applying to some more school now. I mean, I own 2 vans, 2 station wagons, a Suburban, and I mean, none of them run, but you know, I was speaking at a meeting about a month ago, and this guy comes up to me after the meeting. He said, "You're the best educated redneck I've ever met." And I said, "That's about right." But I get to be me in this program. You all gave me that. You gave me a solution to show me how to establish a relationship with a God. To have this vital spiritual experience that is the result of these steps. That is the only known thing. I mean, we've known this for a while. Jung knew this talking to Mr. Hazard. The only known thing to bring about the vital spiritual experience, which I can't tell you why, but for whatever reason is the only thing that can keep a guy like me sober a day at a time. You gave me that. And in giving me that God, you gave me me. You gave me true independence and true freedom. You know? To go to, you know, Venezuela and Cuba and Canada and all these places I've gotten to go to meetings and to meet all these amazing people and to just, you know, waste my money on broke down cars if I want to or whatever I want to do. It's the most... I used to hate life. I used to hate life so much. Life was painful every day, and now it's not. Thank you for my God and Alcoholics Anonymous.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Folks, thanks very much. I'm Tom Ivester, an alcoholic. Hey, Tom. You know it's bad news. The guy starts drinking before he even starts talking. I've been looking at that water the whole time I was sitting there. Thanks, Doug. Thanks for that history. I appreciate that. I appreciate... Oh, by the way, let me tell you, my home group is it's a synonym for the Working with Others group. I belong to the Primary Purpose group in Southern Pines, North Carolina. And I was rather gently nudged into Alcoholics Anonymous February the 2nd, 1957, and it took. It took. And I'm still here. Swear to God, I don't think I'll ever come to the place that I believe that happened and that it's natural and that it's real and it got a chance of lasting. Ain't no way a guy that like me could stay sober that long. If I'd have known I was going to stay sober that long, I think I'd have quit. That's a long time. I want to congratulate the group on the 4 good years, and I really do appreciate seeing groups celebrate anniversaries because not all groups do, and I just somehow think when we take it for granted that another year is just a routine sort of a thing, we run into some jeopardy about letting it get a little weakened down. And so I really like to make a big deal out of that. I believe in celebrating personal anniversaries. I know some folks who say they don't celebrate anniversary because they think it's an ego trip. And I always tell them that the only way it's an ego trip is if we think we did it. And if we don't think we did it, then it's a recognition of what's so true, that this truly is a we thing. And when we celebrate together, and we acknowledge together that this dude works. And it's kind of important. I'll tell you just one little story before I get going with drinking and throwing up and stuff. That just sort of brings to mind. I was speaking down in Lumberton, North Carolina one night. If you ever drive to Florida on 95, you go past Lumberton, and if you're a thinking person, you better keep going. Don't stop. I was speaking to a group there, and a young fellow came up to me after the meeting, and he said, "I really wanted to talk with you because I heard you last week in Pennsylvania." And I said, "Well, it's okay now. I don't speak at every meeting. It'll be okay to come back some more." And he said, "No, it's not that." He said, "You mentioned when you spoke that it had then been 30 years and that you had been sober since your first meeting." And he said, "I can't begin to tell you how important that was to me." And here's what he shared. And it's one reason that I never share my experience. Promised I never would after he told me that. About being able to stay sober. He said, "I was actually beginning to think something was wrong with me because I was still sober from my first meeting. Because it looked like everybody that had any sense at all was in and out like a yo-yo. And here's wimpy little old me staying sober." And I thought, my God, how important that is. Because I'm not unique. Many of us are able to come in and for whatever reason are able to grab hold of this thing and hang on to a brand new way of life. And I think that's enormously important because it does give the hope. It does give the clear example that this thing can work. I personally think that slips are an aberration. That if I work real tight and close, I personally have never seen anybody go out and drink because they OD'd on steps. Never have. Never seen anybody because they wore out on service. What I've seen is people who UD, who underdose on those things, who get into trouble. And so I think there's a real close relationship between the intimate involvement in doing the actions laid out in the program and success. And so I'm just absolutely delighted to have that experience and delighted to be here with you. And I do congratulate the Working with Others group on the anniversary. I could spend this whole meeting just sort of eulogizing the program and greeting old friends. I've got a lot of good friends in this group here tonight, and it's great to see all my buddies. It's great to see a lot of people that I don't know. Maybe even better, we'll get to make some new friends. But that's not what we do. We're not here to eulogize. We're here to do a lot of bad drinking. Now, try not to do too much. One other thought that'll kind of bracket I guess the way I want to approach this thing. Sometimes I think, along that same line of what is it, and I can't answer the question, but what is it that causes us to have such radically different experiences in this program? There are indeed some who are able to grab onto that brass ring of sobriety when they first come in and hang on to that sucker for the rest of their lives. That's a very legitimate experience that happens to a lot of people. There are others, of whom there are many, who grab it and lose it and then suck it up and come back and grab it again and sometimes again and again. And sometimes some of these will grab it and hang on to a new life. And there's some who never do. The decor was about destroyed. Some who never do, and I don't know what the difference is. I guarantee you by the time I get finished here tonight, you'll know that mine is not based on merit or deserving or character or anything like that. I don't know what makes the difference. But I like to think about that because I never want to get to the point that I take for granted what has been given to me. And I count myself a tremendously fortunate guy to have been able to hang on to this thing, and you'll understand more why when I get into that. I also think that I'm the most rewarded man in the United States of America. And so that's really what I want to talk about, is the unlikely nature of being here and staying here, and then the payoff that comes, and I want to talk about group a little bit too. So that's an ambitious agenda. I don't really know why I'm an alcoholic. Don't even spend much time thinking about it, because what I found out is that it doesn't really matter. It's interesting to consider, and you can get all kinds of theories. Theories are a dime a dozen. Some of them I like, some of them I could care less for. Some that is psychological, physiological, environmental, chemical, on and on and on. There's one theory that I'm kind of fond of that is that alcoholics just tend to not be like average people. That we tend to be a cut above just the average walking around person. We tend to be a little keener, a little sharper, quicker on the uptake, a lot more endowed with creative ability, and we just almost explode with all the talent that's just aching to get out. Some even say that we may have a slightly larger brain than the average person. I've heard that discussed for almost 46 years. Nowhere except in Alcoholics Anonymous. I never heard anybody over at Princeton researching the incredible alcoholic mind. But that's a great theory, and I'll only mention, I don't know if I'll come back to it or not, but you hear that word potential. There's probably not a single alcoholic in this room who hasn't been beaten to death with, good God, you've got such potential. You could be such a winner if you just didn't drink so much. And I tell you, I've come to believe that in a way, and maybe I'll get to a little of that. So I don't really know why. I think it's the Army's fault, really. I went in the military when I was just a kid, and got off to a decent start. Went through training down in South Carolina. Hated it. I loved the Army for about 30 minutes. And then I met the first guy in charge. And I swear, I don't know what was wrong with that cretin. We were going through getting issued Army uniforms. And I didn't particularly like them anyway, but they were going to give us some, and they gave us an item that I didn't recognize. And I said, what is this, pajamas? Well, that's a bad mistake in Uncle Sam's Army. They may wear them now, but they didn't then. And so he took the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. So he said, did you hear what this yo-yo said? Talking to 200 people. And of course nobody did except him. He said he wanted to know if this was pajamas. Well, it was long johns, what it was. And he said, what do you want next? Lace panties? And it went downhill from there. I didn't like it. I went through training with 1,000 guys and was picked out as one of the 5 outstanding men in the folks that went through that. And when I was picked out, I knew that was a dumb selection. I knew that was a bad selection. I was an 8-ball of the first order. I made Gomer Pyle look like Sergeant York. The old Sergeant York, not Ollie. No, that's York. Anyway, they and they picked me out. And because I had such outstanding traits, they were going to let me go to leadership training and then into OCS to become an officer. I knew that was a goof. And shortly afterward, they knew that was a goof. And that's why I started boozing as soon as I found town. And the true Tom showed up. And rather than going to Officers Candidate School, I wound up being stationed in Alaska and the Aleutian Islands for 25 months. Wonderful, wonderful place. Makes New Jersey look like Key West. God, I thought I was in Key West today. I was expecting to come into a blizzard. Landed in Newark, and I literally said to myself, my God, the guys got lost. This ain't New Jersey. And thank God for good weather. So I wound up there. Didn't like it. I'm telling you, I was a miserable cat. I didn't like anything about that place. I had that duty out in the Aleutians. And here I am, a fine young American who had gave his life for his country. And I'm stationed on a frozen rock out in the middle of the Bering Sea or something. I don't know what it was. It was cold. That's what it was. That's the only place I've ever seen where it snowed sideways. It didn't fall like decent snow. That sucker came right flat into your face, and any way you turned. Cold, Jesus. And I'm standing out there with a gun, guarding the thing. And what? For what? I mean, if some Russian comes over to steal the rock, I'm supposed to shoot him. I guess. I'd have helped him load the thing up if he wanted to go. If he let me go with him. Well, now that's what aggravated my condition. That's the reason I say the Army caused it. I don't think they caused it, but I learned the words has been exacerbated. I think it exacerbated the problem, that it made it, speeded it up in my case, I think. I think it probably sped my progression by about 10 years. Because somewhere now I solved the dilemma of being in a place like that the way I solved a lot of dilemmas. I got drunker than a billy goat and tried my level best to stay that way. I'd come up for air once in a while, but I didn't stay long. Because, man, most of the time I didn't know if I was in the Aleutians or Hawaii. Didn't much care, because I was unconscious a lot. And I think that did speed it up. Now, we had a bunch of folks who were the kind of pure of heart, the kind that, fine, I'm one of them now, but the kind that get out and walk even when they ain't going nowhere. They just get out and walk to walk. Climb mountains. For what? Hunt stuff. God knows it's hunting us most of the time, and they get out and hunt the stuff. Climb glaciers. Pure folks. Eat, we didn't have tofu back then, but they ate stuff, whatever it was. We shipped a whole boatload of them home one time talking to themselves. Went crazy as a bedbug. That is no place to be sober. Nobody got any business sober up there. The old drunks are laying up there fat and happy. So I think it speeded it up. And that sort of was characteristic of my life. I just sort of took off. I just got into a pattern of screwing up everything I touched. I thought when I first got in AA, I must have been born alcoholic because I acted like one. The first time I ever drank, to the untrained eye, it would appear that I drank too much, but I always thought I drank just about the right amount. All I could get. And I really don't think I was born alcoholic. I might have been tilted in that direction, but I think some things have to settle in for alcoholism to become a very real illness. So I think what I was a guy that was a sort of a miserable cat. I didn't fit well in the world. I was uncomfortable around people. I didn't relate well to folk. I was a very isolated guy. And I always resolved those conflicts by acting the opposite. And so when I drank, man, I was like a guy, no mystery why I drank. It freed me from the prison of my life and let me come out and have a good time. It let me play with anybody. And I just absolutely loved the feeling of the freedom that came, that relaxation, that comfortable thing that came. I loved the style. I took up drinking as a way of life. It didn't matter whether it was alcoholic or not. I just liked the drinking environment. I loved where people drank, how they drank. I liked what they did when they drank, unless they did it to me. And some of that, it was a strange kind of a deal. Loved it. Loved a smoky jazz club on well, shoot, I talk myself into it if I get to reliving that too much. I mean, I just loved it. It was just a natural kind of a thing for me. And I tell you, I would be doing that today had it not been for one thing. I developed alcoholism. It occurred somewhere during that foggy period up in Alaska and the Aleutians, don't know when. And never had a clue about it until I was sober in Alcoholics Anonymous. But when it started to become clear to me that something had happened that put me in trouble with booze, I was sober in AA for a good while. I never had a clue about that until I was here. But when I look back, I could recognize that even though it was a foggy picture, I could see that at some point I experienced what we call crossing a line. Now, you don't find it written anywhere. It's just sort of an old saying that's come up because it tends to describe. And when I look at the drinker that I observed that fellow, it was kind of wild, celebrational, recreational, whoopee kind of drinking that just, I loved an endless party. But there was a point where the character of the drinking changed, not the amount. I drank as much as I could before I was alcoholic. When you get so drunk you can't lay on the floor, that's about as good as you can do. I don't care whether you're alcoholic or not. Man, I've been so drunk I couldn't blink. Stuff coming out my nose, you know, and you never thought I had enough. But something happened in that if I took a drink, I could not predict how long I would drink or how much I would drink. Nor could I predict what I might do. And that became the story of my life. A guy that just, when I drank, something happened. I don't understand all that happened to me. And like I said in the beginning, I don't really spend a lot of time on that. I find it relatively interesting, but almost totally unimportant to study the wherefores of alcoholism, almost totally unimportant in terms of my recovery. It doesn't really matter how it happened. I'm not the village idiot, so I've got some kind of notions about it, but I don't take it very seriously. The most important thing that I know about alcoholism is that I have it, wherever it came from. And so when I look back, I could see that there was something happened to me that I don't understand, but it was basically like this, that if 10 people take a drink, 9 of them go on about their business. One of them doesn't. And I happen to be that one. And whatever it is, I don't know. But from the time I crossed that line, I think my future was predictable to anybody but me. And I lived in I really liked the thing Ken read that I heard it several times in what he read, that you hear the word delusion that comes out in that. You know the word you'll never hear when you read that book is denial. You'll never hear it. It isn't in there. And obviously not because Bill didn't know the word. I think that guy knew every word in every language. But it certainly wasn't that. I don't think he used the word because I don't think it aptly describes the condition. Delusion is a different thing. Because what started to happen to me when I crossed that line and developed alcoholism is that, I'll just sum it up in a hurry because I do want to talk about some other stuff. And what started to happen was that I would start winding up in ever-increasing jackpots of all sorts. Wake up in a psych ward because somebody thought I acted peculiar. In a hospital with stuff broken that I didn't even know was injured. In jail with sickening regularity. God, that got to be a norm. Every time somebody mentions Kansas, this is not Kansas, Doug. This is New Jersey to the hilt. Every time somebody mentions Kansas, I remember December the 28th of 1951. That was the day that I was picked up off the floor of the Junction City, Kansas jail and taken into the base to be ceremoniously discharged from the military with an undesirable discharge for alcoholism. A 21-year-old budding rocket scientist, and that was, well, I always think of that when I think of Kansas. But what my life became was just that endless series of waking up in strange places. I won't go into a whole bunch of them because, God, I mean, some of them are funny after about 10 years. Blackouts don't get funny for a long time. I don't know of anything more terrifying in the annals of alcoholism than blackouts. That thing of waking up, I don't need to tell you about it. Many of you understand blackouts, and the only time you understand them is when you've experienced it. To wake up with that panicky feeling of, for God's sakes, where am I? What have I done? You know, and that horrible feeling of uncertainty till you start to get the clue. You know, our book describes it pretty vividly in one place. In fact, I used to think it was a little bit of overkill, where they referred to the condition I'm talking about as pitiful, incomprehensible demoralization. And for a long time when I read that, I always kind of thought in the back of my mind, old Bill got a little carried away with describing a hangover. Until I started to clearly see what happened when I would crash somewhere. And no matter where it was, in a wrecked car, in the wrong straight, woke up one time married to a woman I didn't even know, for God's sake. That takes bad liquor to do that to you. But that's what it became, and that endless series of stuff. And every time I would wake up, even though I didn't think it out at that time, but when I look back, clearly, what would happen every time was pitiful, incomprehensible demoralization, because I'd take a look, and when I finally figured out where I was, you know, that panicky feeling, and then I got to a point, just to illustrate, was if I heard metal clanging, I relaxed. Because I knew I was in the right place, and nobody ever put me in jail by mistake. At least they wouldn't admit it. And nobody ever apologized for it, that's for doggone sure. And sometimes it was not all that pleasant. I'll just tell you one. I woke up one morning, one of many. I woke up one morning or came to, and I'd gotten to a point where I was greeted often enough with really a bunch of folk who didn't understand. And as soon as they'd see my eyes open, they'd pounce on me. You know, what are you doing here? You hate to say where, or who are you? Well, you may not remember. And if you do, you may not be sure what name you've used, you know. So they're rude people that just sort of greet you that way. So I would wake up and never show evidence, you know. I mean, I wouldn't open my eyes. And so I would just come alert, you know, sort of. And I lay there still listening for the sounds of the environment. One morning I woke up and there was a maddest woman I think I've ever heard in my life. God, she was mad. And she was just having an enormous hard time with some drunken SOB in her daughter's bed. Well, I just had that brilliant alcoholic mind told me that there was a chance she was talking about me. I just figured that. I knew I wasn't home. And now a drunk can lay still. I mean, I was still bad. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. I'm just laying there. And I'm trying to figure out, number one, where I am. And number two, how do I get out of here? You know, I didn't want to go past her. And so when I saw my chance, I saw a little crack in the door. And so I just bolted out the door. Well, it wasn't as bad as it sounded. It was the house next door to mine. That ain't bad. Yeah, man, I usually missed it by whole state. I was kind of proud of that. You know, I almost got home. Well, it was that kind of stuff. And so every time that would happen, my response would be that pitiful incomprehensible. And it would be always something like this. You've done it again. Done it again. You're no good. You know, that moral whipping. You're worthless. You have no discipline. You have no responsibility. You got absolutely sorry, as we say down in North Carolina. And that was probably all applicable at that point. And then would proceed the options. You know, I'd start thinking. And number one would always be, why don't you just end it? Why don't you just end it all? everybody would be better off. And I wouldn't debate with that today. Or, if not that, do you ever have the thought of, I think I'll just keep going, I'll just disappear, I'll just go on and just not bother anybody